Chapter 1. In the Red Wedding Sedan. The sedan swayed gently in rhythm, accompanied by the cheerful sounds of laughter and chatter from the wedding procession, while the auspicious words of the matchmaker flowed like a stream into her ears. As Sang-won delicately lifted her red veil, her eyes were met with a vibrant crimson hue, and she finally confirmed that she was seated in the resplendent red wedding sedan. Raising her hands to examine them, she noted their fair, delicate skin, the lustrous fullness of her nails, and the slender elegance of her fingers. Indeed, these were the hands she once possessed. She had been reborn. Initially overwhelmed by panic, she gradually calmed herself, accepting this reality. To be reborn meant reliving a life filled with despair and desolation. The thought sent a shiver down her spine as her nails instinctively dug into her palms, a chill penetrating to her core. And oh, she would not endure such a dreary and hopeless existence again. Clenching her fists tightly, she resisted the urge to raise the curtain of the sedan. She knew that just beyond this thin veil was a handsome man clad in a vibrant red wedding outfit, adorned with a crimson silk flower, riding a tall steed beside her. He was her husband, the man she had never met in this life, but had shared 4 years of life within her past. He was Shi Fengjiu, the eldest son of the Shi family, the wealthiest household in Qingzhou. The mere thought of him deepened the chill in her heart, as an indescribable sense of desolation began to spread within her, tightening its grip on her reason. She could scarcely breathe. In the past, she had embarked on her journey to the Shi family with sweet anticipation and dreams of happiness. Yet, what awaited her were a series of relentless blows that rendered her nearly helpless. Orphaned at a young age and facing a decline in family fortune, she had entered the home of the wealthiest family in Qingzhou, her heart filled not only with hope and longing, but also with anxiety and trepidation. She was genuinely afraid of being looked down upon by her mother-in-law, husband, and sister-in-law, afraid of the disdain from the Shi family's servants, afraid of embarrassing herself in unfamiliar social situations. The uncertainty of her new life filled her with dread, and her only flicker of hope lay in her husband. If he respected and protected her, perhaps her life would be more bearable. To her, he was a lifeline, her sole reliance. Yet, reality was cruel. That he had a beloved cousin, his childhood sweetheart, and within 2 months of her marriage, that cousin became concubine Gu. Then, all her fears materialized. Her mother-in-law disdained her, her husband treated her coldly, and the servants mocked her behind her back, deriding her as a small-minded person. Gradually, she became like the air in the house, forgotten in a secluded corner, as her spirit withered day by day, her very essence fading. Such a life, completely overlooked and isolated, was more torturous than any other suffering, driving a living, breathing person to madness. She did not wish to live this way, but no one ever granted her a chance. See no one. A faint, ironic smile crept upon Sang-won's lips. Initially numb and despairing, she had not allowed herself to contemplate the past. Now, fragments of memories replayed in her mind, and she suddenly realized that Gu Fengzi, this woman who had purportedly offered her help under the guise of friendship, had repeatedly caused her to anger her mother-in-law and husband. Such a sweet smile, such kind words, such a friendly demeanor, how could they be false? Yet they were nothing but a facade. She had welcomed Gu Fengzi with joy, gratitude, and unwavering trust, without an ounce of doubt, only to find herself living a life of melancholy and despair. The bride is disembarking. The matchmaker's sharp, cheerful call interrupted Sang-won's thoughts as the sounds of drums and music outside grew louder, blending with the boisterous laughter of the crowd. Indeed, it was a joyous occasion, a day of celebration. She had returned. Once more, she stepped into the Shi household as its bride. Sang-won felt a whirlwind of emotions, her heart racing so fiercely it threatened to leap from her throat. Drawing a deep breath, she steadied her racing heart, extending her delicate hand to rest upon the matchmaker's, allowing her to assist her down from the sedan, accepting the red silk that was handed to her. She had no choice. Even knowing the path ahead was fraught with difficulties, she had to press on. Fortunately, this was merely the beginning. There was still room for change. Since fate had granted her a second chance at a tragic life, she would not let it go to waste. Reborn in this moment, it was providence, a compensation, and also a challenge. A cacophony of sounds filled her ears, reminiscent of her past life, as Sang-won felt overwhelmed, like a marionette being manipulated, obediently following the directives of the ceremony. Eventually, she found herself in the bridal chamber, seated upon an intricately adorned bed. The clamorous world around her finally quieted, yet her heart could not help but feel uncertain. The closer she drew to the moment of facing her husband, the man who was both familiar and foreign, the more anxious she became. Recognizing reality and accepting it was one thing, integrating into it was another. How would she coexist with him? A headache began to form. The weight of the phoenix crown felt increasingly burdensome, nearly straining her neck. With a deep sigh, she gently lifted her veil, carefully removing the crown and placing it upon the crimson brocade quilt embroidered with mandarin ducks and intertwined lotus blossoms. Miss, no, you can't do that. It's against the rules. You should put it back on. The maidservant, Luya, gasped in shock upon seeing this, stammering her protest. The Shi family, being the wealthiest in Qingzhou, was known for its extravagant weddings, and in just half a day, Luya found herself dazzled and overwhelmed, feeling a sense of inferiority and nervousness that left her unsure of where to place her hands and feet. Seeing her mistress lift the red veil astonished her. It's fine, no one will know. My neck hurts terribly. It feels like it might snap. I just need a moment. Sang-won twisted her neck and rubbed it vigorously. The relief was immediate, and she let out a satisfied sigh. But that's unlucky. Unlucky? In my previous life, I followed all the customs to the letter, sitting stiffly for half a day without daring to move a finger. And what was the outcome? Did it bring me good fortune? Could it possibly get any worse? But this isn't proper. The Shi family will mock us. Heaven knows, earth knows, I know as long as we don't speak of it. Who will ever know? Sang-won winked and smiled. Miss, you truly are Luya. Having grown up with Sang-won in the countryside, was not overly strict with customs. Seeing Sang-won smile, she could not help but smile back, her nervous heart gradually calming. Tired from the day? Are you hungry? Sang-won asked with a smile. Luya eagerly nodded, then shook her head, suddenly recalling something as she dug into her sleeve and produced a pink handkerchief containing 2 cakes, presenting them to Sang-won. Miss, this was given by the eldest madam on the way here. She said it would help stave off hunger. I almost forgot. The eldest madam referred to Sang-won's sister-in-law, Fong. How thoughtful of her. Sang-won felt a surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. In her previous life, her weakness and naivety had caused her elder brother and sister-in-law to suffer greatly during their visit to the Shi family. Fong was a woman who would not tolerate any injustice, and after a fierce argument, she had vowed to sever all ties with Sang-won and left with her brother and niece in anger. From that moment on, they truly had no further contact. As a result, not only did the servants of the Shi family ridicule and belittle her, but her mother-in-law and husband were also deeply displeased. Indeed, grandmother truly cares. For Missy, she possesses a sharp tongue, but a tender heart. Luya gazed at Sang-won, who was lost in thought while holding a piece of dough, and instinctively swallowed. A warmth blossomed in Sang-won's heart as she took a piece for herself and offered another to Luya, saying, Here, let us each have a piece. Oh, thank you, miss. Luya exclaimed joyfully as she accepted it and began to eat. Miss, Luya suddenly paused, looking at Sang-won with a beaming smile. The guy's family is so affluent, I wonder how many delicious treats await. In the future, miss, you shall enjoy a life of luxury. As for me, I shall surely benefit from your good fortune. Luya's bright, glistening eyes sparkled with innocence and longing, her charming round face adorned with a hint of a smile, reminiscent of her former self. Sang-won's heart sank, a lump forming in her throat. Luya, she said after a moment of contemplation, fixing a serious gaze upon Luya, we have grown up together. I have always regarded you as a sister. There are some truths I shall not conceal from you. Given my background, marrying into the Shi family, especially to the eldest son of the main branch, I fear our lives may not be easy. How could that be? Luya exclaimed in surprise. You are the esteemed matriarch of the Shi family, wed through formal engagement. It is precisely for that reason that life may be arduous. Sang-won asserted firmly. With our family's current state, our fortunes likely pale in comparison to those of even Shi's servants. Consider this. I occupy a high position. How could others possibly respect me? This will inevitably give rise to countless rumors. Luya remained stunned, gazing blankly at Sang-won. forcing a smile as she shook her head. I still do not understand. Sang-won smiled wryly. Luya, being simple-minded and accustomed to rural life, found it unsurprising that she could not grasp the complexities. Enough. Luya, just heed my words. Within this household, do not stray a step nor utter a word more than necessary. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. I shall simply do as you say, miss. Luya replied with a relieved smile, and the two exchanged glances. As darkness enveloped the sky, Sang-won had already adorned herself with a phoenix crown and draped her veil, seated gracefully upon the bed. Hearing the soft patter of footsteps accompanied by cheerful laughter approaching, Sang-won felt her palms tighten, her body tensing in response. Chapter 2. Confession. In the bridal chamber, with a soft creak, the door was gently pushed open, and the cheerful laughter and singing of the matchmaker flowed into the room like a stream, accompanied by the groom and the serving maidens. All right, you may all leave now. Shi Fengju's sudden voice interrupted the matchmaker, silencing her auspicious words. Sang-won remained motionless, seated, her gaze flickering beneath the veil. His voice, soothing and melodious, yet surprisingly faint, resonated in the air. She could almost envision the expression on his face, pale and detached. Oh, the matchmaker, renowned in Qingzhou for her expertise, was familiar with the myriad relationships and gossip surrounding the townsfolk. She knew all too well of the affection between Shi's eldest son and his cousin, Gu Fangzi. If it were not for the marriage arrangement made by the late patriarch and the Shi family's desire to avoid scandal, Sang-won would not have been in this position as the matriarch of the Shi family. Yet, it appeared that despite entering the household, her position as the Shi family's mistress was far from secure. The matchmaker exchanged glances with the maidens, signaling them to leave, and they retreated quietly, including Luya. The door was gently closed, and a heavy silence enveloped the spacious room, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. Surrounded by a sea of crimson, one's appearance often reflects their inner state. His gaze swept over the large red decorations adorned with golden powder and the blazing red candles shaped like dragons and phoenixes, causing his spirits to dim as he fell into a trance. Resigned, he exhaled softly, dismissing all his discontent. Having agreed to the marriage contract and welcomed Sang-won into his life, as long as she was not utterly unreliable, she would eternally hold the title of Shi's matriarch, his legitimate wife. His cousin, Fang had expressed her understanding of him, and he would not let her down. Instinctively, Shi Fengju clenched his fists and stepped forward, lifting the auspicious scales tied with red silk from the tray, gently lifting Sang-won's crimson veil to reveal the dazzling phoenix crown atop her head. The pearls and gems on the crown shimmered as she lifted her head, her clear, bright eyes reflecting in his. Those radiant eyes, competing with the brilliance of the pearls, and her delicately fluttering eyelashes made her appear even more enchanting. For a fleeting moment, he was captivated. However, just as swiftly, his expression returned to calm, like still waters. He glanced at Sang-won without uttering a word, then turned towards the table, pouring 2 cups of wine for the ceremonial toast, one for her and one for himself. Once we drink this wine, the ceremony will be complete. It's getting late. Let us rest, Shi Fengju stated evenly. After finishing his cup in one gulp, he looked at Sang-won, who was still holding her cup, seemingly dazed, and raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of impatience. What is the meaning of this? Sang-won glanced at him, then slowly set her cup aside. You. Shi Fengju was taken aback, his voice cold. What do you mean by this? Eldest brother, Sang-won stood, adjusting her sleeves, and bowed respectfully before him, meeting his gaze without flinching. In truth, you have another beloved, and I am not the one you truly wish to marry, am I? Shi Fengju was surprised by her words, initially thinking he misheard her. Upon realizing, he raised an eyebrow, his business acumen allowing him to maintain his composure. What are you trying to say? Sang-won lowered her head slightly, revealing her delicate neck, her eyelashes trembling. You honor the marriage contract to uphold the dignity of the Sang family, and I am grateful. However, since your heart belongs to another, I do not wish to intrude. Why not pretend to be a married couple for a time, and then part ways amicably? Shi Fengju was taken aback, inhaling sharply. The notion of being a false couple was unexpected, yet she articulated it so boldly. Noticing his silence, she continued, after a year or so, we can separate, allowing us both to pursue our respective paths. What do you think? He remained silent, feeling a sense of discomfort. While he did not harbor affection for her, her desire to leave him created an unsettling tension. A man of his stature, so desirable to countless brides, found it hard to accept that his wife would express such disdain. He scrutinized her features, gentle brows, harmonious features, fair skin, and large, bright eyes that sparkled with life. She appeared calm and dignified, not submissive nor arrogant, compelling him to respect her fortitude. "Are you eager to leave the Sher family? Is there someone waiting for you outside?" He blurted out, irritation creeping into his tone. Sang-won felt a surge of anger. If his words reached others, what would become of her reputation? How could she face the world? If that were the case, would she even be allowed back into the Sher family? Suppressing her fury, she offered a sardonic smile. If such were true, the Sher family's judgment was questionable indeed. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sher Fengju regretted them, realizing they were reckless and impulsive. If Sang-won had any indiscretions, they could not possibly be concealed from the Sher family. "My apologies, I spoke without thinking," he said, bowing his head slightly in sincere apology. He was a man of integrity, and it was natural to admit when he was wrong. "Not at all. Just a careless remark from you, eldest brother," Sang-won replied softly, returning the gesture. Engaging in a confrontation with him in the Sher household would be an unwise endeavor. "Very well, after a year, we shall part ways," Sher Fengju agreed with a nod. After all, the Sher family was not forcing her. A substantial sum could be offered in light of her understanding and willingness to cooperate, should she wish to remarry in the future. A generous dowry would certainly enhance her prospects. "Thank you, young master Sher." Sang-won expressed her heartfelt gratitude with another respectful bow. "We have maintained the pretense of a married couple, a matter that I implore you to keep hidden from others. This is known to heaven, earth, you, and me. Let us not speak of it to anyone else, shall we?" Sang-won gazed at Sher Fengju. "Of course." Sher Fengju nodded. Should this matter be disclosed, it would not only bring shame upon Sang-won, but also upon himself and the entire Sher family. Naturally, he would never utter a word about it. "Do you have anything further to say?" Seeing Sang-won hesitate, Sher Fengju inquired. After a brief moment of contemplation, Sang-won replied, "I do have a rather unreasonable request. Miss Gu, since I will only remain in the Sher family for a year and a half, could it be arranged that after our separation, you welcome Miss Gu into your home?" Sher Fengju was taken aback, casting a curious glance at Sang-won. She too was momentarily stunned, then blushed, awkwardly stammering and smiling. I apologize, I misspoke. It was thoughtless of me." Her suggestion stemmed from the influences of her previous life. She was reluctant to have Gu Fangzi enter the household at this juncture. Firstly, how could her dignity as the legitimate wife be preserved? Secondly, she wished to avoid the mental strain of vying with Gu Fangzi both openly and covertly. Thus, it was preferable for her not to enter at this moment. However, for Sher Fengju, since Sang-won was clearly indicating her departure in a year and a half, he would certainly marry Gu Fangzi only after their separation. A mere year and a half was a trivial matter. How could he possibly allow Gu Fangzi to enter as a concubine now? Sher Fengju scrutinized her for a moment longer, noting her embarrassment, and opted not to pursue the topic further. With a significant matter resolved, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. As drowsiness crept in, he raised his hand to stifle a yawn. "I am tired. Let us retire early. You may sleep in the bed, and I will take the couch." Saying this, he proceeded to fetch a blanket from the cabinet. At least he retained a semblance of decency by not relegating himself to the floor. However, Sang-won placed a hand on her flat stomach, nearly starving, as her belly seemed to touch her back. "Please, master, rest first. I am quite hungry and would like to eat something." Sher Fengju stood frozen for a moment, his mouth moving as he finally stammered. Then, "Please, help yourself." To his credit, he genuinely had forgotten about this matter. Meanwhile, Sang-won silently lamented. Why had she been so compliant in her previous life, enduring hunger while allowing him to dictate her fate? After marrying into the Sher family in her past life, she quickly fell out of favor and was relegated to the cold palace. Her mother-in-law despised her, rendering any need for her to pay respects or serve utterly unnecessary. Consequently, she had developed no sense of time. Each day was consumed by sleep, meals, and idle thoughts, with no one to oversee her. Sang-won rubbed her sleepy eyes and gazed blearily at Sher Fengju. The warmth of the quilt had left her cheeks a rosy hue, and a gentle warmth enveloped her, accompanied by a faint, almost imperceptible fragrance. "Get up quickly. The maids will be in soon," Sher Fengju exclaimed, a hint of exasperation in his voice. He shot her a discontented glare, but upon seeing her expression, his heart stirred unexpectedly. With a startled yelp, Sang-won sprang up, hastily grabbing the white wedding handkerchief that she had carelessly tossed aside. Flustered, she stammered. What do I do about this? Shi Fengjiu awkwardly scratched his nose, gritted his teeth, flourishing with a captivating allure. Enough, enough, Sang Wan exclaimed in alarm, snatching the handkerchief from him. It's just a bit of blood, not a slaughter. We need to serve tea to mother and the uncles and aunts. He coughed, attempting to divert attention from the palpable awkwardness. Just as his words fell, a knock echoed from outside, accompanied by the calls of the eldest young master and lady. Both sighed in relief. Come in, Sang Wan called, glancing at Shi Fengjiu. The maids entered, responding in unison, and after bowing to the pair, they began their tasks. Some dressed her, others offered towels or arranged hair oils and jewelry. All working in harmonious order. Luya stood idly by, unsure of what to do. Two respectable matrons with sleek, oiled hair approached, collecting the blood-stained handkerchief. Noticing the eldest young master and lady observing them, they exchanged knowing glances, a hint of pride in their expressions. They curtsied to the couple, and the other maids paused their tasks to congratulate them. Shi Fengjiu forced a smile, glancing at Sang Wan, who also wore a strained smile, and weakly acknowledged the congratulations. Once they were ready, it was time to proceed to the main courtyard to serve tea to Mother Wang. The thought of facing them again sent a shiver through Sang Wan. A kind, round face with gentle eyes and thin lips floated before her mind. There were also her second uncle Shi Guangyao, second Aunt Mi, and all the younger siblings, including her cousin Gu Fangzi. As they walked through the winding corridors and courtyards, Sang Wan felt as though she were wandering through a dream. The sensation of being in a different world was palpable. Everything around her should have been familiar, for she was the eldest lady of this household. Yet, after years of seclusion, she had become quite estranged from the rest of the estate, only holding faint memories from over a year ago. In the main hall, Mother Wang and the second uncle and aunt were already seated, surrounded by several young masters and misses, along with numerous maids and matrons, filling the room with a vibrant array of colors. Aside from the third branch of the family, who was elegantly serving Mother Wang, clad in a stunning skirt embroidered with camellia blossoms, her porcelain-like skin appeared even more striking. With a delicate smile that accentuated her soft features and long, lush eyelashes, she exuded an air of grace that was instantly endearing. At that moment, Gu Fangzi happened to glance in Sang Wan's direction. Their eyes met, and a ripple of warmth passed through Gu Fangzi's gentle gaze, her lips curving into a subtle smile as she nodded ever so slightly in acknowledgement. Sang Wan felt a shiver run down her spine and immediately lowered her eyes. In her past life, Gu Fangzi's friendliness and smile had inexplicably eased her tense heart. Now, however, she felt a chill creeping over her. Mother, second uncle, second aunt. Upon reaching them, Shi Fengjiu bowed respectfully to the three elders. Sang Wan placed her hands gently together in front of her, standing softly beside him. You've come. Mother Wang greeted warmly, exchanging a few pleasantries with them, while the second elder and me also smiled and engaged in light conversation. Then, Mother Wang turned to Sang Wan, her eyes sparkling with approval, and said, Let us begin. A maid gracefully presented a brocade cushion before Mother Wang, while another approached with a tray holding a delicate teacup adorned with golden double happiness characters. The steam wafted gently, releasing a pleasant aroma. Sang Wan's palms involuntarily tightened around the cup as she took a step forward, peering into the tea, only to feel a wave of dread wash over her. It was identical to her previous experience. The pale yellow-green tea was crystal clear, and as she drew closer, the fragrance intensified, revealing it to be the finest quality. Yet, to her horror, a strand of hair was steeped within the tea. In her past life, she had been too nervous to examine it closely and had simply offered the cup, only to incur Mother Wang's displeasure. While she had never scolded her, her displeasure was evident, and her brow had furrowed. Fortunately, Gu Fangzi had come to her aid with a smile, although the hair was not placed there by her. The teacup had passed through her hands, and her failure to notice the flaw had marked her as careless, unworthy of respect in Mother Wang's eyes. How could she expect to be favored as the matriarch of the Shi family under such circumstances? As a result, both her mother-in-law and husband had developed a poor impression of her, and the maids and matrons had quietly looked down upon her, while she had remembered Gu Fangzi's kindness. Ahem. Shi Fengjiu, noticing her dazed expression, cleared his throat to alert her. Sang Wan snapped back to reality and offered him an apologetic smile, reaching for the teacup. Yet, as her fingers grazed its surface, she instinctively recoiled. This tea seems a bit cool. It's not good for the body to drink cold tea in the morning. As the newlywed bride, she still held a delicate status, and Mother Wang would certainly not embarrass her publicly. Seeing her concern for her own health only pleased her further. Although she intended to sip only a few mouthfuls of the tea, it was commendable that the daughter-in-law was so considerate. Mother Wang smiled, gesturing for the maid to retreat. Another maid, having heard the request, promptly returned with a fresh cup. Sangwon then held the teacup with both hands, kneeling gracefully before Mother Wang, lifting the cup above her head. "Mother, please enjoy the tea." Good, good," Mother Wang replied, leaning forward to accept the cup with a smile. Sipping a few mouthfuls before handing Sangwon a small red lacquered box, about the size of a palm. "From now on, we are family. You are a well-educated young lady from a reputable family, and you surely understand the principles of life. There is no need for me to belabor the point. Live well and soon bless the Shi family with offspring." "Yes, mother. Your words are duly noted," Sangwon quickly responded, bowing her head again to express her gratitude before rising. Good, good." Mother Wang beamed at her obedient daughter-in-law, her eyes crinkling in delight. Upon seeing her second uncle and aunt, Sangwon secretly exhaled a breath of relief, proceeding to serve them tea. In her past life, indeed, the Sang family was renowned for its literary heritage, yet when this term is applied to affluent families, it evokes elegance and nobility, commanding respect from listeners. The esteemed elder of the Shi family had been captivated by her father's intellect and scholarship, leading to the arrangement of this marriage. However, while her father possessed vast knowledge, and the financial burdens he incurred in pursuit of scholarly success had precipitated the decline of the Sang family. Now, her elder brother and second brother had also attained the status of licentiate, yet the future remained a daunting uncertainty for Sangwon. At that moment, the elder gentleman was engrossed in tending to his beloved goldfish, parrots, and other birds, attending to them with a devotion akin to that of a caretaker for ancestors. Though physically present to receive the bow of his new niece-in-law, his mind was already preoccupied with thoughts of returning to feed the fish, change the water, and bathe the thrush, scarcely paying attention to Sangwon. Upon receiving the tea bowl she presented, he merely murmured his approval, took a sip, and handed over a red envelope, his body shifting restlessly as he cast furtive glances at Monsieur, silently urging her to hasten. When it was Monsieur's turn, she accepted the tea, took a sip, and dabbed at her mouth with a handkerchief. After presenting her gift, her gaze flitted toward Gu Fangzi, and with a beaming smile directed at Sangwon, she remarked, "What a fine talent our niece-in-law is. Sister-in-law, look at her. She embodies both beauty and intelligence. So clever and astute. Truly, one cannot help but feel envious. You shall be blessed in the days to come. Niece-in-law, with your education and knowledge, you will surely excel at whatever you undertake, alleviating the worries of sister-in-law and the eldest brother. The young lady from the Gu family can finally take a respite. Sister-in-law, do you not agree? Though the cousin is capable, she remains an outsider. Even though she has spent many years in our household, she is still a guest." With that, Chapter 4. The unavoidable generosity. Upon hearing this, Wang turned her gaze towards Sangwon, who, with her brows lowered, wore a constant smile while modestly engaging with me. There was no hint of surprise or embarrassment on her face. Rather, it appeared she harbored no inappropriate thoughts. Wang couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh of relief. She shot an irritated glare at me, rolling her eyes in defiance, itching to retort. However, she was not one to engage in verbal sparring, and despite her simmering anger, on the other hand, smiled foolishly at me, her voice soft and sweet. "My new sister-in-law is undoubtedly wonderful, but dear second aunt, there is no need to envy auntie. You have your own blessings, or else how could you have such a splendid daughter-in-law?" Gu Fangzi referred to the second sister-in-law of the Shi family, Shi Erlang, and his wife, Shi Fengming. 2 years prior, Shi Fengming had fallen head over heels for a courtesan named Su Qing from the Zhexiang Lu, insisting on marrying her. This shocking news had infuriated the elder Shi and me, causing chaos within their household. Me believed her son had been ensnared by a seductress and thought that marrying him off would make him forget that woman. Thus, she hastily arranged a marriage for Shi Erlang, who ended up marrying his first wife, Zhou Jingyi, before the elder wife. Unexpectedly, Shi Erlang, young and impetuous, found himself genuinely in love, threatened by his mother with the life of Su Qing along with a series of dramatic displays. He was compelled to marry and enter the bridal chamber, only to seize the first opportunity to elope with his beloved, leaving the newlywed Zhou Jingyi behind. This incident was the most painful scar in Mi's heart, and Gu Fangzi's words were undeniably cutting. As expected, Mi's face turned a ghastly white, her demeanor shifting abruptly as she glared fiercely at Gu Fangzi, demanding, "What did you say? Repeat that." Just as Gu Fangzi finished speaking, Wang felt a moment of exhilaration. quickly followed by a twinge of guilt. She intended to admonish Gu Fangzi for her remarks, but seeing Mi's aggression, she felt a surge of anger herself and instinctively defended Gu Fangzi, retorting, "What do you mean? Fangzi is merely speaking the truth. Isn't Jingyi a wonderful child? Who are you putting on this show for? Eldest sister you. Master look." Mi, reminded of her son who was wandering outside, felt her eyes well up with tears, her voice choking with rage and shame. Shi Fengjiu furrowed his brow, not expecting the situation to escalate this way. He was about to speak when Gu Fangzi, maintaining her smile, softly interjected, "It's all my fault. My tongue is clumsy, and I've spoken so insensitively that it made second aunt overly concerned. I deserve to be scolded. Second aunt, please forgive me just this once, especially on such a joyous occasion for our new sister-in-law. I'm sincerely apologizing here." She bowed deeply to me. Sang Wan was at a loss for words, surprised that Gu Fangzi had pulled her into this mess. How was she to respond to Gu Fangzi's statements? To agree would seem overly presumptuous and would contradict her mother-in-law. To disagree would mean openly criticizing me, which was a blatant affront to an elder. No matter how she approached it, she found herself in a no-win situation. Sang Wan couldn't help but chuckle bitterly within. In her past life, she had truly been blinded by naivety, believing Gu Fangzi to be genuinely kind-hearted. Would a good person utter such words? Resolutely, Sang Wan timidly turned to Shi Fengjiu, seeking his support. As a new bride, it was entirely reasonable for her to be oblivious to the family's internal affairs and to turn to her husband for help. Shi Fengjiu, noticing her pleading gaze, could not ignore it. He sighed and reassured me, "Second aunt, please don't worry. Second brother will be just fine. I will ensure he returns to you safely." Though it seemed somewhat unfocused at that moment, his words served as the best comfort for me. "That is what you said. Eldest brother, I'm counting on you." Mi, ignoring Gu Fangzi entirely, looked at Shi Fengjiu with tear-filled eyes. Indeed, all her attention had shifted to him. The elder Shi, witnessing her blatant disregard for his authority, felt his irritation swell. Hearing his wayward son mentioned, his frustration escalated into a full-blown rage. He coldly scoffed, "What is the point of searching for him? No searching allowed. I want to see how long he can stay away. If he has the guts, let him never return. Then I'll acknowledge him. The disloyal wretch. I wasted my efforts raising him. How can you say that? How can you say that?" Mi trembled with indignation, her voice laced with resentment. "Erlang is also my son. Who are you to forbid me from searching for him? Of course, you don't worry. You have other sons, so you're not concerned about him. I know how you feel about us. Enough. What nonsense are you spouting? What does it mean to say such things in front of so many people? I have nothing more to say to you." The elder Shi abruptly stood, muttering disgraceful under his breath, and hastily took his leave after exchanging a brief greeting with Wang. Enraged and humiliated, Mi stomped her foot and chased after him, sharply criticizing him as they went, leaving the room in a heavy silence. "All right, everyone disperse. Eldest brother, take your wife home. Wan, you must be tired from yesterday. Go rest. I'll send someone to call for you at dinner." Wang, exhausted, lightly patted her shoulder with a fist, addressing her son and daughter-in-law. "Yes, mother," Sang Wan replied dutifully, casting a concerned glance at Shi Fengjiu. In her past life, leading to Shi Fengjiu walking away mid-conversation, leaving her alone to return to Ningyuan under the scrutinizing gazes of the maids and servants, where she would hide and weep in solitude. This time, she refused to remain under such a cloud of judgment. That feeling of sitting on pins and needles, of having daggers at her back, was more than enough for one lifetime. Shi Fengjiu instinctively cast a glance at Gu Fangzi before quickly averting his gaze, nodding slightly as he departed alongside Sang Wan. As they stepped out of the main courtyard, Shi Fengjiu slowed his pace, saying, Eldest brother," Sang Wan interjected. Not waiting for him to finish, her voice soft and timid, her gaze pleading, revealing her unspoken desire. She wanted him to escort her back to Ningyuan. Shi Fengjiu was taken aback. The unfinished sentence lingered awkwardly in the air. With a silent sigh, he lifted his hand and said, "Let us go. We shall return." Sang Wan nodded obediently, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. She understood what Shi Fengjiu was inclined to do. In the main hall, the shared glance between him and Gu Fangzi might have gone unnoticed by others, but she saw it clearly. He was clearly eager to find Gu Fangzi for a private conversation. She had no right to interfere in their romantic entanglements. She lacked both the authority and the ability to do so. However, if Shi Fengjiu were to abandon her and walk away now, where would that leave her dignity as a new bride? Living in this household would be unbearable. Hadn't she experienced this before? The two made their way back to Ningyuan, with Shi Fengjiu's strides quickening, his robe fluttering and rustling, an air of urgency about him. Sangwon followed closely behind, silently observing her husband's evident concern for another woman, her heart swirling with a mix of emotions. Yet, compared to her past life, she felt a sense of comfort. Sangwon took solace in this thought. As her gaze shifted, she caught a glimpse of the subtle mockery on the maid's face, causing her to stiffen. She stumbled slightly, exclaiming, "Ouch! What's wrong?" Shi Fengjiu, walking ahead, finally paused, turning back to offer his hand for support. His hand lingered momentarily in midair before he finally reached out to steady her arm. "Did you twist it?" "It is nothing. I simply stumbled over some pebbles without paying attention. No harm done." Sangwon smiled apologetically. "Come and assist me, elder madam." Shi Fengjiu nodded slightly, retracting his hand. It was not that Luya was unwilling to take the initiative. In the past, during her time at the Sang residence, Sangwon often had to tend to household chores and rarely required assistance when walking. Observing the young master's evident concern for the elder madam, another maid quickly advanced to offer her help. Sangwon recognized her. Her name was Hong Yi, a second-tier maid in Ning Garden. At last, Shi Fengjiu ceased his hurried pace and slowed down, accompanying Sangwon back to Ning Garden. The maids and matrons, upon seeing their two mistresses return, hurriedly gathered to pay their respects, with some already deftly pouring tea and preparing daily garments. Before Shi Fengjiu could speak, Sangwon gently smiled and said, "These past few days have truly exhausted me. I would like to rest for a while. Young master, if you have matters to attend to, please do so." Found her words quite agreeable and nodded with a smile. "Then do rest. I shall excuse myself for now. Do not wait for me for lunch. We can dine together later at Mother's. Since Li Mama is away, you may summon the people in the courtyard to meet her as well. With that, who is in charge in this household?" The maids collectively lowered their heads, maintaining a profound silence, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Finally, someone spoke up, replying to elder madam. "It is Li Mama." Sangwon turned her gaze toward the voice, which belonged to Xingji, the head maid in this courtyard. This girl possessed a steady temperament. Sangwon recalled that in her past life, it seemed she had married the son of a steward from the Shi household. Of course, in her previous life, she had little interaction with Xingji. The latter was loyal and reserved, rarely speaking out of turn. One might describe her as aloof, or as someone who understood the value of self-preservation. Yet, achieving such composure in a grand household was no small feat, demonstrating her remarkable intelligence. Chapter 5. Sangwon teaches the maid at this moment. Had it been Gu Fengzi inquiring, the eager maids would have hastened to offer their answers, clamoring for the opportunity to shine. Yet, as it was Sangwon who posed the question, silence enveloped the room. As the head maid, Xingji knew it was her duty to respond. Her reply was straightforward. "Who is Li Momo? Where has she gone?" Sangwon had not asked, thus she remained silent. Li Momo? Sangwon feigned confusion, fully aware of her identity, her soft, clear gaze directed at Xingji, prompting her to speak. Reluctantly, Xingji explained. Li Momo was the eldest master's wet nurse, overseeing matters in Ning Garden. A few days ago, she fell ill and returned home to recuperate. She likely will not return for quite some time. "Oh, I see." Sangwon nodded with a smile and continued, before Li Momo departed. "Did she discuss who would manage affairs in her absence with the eldest master?" Xingji replied, "Please convey any instructions you have, madam." "I am Xingji." "Very well. Then I must trouble you." Sangwon smiled, pondering for a moment before saying, "I shall rest for a while. Please call me when it is time for lunch. Afterward, I wish to meet the staff of Ning Garden, merely to familiarize myself with them." "Understood." Xingji slightly bent her knee in acknowledgement, stealing a quick glance at Sangwon. Her heart filled with surprise. She had not expected this newly arrived mistress, though of humble background, to exhibit such graciousness and poise. Indeed, she was the daughter of a scholarly family. "Rest well, madam. I shall give instructions shortly," Xingji thought to herself, then involuntarily added, "I will have the younger maids bring water for you to cleanse your face." The maids, accustomed to serving, swiftly set to work. One held a large towel before Sangwon's attire, another gently rolled up her sleeves, while a third knelt with a beautifully engraved bronze basin. And yet another washed her hands in a basin held by another maid. Then she dipped a soft towel from a lacquered tray into warm water, wrung it gently. Sangwon finally reclined on the luxurious couch in the eastern chamber, leaving only Luya to attend her while the others withdrew. The room fell silent, the tension dissipating as Luya, her curiosity rekindled, began to survey the surroundings. The glimmering light in her eyes spoke volumes of her astonishment at the exquisite decor, which underscored the vast wealth of the Sher family, wealth that the Sang family could never hope to match. Miss, oh no, madam, this household is truly opulent. These items must be incredibly valuable, correct? Luya marveled, her gaze fixed on a nearly 2-foot-tall vase adorned with phoenix and peony motifs, whispering in awe. Sang-won smiled slightly, narrowing her eyes as she playfully replied, "How do you know these items are valuable?" Luya exclaimed, "It's evident they are precious. Such beauty cannot be worthless. Madam, are they indeed worth a fortune?" Seeing the sparkle in Luya's eyes, Sang-won could not help but chuckle, nodding, "Yes, indeed. They are quite valuable. And how much are they worth?" Luya pressed, her eyes gleaming with interest. "Would it take 200, no, 300, for 100 eggs to purchase one?" Suppressing her laughter, Sang-won gestured towards the fragrant incense burner releasing delicate wisps of smoke. "That one alone is worth at least several dozen cattle. The others are likely worth even more. I cannot say how many eggs they would equate to." "Ah, so much?" Luya gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Madam, even selling me wouldn't suffice to buy one." Suddenly, the light in Luya's eyes dimmed, and her head drooped in despair. The thought that these items were more valuable than her life terrified her. Coming from a poor hunting family with many siblings, she was always fed and never mistreated. The fear of being sold away for a mistake weighed heavily upon her heart, pounding against her small heart. The Sher family had countless servants, each one more clever and capable than she. With so many willing to serve Sang-won, would she still be needed? Pale and trembling, Liu could no longer contain herself and fell to her knees. "Madam, please. I will learn. I will learn diligently. I promise. Please do not sell me. I wish to serve you for a lifetime. I do not want to leave you." She bowed her head, tears welling in her eyes. "Luya, rise at once." Sang-won turned, sitting up and reaching to help her. Memories of her past life filled her with melancholy. "Do not be afraid. I will never sell you. Even if others wish to, I will protect you. As long as you obey, I will heed your every word, madam." Leah nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain, her voice laced with desperation. "Really? Of course it is true." Sang-won sighed softly. "In this household, we are the only ones who belong to each other. From now on, we may have to rely on one another. You must temper your impulsiveness and refrain from quarreling with others." "I will change. I promise," Luya declared earnestly. "Even if others hit or scold me, I will not retaliate." "Good. You need only serve me. When I am absent, you may do needlework in the room. Just remember to consult me before undertaking any task. Of course, this excludes the eldest master, Li Momo, and Xingji. Understood. I will remember. Do more work and speak less, especially regarding our family affairs. Do not gossip or pry into matters that do not concern you." "Yes, I will be cautious. And do not be stubborn. If you do not know something, ask others. Do not feel shy or embarrassed. Our family is modest, and there is much we do not know. It is perfectly acceptable for others to speak of it. Yes. Furthermore, you must learn proper etiquette. This is the Sher household, not our humble Sang family. Yes. Be courteous, especially towards Li Momo and Xingji. Offending them may not lead to your being sold, but you will certainly suffer. I may not be able to help you, and you will only endure the consequences." "Yes, madam. I will remember everything. I promise not to bring you shame or trouble. Rise quickly." "Oh, madam." Luya wiped her eyes and stood up, managing a grin. Sang-won exchanged smiles with her, her gaze drifting over the exquisitely arranged room, adorned with meticulous decor. "Are you afraid?" Luya pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly, whispering, "A little. I can't shake this feeling of anxiety." Sang-won nodded faintly. It was understandable for a country girl to feel apprehensive in the city, especially when suddenly thrust into the abode of Qingzhou's wealthiest. Wasn't she once in a similar predicament? The more one feared, the more one was scorned and belittled, regardless of the status of their master. In the end, everyone mocked and humiliated her, leading her step by step into despair, withering away in a forsaken corner. In this life, she vowed never to succumb to such a fate again. Do not fear. Learn gradually. Who among us possesses 3 heads and 6 arms to devour others? What is there to fear? Sang-won encouraged, squeezing Luya's wrist with a reassuring smile. "What you say is true, madam. At most, they will only laugh at me a little." Seeing her mistress so resolute, Luya felt a surge of confidence and smiled brightly. Their eyes met, and both silently resolved to face whatever lay ahead. Shi Fengju hastily made his way to the study after mentioning Ningyuan. Fenger, upon opening the door, he saw Gu Fangzi standing before the large desk, idly flipping through account books. Her delicate yet resilient figure softened his heart. Big cousin. Gu Fangzi's eyes sparkled, but she quickly composed herself, the momentary radiance fading as she set the account book aside and offered a strained smile. Fanger. Shi Fengzhu couldn't help but step forward, enveloping her in his embrace, gently patting her back, his tongue feeling heavy with unspoken words. Gu Fangzi remained silent, comfortably nestled in his arms, her hands softly encircling his waist. His big cousin was indeed quite remarkable, gentle and amiable, possessing both grace and beauty. Her innate poise was unmistakable. After all, she was the daughter of a scholar, cultured and composed, unlike those of their kind, steeped in the stench of commerce. After a moment, masking jealousy with her words, the playful pout on her face revealed a captivating charm, stirring both love and tenderness within him. He raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Oh, is that truly how you feel? Really? As he spoke, he rubbed his chin in a mock thoughtful pose, nodding seriously. It seems you might be right. Chapter 6. The irony of insight you. Gu Fangzi was taken aback by his words, although she knew he was merely teasing her. A wave of indescribable sorrow washed over her, leaving her both hurt and aggrieved. She turned away, stamping her foot, her nasal voice becoming faintly audible. Why are you crying? Please. I was just joking. It wasn't meant to be taken seriously. Why are you crying? Dear Fanger, you know I'm not good at comforting people. Please don't make this difficult for me. Be good. Don't cry anymore. Gu Fangzi let out a soft huff, turning her head down in refusal to look at him. After he had coaxed her for a while, she feigned anger and said, Is this really something to joke about? You know quite well how I feel. How could you tease me like this? Seeing her mood lift, Shi Fengzhu chuckled. Are you blaming me? Wasn't it you who started this? Tell me, are your words truly pleasant? Gu Fangzi found herself at a loss for words. She shot him a playful glare and, with a slight smirk, retorted, You only know how to irritate me, to bully me. I must be foolish, willingly letting you take advantage of me. As she spoke, her tone softened into a shy whisper, her demeanor turning adorably bashful. Shi Fengzhu felt a warmth spread through his heart and sighed softly, speaking gently. In the future, do not speak such foolishness. Fanger, I will not let you down. Gu Fangzi felt a sweetness in her heart, which was soon overshadowed by a pang of dissatisfaction. She thought to herself, You will not let me down? Yet you have already taken Sang-Wan as your bride. If you truly would not betray me, why not call off this engagement? What does it matter if Sang-Wan's reputation suffers, or what the Sang family thinks? What is it to you? What is it to the Shi family? Despite these thoughts swirling in her mind, she maintained a sweet smile, her graceful neck lowering as she softly replied, Cousin, your words are enough for me. I am quite sincere, and I shall remember this for a lifetime. Indeed, a lifetime. Raising an eyebrow in response, both of them puzzled. Was there anything between them that could not be discussed? If she had a question, why not ask directly? In truth, his elder cousin was truly a good person. Understanding his unspoken meaning, Gu Fangzi slowly asked, Cousin, you must have some feelings of joy in your heart, correct? What are you talking about? Shi Fengzhu was taken aback, astonished by her interpretation. How could you think that? He had only ever thought of her, yearning for her over the years, never entertaining thoughts of any other woman. How could she ever say such a thing? All right, let us just say I misspoke. Gu Fangzi noticed his expression cooling, clearly upset, and regretted her impulsiveness. She quickly began to apologize. Yet, a lingering doubt remained in her heart. Growing up together, she understood Shi Fengzhu far too well. Since their engagement was set, especially in the days leading up to the wedding, his demeanor had been uncharacteristically cold. However, today, that expression had vanished. His calm and collected demeanor left her feeling uneasy, a vague sense of panic creeping in. Having accepted the reality that this engagement was a decision of their elders, and that Sang-Wan would soon enter their lives, she was not afraid. Shi Fengzhu was not the kind of man to be unfaithful. Their bond, forged over many years, could not simply be altered by Sang-Wan's arrival. Even if she were a celestial beauty, it would make no difference. What if she entered the household? What if they became husband and wife? Shi Fengzhu sighed, giving her a pointed look. Isn't it because I care about you? Gu Fangzi pouted playfully. You really want to develop feelings for her. Will you? Absolutely not. Shi Fengzhu replied with unwavering conviction. Her heart soared once more. Then, do you have something to say to me? Shi Fengzhu was momentarily taken aback, gazing at her sparkling eyes filled with anticipation. He instinctively wanted to reveal his agreement with Sang-Wan, but he ultimately held back. It was not that he did not trust Gu Fangzi, but rather he firmly believed that there are no secrets that remain hidden forever. He could surprise her in the future. With this thought, he resisted the urge to speak and looked at Gu Fangzi, smiling gently as he reiterated, "As I said, I will not let you down." Though slightly disappointed, Gu Fangzi was still filled with joy, nodding vigorously, her smile radiant. The two shared heartfelt words for a while longer, and Gu Fangzi, half serious and half joking, remarked, "Well, since cousin has just joined the family, shouldn't you go back and keep her company?" Her hesitant tone effectively conveyed her reluctance, while her gentle words showcased her graciousness. She wanted him to see her good nature. "No need," Shi Fengju replied, shaking his head without a second thought. They were not truly husband and wife, and they both knew this. Surely she would not want him lingering around her, would she? Upon hearing his response, Gu Fangzi felt a surge of happiness. Yet she had to maintain a faade, slightly furrowing her delicate brows as she softly advised, "That wouldn't be right, would it? After all, cousin has just entered the family. The servants tend to be hierarchical and might take advantage of the situation. Wouldn't he that?" Shi Fengju suddenly paused, struck by a moment of clarity. Indeed, she would be living in the household for a year and a half. That was neither a short nor a long time. If he were to neglect her right after her arrival, without any family support, how would her future days unfold? He envisioned her gentle, somewhat helpless face, recalling the way she had called his name with a hint of pleading, remembering her awkwardness when she twisted her ankle, and how she had rushed to speak ahead of him upon entering Mingyuan. In that moment, Shi Fengju understood. She had considered this issue too, but had found it difficult to voice it to him directly. And after seeing her eyes in the main hall, he had been so preoccupied that he neglected to consider this entirely. A complicated feeling surged within him, and he felt somewhat guilty. She was so understanding, taking the initiative to address a long-standing dilemma that had troubled him for years. For that alone, he could not disregard her sentiments. She understood perfectly what relinquishing her position as the First Lady would mean, yet she chose to do so nonetheless. As he felt guilt, it would have also spared them the current predicament. However, Shi Fengju shook his head and sighed. The last wishes of his grandfather were passed down to his parents, and with his father's solemn instructions before his passing, he knew that his mother would never agree. "Cousin, what's wrong?" Gu Fangzi noticed his expression shifting, looking troubled, and felt a pang of regret. Why did she have to say anything? Now she felt like she was digging her own grave. "Nothing. I just have some accounts to settle. You should go and keep your mother company. Inquire if there is anything requiring assistance on your mother's side." Shi Fengju smiled lightly. After the joyous occasion, there were inevitably various matters to tidy up within the residence. "Well, I shall take my leave." Gu Fangzi nodded and added before departing, "As noon approaches, do not forget to have your meal amidst your busyness." "Indeed, you go ahead." Shi Fengju nodded with a smile. Gu Fangzi had no choice but to turn and leave, yet an inexplicable sense of melancholy lingered in her heart. In times past, he would have invited her to dine together, and they would have leisurely visited Aunt together for conversation. As soon as Gu Fangzi departed, hesitated under Shi Fengju's fierce gaze before hastily averting his eyes. Yes, yes. Exiting the study, Gu Fangzi, accompanied by her maid Lan Xiang, took a meandering path through the garden, lost in thought. Suddenly, she turned toward Ning Garden, Mississippi. Lan Xiang turned pale, her expression a mixture of anxiety and excitement. Was the young lady heading to Ning Garden to assert her presence against the eldest madam? After all, the latter held the title of the primary wife. Was it appropriate for the young lady to visit? Would she be at a disadvantage? Well, given that her ladyship had the protection of the eldest madam and the eldest young master, and that even the young ladies of the residence must yield to her, Gu Fangzi smiled slyly, a proud smile gracing her delicate features. After conversing for quite some time, Sangwon finally lay down in her clothes. Shortly after, Xingji entered calmly to announce that the eldest young master would return for lunch. Sangwon, somewhat surprised, felt that since her husband had mentioned it, she ought to respond appropriately and could no longer lie about nonchalantly. Thus, she rose with a gentle smile and instructed Xingji, in that case, have the kitchen prepare a few of the eldest young master's favorite dishes, but do not rush to serve them. Wait until he arrives to present them. Xingji nodded appropriately and, casting a glance at Sangwon, added, I shall have someone assist the eldest madam with her hair and washing her face. Very well. Sangwon smiled and nodded, suppressing the urge to utter the phrase thank you. Addressing the servants with such words would not earn their gratitude. Instead, unlike the young Liu town of the Sang family. Chapter 7. Has he lost his mind? Big Ant. Singji called out as she stepped outside to summon someone. Liu Ya, filled with excitement, eagerly addressed Sang-won, rubbing her hands together and lowering her voice to express her determination, saying, "Rest assured, Big Ant, I will learn diligently." Sang-won smiled gently, reassuring her not to rush and to take her time. Just as she finished preparing herself, a young maid rushed in to report, "Big Ant, the cousin has arrived." Her voice was tinged with an inexplicable excitement, and the other maids exchanged furtive glances at Sang-won, as if they were all waiting for a spectacle to unfold. "Is my cousin here? Please invite her in," Sang-won thought to herself with a secretive smile. Before she could finish her words, Gu Fangzi entered gracefully, accompanied by Lan Xian. With her hands elegantly clasped at her waist, she curtsied to Sang-won and playfully said, "I hope you don't mind my uninvited visit." "Of course not. Cousin, please don't be so formal." Sang-won quickly smiled and assisted her to her seat. As she ordered tea to be served, she remarked joyfully, "I was hoping for someone to converse with, and how fortunate that you have arrived. I may be rather dull-witted and lacking in experience, so I hope you won't find me too tiresome." "Not at all. Big cousin, you are too polite." Gu Fangzi laughed lightly, and the two exchanged glances. After sipping her tea, Gu Fangzi scrutinized Sang-won with concern, saying, "Big cousin, you don't seem well. Perhaps you're too fatigued and haven't rested properly? A woman's health is of utmost importance. You mustn't neglect yourself. You should rest when needed. Aunt is a wonderful person and will never be unreasonable with you. In time, you will come to see this." Hearing Gu Fangzi's soft and genuine concern, Sang-won felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. In her previous life, it was much the same. Gu Fangzi was as warm as a blazing fire, appearing to care for her deeply, far better than Shi Fengjiu had ever done. Moreover, it was through Gu Fangzi's words that she learned of her mother-in-law's preferences and temperament. Yet, despite her efforts to comply, her mother-in-law's disdain for her only grew. Sang-won couldn't help but smile at her thoughts, while simultaneously admiring Gu Fangzi. She was indeed an astute individual, deftly maneuvering through her schemes with remarkable ease. Sang-won had been led astray and deceived so thoroughly, yet Gu Fangzi always managed to extricate herself unscathed. Sang-won inquired with a smile. Gu Fangzi was somewhat surprised that Sang-won did not take the opportunity to inquire about her mother-in-law, which was a matter of great significance to her, as her mother-in-law's attitude directly influenced her standing in the household. Was Sang-won not concerned? "After wandering for a while, I happened to pass by Ning Garden and thought to visit you, big cousin." Gu Fangzi smiled warmly. "Is that so?" Sang-won's eyes brightened, and she playfully asked, "So my mother-in-law enjoys fresh flowers? I wonder which is her favorite." Seeing that Sang-won was engaging with her, Gu Fangzi felt a surge of joy and chatted with her about it for some time. With a smile, she said she would visit again tomorrow before taking her leave. Sang-won naturally agreed, laughing as she personally escorted her out, ignoring the various glances cast by the maids. In fact, she almost wished for someone lacking in insight to mock her, providing her with an opportunity to discipline a few with no further justification required. Whether she was esteemed or not was her own affair. She was certain that both Wang Shi and Shi Fengjiu would not wish to see their servants disrespecting their mistress. At lunchtime, Shi Fengjiu indeed arrived precisely when the meal was served. The dishes, brought directly from the kitchen, required no heated containers to keep them warm and were placed straight on the table. "I was just handling some matters in the study," he said, clearing his throat lightly. Sang-won paused, wondering if this was his way of explaining his hasty departure earlier. However, she certainly appreciated his goodwill. More importantly, she knew this was a message for the servants to hear. Sang-won nodded lightly, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. I specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare some of your favorite dishes, so please enjoy them." Seeing her smile radiating warmth and grace, glancing over the table to see that the 8 dishes and a soup were indeed to his liking, he added, "In the future, there's no need to go to such lengths. Just order whatever you like to be made. Don't feel you must only consider me." Sang-won smiled softly, sitting down as she replied, "I have no particular preferences. Our Sang family cannot afford such extravagance." Shi Fengjiu was taken aback, chuckling without further comment. He understood Sang-won's family situation. What surprised him was her unabashed manner in stating this in front of him, devoid of any embarrassment or discomfort, which earned her his quiet admiration. After all, such words were not easily uttered, even by a man. Her forthrightness was truly commendable. After lunch, and he could not allow her to be treated as a mere figurehead, nor allow anyone to look down upon her. Sang-won was astonished, uncertain of what had inspired this change in Shi Fengjiu's demeanor, as he seemed genuinely concerned for her. Naturally, she was delighted by it. Once Shi Fengju made his intentions clear, the maids and servants of Ning Garden immediately displayed greater respect towards Sangwon. Many of them, previously anxious due to their earlier rudeness, were now even more attentive and cautious, fearing that the new mistress might hold a grudge. Sangwon instructed Liu Ya to present her prepared gifts, a collection of pouches in various colors, embroidered with auspicious patterns and adorned with tassels, each containing small amounts of silver. Given that the Sang family was just barely making ends meet, her gifts could scarcely be lavish, with each pouch containing no more than 2 pieces of silver at most, and 2 fen at the least. To the servants of the Shi family, this was hardly significant. In her previous life, this had earned her a reputation for being stingy and unkind, resulting in a loss of goodwill among the servants. Yet, this was all she could offer now, merely a token for good fortune and celebration. This is all I can manage as the mistress. Please accept it if you don't mind. Do your work well, and you shall surely be rewarded with more from your young master in the future. Sangwon said half jokingly, half seriously. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but chuckle, and even Shi Fengju smiled slightly. The earlier discomfort among them evaporated. The servants were well aware of the Sang family's circumstances. It was merely a gesture for good luck. Who among them truly lacked a few coins? Moreover, the mistress had hinted that there would be ample rewards in the future. Seeing that the young master had tacitly approved of her words, Shi Fengju added, "Since the mistress has said so, let the kitchen prepare 2 tables of feast for you all to enjoy tonight." Shi Fengju joined in the lightheartedness with a smile. Everyone's eyes lit up, their faces adorned with smiles. It was a rare opportunity to receive such honor from the young master. Who wouldn't he be pleased? Upon reflection, it became evident that the young master had only spoken thus out of deference to the matriarch, which altered the way the others regarded Sangwon. Liu Ya was also exceedingly pleased, her laughter more effusive than anyone else's. When Shi Fengju felt that their charade had reached a satisfactory conclusion, Sangwon and the others quickly rose to see him off. Subsequently, the group encircled Sangwon as they returned to the house. Their attentiveness towards her magnified manifold compared to before. Sangwon seized this prime opportunity to win hearts, engaging in conversation with the crowd for a considerable time before dismissing them. She could not help but inwardly lament. Acknowledging her own responsibility for the events of her past life, she had been too aloof, too passive. Had it not been for the poignant lesson of her tragic demise, perhaps in this life, she would still struggle to amend her temperament. That evening, while dining in the main courtyard of the Wang residence, the couple engaged in yet another performance, portraying a harmonious and respectful partnership, extending courtesy and humility towards her. Wang was visibly gratified, nodding with a smile on her face. It is worth noting that Wang had previously harbored reservations regarding this union, but such thoughts were swiftly suppressed as soon as they arose. After all, this was the dying wish of her father-in-law and husband. As a daughter-in-law and wife, she felt compelled to uphold their decision. This was the final act she could perform for them. Unless Sangwon were to be a maimed invalid or a notorious scoundrel, she would undoubtedly welcome her into the family. As for everything else, it would have to be set aside for the time being. Gu Fangzi, with subtle intent, deliberately avoided the gazes of others while quietly conveying goodwill and friendliness to Sangwon, frequently offering her warm and affectionate smiles. Each time Gu Fangzi smiled, Sangwon reciprocated politely. Though she was fully aware of the ulterior motives behind those smiles, she saw no reason not to play along with the act. As night fell and only the two of them remained in the room, an awkwardness enveloped the air. This evening, a maidservant was stationed in the small partition outside, making it clear that Shi Fengju's intention to sleep outside, as he had done the previous night, was no longer feasible. As newlyweds, he could hardly retreat to the study either. For a moment, he appeared more troubled than Sangwon. "The hour grows late. You take the bed while I shall make do with the floor." Shi Fengju quickly resolved his course of action, quietly retrieving bedding from the wardrobe and laying it on the carpet before the bed. As he shed his outer robe and pulled the quilt around himself, he suddenly raised his gaze towards Sangwon, hesitating to speak. Chapter 8. Misunderstanding. Sangwon had already settled into bed. "Just call for me if you need to get up." This would grant him the time to discreetly tidy up the bedding. Sangwon replied softly, drawing the delicate gauze curtain down, turning to lie on her side, settling comfortably. A faint rustling sound reached her ears as Shi Fengju also lay down. The oil lamp in the corner, shrouded in red silk, cast a gentle, warm glow. The room was enveloped in a tranquil stillness, a serene peace surrounding them. Such days were indeed delightful. Sang-won tightened the embroidered quilt around her, inhaling the subtle fragrance that wafted to her nostrils, and soon drifted into a sweet slumber. Shi Fengju rose early, and naturally, Sang-won could no longer sleep. Upon hearing him stir, she sat up, quickly donned her robe, and gracefully descended from the bed. Smiling at Shi Fengju as she nodded, "Good morning, my lord." "Ah, good morning." Shi Fengju was momentarily taken aback by her sudden movement. "Elder young master." "Elder young madam." Xing Ji's voice echoed from outside, accompanied by the soft footsteps of the maids. Having served in Ningyuan for many years, Xing Ji was well aware of Shi Fengju's habits and anticipated that he would have risen by this time. She gently knocked on the door, calling out to enter and provide assistance. "Wait." Both Shi Fengju and Sang-won exclaimed simultaneously, their voices laced with surprise. The bedding lay conspicuously on the floor. Should they enter and discover this scene, there would be no need for further words. Shi Fengju hastily clutched the bedding, attempting to shove it into the wardrobe. But Sang-won, seeing this, quickly stopped him, gesturing with her eyes for him to set it down. "I'll handle it," she whispered, hurriedly smoothing and folding the bedding with practiced ease, ensuring everything was neatly arranged before placing it away. Shi Fengju, though capable of making a bed, was far from adept at tidying up. Such tasks were best suited for women, and Sang-won was well versed in them. Once she had finished, he smiled gratefully at her, and they each took a bundle to stow in the wardrobe, glancing at each other to confirm there were no lingering signs of their earlier predicament before finally relaxing. With the attending maids displaying expressions that oscillated between shyness and amusement, their eyes cast downward, lips curling with concealed smiles. Caught in this atmosphere, both Sang-won and Shi Fengju sensed something amiss but could not pinpoint its source, leaving them in silence as they allowed the others to attend to their tasks. It was not until later, when they found themselves alone, that Lu Ya's curiosity got the better of her. With a playful whisper, she teasingly inquired about the earlier commotion. Believing they were engaged in some secretive affair, Sang-won felt an overwhelming urge to weep, staring helplessly at the ceiling. That day, someone from the Shi family business arrived in haste, and before long, Shi Fengju departed with them, claiming urgent matters to attend to. He was gone the entire day. Fortunately, due to his conduct the previous day, he leaving his newlywed wife to fend for herself did not seem to elicit any harsh remarks from the servants in Ningyuan. After receiving her mother-in-law's greetings, Sang-won took her time with breakfast, leisurely strolling through Ningyuan to admire the flowers and engage in light conversation with the maids. Enjoying a peaceful day, she felt firmly grounded. Was it not an improvement compared to her previous life? On this very day, he had also abandoned her, leaving her alone and bewildered, without support. "Madam, someone should go to count the items in your dowry storeroom. Once counted, they can be sent to Ningyuan." A woman entered Ningyuan, smiling as she approached. Sang-won had no lady-in-waiting aside from Luya, so she could only rely on her for the dowry inspection. Nodding, she called Luya forward, issuing a few instructions and handing her the list of items to ensure they matched what was in the storeroom. Though her possessions were few and not particularly valuable, they had been carefully arranged by her brother and sister-in-law. Luya agreed and turned to the woman with a smile, saying, "Please lead the way." However, the woman did not budge, casting a sidelong glance at Luya as if appraising her from head to toe. She then turned to Sang-won with a smile, suggesting, "Perhaps it would be better for madam to send someone more experienced to handle this. After all, it is your dowry we are counting." The implication was clear. She doubted Luya's capabilities. Luya's face paled in response. Normally, such comments would provoke her into a spirited argument, but recalling Sang-won's earlier words, she swallowed her indignation, lowering her gaze in silence. "She can read and will not make any mistakes. She certainly won't delay your work." The woman's face flushed with embarrassment as she forced a laugh, saying, "And even a little maid can read. How impressive." Sang-won tightened her grip, feeling the tension rise within her. She replied with a tight smile, "Then please proceed swiftly. The sooner you go, the sooner you can report back." With that, she signaled to Luya, who took a deep breath to suppress her anger. Forcing a smile, she stepped forward, gently pulling at the woman's sleeve, and said cheerfully, "Please, sister, lead the way." If there were no one backing her, if she hadn't received any instructions, that woman would never have dared to speak so disrespectfully in public. Luya, unfortunately, was still somewhat naive. Meanwhile, as Luya followed the woman, she was met with a barrage of questions. "How old are you? Who else is in your family? How did you come to the Sang family? How long have you been with the young madam?" Gradually, the conversation shifted to inquiries about the Sang family, their members, their personalities, the extent of their land, and the nature of their lives, probing into every detail as if she sought to uncover the family history. Liu was previously quite talkative, often chattering away without pause, eager to gather news and gossip. Had it not been for Sang-won's reminder, she would have likely divulged everything during such casual exchanges. However, with Sang-won's caution in mind, Liu grew wary and refrained from engaging, deftly steering the conversation elsewhere, while subtly extracting information from the woman instead. Suddenly, the woman sensed something amiss, her words faltering, and she shot Liu an annoyed glance. Clearing her throat, she stated sternly, "Enough of this idle chatter. Let us hurry along. Mistress Zhang is waiting for us in the storeroom. I have other matters to attend to." "Ah, Sister Ning." Liu, with her crisp and innocent laughter, responded as if she had not noticed Sister Ning's displeased expression. Observing Sister Ning's suppressed frustration, Liu felt a surge of delight within, thinking, "Serves you right. You thought you could deceive me, the young lady, Madame Zhang," and turned her attention to Liu. Despite her youth, Liu was well versed in many characters, her sweet demeanor and radiant smile evoking a sense of fondness in Madame Zhang, who soon adopted a much kinder expression. Before long, all details regarding Sang-won's dowry were meticulously conveyed to Liu. During the signing of documents, Madame Zhang admired Liu's neat handwriting, praising the family's reputation. Liu, blushing with modesty, humbly accepted the compliments. Afterward, Madame Zhang departed with her entourage, leaving Liu to watch as a group of about 20 young servants and several rough maidservants began to transport the items to Ning Garden. What should have been a straightforward task took an unexpected turn when a young maid rushed in, breathlessly exclaiming, "Madam, something's amiss. Sister Liu is about to fight with someone." Alarmed, Sang-won quickly inquired about the situation. The maid, looking troubled, explained, "I didn't catch everything, but I saw someone drop Madam's dowry, and then Sister Liu got into a quarrel with them. I don't know what was said, but Sister Liu is crying." A wave of dizziness washed over Sang-won. Liu was indeed a source of trouble, despite her countless warnings. How could she still be so impulsive? This was the Sure family, not the Sang family, and her actions could escalate matters significantly, making their future difficult. Yet, she was one of her own. Sang-won could not disregard her. She quickly gathered Xing Ji, Hong Yi, and others to hasten to the scene. Upon arrival, Sang-won spotted the trusted wet nurse, Granny Jiang, beside Madame Wang, who appeared to be issuing orders in a huff. Alarmed, Sang-won quickened her pace. "Oh, the madam has also come." Granny Jiang noticed Sang-won and approached with a smile, her gaze sweeping the surroundings as if to discern who had dared to speak carelessly to Sang-won. Chapter 9. Idle chatter. Upon realizing that the matter had evidently been resolved by Grandma Jiang, Sang-won felt a quiet sense of relief. Observing Grandma Jiang's slightly discomforted expression, she prudently refrained from inquiring directly, instead offering a smile and raising her hand to greet her, saying, "Grandma, you are too kind." She then glanced at Liu and remarked, "This girl is handling matters for the first time. I worried she might cause trouble, so I came to check on her." Grandma Jiang quickly responded, "Oh, it's nothing. I merely happened to pass by and saw a minor misunderstanding, so I said a few words. It's all settled now. I must return to attend to the madam, and you should head back as well." Understanding now that it was merely a small misunderstanding, Sang-won nodded gently and advised Liu, "You must be more careful, as we come from a family of decorum. Even if it were a misunderstanding, should anything truly arise, the housekeepers would handle it. Look at you, causing trouble for Grandma Jiang over a trivial misunderstanding. Thankfully, she is warm-hearted and did not hold it against you." Regardless of what had transpired, Grandma Jiang had labeled it a minor misunderstanding, and that was what it would remain. Sang-won, knowing well that Grandma Jiang was not one to dawdle, sensed that her involvement was influenced by her mother-in-law, Madame Wang. Thus, there was no need for further probing. To do so would be akin to openly opposing her mother-in-law. Liu comprehended Sang-won's intent and did not elaborate further, instead lowering her head to acknowledge her faults, saying, "It was all my fault, and I troubled Grandma Jiang. Please don't take it to heart." "How could that be?" Grandma Jiang replied with a smile, finally feeling at ease. Sang-won then said, "Well, I shall not delay you any further, Grandma. Please, do carry on. Madam, you should return as well." Grandma Jiang responded with a smile, raising her hand slightly. Sang-won chose not to say more, offering a slight nod before instructing Liu to follow her, while she, along with Xing Ji and others, departed, leaving Grandma Jiang to go her own way. The dowry was stored in the small storeroom of the western courtyard of Ningyuan. After leaving Luya to converse, Sangwon learned the full story. It turned out that two young servants had carelessly dropped a box while descending the steps, causing its contents, a collection of fine cotton, silk, and plain satin, to spill out. Luya, upon witnessing this, could not help but admonish them to clean up the mess quickly. The two young men, begrudgingly compliant, intentionally scuffed the fabrics on the ground or accidentally left large footprints on them while cleaning. Luya, both furious and anxious, urged them to be more careful. Their response was to mock her quietly, claiming that such fabric was only fit for the household's stable hands and was unworthy of concern. They even jested, asking Luya if the madam intended to wear garments made from such materials in the future. Luya's face flushed with indignation as the onlookers erupted in laughter, hurling further insults that were intolerable. Overcome with embarrassment and anger, Luya could not contain herself and began to argue back, almost brought to tears by their sharp words. Sangwon listened, her palms clenched tightly, the handkerchief trembling in her grasp. She realized that the household was indeed rife with sycophants. Even the young servants dared to openly ridicule her maid, and it was not inconceivable that they might soon turn their scorn upon her. "Miss, I truly care for the reputation of our Sang family," Luya said, her eyes brimming with tears as she glanced at the opulence surrounding them, sighing. "No matter how splendid it is here, it is not our home." Sangwon felt a similar sense of grievance and oppression, yet what could she do? Having entered the Shi household, she had to continue this life. She could either retreat step by step, cowering until she faded into obscurity, or she could strive for a glimmer of hope and transform her circumstances. Well, it is merely a few idle remarks. Why should you take them to heart? Sangwon thought bitterly, yet resolved to encourage Luya, hoping to bolster her own spirits as well. "Miss," Luya said softly, "I only feel wronged on your behalf. Though our Sang family may not be affluent, we have never lacked for basic needs. When have you ever endured such scorn?" The words of these people cut deeper than knives. There are no good souls in this city. Luya expressed her disdain, and Sangwon could not help but chuckle at her earnestness, grasping her hand gently. "It matters not. We shall live our own lives, not for the eyes of others. Let their idle chatter pass. It need not weigh on our hearts. Luya, we cannot control how others perceive us, but we must not belittle ourselves. One day, when we rise and thrive, they will see. Indeed, who knows what the future holds? I refuse to believe they can look down on us forever. Humph. If they were to find themselves in our shoes, they might fare worse." Luya declared, her chin lifted defiantly. "That is the spirit. Now, take a moment to reflect on this incident and consider where you went wrong. If you encounter a similar situation in the future, how might you handle it?" Noticing a flicker of defiance in Luya's expression, Sangwon sighed. "Think about it. When you argued with them, what purpose did it serve?" Luya's countenance fell. Indeed, while it was natural to stand up against injustice, one must also discern the appropriate moments and audiences for such actions. Otherwise, it was merely self-inflicted humiliation, and she risked becoming the subject of ridicule. This time, her defense had appeared so feeble and ineffective that it might even be turned into a jest. "I understand, miss," Luya replied softly. Sangwon nodded, instructing her to rest and reflecting on the matter, her thoughts drifting to Gu Fangzi. It was not unwarranted for her to feel suspicious. Gu Fangzi's character left much to be desired. Meanwhile, in the main courtyard, Madame Wang sighed with relief upon hearing Grandma Zhang's account, muttering, "What a close call." The Sang family, though not as affluent as the Shi family, had its own dignity. And now that Sangwon was wed into the Shi family, she was their daughter-in-law and a mistress. If she lost face, the Shi family would equally suffer embarrassment. She was astute, refraining from prying too deeply into the matter. Otherwise, it would be impossible to conceal the truth. Madame Wang sighed again, reflecting on the discomfort of having her daughter-in-law ridiculed by their own servants. If word of this spread beyond the family, the Shi family would be humiliated in Qingzhou City, especially the wife of the Zhuang family, who would undoubtedly revel in their misfortune. That woman was envious of the Shi family and always found ways to provoke them. Given this opportunity, she would surely exaggerate the situation. Have the servants been properly instructed? If anyone dares to utter a word about this again, I will see to it that they are punished. Those two gossipy young servants deserve a beating and should be sent to the countryside to perform manual labor. If they remain disobedient, I shall send them to the forests of Sichuan to chop wood." Madame Wang declared, her teeth clenched in anger. "Rest assured, madam, I have given them all instructions. The eldest lady is wise and will not mention it again. Grandma Jiang responded hastily. Madame Wang felt reassured by Grandma Jiang's efficiency, nodding as her expression softened. Yet, she could not suppress her dissatisfaction, scoffing, "My daughter-in-law is correct. What are those housekeepers and stewards doing? How can we have such uncouth individuals in our household? This is a minor issue today, but what if these dim-witted fools create a larger scandal in the future? Instruct everyone to remain vigilant. In a few days, I shall summon those in charge to meet with me, as I wish to clarify matters personally." "Yes, my lady." Granny Jiang understood that her mistress was particularly concerned with her reputation. Given the current situation, it was only natural for her to seek out a few individuals to bear the brunt of her displeasure. Now, it remains uncertain who shall be the unfortunate recipient of her ire. Lady Wang felt a surge of distaste that finally began to subside. After a moment of contemplation, she added, "My daughter-in-law has suffered an injustice. Do you think I should bestow some token of appreciation to alleviate her distress?" Granny Jiang was momentarily at a loss for words, pondering internally how just yesterday the lady had enjoyed her daughter-in-law's tea and granted her gifts. At this juncture, the incident had clearly been identified as a minor misunderstanding, and since the lady had not even intervened, what reason was there to offer rewards? That would merely be seeking trouble where none existed. The old servant observed that the lady possessed a composed and sensible nature, and surely, furthermore, this evening, the lady would still need to prepare dinner. It would be more fitting to offer her a reward after she had prepared a meal to your liking. According to the customs of Qingzhou, when a new daughter-in-law enters the family, she is expected to prepare a special dinner for her parents-in-law the following evening, demonstrating her dexterity and capability in managing household affairs. Indeed, I nearly forgot about that. Let us address this matter later in the evening, Lady Wang exclaimed, slapping her forehead in realization. Please assist me in finding a pair of exquisite gold hairpins to prepare. Granny Jiang promptly agreed and set off. Lady Wang, feeling somewhat impatient and unable to wait until evening, summoned her stepdaughter Shirlian and her niece Shirwei to join her in the Ning Garden for a chat with Sangwan. When Sangwan saw Shirlian and Shirwei arriving together, she was quite taken aback. Shirlian was someone she could engage with, while Shirwei, being just 11, was still a naive little girl, oblivious to much. However, what new daughter-in-law is not apprehensive of her younger sisters-in-law? Sangwan, wearing a broad smile, warmly rose to personally welcome them into the room. Shirlian's biological mother, concubine Ro, had already passed away. She had been raised under the watchful and somewhat unpredictable nature of her legitimate mother, who was inherently suspicious and always cautious. Most days, she remained secluded in her room, engaged in needlework, sewing garments and socks for her legitimate mother and two elder brothers, seldom venturing into the garden, let alone visiting others. Shirwei, on the other hand, was the daughter of concubine Fong, who enjoyed the favor of the second master. Shirwei was pleasing to the eye and still quite young, with a lively disposition. Chapter 10. In the kitchen in her previous life, Sangwon had little understanding of her sister-in-law. Observing her calm demeanor, she found herself at a loss for words. Shirlian had come at the behest of her biological mother for a brief visit. She had always been prudent and reserved, rendering her unable to engage in conversation with her unfamiliar sister-in-law. Fortunately, the presence of the lively little girl, Shi Rui, alleviated the awkwardness for both Sangwon and Shirlian, providing them with some light-hearted banter to fill the silence. For Sangwon and Shirlian, this interaction was akin to a trial they were compelled to endure, a performance they could not escape. Before long, Gu Fangzi entered with a cheerful demeanor. Upon seeing the three of them, she clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Oh, how lively it is here with my dear elder sister-in-law. It's truly remarkable how quickly you have become acquainted with my two younger cousins. My cousins in the peony courtyard have never brought such vibrancy to our gatherings." Gu Fangzi's voice was both delicate and bright, akin to the melodic chirping of a songbird. Her words imbued the atmosphere with a refreshing energy, prompting smiles to blossom on the faces of the three women, lifting their spirits. Sangwon called out cousin with humility, urging Gu Fangzi to take a seat. Shirlian and Shi Rui chimed in, calling elder sister. The room suddenly became much more animated, growing more relaxed in its ambience. Not at all. I wish I could visit my elder sister, but alas, she is always busy with my elder cousin over business matters, or tending to my aunt. By the time my sister returns, it's already dark, and my opportunities to play are lost. I have long heard of the exquisite peonies in my sister's garden. I long to see them. Shi Rue exclaimed, her large, glistening eyes sparkling with innocence, blissfully unaware of the awkwardness her words could evoke. Gu Fengzi's expression momentarily faltered, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Even though the entire household was privy to her affair with Shi Fengjiu, including Wang Shi, it still felt disconcerting to have a child voice such sentiments in front of Sang Wan. As Shi Rue began to speak, Shi Lian meticulously examined the intricate patterns on the blue and white porcelain tea bowl she held, her focus entirely absorbed, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding conversation. While Shi Lian could feign ignorance, Sang Wan was not so fortunate. She had no choice but to feign deafness, adopting an interested expression as she smiled at Shi Rue. It seems that you, dear fifth sister, have a fondness for flowers. I wonder what blooms grace the garden at this time of year. Perhaps when the weather improves, we could visit. Shi Lian glanced up momentarily, stealing a quick look at Sang Wan before lowering her gaze again, continuing to admire the tea bowl. Gu Fengzi, visibly relieved, smiled and responded, "Indeed, my elder sister-in-law is correct. When the weather is pleasant, it is the perfect time for a stroll. My aunt's garden is filled with all manner of exquisite flowers. It is truly a sight to behold during the blooming season." Shi Rue, a child who relished in merriment, clapped her hands in delight upon hearing this, and after a moment of contemplation, turned to Sang Wan. "Just yesterday, I passed by the garden and saw the gardenias blooming beautifully, a sea of pristine white. The fragrance wafted through the air from quite a distance. Sister-in-law, cousin, shall we go and enjoy the view tomorrow?" Tomorrow? The thought struck Sang Wan. She would be returning to her maternal home the following day. As the realization sank in, a pang of jealousy flickered in Gu Fengzi's eyes. With a gentle, teasing poke to Shi Rue's forehead, she chided softly, "You, my dear, seem to forget everything when play is mentioned, almost wishing to leave this very moment. However, tomorrow is not feasible. Your sister-in-law must return home." "What does return home mean?" Shi Rue asked, puzzled. The maids stifled their laughter, and Sang Wan, along with Gu Fengzi, joined in the mirth. Shi Lian, having set down her tea bowl, also smiled. Confused, Shi Rue glanced around, her innocent expression betraying her bewilderment. "Did I say something wrong? You little one, what do you know?" Gu Fengzi teased affectionately, casting a glance at Sang Wan. "Returning home means going back to one's family. Tomorrow, your sister-in-law will be going back." She continued, "We can surely plan a visit to the garden on a sunnier afternoon in a few days, and we might even fly kites. What do you think?" Gu Fengzi's timely intervention to steer the conversation away from discomfort warranted a grateful glance from Sang Wan, who nodded in acknowledgement. Shi Rue, with an O that hinted at her partial understanding, brightened at the mention of flying kites, and eagerly began to chatter about her large swallow kite at home. After sitting for a while, "It is time for us to take our leave so as not to disturb your sister-in-law any longer," Shi Lian remarked with a gentle smile, betraying a hint of fatigue. "Indeed," Gu Fengzi nodded, turning to Sang Wan with a smile, "We shall not intrude upon you any further, dear sister-in-law. You must prepare for the kitchen soon." She leaned in closer, whispering, "By the way, my aunt has a fondness for winter melon soup. If you prepare that dish, I am certain it will delight her." "Is that so? Thank you for the reminder, cousin." Sang Wan's eyes brightened, and she smiled, albeit tightening her grip on her handkerchief. In her previous life, Gu Fengzi had offered similar advice, and she had indeed prepared the winter melon soup, only to have it sabotaged, resulting in her mother-in-law suffering an allergic reaction and enduring mockery from a certain lady. Consequently, Wang Shi harbored a deep-seated resentment toward her, wishing never to see her again. "Dear sister-in-law, you are too modest." Gu Fengzi giggled, playfully winking at her before departing with Shi Lian and Shi Rue. Sang Wan let out a silent sigh of relief. The winter melon soup. Since Gu Fengzi had openly stated that Wang Shi adored it, if she were to abstain from making it, it would appear as though she were disregarding Wang Shi's feelings and intentionally snubbing Gu Fengzi's goodwill. Thus, she had no choice but to prepare the winter melon soup, regardless of her reluctance. The tradition dictated that the new bride would take charge of the kitchen, selecting several dishes from a menu prepared by the kitchen staff to create a complete meal. While she would personally handle one or two dishes, the majority would still be prepared by the kitchen. After all, how could one expect the new bride to possess the energy to single-handedly orchestrate an entire feast? In her previous life, Sang Wan had prepared winter melon soup and steamed perch. Accepting her fate, she resolved to make those two dishes once more. When she selected her dishes and consulted with Mrs. Jian from the kitchen, Mrs. Jian clapped her hands joyfully and exclaimed, "What a coincidence. We just received 2 large, fresh purchases today, and I was planning to suggest using them for the meal. As for the winter melon soup, that is indeed the madam's favorite dish. It would suit perfectly." Sang-won smiled and nodded. "I shall prepare these 2 dishes. The remainder will be left to you. Madam is too kind. This is merely my duty." Mrs. Jian replied with a smile. Sang-won wasted no time, tying on her apron and rolling up her sleeves, ready to work alongside Luya. Both had extensive experience with household chores and felt completely at ease in the kitchen. One filleted the perch while the other hollowed out and cleaned the winter melon, moving in a coordinated manner. Before long, the fish was cleaned thoroughly. Sang-won took it, seasoning and marinating it before placing it on a large oval platter, garnishing it with finely chopped ginger and scallions. She carefully set it in the steamer and covered it. Luya then grabbed a small stool, settling beside the stove to keep an eye on the fire. Sang-won instructed her that once the fish was in the steamer, she must not leave her sight for even a moment. Meanwhile, the winter melon was also prepared. Pork ribs, chicken, red dates, shiitake mushrooms, goji berries, dried bamboo shoots, and ham were all cut into pieces, each ingredient meticulously prepared by Sang-won herself. As the dishes steamed, she finally allowed herself a moment of relief. "Madam, it's quite smoky in here. Why don't you step outside to rest for a while? We can handle things here," Mrs. Jian offered with a smile. In the brief span of less than 2 days since her arrival, Sang-won had already endured numerous overt and covert provocations, with the specter of her past failures looming large. Except for Luya, she dared not confide in anyone else. Smiling gently, she shook her head. "No need. You all carry on with your work. I prefer to oversee the cooking personally." Thus, Lady Sang did not persist any longer. She smiled and praised the matron for her diligence and filial piety, and then busied herself with her own matters. The firewood in the stove burned steadily, neither too fast nor too slow, maintaining an ideal flame. As she silently gazed at the flickering flames in the hearth, Sang-won felt a quiet sense of relief spreading within her. This time, she was personally overseeing everything from start to finish. Surely, there would be no mishaps. However, just as this thought crossed her mind, the voice of Aunt Singji called out, "Madam, the eldest son has returned." At that moment, Sang-won's heart sank, and an ominous feeling enveloped her. "What is it?" Though she heard Aunt Singji's call, Sang-won remained in the kitchen, unwilling to step outside. Unless there was a fire in the kitchen, she would not take a single step. Seeing that she did not come out, Aunt Singji had no choice but to enter herself, kneeling respectfully and saying, "Madam, the eldest son has returned and urgently requests the keys." The keys, Sang-won recalled them. In the morning, Feng-ju had hurriedly dropped a set of keys from his person, and Aunt Singji mentioned that these keys were kept close to the eldest son, with no one daring to touch them. Sang-won had no choice but to keep them on her person, intending to return them to him when he returned in the evening. But now, it seemed, he required them urgently. "Then you may take them to the eldest son," Sang-won replied with a smile, retrieving the keys from her person and offering them to Aunt Singji. "Madam," Aunt Singji took a step back and smiled. "It would be best if you personally delivered them to the eldest son. These keys are his treasures, and we servants would not dare to touch them." Such a sensitive item, Aunt Singji certainly did not wish to risk any suspicion. Sang-won was nearly choked with disbelief. How could her luck be so fortuitous? Was this the inescapable hand of fate? She felt a trembling caution tightening around her, as if this final step was destined to be the one through which someone would exploit her vulnerability. "Madam, please hurry. The eldest son is waiting," Aunt Singji, noticing Sang-won's hesitation, tactfully urged her. At this point, it would be unreasonable for Sang-won to delay any further. After all, Feng-ju was her husband. Her husband was paramount, and his words were akin to imperial edicts. Disobedience was tantamount to courting disaster. This venerable figure directly affected her very existence. She could not afford to provoke him. Chapter 11. Inescapable past life. "Very well. I shall return shortly. You will keep watch for me." Sang-won sighed silently, turning swiftly to head back to Ning Garden. After handing the key to Shi Fengju, she hurried back to the kitchen. Shi Fengju was aware that she intended to cook that evening, so he refrained from further conversation, allowing her to proceed. As she walked, however, Sang-won's steps gradually slowed. The steaming time required for the winter melon bowl differed from that for the steamed mandarin fish, and her stove was far from Luya's. Besides, Xingji had already offered to keep an eye on it, which meant she could not possibly call upon Luya for assistance as well. Doing so would be a direct affront to Xingji. Moreover, the winter melon bowl had been out of her sight for too long. Xingji was not her and lacked the vigilance necessary. If someone intended to meddle, they had ample opportunity to do so. Regardless of whether anything had happened, she could not afford to take that risk. The thought of Wang Shi developing a rash as she did in her past life was something Sang Wan could not even bear to contemplate. The winter melon bowl must not be allowed to reach Wang Shi's hands. What to do? Sang Wan looked up at the empty sky. The sun was setting in the west, painting the horizon in brilliant hues, a dreamlike beauty, yet she felt the impending doom of her nightmare. Her gaze fell upon a lush tree, and her eyes brightened. It was a Chinese tune tree. She recalled that her mother-in-law not only adored the winter melon bowl, but also had a fondness for Chinese tune tofu. Alas, the season for the tender shoots had long passed. Nevertheless, the spark in Sang Wan's eyes gradually intensified and solidified. She smirked silently. Tonight, she would prepare the Chinese tune tofu. Although the tender shoots could no longer be used, she could boil the old bark of the tune tree in water, filter out the impurities, and then soak finely chopped young greens in the filtered tune water for a quarter of an hour, subsequently chopping them finely until they resembled the young shoots. After that, she would briefly immerse the tofu in the tune water before mixing the two together, yielding a dish rich in the flavor of tune, nearly indistinguishable from the original. In her past life, Gu Fangzi had prepared this dish for her mother-in-law, Wang Shi, during a time when fresh tune was unavailable, and her mother-in-law had been overjoyed, praising Gu Fangzi's ingenuity. Now, with this knowledge, Sang Wan was determined to follow suit. Without hesitation, Sang Wan summoned a coarse servant girl to her side, directing her to peel 2 pieces of old tune tree bark, which she then took to the kitchen. Recalling Gu Fangzi's instructions from memory, this drew the amazement of the other kitchen maids, including Madame Jian, who watched in awe. As the winter melon bowl was taken off the stove, Sang Wan swiftly stepped aside, stepping on the skirt of a certain cook in the process, causing her to stumble forward and collide with a maid who was cautiously carrying the winter melon bowl, resulting in a loud crash as the bowl shattered upon impact. The commotion startled everyone, and they turned to see the source of the noise, their expressions shifting to one of alarm, exchanging glances filled with trepidation. The maid was doomed. The maid was doomed. I did not mean to. Both the maid and the cook turned pale, one apologizing while the other attempted to explain, both flustered. This was no ordinary dish. It was a meal prepared by the new mistress for her mother-in-law, not something that could be brushed off with a few apologies. The two of them understood this well, their legs turning to jelly as they knelt on the ground. Sang Wan remained silent, her brows furrowed slightly, lips pressed together, her expression calm, yet distant. As the new mistress, reprimanding them would seem presumptuous. However, to overlook the incident would undermine her authority. Thus, expressing her dissatisfaction in this silent manner was the most fitting response. In her previous life, she had been too gentle and accommodating, allowing others to walk all over her. Most people in this world operated on fear and respect. Once authority was lost, regaining it would prove difficult. Regardless, she knew that if she remained silent, others would inevitably speak. Madame Jian inwardly lamented her misfortune. As the supervisor, she would also bear some responsibility for the incompetence of her subordinates. She quickly stepped forward, scolding the cook and the maid with a sharp tongue before turning to Sang Wan to apologize, her face adorned with a forced smile. These 2 servants deserve punishment for their grave mistake. Rest assured, I shall ensure they are dealt with severely, providing you with a satisfactory resolution. However, given the circumstances, the winter melon bowl. Fortunately, you had the foresight to prepare the Chinese tune tofu as well. I suggest we serve the steamed mandarin fish alongside the Chinese tune tofu instead. After all, dinner is of utmost priority, and the mealtime is fast approaching. These 2 servants shall not escape unscathed. As Madame Jian spoke, the other cooks chimed in, pleading on behalf of the culprits, while the 2 kneeling maids repeatedly begged for forgiveness. The younger maid, frightened, nearly burst into tears. Seeing that the situation had escalated, Sang Wan let out a resigned sigh. Madame Jian is right. The dinner for the lady is paramount, and now is not the time to discuss this. Her gaze fell upon the shattered winter melon bowl, and she sighed with genuine regret and resignation. Madame Jian and the 2 culprits felt even more ashamed, and gritting her teeth, Madame Jian declared, "My lady, these 2 servants have caused quite a disturbance on such a fine day. Please, instruct me on how they should be punished, and I shall comply without hesitation." Madame Jian, feeling unlucky, thought it best to let Sang-won decide, allowing her to have her way while also sparing herself from blame. Oh, you will comply with whatever I say? Sang-won raised an eyebrow, smiling enigmatically at Madame Jian. Madame Jian's heart sank, feeling suddenly unsteady. Having spoken, she could not retract her words, and thus mustered a nod. Yes, I will comply with whatever you decide. Sang-won smiled softly, addressing the trembling duo on the ground. You may rise. It is evident that you are honest. It was merely an unfortunate accident, and I shall not punish you. The two girls were momentarily stunned, exchanging incredulous glances, uncertain if they had misheard. However, Madame Jian and the others breathed a sigh of relief, smiles spreading across their faces. What are you waiting for? Get up already. Do you expect the lady to help you up? Madame Jian playfully scolded, then turned to Sang-won with a smile, saying, Thank you for your grace, my lady. You are truly merciful. Thank you, my lady. The two maids, as if awakening from a dream, quickly bowed their heads in gratitude, joyously rising to their feet. Sang-won then turned to Madame Jian, smiling. While they may be spared punishment, you, as the overseer, cannot simply let this slide, can you? What do you think? Madame Jian stammered, her heart tightening. What is this? No one punishes the guilty while seeking trouble with the supervisor. The others, including the two who had just stood up, widened their eyes in disbelief. Sang-won smiled. This is quite simple. You have been in the kitchen for quite some time, haven't you? Seeing Madame Jian nod mechanically, Sang-won continued. Then, I hope you will teach me how to cook more dishes from now on. As a daughter-in-law, it is my duty to serve my mother-in-law and husband well. Madame Jian, I implore you. Oh, my lady. Upon hearing this, Madame Jian relaxed her tense posture and laughed. You just too much. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Very well. It is no trouble at all. As long as you come to me, I will be sure to teach you whenever you wish. I am well aware of the likes and preferences of both the lady and the young master. You are truly a devoted daughter-in-law. Indeed, so virtuous. After a moment of tension, the atmosphere lightened, and laughter erupted among everyone present. Sang-won smiled, waving her hand and saying, All right, everyone, please get back to your tasks. The dishes should be served shortly. Sister Jian, keep an eye on things. Rest assured, madam. Jian answered with a cheerful tone. Sang-won nodded with a smile. After this recent upheaval, she surmised that no one would dare to harbor ulterior motives today. Even if someone did, they would find it difficult to seize an opportunity. The table was laid out with 12 dishes and a soup, with only Wang Shi, Shi Fengju, Shi Lian, and Gu Fangzi seated at the table. The members of the second household did not come over again. Shi Fengju had a younger brother, Sanling, who was studying at Yuanchang Academy and had only returned for a couple of days. After Sang-won had formally introduced herself and served tea yesterday, he returned to the academy. Sang-won stood respectfully beside Wang Shi, holding a clean pair of silver chopsticks and a pristine white plate, ready to serve. The two dishes she had personally prepared, steamed perch and fragrant chives tofu, were placed before Wang Shi. Gu Fangzi had informed Sang-won of her fondness for winter melon soup, and Wang Shi, having learned of this, glanced at the table only to find no winter melon soup present, causing her expression to sour slightly. It was clear that her preference had been disregarded. What could that possibly mean? Sang-won had intended to find an appropriate moment to explain the situation. But upon seeing Wang Shi's expression, she was startled and realized that seizing the moment was more crucial. Mother, I initially planned to prepare steamed perch and your favorite winter melon soup. However, a careless maid accidentally knocked it over. It is my fault for not being vigilant. Therefore, I hastily prepared this fragrant chives tofu instead. Please do try it. Fragrant chives tofu? Wang Shi's attention was immediately captured as she glanced at the plate beside the steamed perch. Is it this? Haha, where could one find chives at this time of year? But, now that you mention it, it has piqued my appetite. I was just thinking about this dish. Mother, please have a taste. Seeing the smile on Wang Shi's face, Sang-won refrained from mentioning the winter melon soup again, signaling a successful diversion. She swiftly seized the opportunity to place a piece into Wang Shi's bowl. Wang Shi turned to her with a smile, picked up her chopsticks, and took a bite. After savoring it thoughtfully, her eyes lit up, and she nodded in approval, saying, Delicious, delicious. This truly is fragrant chives tofu. Come, everyone, try it and see if it has the same flavor. With Wang Shi in high spirits, no one was foolish enough to dampen her enthusiasm, and they all laughed as they sampled the dish, chiming in with their approval. How curious. Where could chives possibly come from at this time of year? Wan Yang, do enlighten us. We are eager to learn. Wang Shi joked. Chapter 12. Turbulence at the dining table. It was sufficient that mother did not ridicule her. She dared not claim any expertise. With a gentle smile, Sang-won recounted the events in soft, melodious tones. Upon hearing this, Wang Shi praised her profusely, taking her hand and exclaiming, "You truly have outdone yourself. Such exquisite and clever ideas could only spring from the mind of a lady from a scholarly family. Your ingenuity is truly remarkable." The thought of having such a commendable daughter-in-law filled Wang Shi with joy, and she pondered when to send an invitation to Madame Zhuang, so she could witness her daughter-in-law's dexterity and wisdom, to see if she still dared to mock the union of the Shi and Sang families. As she mused, Wang Shi's gaze towards Sang-won grew increasingly approving, and she offered more compliments. However, Gu Fangzi was seething with frustration. Recently, she had coincidentally overheard a method for making a dish of fragrant mung bean tofu, and had envisioned exposing Sang-won to embarrassment in front of her aunt today. She planned to prepare the dish herself in a couple of days for comparison, ensuring that Sang-won would be thoroughly despised in her aunt's eyes. To her dismay, Sang-won seemed to have acquired the exact same method from somewhere and had beaten her to it. Moreover, the altered winter melon dish had not even been served. Gu Fangzi felt an unspoken bitterness, silently vexed. Seeing Wang Shi continuously praise Sang-won, Gu Fangzi blinked softly and feigned a smile, saying, "Indeed, my dear sister-in-law is both virtuous and skilled, and is absolutely right. Who else could conceive such ideas? Only my sister-in-law is capable of that." I hope the winter melon dish did not splash on her. At her words, everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Sang-won, including Shi Fengqiu, who also reflexively asked, "Is she hurt anywhere?" Before anyone could respond, Gu Fangzi jested, "Yes, my sister-in-law. Are you hurt? Brother must be worried." Wang Shi's smile faltered slightly at this. Sang-won, initially oblivious to any malice, caught a glimpse of Wang Shi's expression and was momentarily startled. After all, no mother enjoys hearing her son's overt concern for his wife. Although this overt concern had been subtly prompted by Gu Fangzi, Shi Fengqiu mentally chided himself for speaking out of turn and chose to remain silent, casting Gu Fangzi a helpless glance while forcing a smile. To Wang Shi, this smile inevitably seemed like an acknowledgement of Gu Fangzi's earlier comment, which only heightened her displeasure. Though Sang-won was his wife and Gu Fangzi was already designated as a concubine, Gu Fangzi was nonetheless Wang Shi's niece, having been by her side for many years. Seeing her son's affections shift towards Sang-won, neglecting his cousin with whom he had shared years of companionship, was certainly disheartening for her. Sang-won feigned ignorance and smiled, meeting Shi Fengqiu's gaze with ease. "Dear eldest son, there is no need for concern. I am perfectly well. I assure you, I will not delay making the winter melon dish for mother tomorrow. How thoughtful of you to remember that your mother is counting on it." Her words elicited a hearty laugh from Wang Shi, dispelling any lingering feelings of resentment. "I appreciate your thoughtfulness. You are returning to your family tomorrow, so there is no need to trouble yourself. After all, there will be many days ahead. I'll remember your kindness." Although Sang-won's words were somewhat contrived, they were nevertheless pleasing to Wang Shi's ears. And she couldn't help but reflect on Gu Fangzi's earlier jest as just a playful comment. Wang Shi chuckled inwardly, questioning whether aging made one more petty, taking jokes too seriously. Gu Fangzi, meanwhile, forced a smile, her irritation brewing beneath the surface. She yearned to confront Sang-won, but Shi Fengqiu's temperament held her back. He had already given a reluctant smile, and she feared further confrontation might provoke his annoyance. She could not afford to engage in such a fruitless endeavor. At the same time, Sang-won sighed inwardly. Look at Gu Fangzi. With her hidden malice and insidious intent, she was a master of subtlety. Each of her words was so sweetly spoken. Had Sang-won not suffered greatly in her past life, she might have fallen for them entirely. Shi Fengqiu, sensing the tension, interjected with a smile. "Mother, the food will grow cold. Let us eat." "Indeed, let us eat." Wang Shi agreed, glancing at Sang-won. "Come, Wan Yang, sit and eat with us. You must be tired today." Sang-won politely declined a few times before finally sitting beside Wang Shi, continuously serving her with clean chopsticks, which greatly delighted Wang Shi. Dinner concluded on a warm and harmonious note. As Sang-won and Shi Fengqiu departed for Ningyuan, Wang Shi held her hand, giving him a few instructions for the next day's visit to her family, to which Sang-won expressed her gratitude with a smile. Once the bedroom door was closed, they had begun to share a sense of camaraderie, The weight of their individual burdens momentarily lifted as they prepared for the night. Shi Fengju engaged Sang Wan in light conversation while laying out the bedding. He unconsciously assumed that since they were merely acting as husband and wife, Sang Wan was not obligated to serve his mother, thus overlooking the fact that, in the eyes of outsiders, she was indeed the matriarch of the Shi family. During dinner, he had observed her utmost respect toward his mother, which brought him unexpected joy and gratitude. After all, who would not appreciate seeing someone treat their mother with such reverence? Rest early. We must rise early tomorrow, Shi Fengju said, sitting on the bedding, pulling a quilt around himself and smiling at Sang Wan. With the bed curtains still drawn, Sang Wan leaned against the headboard, loosely wrapped in a pale blue embroidered robe, revealing a hint of her delicate pink satin nightgown. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down, softly draping over her shoulder and accentuating her graceful demeanor and serene features, invoking a sense of comfort in those who beheld her. Eldest son, I still have a few words I wish to share with you, Sang Wan said with a smile, her tone carrying a hint of shyness. In the soft glow of the lamp, her beauty was enchanting. Though Shi Fengju was not a man of lecherous inclinations, he found no aversion to the pleasant sight before him. He straightened his posture, nodding with a smile. Please, do speak. Sang Wan took a moment to gather her thoughts before replying. Tomorrow, thank you for accompanying me back home. Upon hearing this, Shi Fengju understood that Sang Wan likely had matters regarding their return to discuss. He smiled readily. It is my duty, no need for thanks. Just tell me if you require anything. Her kindness towards his mother warranted a reciprocation of goodwill on his part. Why would he not seize the opportunity to repay her? Sang Wan felt a sense of relief at his understanding and replied with a smile. Then I shall speak candidly. You are aware of my family's situation. I think it best to bring only a couple of trusted companions tomorrow. There is no need for any grand display. The more people we bring, the more I fear my brother and sister-in-law will be unable to entertain them properly. I mean no offense. My brother and sister-in-law have already done enough for my marriage, and I do not wish to burden them further. As she spoke, her enchanting eyes were fixed earnestly upon Shi Fengju. In her previous life, the return home had been an extravagant affair, yet the servants of the Shi family were notoriously haughty. Upon arriving at the Sang family, they had looked down upon everything, who was merely caught in the middle of it all, suffering unjustly. A visit home ended in disarray. Had matters concluded there, it would have sufficed. Yet upon returning to the Shi residence, the accompanying individuals embellished the tale, while some gossiped maliciously before the Wang family, alleging that the Sang family was both odious and obstinate, haughty and acrimonious, boasting of a mere few days of scholarly pursuits, looking down upon the Shi family, and deriding them as ostentatious. These remarks struck a nerve with Madame Wang, inciting her wrath. She berated the Sang family and summoned Sang Wan to find a pretext to chastise her thoroughly, leading to an even deeper disdain for her thereafter. Upon hearing this, Shi Fengju recalled the day of the marriage proposal at the Sang residence. Though he had not paid close attention, the overall scene had registered in his mind. The small courtyard, with fruit trees planted in front and a fenced vegetable garden behind, housed a sturdy and clean structure made of blue bricks and large tiles. Such a dwelling was inferior to the homes of the more esteemed matriarchs of the Shi family. This indeed posed a dilemma. The more visitors there were, the less it resembled a simple visit and more a display of ostentation. Shi Fengju had never been one to flaunt his status, holding disdain for the extravagance exhibited by wealthy scions, and he was resolute in not demeaning himself to become one of them. It was a lapse on my part not to consider this thoroughly. Shi Fengju chuckled. Rest assured, I shall make the necessary arrangements for tomorrow. I must express my gratitude to you, young master. Sang Wan's heart eased, and she beamed a radiant smile at Shi Fengju. He shook his head with a smile. Seizing the opportunity, Sang Wan added, Our family is quite simple. My second brother studies at Wenchang Academy, and on the day I was wed, he returned briefly before departing again. Now, only my elder brother, sister-in-law, and their children remain, along with a nursemaid to care for the little ones. We have no particular customs, so if there are any oversights, I hope the young master will be lenient. Shi Fengju replied with a laugh. I had not perceived anything amiss. Your repeated reassurances have made me somewhat anxious. And if there were to be customs, what might they entail? Sang Wan laughed in response. Indeed, I was the one being overly cautious. You were indeed. Shi Fengju chuckled in agreement. They each retired for the night, leaving no further conversation. Only Sang Wan. The memories of her previous existence felt increasingly distant, as if they were a dream, ethereal and elusive. Sangwon found herself momentarily lost in thought, uncertain whether these were mere phantoms or tangible experiences. Chapter 13. The return visit of 3 dynasties. The following day, the two rose early, hastily tidied themselves, taking only Luya with her for the return visit. On the other hand, Shi Fengju made some adjustments, bringing along his trusted young servants, Chong Huan and Shi Ming, as well as the loyal couple Li Yin and Song, he from the outer courtyard. They prepared 2 horse-drawn carriages. Shi Fengju and Sangwon shared one, with the 2 young servants riding alongside, while the couples drove the other carriage, with the women accompanying Luya and the gifts piled in their vehicle. Before they set off, Shi Fengju glanced at Sangwon, seeking her opinion. She smiled faintly and nodded slightly in response. With a wave of his hand, he instructed everyone to board the carriages and prepare to depart. As the wheels of the carriage rolled away from the gates, the sound gradually faded. From behind a dense cluster of pomegranate bushes, Gu Fangzi emerged with a sullen expression, snapping a branch in her hand and crushing the green leaves within her palm, staining her fair skin with shades of green. She paid no mind to her palm, but glared fiercely ahead, her eyes ablaze with indignation. That woman, her cousin, had gone to visit that woman. Although she had anticipated this, the feeling of frustration lingered in her heart. The memory of Sangwon's gentle smile and the warmth in her eyes added to her turmoil. How foolish of me, how foolish, Gu Fangzi murmured. As the carriage left the city gate, the distant, hazy mountains came into view through the gauzy curtain. Sangwon clutched the handkerchief in her hand, alternating between tightening and loosening her grip. Her body swayed slightly, as if unable to contain the excitement bubbling within her. Shi Fengju noticed and inquired, "You seem rather fidgety? You've only been apart for a few days. What is there to be nervous about?" Sangwon paused, forcing a smile as she lowered her gaze. "Yes, just a few days. I'm being silly." To him and everyone else, it had indeed been just a few days, but for her, it felt like several years. After years of separation from her true kin, the anticipation of seeing them again filled her with both excitement and apprehension. Would her honest elder brother, her forthright sister-in-law, and her beloved nieces and nephews be the same as she remembered? Would they still treat her with the same warmth as before? Yes, surely they would. For all the unpleasantness had yet to begin, and it would never begin. Sangwon's heart churned with emotions, her breath quickening. "No need to rush. We have over 2 hours of travel left. If you're tired, you can close your eyes and rest," Shi Fengju suggested, sensing her agitation. Understanding his concern, Sangwon nodded and closed her eyes against the carriage wall, sorting through her thoughts. As noon approached, they passed through Yonglu town and reached the outskirts of Sea Village, where Sangwon's family home was located. The Shi family's carriage, impressive and striking, boasted high wheels and a freshly painted body, draped in a patterned silk curtain adorned with golden tassels and jeweled charms, drawn by a robust chestnut horse. It caught the attention of many villagers as it entered the village. Although only 2 carriages were present, the villagers marveled at them, whispering in envy. Indeed, the Shi family of Qizhou is remarkable. Many children ran alongside, delightedly following the spectacle. The carriage halted before the Sang family home, and Luya, dressed in fresh attire, sprang down to assist Sangwon. The nearby women, intrigued, began to murmur, "Isn't that Luya? Look at her splendid attire and hair ornaments. I've never seen anything so beautiful. The Shi family must be wealthy. Even their maid is dressed better than us." Sangwon, stepping down from the carriage, immediately drew the attention of the crowd. Clad in a resplendent red embroidered coat adorned with peonies and a golden skirt, she exuded grace and elegance. Her hair, albeit somewhat awkwardly, Sangwon called out brother warmly, her eyes welling with emotion as she stepped forward to introduce Shi Fengju. "This is my husband, Shi Fengju," she said, joyfully ran to her, calling out aunt. As they broke free from Su Mama's grasp, Sangwon embraced them, her voice gentle and playful. At that moment, a boisterous voice rang out from a middle-aged man who was shooing away the curious onlookers. "Hey, why are you all crowding here? Move along, there is nothing to see. Don't disturb our esteemed guests." The crowd dispersed, some expressing their annoyance, especially those with children, who hurriedly pulled theirs away. In an instant, the area around the Sang family home was left empty. Sangwon frowned slightly, sensing the arrival of her uncle and aunt. Before she could react, her uncle, Sang Pingliang, approached with familiarity, shaking Shi Fengju's hand vigorously, his cheerful demeanor almost overwhelming. "So, this is our new son-in-law. A fine young man, indeed. Please excuse our rural manners. Come, Let us go inside where I've prepared some fine tea to welcome you. Sang Pingliang then turned to his wife, scolding her for not inviting the guests inside. While his booming voice filled the air with warmth, Shi Fengjiu, overwhelmed by the effusive welcome, felt a mix of discomfort and amusement as he tried to maintain a polite smile amid the raucous chatter, hardly able to comprehend what was being said. Sang once secretly lamented, casting several glances at her elder brother, yet he merely stood to the side, mumbling incoherently, utterly incapable of deterring the actions of their second uncle. As she observed her second uncle and aunt harmoniously leading Shi Fengjiu and his entourage toward their own home, a wave of urgency washed over her. She vividly recalled that the discord in her previous life had stemmed from this very incident. Her uncle and aunt had ushered Shi Fengjiu's party into their household, along with all the gifts, and upon her sister-in-law's return to this disheartening scene, she had been incensed, immediately launching into a tirade, accusing Sang Wan of ingratitude and forgetting who had facilitated her marriage. The second uncle and aunt were no meek souls either, refusing to yield as they quarreled with her sister-in-law. Overcome by a blend of anxiety, embarrassment, and guilt, Sang Wan wept incessantly, while the members of the Shi family stood silently nearby, relishing the unfolding drama, realizing that her second uncle and aunt had taken a wrong turn, and that her home was right here. Sang Wan could no longer remain passive. She stepped forward and raised her voice. At that moment, seizing the opportunity while Sang Pingliang was momentarily stunned, Shi Fengjiu forcefully withdrew his hand and hurried to Sang Wan's side, smiling nervously. Then let us proceed inside. Sang Pingliang exchanged glances with Li Shi, their expressions darkening. Wan Yang, such words sound quite unfamiliar. What do you mean by your family and our family? Am I not your uncle? Can I not properly host my beloved niece's fiancé? Since your father is absent, it falls upon me, as your uncle, to stand up for you. Do not be modest. Come, let us go to your uncle's house. Sang Pingliang adopted a grand paternal demeanor, his kind eyes glaring at Sang Wan as if scolding her for her lack of understanding and perceived aloofness. Sang Wan felt a cold disdain within her heart. When had this so-called uncle ever cared for them over the years? He was more likely to add insult to injury. This supposed uncle, addressing her and her siblings, had only ever uttered complaints, lamenting that their father lacked the aptitude for officialdom yet insisted on making a name for himself, resulting in the family's ruin, a fate he deemed deserved. He had chastised her elder brother, Sang Yufei, for enduring their father's admonitions, questioning his decision to pursue an education, suggesting instead that he return to farming for a meager sustenance. He had coldly declared that if she did not heed his advice and ended up starving or freezing, it was not his concern, and she should not seek him out. Her second brother had finally managed to gather a few students to teach, yet he insisted on taking half of the meager stipend, claiming that the students were his connections. Meanwhile, her second aunt was relentless in her disparagement, belittling her at every turn, asserting that the Shi family would eventually discard her, mocking her aspirations of becoming the young mistress of the Shi household. She should at least take a good look in the mirror. Chapter 14. Extraordinary Uncle and Aunt. My elder brother, known for his honesty and reserved nature, found it particularly challenging to confront our own uncle. He remained silent, and my second brother, still in school, dared not speak either, fearing accusations of disrespect towards elders that could jeopardize his standing. I suspected that if anyone were to report such behavior, it would likely be our second uncle. As for myself, being an unmarried young woman, I could only endure the remarks made against me without the opportunity to defend myself. Fortunately, there exists a formidable sister-in-law within our household. She possesses both courage and discernment, straightforward in her demeanor and unrestrained in her speech. Despite the incessant gossip from our uncle and aunt, that could not truly impose their will upon us. Upon the formal acceptance of her into the family, the demeanor of our second uncle and aunt shifted dramatically. How can this be? I exclaimed with a forced smile, recalling how I had never intended to trouble them in the past, and now I felt even more hesitant. My niece still seems distant. What trouble could there be? We are all family, our uncle insisted, showing no sign of burden. Come, come. With a slight raising of his brows, my elder brother spoke without a hint of embarrassment. Indeed, your aunt has much to discuss with you. Your mother passed away early, and I, as your aunt, cannot help but worry for you. I have cherished you since childhood, almost as if you were still in my womb. Mrs. Li remarked, her face full of concern. I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me from their audacity. Even Xiaoquan, my younger sibling, could no longer tolerate such statements, pouting and making faces at Mrs. Li from behind me, exclaiming, Annie doesn't care for my aunt. You even called her a broom star. The village women say that broom star is an insult. You mischievous child, what nonsense are you spouting? Mrs. Lee blushed, glaring at Xiaoquan. Is it appropriate to speak to your aunt in such a manner? Who taught you this? Ahong, you must educate this child. How will he fare when he grows up? Seeing this, Su Mama promptly called for the young master and young mistress to take Xiaoquan and his sister outside, whispering instructions. My brother furrowed his brow slightly, offering a polite smile to my elder brother. Frustrated yet amused, I offered a respectful bow to my elder brother and Mrs. Lee, firmly stating, Uncle and Aunt, please return home for now. I shall certainly visit later. However, I must first pay my respects to my parents' tablets, and I ask for your understanding. With that, I instructed Luya, aren't you a guest? Hurry and invite the two sisters inside. Chonghuan, move the items inside and ensure the carriage is parked properly. Yes, madam. Luya responded cheerfully, eager to comply, leading the families of Li and Song inside, while casting a knowing glance at Mrs. Li. Seeing that my family members were compliant, they too began moving the numerous gifts into my brother's home. I had made it clear that I would visit later, while also ensuring that my deceased parents' tablets were brought out. My elder brother and his wife had nothing further to say, left to watch in silence. As countless gifts were carried inside, their contents concealed from view, Mrs. Lee became increasingly restless, smilingly insisting, what Miss Wang says makes sense. Let us get everything inside. Oh my, how long will this take? Come on, dear husband, let us lend a hand. Where would I dare trouble you, uncle and aunt? With such tasks meant for the servants? You two should return home for now. We will come by shortly and look forward to enjoying your fine tea. I replied with a smile. Mrs. Lee momentarily halted in her steps, instinctively straightened her back, while my elder brother's bright eyes dimmed. Indeed, a master must maintain their dignity. After all, we would not visit empty-handed, would we? I wondered how generous they would be if they were stingy. I could always ask my brother for more later. They are elders, after all. Taking from them is only natural. Well then, we shall take our leave. You must hurry over, Mrs. Lee remarked, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction but refraining from further pursuit. Your sister-in-law should really know better. Knowing you're returning today, she should have stayed home instead of going out. Oh dear, I've spoken out of turn. New son-in-law, please don't mind her. She has always been rather self-centered. My eyes filled with unspoken apologies. My sincerest apologies. My brother interjected as we entered the courtyard. Your sister-in-law was originally waiting at home. She left in haste upon hearing from Dahai that the crops in our fields were being eaten by the Li family's cattle. Please, make yourselves comfortable while I fetch her to prepare lunch. Brother, please sit. Let Luya check on her, I suggested, casting another glance at Shifengju. Shifengju nodded. He was not surprised that a man like my brother remained home while his wife dealt with matters outside. Such an honest person, how could he possibly engage in debate? What kind of character does his wife possess? Contemplating the earlier exchange between me and our uncle and aunt, it appeared gentle and warm. Yet beneath the surface lay firm resistance, wielding soft words like knives without making a sound. This family certainly intrigued me. Please, take a seat. My brother smiled, no longer insisting. He gestured for Shifengju to sit, while Su Mama busied herself serving tea. I apologize for the simplicity of our home. Please forgive any shortcomings. Shifengju quickly replied, not at all. We are family. There is no need for such formality. As the warmth of tea warmed my throat, Shifengju finally felt a sense of clarity, free from the clamor and overwhelming warmth, feeling quite at ease. Luya promptly left to find Feng Shi, while Chonghuan and others tended to the carriage, releasing the horses. The families of Li and Song sat in the side room, sipping tea and enjoying sunflower seeds in peace. Eldest brother, you both take a seat. I will see if there is anything to be done in the kitchen, I smiled. That one tea do? My brother exclaimed in surprise, quickly adding, your sister-in-law will return shortly. The chicken and fish were prepared early this morning, and the meat is cleaned and cut. She can just pick some greens from the garden later. You should prepare yourself to pay respects to our parents and then visit our uncle and aunt. After all, they are our elders. I understand, brother, I replied with a smile, acknowledging the status that our uncle and aunt held. Regardless of my feelings towards them, I could not act otherwise. If I were to dwell on such matters, I would have given up on living long ago. I know my place. With that, I intended to change my clothes and head to the garden. Su Mama, noticing my intent, quickly interjected, my lady, today you are a new daughter-in-law. You cannot take on such tasks. Otherwise, The villagers will speak poorly of the master and mistress. My brother also chimed in, that sounds just right. Upon witnessing this, Sang-won smiled and nodded, ceasing her insistence. She went into the courtyard to entertain Sang Xiaoqian and Sang Xianwan, the siblings at play. The diligent Wan Yang seldom found time to rest, and as her elder brother, I felt helpless, knowing my younger siblings endured much hardship. Brother-in-law, I entrust my sister to you. Please take good care of her, for she is a fine girl. Sang Hong sighed softly, addressing Shi Fengju. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable heaviness settled in Shi Fengju's heart, akin to the burden of a guilty secret, and he felt an unwarranted sense of shame. Rest assured, I shall look after Wan Yang well and ensure she faces no grievances, Shi Fengju replied, hurriedly averting his gaze from his brother-in-law, forcing a smile. Then I shall be at ease. Sang Hong, a man of sincerity, could not discern the nuances of feigned politeness from genuine sentiment. His favorable impression of Shi Fengju led him to beam with a smile that radiated from the depths of his heart. No wonder father spoke so highly of your Shi family while he was alive, always asserting that your family is unlike others, never engaging in disdain for the poor or favoring the wealthy, nor would you ever break off a marriage engagement. Truly, it seems so. With your assurance, I, as the elder brother, can offer some solace to our departed parents. Seeing Sang Hong's eyes sparkle with joy, Shi Fengju awkwardly accompanied his laughter, engaging in modest pleasantries. The courtyard door creaked open, and a young woman entered. Her hair was styled in a flat bun, adorned with a silver hairpin, while 2 red silk flowers. With an elongated face and bright, lively eyes beneath elegantly arched brows, she exuded an air of vitality and competence. Sang Xiaoqian and Sang Xianwan immediately called out, "Mother!" rushing towards the newcomer. Big sister-in-law has returned. Sang-won also greeted her with a smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed at the warmth of the reception. Has the matter been resolved? Sang-won felt a twinge of confusion. While her sister-in-law had generally treated her well, their relationship had not reached such a level of intimacy and warm smiles. Given her engagement to the Shi family, she was destined to become the young mistress. Her elder brother cherished her and never allowed her to labor in the fields, assigning her only the lighter household tasks, which were reluctantly granted during busy times. Thus, while her sister-in-law had never explicitly expressed discontent, there were times when her demeanor turned cold. Unlike the second sister-in-law, who was opportunistic and favored the wealthy, the change in her elder sister-in-law's attitude must have stemmed from some reason. Sang-won could not help but glance at Luya, raising an inquisitive eyebrow. Chapter 15. The exceptional uncle and Aunt Luya made a playful face at her, grinning broadly and winking towards her second uncle's house. Sang-won couldn't help but smile. It was no surprise. Luya must have exaggerated the earlier incident to her sister-in-law. Upon hearing that her second uncle and aunt had suffered a setback, and that it was a setback they brought upon themselves, how could she not feel delighted? It explained why she was smiling so cheerfully at Sang-won. Feng Shi nonchalantly chuckled. It's nothing, really. You must be hungry, dear niece and nephew. I shall prepare a whole chicken and fry some fish. The incense is ready. We will offer it to our ancestors shortly, and then we can cook and enjoy a meal. Oh dear, I am causing trouble for my sister-in-law again. Just call me Wan Yang, for aunt sounds so peculiar. Sang-won replied with a smile, then summoned Luya to assist in the kitchen. Feng Shi laughed lightly, glancing at Luya's attire, and quickly waved her hand, saying, "Oh, never mind. The kitchen is dusty and filled with flying sparks. We wouldn't want to ruin that lovely new outfit. Suma and I can manage just fine." She then playfully scolded Luya. "You are quite fortunate, aren't you? I shall find you no matter where you are. Rest assured, aunt. I wouldn't dare disobey you." Luya replied with a cheeky grin. Laughter erupted among them, and Feng Shi playfully scolded Luya again. "Oh, you little rascal. You've become quite bold, haven't you?" After giving the children a few more reminders. No fighting. Don't dirty your aunt's clothes. She called for Suma to join her. Feng Shi efficiently arranged the offerings, and a large block of neatly cut pork belly, alongside 2 bowls of rice, 2 pairs of chopsticks, and 3 wine cups, with a pot of rice wine beside it. Feng Shi then gently ushered her son and daughter out. Sang Hong lit the candles and bowed deeply before his parents' tablets while holding 3 incense sticks, solemnly reporting that his sister had successfully married into the Shi family and that the groom was a kind man who treated her well, urging their parents not to worry. After carefully placing the incense in the burner and stepping back a few paces, he gestured for Sang-won and Shi Fengju to come forward and pay their respects. Sang-won could not help but feel speechless at her brother's words, casting a quick sidelong glance at Shi Fengju. puzzled as to how her brother perceived the groom's kindness towards her. After offering incense, bowing, and pouring 3 cups of wine, Sang Hong called for Feng Shui to come in and tidy up. The siblings burned paper money in the brazier before the tablets, sprinkled a few drops of wine, and allowed Shi Fengju to burn a few sheets as well, thus completing the rites. Wan Yang, Fengju, let us visit our second uncle. We should invite him and his wife to lunch, and then you two can head back. It's quite a distance to Qingzhou, and I would feel better knowing you return early, Sang Hong suggested as they exited the room. Sang Wan nodded, smiling. Elder brother and Delang, please wait a moment. I shall tidy up and join you. Naturally, they could not visit her second uncle without bringing gifts. Sang Wan was well aware, having made preliminary arrangements the previous day. However, it would be better to inform Feng Shui now. With this thought, Sang Wan entered the kitchen and pulled Feng Shui aside, whispering with a smile, "Sister-in-law, we are going to visit our second uncle shortly. A pair of gold earrings for my aunt, 2 jars of pear blossom wine, and 2 bolts of patterned silk for my uncle, along with 2 bolts of fabric each for my cousins, a pair of gold bracelets, 2 pairs of silk flowers, and 2 hams, 2 pounds of silver fungus, a pound of bird's nest, and 100 taels of silver. Does this sound appropriate?" Feng Shui shot a glance at Su Ma, who was eavesdropping, and scoffed. "You are too generous, gifting them so much. I think just tossing them 10 taels of silver would have them grinning from ear to ear. You're the only one still remembering these relatives. I say that now you are married. You must not be too generous. Remember kindness, but forget grievances, lest you find yourself in trouble later." Sang Wan felt warmth in her heart and replied gently with a smile, "I know you mean well, sister-in-law, and I will heed your advice. After all, they are elders, and it is only proper to observe the courtesies." Feng Shui interrupted her, sighing, "That's exactly the point. Go on, go on. You are not lacking in these things now, so consider it as if you were giving them away for free." Sang Wan pressed her lips together with a smile, leaning closer to Feng Shui and whispering, "Do not worry, sister-in-law. I have saved the best for you and elder brother. And there is a portion for second brother as well. I won't let outsiders benefit. You little imp, newly married and already so cunning." Feng Shui laughed, her expression softening considerably. Sang Wan beamed back, feeling warmth in her heart, and bid farewell to Feng Shui as she departed. Meanwhile, at the second household, Sang Ping Liang and Li Shi were urging their eldest daughter to keep an eye on the entrance. Li Shi, growing impatient, scolded her daughter repeatedly. Li Shi was Sang Ping Liang's second wife, while his eldest daughter, Sang Ro, was from his first marriage. She was 3 years older than Sang Wan, but had yet to receive a proposal. Sang Ro felt a surge of frustration, but was powerless to act. They have arrived, cousin and cousin's husband, and our eldest cousin, upon finally spotting their well-dressed party approaching. Luya and 2 well-dressed mothers held large bags in their hands, which instantly brightened Sang Ro's mood as she hurried back inside to announce their arrival. Sang Ping Liang and Li Shi stood up, instinctively adjusting their clothes, exchanging glances to ensure they looked presentable. Li Shi stepped forward, poking her finger firmly against Sang Ro's forehead, scolding her. "What do you mean cousin and cousin's husband? That is the eldest son and daughter-in-law of the Shi family. Who are you to call them cousins? Look at you. You look utterly ridiculous. Hurry and hide in your room, and stop embarrassing us." Sang Ro instinctively glanced at her father, her gaze shifting to her half-sister, Sang Yan. Sang Ping Liang unconsciously followed his eldest daughter's gaze to his youngest daughter. There stood Sang Yan, her hair neatly styled and adorned with beautiful silk flowers and turquoise-inlaid silver hairpins, dressed in a water-red embroidered gown and a pink new skirt, with narrow silver blue embroidered shoes that were far more extravagant than even during the New Year festivities. In stark contrast, Sang Ro wore a faded blue cloth dress, her tattered shoes caked in dirt, her hair a disheveled mess, hunched over, looking utterly unremarkable. "What on earth is going on? Did you not know we were expecting esteemed guests today?" Sang Ping Liang frowned, glaring discontentedly at Li Shi. Li Shi, seething with resentment, raised her voice. "Oh dear husband, what are you saying? Yin is everything she needs. I told them last night that we were expecting guests today, and that they should dress appropriately to save face for you and our family. This stubborn girl refused to listen, insisting on wearing this outfit. What else could I do? She has grown, and I am not going to dress her myself. Do you think every daughter in our family is as fortunate as Wan?" As she spoke, and she had not spoken ill of Sang Ro behind her back. This realization only fueled Sang Ping Liang's anger further, and he scolded Sang Ro. "You are of age now, and yet utterly clueless. Did you deliberately dress this way to embarrass me? What are you standing there for?" Hurry back to your room. Sang Ro clenched her fists, tears welling in her eyes, yet she dared not confront her father. With a subdued response, she turned to leave. Anger seethed within her. That very morning, she had been tasked with chopping firewood, cleaning the pigsty, tending to the vegetable garden, and bustling about in the kitchen. Lee's incessant demands had left her no moment of respite. Although she possessed a new outfit, how could she wear it while performing such labor? It would get soiled, and she would lament over it, only to face Lee's scolding for being wasteful. If she were to complain to her father later, the prospect of ever wearing a new dress again seemed bleak. As Sang Ro walked away, she overheard Lee cheerfully instructing her sister, Sang Yin, "Did you hear? Remember to serve tea to your cousin and her husband later, and be sure to show proper respect." Sang Ro gritted her teeth, her resentment deepening. "Are uncle and aunt here?" Just then, Sang Hong's voice echoed from afar. "Yes, yes." Sang Pingliang and Li responded eagerly, their smiles blooming like flowers. The couple hurriedly went out to greet their guests. Suddenly, Li pulled Sang Pingliang aside, raising her eyebrows and lowering her voice. "Why is Ah Hong here too?" "So what if he is?" Sang Pingliang replied impatiently. Li clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction, muttering, "Oh, one knows the way. What need is there for him to follow? Such a pity for our fine tea. Women's narrow views." Sang Pingliang shot her a glare. "Hurry along, stop talking. Awan's son-in-law, huh? Please come in." Sang Pingliang exclaimed repeatedly, bowing with a wide smile, his eyes gleaming as they remained fixated on Shi Fengjiu. The sight of Lu Ya and the two daughters-in-law bearing abundant gifts made his heart swell with joy, leaving him at a loss for compliments for Shi Fengjiu. Li too, her eyes sparkling, momentarily disregarded past grievances, warmly grasping Sang Wan's hand and exclaiming, "Our Ah Wan is truly fortunate. Look at your splendid attire. Just like a young lady from a wealthy family. Seeing you like this puts my heart at ease. Good child. And I have many heartfelt words to share with you. Poor thing, your mother left so early. Who else but me can you confide in?" Like Shi Fengjiu earlier, could not forcefully extricate herself from the grip of her aunt, who was leading her into the house. A fleeting glance towards Shi Fengjiu revealed a glimmer of hope and a bittersweet smile in her eyes. With remarkable foresight, Shi Fengjiu skillfully avoided the affections of Sang Pingliang. Their gazes meeting for a brief moment, his lips curving into a near smile as he subtly nodded in her direction. Please, do sit down." Sang Pingliang and his wife enveloped Shi Fengjiu and Sang Wan with warmth, their laughter echoing as they inadvertently sidelined Sang Hong. Fortunately, Sang Hong was accustomed to their nature and silently followed behind. "Cousin Miss Wan, please enjoy some tea." As everyone settled, Sang Yin bashfully approached with a tray holding 2 cups of tea. Lu Ya hastily stepped forward, presenting a cup to Shi Fengjiu and then to Sang Wan. Sang Wan cast a quick glance, only to discover her elder brother seated on a small stool in the corner, leaning against the wall. A surge of anger welled up within her. How could her uncle and aunt treat her so dismissively? "Take it to uncle. I am not thirsty. Hurry and invite him to sit," Sang Wan gently instructed, casting a pointed look at Lu Ya. "Yes, my lady," Lu Ya chirped in response, turning to approach Sang Hong. Sang Pingliang and Li Shi exchanged knowing glances, suddenly recalling the presence of Sang Hong. "Child, how could you be so careless? How could you forget your cousin? No need for formalities with your uncle. Come. No, it's all right." Sang Hong quickly stood up, flustered as he waved his hands. The reproachful undertone in Sang Pingliang's affectionate words made Sang Hong feel somewhat guilty, as if he had indeed been too distant, causing his uncle distress. It's rare for Miss Wan to return. We should gather." Sang Hong smiled awkwardly as he excused himself. "Of course. We are family." Sang Pingliang replied warmly, nodding repeatedly. Sang Hong nodded at Shi Fengjiu with a forced smile before making a hasty exit, almost in a state of retreat. "Come, Wan, let us go talk in our room. Your aunt has so much to discuss with you. Your sister has missed you dearly." Li Shi beamed, eager to pull Sang Wan along. Sang Wan knew exactly what her aunt wanted to discuss. It would merely be inquiries about the wealth of the Shi family, her status within their household. "And the dishes at my sister-in-law's are nearly prepared. It would be best to eat first and discuss later. We wouldn't want to keep my brother and sister-in-law waiting." Sang Wan replied softly. "Indeed, let us go then," Shi Fengjiu readily agreed. Sang Pingliang and Li Shi could assert their authority over Sang Wan, but they dared not do so in front of Shi Fengjiu. Instead, they treated his words with utmost reverence, readily agreeing and smiling. "You go ahead. We will follow shortly." Li Shi did not forget to call out to Sang Yin. "Ah Yin, accompany your cousin ahead and chat with her." You two sisters should grow closer. In the shadows, Sang Ro watched anxiously, hoping Sang Wan might remember her through Sang Yan. If only she would mention her, her stepmother could not refuse her presence. Sang Wan raised her brows slightly, her lips parting as if to speak, but she hesitated, recalling that she and Sang Ro had never been close, and knowing Sang Ro was not easy to deal with. Why should she involve herself in the family matters of others? Seeing Sang Wan not mention her as the group departed, Sang Ro felt a wave of disappointment and resentment. Directing her anger towards Sang Wan as she quietly cursed under her breath and retreated to her room, recalling her deceased mother, unable to hold back her tears. As soon as Sang Wan and Shifengju left, Sang Pingliang and Li Shi eagerly rummaged through the gifts they had brought. Upon seeing the vibrant, luxurious fabrics and golden jewelry, Li Shi's smile widened as she marveled at the textures and colors, exclaiming, "Look at this gold hairpin, adorned with gemstones. This design and weight. It's the finest in our village. It might even surpass the wares of the town's Lady Shan." Giddy with excitement, she placed the hairpin into her hair. As she sifted through the items, she handed the list to Sang Pingliang. "Hurry, read this. My eyes are dazzled." Clearing his throat, Sang Pingliang began to read through the list one by one, with each item eliciting more delight from Li Shi and causing Sang Pingliang's smile to grow wider. Upon hearing there was 100 taels of silver, both of their eyes widened as they rummaged through the gifts. Here it is. Oh, it's a banknote," Li Shi exclaimed, uncovering a red envelope trembling in her hands. "Give it to me." Sang Pingliang's eyes brightened as he reached out to snatch it, but Li Shi instinctively recoiled. "Hand it over quickly." Sang Pingliang glared at her, commanding. While Li Shi was known for being fierce, she had never dared to oppose her husband. Seeing his stern expression, she hesitantly relented, reluctantly handing over the banknote. Sang Pingliang tucked it into his own clothing, declaring, "I shall keep this, lest you squander it again. And these gold pieces, do not touch them. I will store them away. Those are gifts from my niece." Li Shi protested. "If you want jewelry, you can buy some in town. Wearing this will attract too much attention." "What do you mean your niece?" "She is our Sang family's girl, my niece. Now, take that hairpin out. You cannot wear it to dinner. It would be embarrassing," Sang Pingliang stated bluntly. Li Shi felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, her joy immediately extinguished. Her husband was notoriously stingy, known far and wide for hoarding money. Once it was in his hands, no one could expect to see it again. She had no idea how much private wealth he possessed. When he was away, she and their youngest daughter had searched countless times through every nook and cranny of their home, even under the bed, yet they found no trace of it. All these riches and golden ornaments, it seemed she could only admire them from a distance, as they were certainly not meant for her. "Yes, your niece indeed," Li Shi said with a cold sneer, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Who knows if it's out of obligation or genuine affection that she acknowledges you as her uncle? For all this bounty, we received but a mere fraction. Perhaps she sent 1,000 taels to her other relatives." Sang Pingliang paused, feeling an unaccountable sense of injustice rise within him. Li Shi's words rang true. He had seen the abundance of gifts, and their share was far less than half. Casting a fierce glare at Li Shi as he rebuked, "How dare you speak? If it weren't for your past stinginess and scheming, would they have treated us with such indifference today? You have tarnished my reputation. Today, as gifts are graciously bestowed upon you, it is prudent to express gratitude. Yet, one cannot help but feel a simmering indignation." Li's heart seethed with resentment, contemplating how her family had become so pitiable, ultimately marrying into a family of such humble means. Moreover, had not the other party also acted with equal kindness? Had they not extended their goodwill? No kind words were uttered with sincerity. Silently cursing, Li refrained from retorting to Sang Pingliang, muttering instead, "Regardless, we are the elders. No matter how you twist the logic, it remains unchanged." Sang Pingliang, with a huff, chose silence, yet inwardly schemed to discuss matters with Sang Hong once they departed, determined to extract some benefits from this situation, unwilling to bear a loss. After placing the gold ornaments safely in their room, the couple made their way to Sang Hong's home for dinner. The dining table was already set, with Fong entertaining the children, Sang Xiaoqian and Sang Xiaonuan, as customary, not allowed at the main table. Upon noticing Sang Pingliang and his spouse enter, one appeared resentful while the other seemed disheartened. Fong, with a knowing glance, smiled broadly. "Uncle and aunt have arrived. Please come in. We've been awaiting you." Typically indifferent towards Sang Pingliang and his wife, Fong's sudden warmth sparked a realization in the couple. With joy comes a buoyant spirit, and her demeanor could only mean she had received a significant gift. A wave of dissatisfaction washed over them, and with a huff, they brushed past Fong into the house. Fong smirked silently, her lips curling in amusement. Uncle and Aunt are here. Please, take a seat. Sang Hong eagerly beckoned, while Shi Fengju and Sang Wan also rose. Sang Yin sighed quietly, feeling out of place beside Sang Wan, with no words to share. Let us all sit down. I apologize for keeping my esteemed nephew waiting. Sang Pingliang clasped his hands in a gesture of deference, offering a smile to Shi Fengju. As everyone settled, the sight of a meticulously arranged feast. Chapter 17. Even honest people have their temper. As the sky darkened and the journey awaited, we decided to take our leave. Take care, uncle, aunt, elder brother, sister-in-law. Sang Wan chuckled after a brief respite post-dinner. Why the haste? The son-in-law hasn't even spoken yet. Sang Pingliang, preoccupied with contemplating how to ingratiate himself with Shi Fengju, felt a surge of displeasure at Sang Wan's remark. Adopting the demeanor of an elder, he shot her a stern glare and pronounced with a drawn-out tone, "My dear niece, it is not for your uncle to admonish you, but as a married woman, you must prioritize your husband in all matters. Do not tarnish the reputation of our Sang family." Sang Wan exchanged a silent glance with Fong Shi, both recognizing the futility in their situation. We really should be on our way. The road to Qingzhou is not near, and the later we leave, the more delayed we shall be. Shi Fengju hastily concurred, casting a glance at Sang Hong before adding, "Uncle is overly concerned. Wan Yang is quite well-mannered, and my mother holds her in high regard." Upon hearing this, Sang Hong's expression softened, and he nodded with a slight smile. Sang Pingliang chuckled heartily. That's good, that's good. I'm not boasting. But our Sang family's daughters are truly exceptional. Shi Fengju smiled in agreement. Indeed. However, he lamented the hurried nature of their visit, wishing for more time to converse. While the group prepared to depart, as they exited, Shi Fengju and Sang Wan climbed into the carriage, bidding farewell. He began to speak to Sang Hong. I must tidy the house. Uncle and aunt, if there's nothing more, please head back. Fong Shi interjected bluntly. You, husband, go check the fence at the edge of the village. If it's unstable, reinforce it. Sang Pingliang shot her a reproachful glare, chastising. What's with your tone? It's a disgrace to our family's dignity. Do you understand? Dignity, you say? Fong Shi scoffed. Isn't it said that a scholar is of no use? What sort of talk is that? That's just what Uncle often says. Fong Shi replied with a laugh. It seems Uncle can't escape the passage of time. His memory has faltered significantly. The phrases he once repeated so often have completely slipped his mind. Li Shi interjected. But things are not the same now as they were before. Exactly. Fong Shi exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. No wonder. In the past, Uncle and Aunt wouldn't even step foot in our home. We couldn't invite them in. Now, it seems we can't get rid of them. The latter remark was left unspoken, yet the pointed glances directed at Sang Pingliang and Li Shi conveyed everything, leaving the couple irate yet unable to retort. All right, Asian, let us invite Uncle and Aunt inside to talk. Sang Hong, noticing the deepening purple hue of his uncle and aunt's faces from indignation, quickly cleared his throat. Fong Shi huffed softly, feigning ignorance, but remained silent. After all, they were still elders, and with Awan just married into the Shi family, she did not wish to cause a scene that might invite gossip regarding her disrespect towards her elders. Sang Pingliang shot her a look, and the couple strode into Sang Hong's home, taking their seats in the hall. Su Mama had already tidied up the room and, upon their entrance, promptly exited, telling Fong Shi she was heading to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Uncle, Aunt, do you have something to discuss? Sang Hong inquired politely. Sang Pingliang shot a sideways glance at Fong Shi, who was casually leaning against the doorframe with her arms crossed, and cleared his throat twice. Uncle? Sang Hong inquired, perplexed. Such a fool. Li Shi silently rolled her eyes, forcing a smile. My dear niece, does Uncle and Aunt not deserve even a cup of tea? Sang Hong suddenly understood and glanced at his wife. Asian. Fong Shi, without a word, turned and soon returned, each hand holding a teacup. So we only drink plain water. Uncle and Aunt, please make do. Save the tea for when you return home. Sang Pingliang and Li Shi were left speechless. Yet there was little they could do. That was in the past. Li Shi seized the moment to jest, now that you've allied with the Shi family. Wealth will surely come easily. I fear that in the future, you might not even be satisfied with tea that costs a few coins. Before Fong Shi could respond, Sang Hong's expression shifted, and he spoke earnestly. Aunt, what do you mean by that? The marriage of Awan to the Shi family was arranged by my father. As her elder brother, I feel utterly inadequate for not being able to send her off in style. Now that she is married, how can we burden her further? Sang Pingliang and Li Shi were taken aback by Sang Hong's usual calm demeanor suddenly turning fierce, a hint of fear creeping in. An honest man's anger is often more formidable than that of others. Fang Shi bit her tongue, wanting to retort, "We are marrying off a sister, not selling her." But she refrained. "Your aunt meant no offense." Sang Pingliang awkwardly coughed, forcing a smile. After all, families should support each other. When one prospers, all prosper. When one suffers, all suffer, correct? Yes, indeed. That is exactly what I meant. Fang Shi chimed in. They are so wealthy. Even a single hair from them is stronger than our entire being. Uncle and aunt. Sang Hong's voice rose sharply. The Sang family is one thing, and the Shi family is another. Awan has only just entered the Shi household. If our Sang family cannot support her, we must not become a burden. I implore you, for the sake of my late parents, do not entertain such thoughts. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Sang Hong's fierce gaze bore into them, the chill in his eyes sending shivers down Sang Pingliang and Li Shi's spines. Fang Shi, observing the unfolding drama, instinctively straightened her posture, for the first time regarding her husband with admiration. Sang Pingliang, infuriated, found himself at a loss for words under Sang Hong's icy demeanor. And if he were to clash with someone, the consensus would undoubtedly side with him. Although Sang Pingliang was greedy and shameless, he dared not risk a confrontation with Sang Hong, for he knew not what the man might do should he pursue Sang Wan. Even honest people possess a terrifying side. I was just saying, don't take it to heart. You are a Wan's elder brother. If there's anything you need her help with, it should come from you, right? I, as an elder, wouldn't lower myself to ask. Sang Pingliang stammered. The tension in Sang Hong dissipated, and he rose to clasp his hands in apology towards Sang Pingliang. I was overly harsh. Please forgive me, uncle. Sang Pingliang's expression softened, and he waved dismissively. It's fine. I wouldn't hold it against you. We are family. You only wish what is best for Awan. Exactly. We are not unreasonable. Li Shi added in agreement. She rolled her eyes and, with a faint smile, remarked, on another note, today Awan brought back quite a considerable sum of silver and goods. If you save wisely, it should suffice for you to live comfortably for half a lifetime. Finally, we have arrived at the crux of the matter. Fang's demeanor turned slightly sardonic, her expression unreadable. Sang Hong interjected, that is merely the goodwill from Awan and the Shi family. I have not meticulously counted the items. Surely, a cart full of goods is not insignificant. Cousin, you must share a portion with us. Your two sisters are yet to have their dowries settled. We are all family. You cannot neglect us. Li immediately chimed in, and Sang Pingliang stared wide-eyed at Sang Hong. Fang was nearly overcome with amusement at their audacity. You, as parents, have the duty to marry off your daughters. Must we bear the burden as well? This is simply outrageous. Sang Hong was well aware of this fact. Reflecting on his two sisters, especially Sang Ro, who was older than Sang Wan yet had not even received a proposal, he felt a pang of sympathy. If this continued, she might remain an old maid for years to come. Sensing his hesitation, Fang quickly interjected, we care deeply for our two sisters. When they marry, we will undoubtedly need to prepare additional dowries. Every family has its own struggles. Surely, uncle and aunt understand this? In August, the boy's uncle will be going to the capital for examinations. Should he succeed, he will need to return for further tests next year, and expenses will be unavoidable. New clothes must also be acquired, not to mention the necessary writing materials for poetry gatherings and visits to mentors. One cannot arrive empty-handed, can they? The expenses are numerous. With the Dragon Boat Festival approaching, we are expected to present gifts to the Shi family. Where will we find the extra funds? Awan will also return for a visit, and we must prepare for that as well. My son and daughter have grown over the year. One requires education while the other needs a dowry. It is evident that every aspect requires financial resources. I am truly distressed. Fang meticulously counted on her fingers, rendering Sang Pingliang and Li speechless, while Sang Hong, who had intended to speak, found himself hesitating. It is no wonder they say you are eloquent. However, this seems rather exaggerated. Is it merely that you do not wish to share with us? Must you enumerate such a lengthy list? Li scoffed. Fang secretly chuckled. Human greed indeed knows no bounds. Awan did not arrive empty-handed from their household, yet they appeared to have conveniently forgotten. Chapter 18. Exceptional beyond measure. Sang Pingliang let out a hum, saying, all right, perhaps you should hold your tongue. After all, It is our own inadequacy that leaves us unable to support ourselves, let alone assist others. It is only reasonable that they do not recognize us as their elders. His second uncle seemed to have taken offense. Sang Hong felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck and said, "The items are still here. Why not let second uncle and second aunt have a look? And then, very well, then it shall be so." Li Shi cheerfully interrupted Sang Hong, rising with a smile. "I always knew our eldest nephew was dutiful and respectful towards his elders, unlike those ungrateful sorts." Fang Shi shot a dissatisfied glare at her husband. They might as well see what could be taken. Upon entering the guest room, Sang Pingliang and Li Shi's eyes lit up at the sight of the piled items on the bed, eager to rummage through them. Fang Shi stepped forward, waving a list of gifts, declaring, "These are for the little uncle. We cannot decide for him. We must set them aside." She then produced a pair of gold hairpins, 2 bolts of fabric, and summoned Su Mama to come in and hand them over, stating, "Our family's little mistress said that she has relied on your care since childhood. This is for you." Su Mama hurried to express her gratitude and took the items to organize. These few bolts of fabric and this set of writing tools, along with 2 gold necklaces, are for Xiao Quan and Xiao Wan. Fang Shi continued, gesturing towards the remaining items. "This is all there is. Second uncle and second aunt can manage from here. Oh, and there are also 200 taels of silver, which must be reserved for the children's little uncle's examinations and for gifts during the Dragon Boat Festival." Sang Pingliang and Li Shi felt a pang in their hearts as they witnessed Fang Shi painstakingly sort through the items, each of her words ringing true, leaving them with no grounds to argue. Ultimately, they chose 4 bolts of fabric, a packet of bird's nest, and a pair of gold bracelets. "Is it truly only 200 taels of silver?" Fang Shi, her face already darkened with displeasure, coldly replied, "If you don't believe me, feel free to come in and search." Sang Pingliang chuckled and tightened his grip on the 2 jars of fine wine, tucking the fabric under his arm as they departed. "By the way," Li Shi added with a smile, "there's still so much food left from lunch that you won't finish it all. I'll come by later to take some, so it doesn't go to waste." "Oh, thank you, second aunt," Fang Shi replied with a cold laugh, feeling as if she might suffocate from the tension. "Asian, they are still our elders." Sang Hong tugged at his wife's hand, forcing a smile. I know. Fang Shi replied impatiently, "Elders, humph. I never expected them to act like proper elders. But times have changed. You need to keep a close watch. I am not afraid. If they were to foolishly trot over to the Shi family, it could spell trouble for a Wan." "I will," Sang Hong responded solemnly. "Surely." Second uncle and second aunt wouldn't act recklessly? Fang Shi fell silent, methodically unwrapping and organizing the items. Unconsciously, she brushed her clothing, where she had hidden 300 taels of silver notes and a pair of pearl-encrusted gold bracelets that were not listed on the gift list. In the carriage on the way back, Sang Wan sat quietly, her head bowed in silence, feeling a deep sense of embarrassment. The more she thought about it, the more she felt for her elder brother and sister-in-law and the hardships they had endured over the years. It was no wonder her sister-in-law had such a fiery temper and sharp tongue. Anyone with such unreliable uncles and aunts would struggle to maintain composure. Fortunately, the scenes of her previous life had not repeated. Her brother remained her brother, and her sister-in-law was still her sister-in-law. Moreover, she had not made a fool of herself in front of the Shi family's servants. Chang Huan and the others were loyal confidants of Shi Fengjiu, while the servants from the Li and Song families working in the outer courtyard were equally discreet. She hoped that nothing from today would spread within the Shi family. After all, Gu Fangzi was always waiting for a chance to find her fault. Unintentionally lifting her gaze, she found Shi Fengjiu looking back at her. Their eyes met, and he flashed her a smile. At that moment, Sang Wan felt a wave of melancholy and anxiety wash over her. Shi Fengjiu's smile seemed exceedingly irksome, and her eyes reddened as she lowered her head, softly sighing. "If you wish to laugh, then laugh. Today must have truly surprised you, huh? Regardless, they are my uncle and aunt, my elders. If there is anything inappropriate, please do not take it to heart." Shi Fengjiu was taken aback, feeling a pang of guilt. He quickly replied, "I did not mean to mock you. You are overthinking it." "I don't believe you." Sang Wan lifted her gaze to him, her eyes brimming with skepticism. "Really? Of course it is true." Shi Fengjiu nodded earnestly, sighing. "These past years have not been easy for you, have they?" Sang Wan hesitated, shaking her head. "My brother, my sister-in-law, and even my second brother have all treated me exceedingly well. I pay no mind to other idle gossip. As for second aunt's sharp tongue, one would be foolish to argue with her." Shi Fengjiu chuckled and suddenly said, "I'm being serious. You truly underestimate me." My cousin, my uncle. She was aware that Gu Fengzi's mother was the late sister of her mother-in-law, but she had no recollection of her father. Rest assured, after today, no one will speak of it. Sangwon nodded, offering an embarrassed smile. Upon returning to the Shi residence, night had fallen. The two went to the main courtyard to pay their respects to Wang Shi. However, Wang Shi was unavailable, merely sending word that she was aware and allowing them to return. The two then returned to Ning Yuan, spending the night in silence. The following morning, Shi Fengju left early. After completing her morning routine, Sangwon hurried to Wang Shi to offer her respects and serve her. After 3 mornings, she would officially be considered part of the family, no longer a newcomer. As a daughter-in-law, she was expected to serve and adhere to the rules in front of her mother-in-law, and she did not dare to be lax. When Sangwon arrived, Wang Shi had just risen and was seated, enjoying ginseng tea. Sangwon quickly approached and knelt to pay her respects. Rise, no need for such formalities. Wang Shi smiled broadly, waving her hand. She then inquired, have you had breakfast yet? Not yet. I'll prepare it for you, and then I'll eat later. Sangwon replied with a smile. There's no need for such trouble. Just join me for breakfast. Wang Shi said as she set down her ginseng tea, casually asking, how was your return home? Is everything well? Thank you, mother. Everything is well at home, and my brother and sister-in-law are fine. Sangwon quickly responded. Her mother-in-law had suddenly been so kind. Perhaps she had something to discuss. Wang Shi nodded, casually engaging in small talk. Once seated, allowing the maids to attend to them. After finishing breakfast, Wang Shi smiled at Sangwon and said, come, let us sit in the flower hall for a while. Hearing Wang Shi ask with a smile, how does this tea taste? Of course, it is delightful. It has a bright, clear color, a lovely aroma, and tastes exquisite. Sangwon replied with a smile. Wang Shi sighed happily, saying, I only started drinking this Sanwei Xiang tea last year. I was feeling unwell at the time, and it was Fengzi who found this tea for me, claiming it was good for the stomach and health. Ever since, I have been accustomed to it. Hearing Wang Shi praise Gu Fengzi made Sangwon's heart tighten, and she felt a jolt of anxiety, forcing a smile as she replied, that is truly Fengzi's filial piety. You have not wasted your care for her. Indeed. Wang Shi nodded, adding, I must say, Fengzi is more considerate than my own daughter. Her disposition is amiable. Her treatment of others is cordial. Her thoughts are meticulous, and she harbors no deceit. It is thanks to her assistance in managing the household affairs over the past 2 or 3 years that I have been able to enjoy a life of ease. Otherwise, I cannot fathom the chaos that would have ensued. A bitter pang filled Sangwon's heart. Her tongue felt heavy as if burdened by 1,000 pounds, rendering her speechless. She could only respond with a meek yes and forced a smile. Wanyang, Wang said at last, you have just entered the household and are unfamiliar with its affairs. I must say, our Shi family differs from your Sang family. There are many matters you do not comprehend, and it takes time to learn them properly. I believe it would be best to leave the household management in the capable hands of Fengzi. What say you? Naturally, it is your prerogative, mother. As the rightful wife of Fengju, no one can surpass you. A good daughter-in-law must be virtuous and know when to advance and when to retreat. Speaking of which, you ought to express your gratitude to her. Indeed, mother speaks wisely, Sangwon said with a gentle smile. There is one more thing I wish to address regarding Ning Yuan. It would be best not to trouble her with that. What do you think, my dear? Sangwon quickly smiled and replied. While I cannot contend for other matters, Ning Yuan is different. That will be my future dwelling place. It would be unreasonable to allow Gu Fengzi to meddle in it, or I would truly become restless. Wang pondered briefly before nodding and smiling. That is indeed a valid point. Let the affairs of Ning Yuan be managed by you alone. It would be inappropriate to have Gu Fengzi handle them. Yes, I thank you, mother. Sangwon promptly stood and bowed to her. Wang acknowledged her with a sound, having achieved her intent, and did not retain Sangwon any longer. She waved her hand, saying, very well, you may return now. Go about your own tasks. There is no need for you to attend to me. Oh, and in the future, do not feel obligated to come for greetings too early. Arriving a quarter of an hour later than today will suffice. Wang's mother-in-law had departed early and had been a gentle soul in her lifetime, one who did not enjoy domineering over others. Wang had not experienced the arduous journey of a daughter-in-law transforming into a mother-in-law, and she held no desire or interest in exploiting her own daughter-in-law. Chapter 19. Inch by inch in contrast, she preferred not to have her daughter-in-law nearby. Otherwise, it would make her uncomfortable. It was far better for the maidservants to serve her whims without restraint, to act as they wished, without the need to uphold the dignity of their elders. Indeed, maintaining an air of authority is an exhausting endeavor. Sangwon was slightly taken aback. It seemed that her mother-in-law genuinely disliked her daughter-in-law imposing rules. The coldness she had experienced in her previous life was not solely rooted in disdain. A myriad of emotions welled up within Sangwon. Thus, it was decided that the daughter-in-law would leave first. Sangwon performed her respects and took her leave, but suddenly raised her head and smiled, saying, "Mother, if you feel bored, do send for your daughter-in-law. I shall keep you company." Good, good. Wang Shi felt quite pleased, nodding with a smile. "Jiang Mama, what do you think of my daughter-in-law?" After Sangwon exited, Wang Shi found a comfortable position to recline on the soft couch and inquired of Jiang Mama. "She appears quite commendable." Jiang Mama responded with a smile. "The old master certainly has a discerning eye. You are indeed fortunate, madam. I also think she is quite admirable. I must say, one must acknowledge that individuals from scholarly families possess an air of refinement that sets them apart." Wang Shi smiled, suddenly resting her forehead on her hand, contentedly sighing. "Both are well, both are commendable. Yes, quite so. Go, see what the cousin is doing, and invite her here." Wang Shi raised an eyebrow, gesturing towards a young maid with a hint of pride in her smile. Gu Fangzi had been waiting restlessly in the peony garden and hurried over upon hearing her aunt's call. Upon reaching the entrance to the main courtyard, she paused to compose her expression and attire before gracefully stepping inside. "Aunt, come, come, quickly sit down. We are family. There is no need for such formality." Wang Shi took her hand and smiled. "I have already spoken to Wan Yang. You shall manage the affairs of this household from now on. And Wan Yang has no objections. You must pay extra attention in the future. I trust you to handle matters well." This, Gu Fangzi's lips involuntarily curled upwards, her eyes sparkling with delight, yet her voice was hesitant. "That may not be very appropriate. After all, my elder sister-in-law is the true mistress of the house. Rest assured." Wang Shi laughed. "Though I am old and not as effective, my words still hold weight. In this household, I have the final say, since she has agreed. It is settled. From now on, apart from Ning Garden, you must oversee everything else, and do not let anything slip that would disappoint me." Ning Garden? Gu Fangzi's smile faltered slightly. "Indeed, Ning Garden is where she resides. She can manage it herself, which spares you from any difficulty. More importantly, we must avoid any suspicion." Wang Shi leaned closer to Gu Fangzi, lowering her voice for the last part. It was evident that she genuinely considered Gu Fangzi as one of her own. Gu Fangzi nodded softly, replying, "Indeed, aunt, you are always so considerate and thoughtful. You are truly closer to me than my own mother." Yet, she could not help but feel a pang of frustration. Ning Garden was indeed the residence of Sangwon, but it was also the abode of her elder brother. She had originally planned to focus her efforts there to keep close tabs on her elder brother's movements, but her aunt's words had thwarted her plans. Wait. Gu Fangzi's mind raced. Her aunt, accustomed to idleness, would not have thought of this. Surely, it must have been Sangwon's suggestion. It wouldn't be difficult to confirm this. She could simply ask the young maids who had been attending at the time. If that were the case, this woman certainly had her wits about her. "You are the daughter of my dear sister. You are just like my own daughter. Silly child, always speaking foolishly." Wang Shi laughed, affectionately scolding Gu Fangzi. Gu Fangzi managed a forced smile, feeling somewhat uneasy at being referred to as daughter. What she desired was to be her aunt's daughter-in-law, not her daughter. "Aunt, I have something to say, but I am unsure if it is appropriate. If I speak out of turn, please do not be angry with me." "Ha ha, your words have always been sensible. What could be inappropriate? Speak. I am listening." Wang Shi encouraged. Gu Fangzi smiled and said, "That you hold me in high regard and my elder sister-in-law has no objections. It seems rather improper for me to manage the household now that my elder brother has a legitimate wife. Surely, the servants would not readily accept my authority. I fear I may end up disappointing your good intentions." Her voice trailed off, her expression one of innocence and vulnerability. As if realizing something, Wang Shi's expression darkened, and she huffed, "I shall see who dares to oppose. This is the Shi family. Others have no right to speak. If anyone dares to utter a word, I shall take it upon myself to handle it. That cannot be. I cannot trouble you over such trivial matters. It would only make me more unfilial. After all, I am not the true mistress of this household, and I cannot blame anyone for not accepting me. Your words do carry weight." Pondering for a moment before slowly nodding, "You speak the truth. If you had entered the family earlier, there would have been fewer complications." And Gu Fangzi felt her face grow warm, her embarrassment causing her to lower her head, hastily interjecting, I did not mean it like that. I truly did not. I only wished to avoid any gossip that could disturb the peace of the household. I did not intend to imply anything else. My elder sister-in-law has only just entered the family. If I were to, would that not embarrass her? She would surely find it difficult. Upon hearing Gu Fangzi articulate her own thoughts, Wang Shi felt somewhat guilty and admired her for being so considerate. Instinctively, she said, how could she find it difficult? She is the legitimate wife of this household. Who would dare to trouble her? Unless she herself is incapable of standing her ground. The notion of embarrassment is unfounded. I must say, which young master does not have a few concubines? We did not have any before Fengju wed. That is quite fortunate. Gu Fangzi felt a thrill of joy in her heart, though her face remained doubtful. This may not be. Enough. I shall take charge of this matter. And when she noticed Gu Fangzi was about to speak again, she feigned displeasure, saying, what is it? Do you not wish for this? Aunt. Gu Fangzi instinctively stood, stamping her foot in embarrassment. I have already said too much. I have matters to attend to. Go on. Wang Shi laughed heartily, and amid her laughter, Gu Fangzi had already turned and hurried out. Sang Wan returned to Ning Garden, her thoughts heavy and perplexed, unable to comprehend why her mother-in-law had been so eager to share those words with her. Reflecting on her actions over the past 2 or 3 days, she could not identify any missteps or breaches of etiquette worthy of such a response from her mother-in-law. What could have transpired? Later that evening, Luya seized a moment of privacy and quietly informed Sang Wan of the news she had overheard from the kitchen. Only then did Sang Wan learn that after Shi Fengju had accompanied her back to her family, 2 maidservants in the household had been punished by Gu Fangzi for a mistake, forcing them to kneel in the courtyard. The maidservants, feeling disgruntled, had complained in secret about Gu Fangzi's interference, arguing that there was now a legitimate mistress in the household, and that Gu Fangzi, a mere guest, had no right to act so presumptuously. Coincidentally, Gu Fangzi had overheard their words and had been so aggrieved that she cried in her room. Somehow, this incident reached Wang Shi's ears, inciting her wrath. She immediately ordered the 2 maidservants to receive a severe punishment and be sent to the outer courtyard to perform menial labor, while personally comforting Gu Fangzi. No wonder. Sang Wan nodded in understanding. It was clear now why her mother-in-law had been so eager to discuss the matter with her. It was to stand up for Gu Fangzi. Sang Wan let out a gentle sigh. In her previous life, it was taken for granted that this household was under Gu Fangzi's control, marking the true beginning of her nightmare. It was unexpected that in this life, things remained unchanged. The outcome was still the same. A chill ran through Sang Wan's heart. If it were merely this, it would be bearable. However, she feared that with Gu Fangzi's nature, she would not easily relent. If she were to enter at this moment, how would Sang Wan conduct herself? She could only hope that Shi Fengju was a man of his word. At this juncture, that was all she could cling to. She was but a minor figure, utterly incapable of altering the reality of her situation. As Sang Wan had anticipated, Gu Fangzi indeed led Wang Shi to make a decision and communicated the same to Shi Fengju. You and Fangzi grew up together. Your affair is known to the entire household. This was bound to happen sooner or later. I see no harm in her entering now, do you? Wang Shi remarked with a light-hearted tone, expressing her confidence in the matter, especially since her son favored this cousin. Upon hearing this, Shi Fengju could only manage a bitter smile. Mother, you summoned me as soon as I returned just to discuss this? What is the rush? What do you expect? Is there any reason not to be urgent? Wang Shi was taken aback by her son's lack of enthusiasm and shot him an irritated glance. Fangzi is not a child anymore. You should provide her with an explanation. I believe Wan Yang is not unreasonable. She will agree. Fangzi can first enter as a concubine, and later, after bearing a son, she can be elevated to the status of a wife. Allowing her to wear a red dress would also save face for Wan Yang. Mother, is this your idea or Fangzi's? Shi Fengju hesitated before asking. What difference does it make? Wang Shi frowned. What? Are you still unwilling? I must say, my son, you cannot act in such a heartless manner. Wan Yang is gentle and virtuous, while Fangzi is intelligent and capable. The 2 of them will surely get along harmoniously. This is your fortune. Mother, I have my own opinions on this matter. You need not worry. Shi Fengju frowned. 1 year, it is merely a year. I can wait. And I believe she can wait as well. I wish to give the woman I love a complete and grand wedding. What is wrong with that? Why should I feel wrong now? Foolishness. Wang Shi was incensed and snorted coldly. You think I want to worry? If I don't, who will? This is not just your affair. I cannot allow Fangzi to suffer. If you can bear it, I cannot. She then recounted the events of the previous day to Shi Fengju and added, Tell me, can this still wait? Chapter 20. She does not trust him. Shifengju patiently said, Mother, the servants are gossips, lacking insight. Why bother to argue with them? Just dismiss those who talk too much, and good people are not hard to find. Fangzi is not the type to be petty. She wouldn't care about this. What household doesn't have a few unreliable servants? The simplest of truths. Mother, why can't you understand? You can manage the heavens and the earth, but can you control what people say? Preposterous. Wang Shi retorted angrily. Have you any understanding of the dangers of gossip? I do not mean to imply that you are considering not marrying Fangzi. Are you? Cousin, Jiang Momo exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise as she caught sight of Gu Fangzi, who stood dazed at the doorway. The argument between the mother and son came to an abrupt halt as they both turned their gaze towards the entrance. Gu Fangzi's face was pale, her expression sorrowful. She stifled a sob, covered her mouth, and turned away to flee. When did she arrive? Wang Shi looked to Jiang Momo. I do not know either. Jiang Momo replied. That poor child, this is all your fault. She glared resentfully at her son. Do not worry, mother. I will find her and explain everything. You need not concern yourself with this matter, Shifengju declared before hurriedly leaving. In the warm chamber of the peony garden, Gu Fangzi lay silently weeping on the Kong, her delicate shoulders trembling slightly, punctuated by soft sobs that echoed her lamentable state. Upon hearing footsteps behind her, she paused, slowly sitting up, and quickly wiped her tears away, arranging the damp strands of hair that clung to her face. She turned to Shifengju, lowering her head as she murmured, Cousin, noticing her reddened eyes, swollen and glistening with tears, her petite face marked with traces of sorrow. Shifengju felt his heart soften. Fanger, he gently patted her back. Do not cry. Gu Fangzi's voice was muffled, and she did not respond, instinctively leaning away from his hand. He was unwilling to welcome her inside. He truly was unwilling. This was something she could not bear. His attitude felt like a sharp dagger, cruelly slicing through her heart. Fanger, please do not be this way. Shifengju forced a smile. Why do you refuse? She looked up, her tear-filled eyes gazing deeply into his. Do you no longer want me? No, that is not it. Shifengju's heart surged with warmth as he gently embraced her. Fanger, have you forgotten what I promised you? I vowed to never let you down. Gu Fangzi could no longer hold back her tears. These tears are of humiliation. My feelings for you have never changed, Fanger, believe me. Shifengju emphasized. What I have said will never waver. You must trust me. Gu Fangzi felt his words reeked of sarcasm, a surge of anger rising within her. She coldly retorted, Trust? How am I to trust you? Before marrying Sang Wan, you wouldn't even speak her name, and on the day of the wedding, your face bore no trace of joy. Do you know how I felt? Torn between sorrow and joy? Sorrow because I was not the one you were marrying, and joy because your feelings for me were evidently profound. And now, you refuse to welcome me in? Are you afraid of her suffering? In just 3 short days, have you forgotten me already, replaced by her? For you, I would willingly be a concubine. What more do you want? You keep insisting you will not betray me. Yet you have already done so. Shifengju felt a tumult of pain and confusion, momentarily stunned. Fanger, you do not trust me? The truth is evident. How can you expect me to earn your trust? Fanger, he said, his eyes dimming with unexplainable disappointment. Perhaps sometimes the truth is not as you perceive it. If only you would trust me, you would eventually realize my feelings for you have never changed. Seeing him remain unrepentant, Gu Fangzi's fury escalated. Is that so? Then enlighten me. How is it not as I see? Cousin, you have never deceived me. Yet for Sang Wan, a mere 3 days into her marriage, you would use such shallow words to placate me. I may not be from a prestigious family, but I am no fool. I cannot simply accept whatever is said to me as truth. As if struck by an unseen force, she could not help but succumb to tears once more. Shifengju stood frozen, feeling an icy chill wash over him, staring at the person before him with disbelief, suddenly feeling a sense of estrangement. As if a veil had descended between them. He was Shifengju, her childhood companion, not some distant other. How could she still doubt him? Did she truly perceive him as akin to the faceless others? If so, then what significance did his persistence and heartfelt efforts hold? A wave of exhaustion washed over him. If he had intended to reveal to Gu Fangzi that he had a 1-year agreement with Sang Wan, that thought dissipated. He knew she would not believe him now. She might even grow angrier, convinced he was deceiving her, that she was easily fooled. Gu Fangzi did not genuinely wish to sever ties with Shifengju. The affection they had painstakingly built over the years could not be so easily forsaken. Her actions were merely to make him see her plight, to elicit guilt from him, to ensure she remained in his thoughts, to emphasize her importance. Based on past experience, her tears would prompt him to comfort her until she smiled once more. However, as she wept with her head bowed, Shi Fengju stood there, lost in thought, seemingly oblivious to her cries. Gu Fangzi felt a mix of shock and anger, solidifying her belief that he had changed his heart. An overwhelming jealousy surged through her, and she forcefully pushed him, crying out, "If you despise me so much, why do you linger here? Go back to Ningyuan. The people there are waiting for you." Caught off guard by her shove, Shi Fengju stumbled back, nearly losing his balance. He was not without temper. His expression darkened as he replied coldly, "If you think so, then I have nothing more to say. We shall talk when you are calm." With that, he turned and left. Gu Fangzi was left in a daze. How could this be? This was not the outcome she desired. Cousin! Cousin! Panic surged within her, and she rushed forward, wrapping her arms around him from behind, pressing her cheek against his back as she cried, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I will not cause trouble anymore. I promise. I will trust you. Is that not enough? Cousin, please do not ignore me." Shi Fengju felt his heart soften once more, gently patting her back as he spoke tenderly. "All right, do not cry anymore. I acknowledge my faults in this matter. Let us not dwell on it, shall we?" Gu Fangzi, ever the opportunist, seized upon his concession, lowering her head to weep softly, refusing to respond. Shi Fengju, accustomed to comforting her, felt a twinge of impatience arise. But he could not bring himself to leave her side, so he persevered in soothing her with gentle words. After a while, Gu Fangzi gradually ceased her tears, wiped her eyes, and feigned composure as she addressed Shi Fengju, saying, "It is indeed my temper that is lacking. I should have listened to my cousin." Yet, internally, she relished the notion of being adept at managing her husband. Shi Fengju inexplicably let out a sigh of relief and eagerly nodded. "It is good that you think this way. When have I ever allowed you to suffer?" Naturally, Gu Fangzi disagreed with this sentiment. Her lack of suffering was a result of her own capabilities. The ability to have him and her aunt advocate for her was also a skill. Externally, she submissively nodded with a soft accompanied by a half-shy, sweet smile. However, her aunt's insistence on her continuing to manage the household felt unjustifiable. Gu Fangzi sighed softly. Gazing at Shi Fengju, "Perhaps it would be better to let my elder cousin manage. She is more knowledgeable and wiser than I, and surely would not be overwhelmed." This posed a dilemma. Shi Fengju raised an eyebrow. If Sang-won were to take charge and dismiss Fangzi, it would not pass muster with his mother. He could only imagine the uproar that would ensue. Why invite discord into the household? Moreover, after a year and a half, Sang-won would depart, and they would still require Fangzi to oversee matters. "I propose this. Publicly state that you are assisting her, while in truth, you remain in command, merely lending her a title. What do you think? After a year and a half, once you are wed, you will still be in charge." Gu Fangzi felt a surge of joy upon hearing the initial statements, but her heart sank with the final remark. A year and a half? What did her elder cousin mean by that? Did he intend for her to wait that long before being welcomed into the family? She longed to inquire about the reasoning behind this, but sensing it was not the right moment, she suppressed her curiosity, smiling gently and nodding softly. "Very well. I shall abide by what my aunt and elder cousin decide. Regarding my elder cousin's wife, I will speak to her. You need not worry." Gu Fangzi finally felt a sense of relief, her brow unfurling as she smiled genuinely. A year and a half? Humph, it need not necessarily take that long. Who could predict that tomorrow, the day after, or next month might not bring an unexpected turn of events? Upon returning to Ningyuan, Shi Fengju relayed the situation to Sang-won, who secretly breathed a sigh of relief, readily agreeing with enthusiasm. As long as Gu Fangzi did not provoke her, she had no objections to whatever scheme she might concoct in the household. Chapter 21. A demonstration of intent. Will my dear cousin blame me? In truth, neither my aunt nor my elder cousin harbor any ulterior motives. I have merely been assisting my aunt with trivial matters, which allows me to understand her thoughts more clearly. Of course, in the future, whenever there is an issue, I would never dare to bypass my dear cousin or show her any disrespect. Gu Fangzi wore a smile that revealed a hint of subtle pride, making her eyes appear dark and bright, imbued with an enchanting vitality. "My dear cousin is being too courteous. How could I possibly hold anything against you?" Sang-won replied with a gentle smile. "It is wonderful that my mother-in-law and the eldest son have considered everything so thoroughly. As long as harmony prevails in our household, it is the greatest blessing for all." I fully understand the thoughtful intentions of my mother-in-law and the eldest son. They need not worry about me. In truth, the eldest son has already mentioned to me that I merely hold a nominal position. The decisions ultimately rest with you. You may handle matters as you see fit. I have no pressing concerns here. As soon as Sang-Wan spoke, Gu Fangzi fixed her gaze intently upon her face, her penetrating eyes seemingly trying to unearth her thoughts. Sang-Wan maintained a serene demeanor, her eyes betraying no turbulence, her lips curved in a gentle smile, and her tone soothing and calm. She forced a smile and cautiously remarked, "Do you truly not mind, dear cousin? After all, you are the wife of the eldest cousin, the rightful matriarch of this household. I am, after all, an outsider. It is only fitting that you preside over the household's affairs." Nearby, how could she understand this principle, yet still insist on acting in such an unreasonable manner? It would be one thing if she merely acted this way. Sang-Wan felt a surge of indignation. Why could this person not recognize when to gracefully withdraw? Had she not expressed herself clearly enough? Causing others to feel uneasy. Rather than being provoked by Gu Fangzi's remarks, she appeared even more earnest. "I speak from the heart. Please proceed as you wish. Here, you need not hold back. Truly, if you remain overly concerned, I would feel quite uncomfortable." Gu Fangzi smirked inwardly, feigning innocence. If it were not for her pretentious act, one might mistake her for a complete fool. "Well, that reassures me," Gu Fangzi exclaimed joyfully. "No wonder my aunt always praises you for your virtue and good nature. It is indeed true. Going forward, you may live comfortably and at ease, without concern for the trivial matters. They are not worth your worry. A person like you is truly fortunate." Gu Fangzi's laughter rang out, infused with an unspoken envy. Sang-Wan found the situation both amusing and perplexing. Was this person attempting to impose upon her a sense of obligation? How had she become the fortunate one, when it was she who had shielded her from the burdens of mundane affairs? Sang-Wan would not verbally acknowledge this inexplicable debt, even if only in words. She was unwilling to concede. Instead, she smiled, lowered her gaze to her tea, and fell silent. Gu Fangzi did not pursue the matter further, and thus declared, "If that is the case, I shall take my leave. By the way, since you are managing Ninggarden, I shall have someone deliver the roster of staff to you shortly. Should you find anything lacking or in need of adjustment, or if any servant is unsuitable for their position, please do not hesitate to inform me. If you suffer any inconvenience, neither my aunt nor the eldest cousin would forgive me. Haha. Thank you for your assistance, dear cousin." Sang-Wan replied with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. After Gu Fangzi departed, Luya exchanged glances with Sang-Wan, raising an eyebrow in disdain and whispering, "This person truly lacks shame. I have never seen such audacity, even surpassing our second lady. Do not speak carelessly." Gu Fangzi shot a glare at Luya as she made her way out. This courtyard housed more than just the two of them. Luya stuck out her tongue and made a face. Sang-Wan could not help but smile. "Indeed. To bring the roster of staff from Ninggarden. The young lady has instructed me to assist the matriarch. Should you have any questions or requests, feel free to speak with me, and I shall relay them to the young lady," Yin Chun said, clearly acting as Gu Fangzi's mouthpiece. Upon hearing this, the maids, including Xing Ji and Hong Yi, held their breath in anticipation, their expressions neutral as they awaited Sang-Wan's response. "There's no rush. You may return for now." Smiling sweetly, yet refusing to budge, clearly looking down on Sang-Wan. With her constant reference to the young lady, her meaning was unmistakable. Outside Ninggarden, Sang-Wan might have overlooked such insolence, but within the confines of her own household, amidst the many maids serving her, if she allowed this to continue, Ninggarden would surely descend into chaos. It might as well be renamed the Garden of Discord. "You need not attend to me. You may return home for the day. Matters concerning Ninggarden should wait for Mama Li's return." Sang-Wan's eyes narrowed as she fixed her gaze on Yin Chun, her tone turning frigid. Yin Chun was taken aback. She had not expected the gentle, soft-spoken matriarch, being new to the household, to so openly disregard her. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she faltered. Relying on Gu Fangzi's support and believing that Sang-Wan could not retaliate, she stubbornly maintained her ground. Forcing a smile and saying, "Matriarch, Xingji, Luya, show Yin Chun out." Sang-Wan's expression darkened, her voice imbued with authority. Xingji could hardly refuse, and Luya was eager to comply. The two advanced, and with a firm yet polite tone said, "Yin Chun, please," thus ushering her out without further discussion. The other maids exchanged silent glances, understanding that the new matriarch's patience had its limits. To their surprise, no sooner had Yin Chun departed than Mama Li, returning to recuperate, entered Ning Garden, supported by a young maid. Upon receiving the report from the maid, Sang Wan, who had been perusing the staff roster, was taken aback and quickly rose to greet her. Mama Li was the wet nurse of Shifengju, and her bond with him was profound. Please don't be so formal. I am but a humble servant, unworthy of such honor. You are the eldest son's wet nurse and my elder. You deserve this respect. Sang Wan replied with a smile, refraining from insisting further. After ensuring Mama Li was seated, she personally poured tea for her. Seeing this, Mama Li exclaimed, "Oh dear, you are far too courteous, matriarch. I feel quite indebted." She sighed regretfully. Alas, I am but an old woman, no longer of much use. I regrettably missed the joyous occasion of the eldest master and mistress's celebration. Alas, how unfortunate it is. Not being able to attend Fengju's wedding and witness him ushering his bride into the household fills Li Momo with genuine sorrow. Your kind thoughts are deeply appreciated by both the eldest master and Wan Yang. Please take care of your health, for the eldest master shall find joy in your well-being. Wan Yang merely speaks the truth. It is only fitting. With a chuckle, Li Momo remarked, I have heard that the mistress has taken charge of Ning Yuan. There are many matters that require prompt attention. This is only proper. From now on, the eldest master shall rely entirely upon you for care. A shadow flickered across Li Momo's face, her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy, her words carrying the weight of experience. Wan Yang felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. It must have been from the likes of Yin Chun or Gu Fengzi, who conveyed something to her. Wan Yang's body trembled slightly in indignation. Gu Fengzi's relentless pressure left her scarcely able to catch her breath. Momo jested. Wan Yang, being newly arrived and with so many people still absent, how could she possibly manage anything? She merely wishes to familiarize herself with the faces in this household. Everything seems to be running smoothly in the garden, and Wan Yang perceives no urgent matters that need addressing. Perhaps you might kindly offer your guidance to Wan Yang? As she spoke, she hurriedly added, but then again, this is not a matter that requires immediate resolution. Once you have regained your strength, it will not be too late to discuss it further. Wan Yang is young and inexperienced. She will undoubtedly need your invaluable advice in the future. I hope you do not find her foolish. A spark of surprise lit up Li Momo's eyes as she inquired, does the mistress truly wish for me to return in the future? Of course. Wan Yang replied in astonishment. You are the eldest master's wet nurse, and as long as you are willing, you are most welcome to return. Wan Yang, feeling a touch of shyness, added with a smile, I am rather bold in my request, hoping you will teach me more. You have cared for the eldest master since he was young, and your understanding of his temperament and preferences is unparalleled. Chapter 22. The messenger from mother-in-law indeed. Indeed. My dear lady, do not find me tiresome. I assure you, I speak only the truth. Li Momo chuckled heartily, her joy genuine. She realized that such a confession might portray her as petty, as if she were rushing over out of fear of losing her authority. In truth, she did harbor a slight resentment, prompted by a rumor from her neighbor's granddaughter that the new mistress intended to impose new rules upon Ning Garden. This incited her to visit, only to discover it was not the case at all. Li Momo, being astute, quickly recognized that she had fallen victim to other schemes. Reflecting further, she suspected that this matter was intricately linked to Gu Fengzi. After all, if she were to embarrass the eldest mistress, only Gu Fengzi would benefit. That cunning fox. Li Momo silently seethed, casting a scrutinizing glance at the gentle and amiable Sang Wan. A strong sense of responsibility welled up within her. The eldest mistress, with her temperament, was no match for that vixen. It was inevitable that she would need to take on more burdens for the future. The eldest master was a child she had nurtured and composed. Such grace and character were deserving of the eldest master, unlike that fox, who only knew how to be capricious and self-indulgent. Entirely oblivious to the eldest master's needs, she would throw tantrums, demanding the eldest master to cater to her whims. The Sure family was prominent and affluent, and the eldest master was already burdened with enough outside troubles. He should return home to enjoy peace, not to expend his energy appeasing a woman. Merely contemplating Gu Fengzi's usual antics filled Li Momo with frustration. Yet, the eldest master was utterly ensnared by her, stirring both her pity and anger, leaving her feeling helpless. Really? Then I thank you in advance, Momo. Sang Wan exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and delight evident in her voice. Li Momo, protective as she was, understood the significance of her support. With her assistance, many matters would become more manageable. Dear mistress, you mustn't be so formal. Li Momo chuckled, then sighed. You regard me as one of your own, so I shall speak candidly. The eldest master is a good man, and in time you shall see this for yourself. Just take good care of him, and when you have leisure, visit the eldest lady and converse with her. As for the rest, do not concern yourself too much. You must be diligent. Sometimes, one must look beyond the surface. In this household, having lived 2 lifetimes, Li Momo was the first to show her sincerity and speak heartfelt truths to Sangwon. Overwhelmed with emotion, Sangwon felt her eyes moisten slightly. I shall remember your words, Momo. Thank you for your guidance, she said, blinking back tears and nodding slightly at Li Momo. Li Momo, aware that it was inappropriate to speak ill of Gu Fangzi in front of others, refrained from elaborating further. Yet her intentions were clear. In this household, the only individuals of importance to the eldest mistress were the eldest master and the eldest lady, those she could rely on and trust. Should she allow herself to be swayed by the opinions of outsiders, it would be her own folly, unworthy of her heartfelt assistance. She hoped she would not be disappointed. Li Momo, already in poor health, had arrived laden with anger, and now that she had calmed down, fatigue began to show. Sangwon promptly instructed someone to brew ginseng tea for her, insisting she take a proper rest. Once you have recovered, let someone know, and I shall send for you. Taking a few sips of the tea before departing, the storm had passed silently, and Sangwon finally breathed a sigh of relief. For 2 consecutive days, tranquility reigned, and no one sought to trouble her. Gu Fangzi was preoccupied with her own affairs and had not come to provoke her. With time on her hands, Sangwon took the opportunity to teach Luya how to read and write properly. In the past, while serving as her personal maid, Luya had picked up a few characters but was limited in her knowledge. In a household of modest means, which girl was free from domestic duties? Only the affluent could afford the luxury of being raised in seclusion. Although her elder brother cared for her, she had to consider her sister-in-law's feelings, let alone pay attention to Luya. Now, however, things were different. Perhaps in the not-so-distant future, she and Luya would live together, and education could enlighten the mind, irrespective of gender. Her father had always said so, as had her elder and second brothers, and she wholeheartedly agreed. Thus, with both time and the means at her disposal, she felt compelled to educate Luya, envisioning her as a potential ally in the future. Moreover, there was an underlying concern that kept her from venturing out. Sangwon was deeply afraid that if Luya wandered outside, she might, as in her past life, become lost to her forever. My lady. One morning, after breakfast, while Sangwon was busy teaching Luya to read, a round-faced young maid clad in a silver-blue vest and white silk skirt rushed in. The eldest lady has summoned you immediately, the little sparrow said, urgency in her tone. Mother is looking for me. Is there something urgent? Sangwon inquired, feeling a twinge of apprehension at the summons. The little sparrow shook her head. You will know once you arrive. Sangwon nodded, adjusted her attire, and checked her reflection in a large bronze mirror to ensure her hair was not disheveled. She then noticed Luya, one hand on the table and the other holding a brush, gazing up at her with eager eyes. Unable to resist, Sangwon chuckled and admonished her. You should diligently write the 10 characters I taught you 20 times, and have you memorized the passage from yesterday? I will check upon my return. Yes, my lady. Luya replied, her spirits dampened, sticking out her tongue in dismay as she resumed her writing. Come along with me. Sangwon smiled and turned to Xingji. Xingji agreed and helped Sangwon as they accompanied the little sparrow. On their way, they encountered a young woman supported by her maid, adorned with a delicate hairpin. She wore a white dress with red plum blossoms and a flowing skirt, exuding grace. Upon spotting Sangwon, she paused slightly. This was Zhou Shi, the daughter-in-law of the second household. Not long after her marriage, her husband had eloped with a famous courtesan, and she had remained mostly withdrawn since. In her past life, Sangwon had scarcely seen her, and in this life, she had never encountered her at all. Feigning surprise, Sangwon slowed her pace and glanced at Xingji questioningly. This is the second lady. Xingji promptly introduced, and she and the little sparrow stepped forward to greet Zhou Shi. Ah, it's my sister-in-law, Sangwon said with a nod and a smile. Greetings, elder sister. Zhou Shi returned the gesture. After their exchange, Sangwon casually mentioned that they would chat more tomorrow before hurrying on her way. Are you heading to the eldest ladies? Zhou Shi suddenly inquired. Yes. Mother has summoned me for something, Sangwon replied, not wishing to prolong the conversation with Zhou Shi, and she hurried along. Zhou's gaze swept across her. a flicker of disturbance seemingly crossing his eyes, yet he chose to remain silent, offering a gentle nod and a smile, indicating that he would not intrude upon his sister-in-law. He watched as Sang-won and her two companions gradually departed before he too made his exit. Upon entering the main courtyard and crossing the hallway, she could not fathom the identity of this woman, who seemed to laugh so audaciously in front of Wang, exuding confidence and boldness. A sudden realization struck her, and she grasped her handkerchief tightly, her face paling. If her conjectures held true, this woman must be Madame Zhuang, the sworn adversary of her mother-in-law, Wang. Although the Zhuang family did not hold the title of the wealthiest in Qingzhou, they were nonetheless a prominent and respectable household in the area. For reasons unknown, Madame Zhuang had always been at odds with Wang, competing fiercely over every conceivable matter, be it the number of shops, the success of their businesses, the merits of their sons, the attentiveness of their maidservants, or the loyalty of their housekeepers. In recent years, their rivalry had escalated to new heights, culminating in disputes over the most trivial of matters. Even the monthly offerings at Shuiyan Temple. Sang-won felt a surge of caution and composed herself as she cautiously approached. In her previous life, it was Gu Fengzi's machinations that had led to her humiliation before Madame Zhuang, resulting in her mother-in-law's ridicule and further complicating her existence. She had not anticipated that Madame Zhuang would arrive so soon. In this life, who could say what schemes Madame Zhuang might have devised, or what traps Gu Fengzi had laid in wait for her? "Greetings, mother." Sang-won stepped forward, bending her knee in deference to Wang, her voice soft and respectful. Wang's expression momentarily froze, the flicker of displeasure in her eyes vanishing just as quickly, yet Sang-won caught the subtle change, feeling a sense of frustration. Had she erred in her very first interaction? "Ah, come now, you must greet Madame Zhuang. She is a renowned lady in Qizhou." Wang gestured warmly, her smile genuine as she introduced Sang-won. In front of Madame Zhuang, Wang would conceal her true feelings, then turn to Lady Zhuang, kneeling to pay her respects. "I have met Lady Zhuang. I hope you are well." Good, good. Lady Zhuang responded with a beaming smile. Wang sure forced a smile, her expression stiffening slightly. Sang-won felt an overwhelming urge to silence Lady Zhuang. This woman thrived on chaos, speaking in a way that clearly sowed discord between her and her mother-in-law. While it pleased her, did she ever consider the feelings of others? Seeking permission with clarity, she understood that she could only proceed step by step, her only support being Wang Shi's sentiments. By prioritizing her mother-in-law's feelings, she might find a way to navigate this predicament. Indeed, when Wang Shi noticed that Sang-won did not heed Lady Zhuang's words, but instead sought her counsel, her expression softened slightly. With a triumphant glance at Lady Zhuang, she smiled at Sang-won and said, "Lady Zhuang has called for you. You should go to her." "Yes." Sang-won again bowed to Wang Shi before gracefully stepping toward Lady Zhuang, settling beside her. "You are far too cautious. What is there to fear from your mother-in-law? I must check her countenance every time I call your name." Lady Zhuang chided playfully, holding Sang-won's hand with a smile and glancing at Wang Shi. "She is indeed an innocent child." Wang Shi was instantly incensed, feeling a lump of indignation rise in her chest, unable to utter a word. Lady Zhuang nearly implied that she mistreated her daughter-in-law. How could Wang Shi endure such humiliation? Yet, she found herself forced to accept it. As a daughter-in-law, it was her duty to honor her elders, despite her youth and naivety. Sang-won understood that propriety demanded respect for her elders, and she dared not act independently. Sang-won smiled shyly, gently stating, "That is quite true." Wang Shi sighed in relief and quickly added, "Lady Zhuang speaks well. Indeed, my daughter-in-law is too honest. As an elder, I, along with Lady Zhuang, should not be treated with such caution, otherwise, others might think me petty." Sang-won inwardly lamented the disparity between her mother-in-law's words and Lady Zhuang's eloquence. It was no wonder Lady Zhuang looked down on her. Sang-won vaguely sensed that Lady Zhuang's penchant for competing with her mother-in-law stemmed from the fact that although her mother-in-law lacked the same stature, she still firmly held the title of the wealthiest lady in Qingzhou. Lady Zhuang disregarded Wang Shi's remarks and continued to smile at Sang-won. Indeed, how much reading must she have done to develop calluses on her hands? Sang-won gently withdrew her hand, feeling a flush creep across her cheeks. In her own home, she had been accustomed to domestic chores, not the delicate idle life of a wealthy young lady. Her hands bore calluses, which was hardly surprising. If one were to compare, even the hands of Shi Lian, a daughter of the Shi family, would seem more refined. Lady Zhuang was undoubtedly aware of their circumstances. Her words were a deliberate mockery. Sang-won felt uncomfortable at that moment. By nature, she was proud and never considered her labor at home to be shameful, yet she hesitated to reveal the truth, realizing that Lady Zhuang likely had many more jabs hidden behind her words. Why should she invite further ridicule? Wang Shi had long been uncomfortable with the disparity between the Sang family and the Shi family. Given the Shi family's current wealth, it would not be impossible for them to marry a lady from an official family. She could not say anything that might give Lady Zhuang the opportunity to mock her. Sang-won gritted her teeth and decided to adopt a thick skin, smiling without replying, effectively allowing Lady Zhuang's comments to stand unchallenged. Since Lady Zhuang had made such a statement, it would be awkward for her to refute it, as the subject of the conversation remained silent. Lady Zhuang could only internally roll her eyes and think, what a thick skin she has. Yet, Lady Zhuang was unwilling to let the matter rest. With a glint in her eye, she turned to Wang Shi and said, "It is not that I speak unpleasantly, but dear Sister Wang, your Shi family is the wealthiest in Qingzhou, and Sang-won, as the eldest daughter-in-law of your family, should not be dressed so plainly. Look at this fabric. It is rather lackluster. The colors of her cosmetics are not vibrant enough, diminishing her natural beauty. Oh dear, even her accessories are quite ordinary. Surely this is not this year's style? I must say, dear Sister Wang, it would be a pity if outsiders saw her this way." And her expression soured once more. She shot a glare at Sang-won and retorted, "Who says that? Our Shi family is thriving. Feng Ju is capable. Our business grows year by year. Let them speak ill. We have exquisite clothing, jewelry, and cosmetics. Sang-won simply prefers not to wear them." Sang-won suddenly understood. No wonder Wang Shi's displeasure was visible the moment they entered. This was the root of the issue. Casting a discreet glance at her mother-in-law's attire, Wang Shi wore a splendid dark blue jacket with intricate patterns and a green skirt adorned with auspicious symbols. Her hair was elegantly pinned with exquisite ornaments, radiating wealth and grandeur, even more so than the attire she wore when serving tea. Then she glanced at Lady Zhuang, who was similarly adorned in luxurious clothing, bedecked with jewels. Clearly, the two women were at odds from the moment they met. One came prepared, while the other was on high alert. Sang-won then looked down at her own attire, a plain, light blue jacket embroidered with chrysanthemums and a simple white skirt, devoid of adornments. In comparison, her outfit, while modestly elegant, paled in comparison to the lavish displays of the two ladies. It was no wonder her mother-in-law appeared displeased. "I knew it." Lady Zhuang chuckled, feigning realization. The handkerchief in her hand was made from a rare fabric, worth more than gold. Sister Wang would never be so petty. Surely, the Shi family is not that kind of household. Lady Zhuang declared confidently, turning to Sang-won with a smile, "My dear, this is your fault." "Oh dear, I speak too bluntly, please do not be offended. Perhaps it is simply that you have grown accustomed to simplicity." "Indeed, Sister Wang. It is essential that one marries within their station, otherwise, how can one expect to blend into a new family?" "Oh dear, I have spoken too much." Madame Zhuang, at once laughing and speaking, directed a lengthy discourse towards Sang-won, then shifted her attention to Wang Shi, her smile unwavering and her sarcasm unmistakable. Listening to Madame Zhuang's caustic remarks and recalling her disapproval of this marriage, Wang Shi felt even more incensed. Had it not been for Madame Zhuang's presence, gradually settling her agitation. Desiring to counter Madame Zhuang's assertions but unsure how to articulate her rebuttal, she forced a smile and remarked, "It is not as grave as you suggest. This child, Wan Yang, possesses an inherently gentle nature. She is virtuous and well-mannered. Since her arrival, she has shown immense filial piety towards me as her mother-in-law. All is well. Moreover, this union was decisively arranged by our late patriarch during his lifetime." And she offered a forced smile. In the past, the patriarchs of the Shi and Zhuang families had worked as companions in the same enterprise. Although their fortunes diverged later, both families could not resist the urge to compare themselves. This rivalry had reached a fever pitch between Madame Zhuang and Wang Shi. Wang Shi's statement cut to the heart of the matter. Had the late patriarch of the Shi family lacked insight, the wealthiest family in Qingzhou might very well have been the Zhuang family instead. After all, the individuals he chose could not possibly be mistaken. Sang-won found herself secretly amused, never expecting her mother-in-law could deliver such a stinging retort. Surely, Madame Zhuang would ponder over this remark long into the night. It was merely an oversight on Wan Yang's part. Thus, Sang-won hurriedly replied, "I apologize for my hasty arrival, Madame Zhuang. I have not had the chance to change my attire, and I fear I've caused you amusement. Please please forgive any impropriety. The Zhuang family is generous. And how could they possibly hold such trivial matters against you, dear? Wang Shi interjected. Next time, be aware and avoid such mistakes to prevent misunderstandings. Indeed. I appreciate your guidance, Madame Wang. I shall remember. Sangwon rose to bow respectfully to Wang Shi. Madame Zhuang, evidently perturbed by Wang Shi's comment, concealed her discomfort behind a facade of indifference. However, she felt a growing irritation as she observed the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law's performance before her. Attempting to divert the conversation, she inquired, "Where is that child, Fang Zi?" Previously, she would be chatting nearby, yet today she is absent. I feel as though something is amiss. Chapter 24. The Little Sparrow's Deception. As fate would have it, Fang Zi had caught a chill in the past couple of days and was feeling rather unwell. Couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at Wang's words. Clearly, Gu Fangzi seemed lively and full of energy. How could Wang claim she was ill? However, it was perhaps for the best, for if Gu Fangzi had come, Madame Zhuang might have stirred up some pleasant yet insidious remarks. Madame Zhuang, with a cold smile, clearly doubted Wang's claims but could not openly question them. Instead, she remarked with a sardonic tone, "Ill is she? Is it serious? This time of year, with the weather fluctuating, one can easily catch a cold. However, if it is merely a physical ailment, that is one thing. But if it is a matter of the heart, that can be much more difficult to remedy." Isn't Fang Zi of a similar age to the eldest young master? He is already married. Perhaps it is time for her to consider her own future. Her words, laden with veiled sarcasm, implied that Gu Fangzi, upon witnessing her cousin's marriage, had succumbed to melancholy and, in turn, fallen ill, essentially, a case of yearning for spring. Furthermore, it subtly chastised Wang for not adequately preparing the orphan girl for her future. Though Madame Zhuang's remarks were sharp, Wang had underestimated her. While Sangwon discerned the underlying meanings of her words, Wang remained oblivious to the insinuations. Instead, she fumed at Madame Zhuang for placing the eldest young master and Gu Fangzi in the same breath in front of Sangwon. Ultimately, it was the Shi family who had wronged Sangwon, and Wang was incensed by this. Wang's anger boiled over, and with a cold smile, she replied, "Thank you for your concern. However, it is merely a slight cold, nothing serious. She will be fine in a few days. Once she recovers, I shall bring her to pay you a visit. Madame Zhuang, do save some delightful treats for us. Oh, I wonder if you have any time, as I hear the young master's marriage has yet to be settled?" Haha, the young master is quite discerning. I wonder which young lady has captured his eye. The young master referred to by Wang was Zhuang Weixian, the only son of the Zhuang family, a prodigy in commerce. He managed hundreds of shops at a young age. Known for his stubbornness, he had declared that he would only marry a woman he found truly appealing, regardless of her beauty. Over the past few years, Madame Zhuang had introduced him to many young women, yet none had piqued his interest, causing the marriage to be indefinitely postponed. The anxious Zhuang patriarch and Madame Zhuang were both at their wits' end, and in a fit of frustration. He had left Qizhou for an extended inspection of their shops, leaving for over half a year. Wang's words struck a nerve with Madame Zhuang, causing her to feel faint. Today had proven to be a misstep. Her outing had only brought her vexation. Very well. When the time comes, I shall host a banquet, and Sister Wang must attend, bringing Wan Yang along to liven things up. Madame Zhuang smiled, yet her heart harbored a fierce resolve. Upon her return, the first order of business would be to settle her son's marriage. She was determined. As a mother, she would not be disregarded. Indeed. Naturally, Wang replied with a smile, though inwardly she reflected that it was time to train Wan Yang properly. She had momentarily overlooked the fact that the eldest daughter-in-law of the Shi family was not merely a woman of the household. She needed to socialize within the elite circles of Qizhou and maintain relations with friends and relatives. In the future, there would be numerous occasions for her to present herself publicly. She could not afford to tarnish the Shi family's reputation. Let us agree on that. Madame Zhuang gracefully rose and bid farewell. Today had indeed been a day of misfortune. She had come in a hurry and departed in anger. When had it come to the point where she felt disgraced in front of Wang? After seeing off Madame Zhuang and returning to her seat, Wang's expression darkened, and she sharply turned to the little sparrow at her side, coldly reprimanding, "What is the matter with you? Did I not instruct you to dress more splendidly for this occasion? Just look at yourself." Sangwon blinked in surprise. In all honesty, when had the little sparrow ever said such a thing? She had simply mentioned that her mother-in-law wanted her to hurry over, nothing more. Wang was in a foul mood, and it would be wise for Sangwon to remain silent. Any protest would only aggravate Wang further. Although she could not retort, she could not simply swallow her indignation either. So, she cast a fierce glare at the little sparrow, not caring if Wang noticed. She believed that if Wang saw it, she would surely harbor doubts and inquire further. The little sparrow, taken aback by Sang Wan's boldness, avoided her gaze and instinctively shrank back. Wang, noticing the exchange, paused and glanced at the little sparrow, letting out a huff before ceasing her reprimand of Sang Wan, dismissing the little sparrow with a wave of her hand. Even if she had discerned the underlying tension, as a mother-in-law, there were many things she could not question Sang Wan about directly. If there were indeed other matters at play, what would that make her earlier admonishment of Sang Wan? Had she been in the wrong? Yes, Wan Yang takes her leave. Mother, please do not be angry. I shall not dare again. Sang Wan gracefully bowed to Wang. Seeing that she held no resentment, Wang felt slightly better. Yet she still feigned annoyance, saying, next time? There cannot be a next time. Very well, you may go? Yes. Sang Wan bowed softly and turned to leave. What did you say to the eldest madam when I sent you to invite her? Wang immediately glared at the little sparrow, her voice cold. The little sparrow inwardly lamented her predicament. I. Speak the truth. Wang insisted icily. It won't be difficult to piece it together. She had not anticipated Sang Wan's boldness. She thought she would have to endure her silent shame. Or perhaps she felt unjustly treated and would confront Wang. Regardless of the outcome, she might have avoided the brunt of the situation, yet now she found herself in the line of fire. I deserve to be punished. So I merely told the eldest madam to hurry over, forgetting your instructions. I deserve to be punished. Indeed, it was your meddling that caused this chaos. Wang spat at the little sparrow. You appeared clever, yet you are utterly useless, unable to convey a simple message. I almost wronged Wan Yang because of you. What use is there in keeping you, aunt? Before Wang could finish, Gu Fangzi gracefully entered, her handkerchief in hand, and with a sweeping glance, she smiled. Who is so thoughtless as to provoke aunt's anger? Oh, it is merely you, little maid. Just when aunt was beginning to feel a bit cheerful. What trouble have you caused again? Have you no regard for aunt's health? As she gently massaged Wang's shoulders, she coaxed with a soft smile, Aunt, do not let a mere maid upset your health. It is hardly worth it. Consider it akin to a trivial quarrel among dogs. Pray, tell me so that I might mediate. Gu Fangzi's massage was just right, and Wang found herself relaxing, leaning back to enjoy her attention. Hearing her gentle, cheerful words, her anger dissipated somewhat. She recounted the situation and added, What do you think of this maid? Is she reliable? She cannot even deliver a message correctly. But did Madame Zhuang manage to gain any advantage? Did she say anything of importance? A smile involuntarily graced Wang's face. Her heart lightened as she nodded and remarked, Not at all. I must say, today has been quite refreshing. That woman is typically relentless, yet today she returned home with a belly full of grievances. Ha. Gu Fangzi scoffed dismissively, saying, She could never compare to you, aunt. In the past, your magnanimity prevented any disputes. But she fails to grasp the concept of knowing when to retreat. Instead, she presumptuously approached you, and you need not be courteous towards her. A small lesson would suffice to showcase your generosity. Gu Fangzi's praise portrayed Wang as gracious, highlighting that her previous restraint towards Madame Zhuang had allowed the latter to gain the upper hand. Now, with the tables turned, Madame Zhuang found herself at a loss. Revealing her inferiority, Wang evidently relished this sentiment. Her composure elevated, and her smile grew even brighter. Seizing the moment, Gu Fangzi continued to jest. I find that little Kair is usually quite astute, for otherwise, aunt would not have entrusted her with delivering messages. Yet, how is it that she stumbled today? Surely it was unintentional. Aunt, do be magnanimous and forgive her this once. Given that Madame Zhuang had not gained any advantage today, this context allowed Wang to overlook Kair's mistake. Furthermore, since Gu Fangzi had just extolled her generosity, it was only fitting for her to demonstrate it at that moment. Thus, she glared at Kair and declared, Did you hear that? On account of Miss Gu's intercession, I shall let you off this time. Should there be a next occurrence, both new and old grievances will be settled swiftly. Grandma Jiang, please inform Sister Wu to deduct her pay for a month. You may leave. This was indeed the mildest reprimand. Had she been cast out to perform menial labor, it would have been a complete loss of face. Kair hurriedly bowed in gratitude, scrambling to her feet to exit. Gu Fangzi continued to engage Wang in light-hearted banter until she had genuinely cheered her up before taking her leave. Yet, within Gu Fangzi's heart, a sense of despondency lingered. It was clear that dealing with Sang-won was far more intricate than it appeared. Sang-won, anxious and unsettled, departed from the main courtyard. As the wind swept by, she walked for quite some distance before her spirits gradually calmed. After all, she had clearly articulated her stance, and Wang had witnessed it. What questions Wang might pose to Kair or whether she would harbor any thoughts about her henceforth were beyond her control. Chapter 25. Teaching literacy at the very least. Although Wang harbored resentment towards herself, she was aware that the matter was not solely her fault. "Madam, you've returned." Changing her temperament would not happen overnight. She smiled and gently shook her head, deciding to let it go for today. "Bring me the large characters to review, and put the book away." "Ah." Lu Ya's eyes brightened, and she cheerfully agreed, fearing that Sang-won might change her mind. She eagerly dashed inside to fetch the characters, presenting them to Sang-won with pride. "Madam, look. Did I write well?" "I didn't slack off. I wrote every single one." Sang-won chuckled at her earnestness, flipping through the pages. Some were crooked while others were neat, albeit too rigid, resembling sticks haphazardly arranged, with varying sizes and thicknesses, which was quite amusing. "How about that? Much better than yesterday and the day before." Sang-won smiled and set it aside, saying, "You're improving day by day. Very good." Li was overjoyed, beaming widely, and quickly said, "Then, madam, please rest. What would you like to eat tonight?" "I will go tell the kitchen right away." Sang-won couldn't help but sigh inwardly, realizing the truth in the saying that old habits die hard. Luya had always been restless back at the Sang residence, and now confining her to this small courtyard was indeed a challenge. As soon as she set down the book, Luya was already looking for an excuse to dash outside. "Go on." Sang-won chuckled helplessly, cautioning her not to linger outside or wander off to other places, urging her to return swiftly. "Yes, I understand." Luya replied eagerly and hurried off. Sang-won lifted her gaze to see Xing-ji staring blankly at Luya's work, and she smiled gently. Xing-ji, realizing her lapse in composure, quickly diverted her gaze and awkwardly smiled. "Madam, can you read?" Sang-won inquired with a smile. Xing-ji's eyes dimmed, shaking her head with a forced smile. "I am but a servant. How could I be so fortunate as to know how to read?" Sang-won laughed. "There's nothing remarkable about it. Isn't Luya just like you? In fact, she is not even as capable." Hope ignited in Xing-ji's heart, her eyes sparkling as she tentatively asked, "Madam, might it be possible you also wish to learn to read?" Sang-won completed her thought. "Yes. Please don't think me foolish. Teach me as well." Xing-ji immediately knelt down, bowing her head to Sang-won. As a first-rate maid, her experiences and insights surpassed those of the younger girls. Having observed Gu Fangzi's assistance to the eldest young master due to her literacy, she couldn't help but wonder if being literate would grant her better prospects when it came to marriage. Would it allow her to provide more support to her husband and earn his greater respect? However, as a servant, she had no right to actively request literacy. If she voiced such a desire, her mistress might suspect ulterior motives, especially as she served beside the eldest young master. Even a hint of ambition could draw ire from the young ladies. "Get up." Sang-won hurriedly lent her support and smiled. "What's this? You need tea meal for this. If you wish, you may join Luya in learning every day." Xing-ji was elated and bowed her head once more, gleefully expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, madam. Thank you. All right. Sang-won laughed, waving her hand. Noticing Hong Yi's eager expression nearby, she joked, "Do you wish to learn as well? Having one more person is fine, but too many might overwhelm me. Opportunity knocks but once." Hong Yi's eyes lit up, and she promptly knelt down, bowing her head to Sang-won and saying, "Thank you, madam." Sang-won nodded with a smile. "So it's settled. Starting tomorrow, you will study with Luya. Learning a few characters and being able to write your name is beneficial. It'll save you from being sold and having to count money for others." Both girls laughed at this remark. "Well then," Sang-won added with a smile, "since there's nothing pressing today, I'll grant you a half day off. Go prepare the 4 treasures of the study. It's fine if you can't gather everything today. You may begin learning characters tomorrow." The intention was to have daughters that were easier to manage, as they would always be mindful of family and reputation. For them, preparing a complete set of study materials was not a daunting task. They quickly assured Sang-won that they would have everything ready by today and hurried off to inform their families. Upon returning from the kitchen, Liu was delighted to learn that the madam had found her 2 companions, finally someone to share the burden of learning. Sang-won hadn't anticipated that the kitchen would be such a hub of gossip. It was no wonder Liu was always so eager to check in. With the visit from the matriarch and the happenings in the main courtyard, The cooks and maids were already animatedly discussing it. And Xiao Ke had been punished with a month's wage deduction. So it was Gu Fengzi again, Sang-won mused. That young lady certainly had a way with words. Xiao Ke had clearly acted maliciously, yet she managed to persuade the matriarch to forgive her so easily. Luya clicked her tongue in disbelief. But upon receiving a stern look from Sang-won, she quickly acknowledged, Yes, I spoke out of turn. I want to say another word. Xing Ji and Hong Yi's efficiency, or rather, the efficiency of their families, proved remarkable, as they each returned with a complete set of study materials before dinner. Sang-won then smiled and instructed them to rearrange the guest room, adding 2 desks. Xing Ji and Hong Yi placed their brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones on their respective desks, and a deep sense of satisfaction welled up within them, causing them to grin widely. The brightness in their eyes made Sang-won feel somewhat bashful. Madam, shall we start tonight? Hong Yi suggested, eyeing the pristine supplies, eagerly itching to try them out. Luya chuckled, scolding her playfully. What do you mean we? You're taking advantage of the madam's good nature. Look at the time. Instead of preparing dinner for the madam, you're talking about starting tonight. Do you think the madam is made of steel and needs no rest? After all, the madam and the young master are newlyweds. Luya added silently in her mind, realizing how little time they had for such matters. Hong Yi, regretting her slip, blushed fiercely and hurriedly bowed to Sang-won, repeatedly apologizing. I spoke out of turn. Please forgive me, madam. I want to do it again. All right. Luya was just joking. Sang-won smiled gently, raising her hand. However, I am feeling a bit hungry. Let us prepare the meal. Indeed. Hong Yi's comment had crossed a line, but while Sang-won would not punish her for it, she wouldn't overly display her generosity either. A master is a master, and a servant is a servant. The distinction must be clear to prevent the servant from overstepping their bounds. Having been reborn, which had been transformed from a small flower hall. After a moment's contemplation, they ventured to inquire, Madam, would you like to wait for the young master? He is busy at the shop and often returns late. Sang-won mused to herself that indeed, the promise of benefits altered one's demeanor. In the past, it was akin to pulling teeth to elicit a word from apricot branch, let alone something of such significance. No need, just serve my portion, and we shall discuss it when the young master returns. Sang-won replied with a smile. After all, she and Shi Fengju were merely bound by a contractual marriage. He was not her sky, and thus she had no obligation to worship him as such. She figured that having a meal first would not offend Shi Fengju. Apricot Branch and Willow Bud exchanged knowing glances and, in unison, agreed, preparing the bowls, chopsticks, and plates, eagerly awaiting Red Leaf's return with the food to set everything out. A total of 4 dishes and a soup were prepared: steamed pork with pumpkin rice noodles, emerald shrimp, scrambled eggs, stir-fried lettuce with lily bulbs, and yam chicken soup, accompanied by a generous bowl of fragrant jiang and rice. Though dining alone, Sang-won felt neither despondent nor melancholic. She conducted herself with poise, and her demeanor was serene. Her appetite was quite hearty, as she consumed more than half a bowl of rice and half a bowl of soup before she ceased. Apricot Branch could not help but admire her in silence, reflecting that only a truly open-minded and magnanimous individual could maintain such composure. Indeed, the young mistress was unlike any ordinary woman. Regrettably, the young master had his heart set on another, which left the young mistress in a somewhat unfortunate position. After all, the dishes are delightful. Have your meals brought in and enjoy them, Sang-won suggested with a smile as she stood up. Willow Bud and Apricot Branch expressed their gratitude, and Red Leaf soon returned with a food box containing their meals, placing it on the table. In due course, the master and servants had all dined, and as night fell, bright candles illuminated the room. Perhaps due to the shared experience, the atmosphere among them felt exceptionally pleasant that day. This warm and beautiful ambience was one that none of them wished to disrupt. Chapter 26. Stifling atmosphere with nothing much to occupy her, Sang-won cheerfully suggested. Then I shall fetch a few more candles to brighten the room. The flickering candlelight illuminated the small study, where Xingji and Hong Yi sat raptly watching Sang-won demonstrate the art of grinding ink, before guiding them to sit down and instructing them on how to hold the brush. Finding simple brush strokes more engaging, Sang-won decided to write a couple of uncomplicated characters for them to practice, while also allowing them to familiarize themselves with the feel of the brush. She taught Xingji as Luya guided Hong Yi, and the 4 of them were engrossed in their task. When Shi Fengju returned, stepping lightly in the starry night, he was met with a captivating scene. Inside the room, his gaze instinctively settled on one person, bathed in the soft glow of the lamp. She wore a simple yet elegant outfit of muted green. With a delicate waist and a slight bow of her head, she held Xingji's hand, guiding her in brush strokes while softly murmuring instructions. The light accentuated her gentle contours, her subtle brows, soft lips, a poised nose, and dainty earlobes adorned with jade hairpins and pearl tassels. From his vantage point, she appeared so gentle and exquisite that he felt an overwhelming urge to cradle her in his hands. Caught in this enchanting tableau, Shi Fengjiu felt a momentary daze. Enveloped in a serene and pleasant tranquility, he was about to stealthily withdraw from the scene when Luya suddenly looked up and spotted him. "Young master." Luya, who was instructing Hong Yi, hastily released her grip and stood up straight. The other three were equally startled, halting their activities. Xingji and Hong Yi quickly rose to perform their courtesies, feeling somewhat embarrassed as if caught in a misdeed. Noticing their reactions, Shi Fengjiu smiled and stepped inside, glancing at Sang Wan with an amused expression, teaching them to recognize characters. "Are you?" "Indeed," Sang Wan replied with a smile. "With time on my hands. But perhaps it would be better to leave it for tomorrow morning. It's quite late." Sang Wan chuckled. "That's not the plan. Tonight, I merely wish to familiarize them with holding the brush." Xingji quickly chimed in. "Might I ask if the young master has dined yet?" Sang Wan, feeling a bit awkward, added, "I was unaware of your return and couldn't wait any longer, so I had some food. If you haven't eaten." Hu inquired after his well-being. Observing her demeanor, he realized his return had not affected her appetite. This thought deepened his discomfort. He had hurried home after a long day, worrying that she might feel lonely during their newlywed days without him by her side. Yet, it seemed he was of little significance to her now, as these two maids appeared to be getting along splendidly with her. Amidst his disappointment, Shi Fengjiu felt a flicker of annoyance rise within him. Raising an eyebrow, he replied nonchalantly, "No need, I'm not hungry. I have some matters to attend to in the study. Excuse me." With that, he turned and left, instructing Xingji to change. He had wanted to say, "If you're tired, you may sleep," but reconsidered. After all, if she had already eaten without waiting for him, she would naturally sleep when tired, needing no reminder from him. Indeed, Shi Fengjiu chuckled at himself, realizing their relationship was so distant that they could hardly be considered friends. It was even less than a business partnership. Why should she think of him? Does it seem like the young master is not very happy? Luya asked Sang Wan, glancing at the departing Shi Fengjiu and Xingji. Hong Ye's expression shifted with concern. Could it be that our learning to read displeased the young master? "Dear madam, how can you say that?" Luya interjected with a frown, scolding Hong Yi. "It is late, and we should not trouble the madam. Would the young master be pleased?" Feeling more embarrassed, Hong Yi quickly apologized, swiftly gathering the ink, paper, and brushes. The young master would not be upset over such trivial matters. "You are overthinking it. I see no fault in him." And they let the matter go. As Sang Wan and her three attendants emerged, Shi Fengjiu had already changed his attire and left. Xingji called out, "Madam," her demeanor somewhat flustered. Sang Wan sighed inwardly and instructed, "Go check if the food is still warm. If it is, pack it up and bring it here. Xingji, accompany me to the study. Luya and Hong Yi, prepare hot water." Shi Fengjiu was indeed displeased, a sentiment Luya could sense as well. Though she did not know the cause, Sang Wan felt it likely related to her. Shi Fengjiu was her ally and support within the Shi household. If he was upset, she could not simply ignore it, pretending not to notice. Xingji and the others soon understood that Sang Wan intended to bring dinner to the young master. When the masters maintained a harmonious relationship, the servants would also enjoy better days. The three maids, clearly influenced by the subtle atmosphere, felt delighted at the thought of Sang Wan taking the initiative to mend relations, and they hurriedly complied. Before long, Xingji returned with a food container. Sang Wan opened it to find the dishes steaming with warmth, vibrant in color and fragrant in aroma. She closed it again, signaling Xingji to carry it along with her. In truth, Shi Fengjiu had no pressing business that required him to return to the study. Upon his sudden arrival, he found that the servant attending the study had anticipated he would not return and had already slipped away to socialize and play. When he entered with Chang Huan, he found no incense burning, no pastries or fresh fruit, and the tea was cold. An atmosphere of emptiness surrounded him. These servants are becoming increasingly insufferable. Shi Fengjiu slammed the table in frustration. After a long day, he returned home without having washed his face or sipped a cup of hot tea. And with his stomach growling, it was a feat of restraint not to explode with anger. Shi Fengjiu was hardly the type to remain calm in such circumstances. "Please don't be upset, master. Those little rascals. I shall have their skins peeled tomorrow. Chang Huan hastily offered, attempting to appease him. I will fetch some tea right away. Make haste. Shi Fengju snapped, suppressing his irritation. Bring water for me to wash my face. And see if there's anything to eat. Yes, yes. Chang Huan shot a nervous glance at his master, pondering, what could be troubling him? Why not return to Ning Garden for a meal? As Chang Huan hurriedly agreed, he pondered further, but before he left, he turned back with a smile and asked, What would you like to eat, master? I shall. Noticing Shi Fengju's icy glare, Chang Huan quickly corrected himself. I will check the kitchen. With that, he darted away. Before long, Qian He and Qian Xiang entered, one carrying tea and the other with water for washing. Both were caught off guard by Shi Fengju's presence, feeling a twinge of guilt. Shi Fengju's troubled heart lightened slightly as he instructed Qian Xiang to place the basin on the stand. When he noticed Qian Xiang standing there dazed after setting it down, he sighed resignedly and took it upon himself to wet the towel that rested on the rim of the basin. Unexpectedly, the water was scalding hot. Shi Fengju plunged his hands in without warning, yelping in surprise and jumping back. Qian Xiang, startled, quickly apologized. This servant is at fault. Reflecting that although the water was not as ideal as that prepared by Xingji or Hongye in days past, it was nonetheless bearable. He disdainfully decided against further fuss and carefully soaked a towel, wrung it out, and wiped his face. The warmth enveloped him, opening his tightened pores. Devoid of any floral essence or fragrant oils, he held no expectations from these uncouth individuals. Fortunately, accustomed to the rigors of travel and trade, he had learned to lower his standards and not be easily angered over trifles. Before long, the slightly hot water had cooled to a more tolerable temperature. Shi Fengju washed his face thoroughly, cleansing his hands, which invigorated him further. He leaned back against the armchair, gesturing for Qianhe to bring him tea. Qianhe hurriedly approached, presenting a tray. Upon lifting the tea bowl, Shi Fengju noticed that the leaves had not properly steeped. They lay crumpled and half submerged in the lukewarm water. Instantly, his desire to drink vanished, and with a sharp motion, he replaced the lid on the bowl and set it aside, waving his hand dismissively. Leave it. All of you. Just go. Qianhe cast a resentful glance at the neglected tea bowl, lamenting the waste of such good leaves. Just as Qianhe and Qianxiang exited, Sangwon entered with Xingji. Shi Fengju, initially indifferent, was struck by a wave of discontent upon seeing her, reminded of the coldness of his surroundings and the inadequacies of those around him. Frowning, he questioned, What brings you here? Is there something you need? Sangwon inwardly rolled her eyes, thinking, Is it really so unreasonable to wish to dine before your return? If it was a matter of concern, she would comply without hesitation. For a man who could show displeasure on his wedding night, it would be best to eat before attending to other matters, she gently suggested with a warm smile, instructing Xingji to set down the food box. As she opened it, she continued with a smile, These are your favorites: pine nut smoked meat, 8 treasure tofu, fluffy chicken slices, crispy fried silver fish, and spring bamboo shoot soup. You should enjoy them while they are hot. They lose their flavor when cold. Chapter 27. Cousin's anger at that moment, Shi Fengju was still sulking, refusing to eat. However, the stove in the kitchen has been extinguished. Aunt Li said the meals have all been taken to the various courtyards. Would you like me to fetch something from Ningyuan for you? Or shall I ask Aunt Li to prepare a bowl of noodles to tide you over? Oh, I was afraid you might be too impatient, so I brought you a plate of lotus cake, jade crumb cake, and peach-filling pastry. Just as Chang Huan was about to present the delicacies, he noticed the madam and Xingji standing before him, while his master's face darkened ominously. Could Shi Fengju help but feel irate? Just moments ago in Ningyuan, he had casually told Sangwon that he wasn't hungry. And now he had been caught in such a contradiction. Chang Huan's words sounded particularly grating to his ears. Xingji stifled a laugh, maintaining a calm demeanor as she averted her gaze, pretending not to hear. Unaware of the previous incident in Ningyuan, Chang Huan hurriedly offered greetings to Sangwon, saying, Madam, you have arrived. Sangwon concealed her amusement, nodding slightly at Chang Huan with a smile. Very well, you may keep this plate of pastries for yourself. Take it away and enjoy. The young master has me here. Chang Huan instinctively glanced at the frowning master, forcing a smile. It seems the madam truly cares for the young master. I shall take my leave. With that, he retreated, almost as though fleeing. You wretched thing. Urged him to sit down while signaling Xingji to bring out the dishes. She personally served a bowl of soup to Shi Fengju. Seeing that she did not mock him and appeared unperturbed by Chang Huan's remarks, his embarrassment began to ease. He contemplated making some reparations, but quickly dismissed the idea, deciding it best to act as if nothing had transpired. He took his seat and accepted the meal. As the warm, fragrant bamboo shoot soup touched his palate, his appetite was instantly ignited. Shi Fengju looked at Sang-wan and spoke gently. That will suffice. Let Xingji attend to you. You may return now. He had mentioned he had matters to attend to, and whether he truly did or not, he felt compelled to linger in the study a while longer. Very well. I shall take my leave then. Young master, do return to rest early. Don't stay up too late. Sang-wan nodded, smiling as she instructed Xingji to prepare a pot of fine tea for the young master and to procure some fresh fruits as well, reminding her not to forget. Yes, her dedication to her role was commendable. As Shi Fengju pondered this, a twinge of guilt arose within him, prompting him to soften his tone and smile at her. There's no need for such trouble. My affairs are few. I shall return shortly. If you are weary, feel free to rest. Reciprocating kindness is indeed a truth that the ancients did not deceive me. Sang-wan mused inwardly, smiling as she acquiesced before turning to leave. However, before Sang-wan could reach Ning Yuan, she heard someone call out, Madam. She stopped, turning to see Xingji, her eyes widening in surprise. Xingji? Why didn't you stay to serve the young master? Sang-wan initially thought Shi Fengju had sent Xingji to accompany her, feeling a moment of unexplainable delight. Yet, she noticed an awkward expression on Xingji's face, hesitating to speak. Sang-wan's heart sank. She understood all too well what was implied. Did cousin go to the study? Sang-wan asked lightly. In the household, even including Wang Shi, whenever they mentioned Gu Fangzi in her presence, they invariably wore similar expressions, as if Gu Fangzi were some formidable beast. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed to be the case. Yes, Xingji nodded at her remark, quickly adding, Madam, you may not know, but cousin has been quite helpful to the young master in business these past few years, often discussing matters with him. Your cousin is capable and resourceful, as the matriarch has mentioned. Sang-wan replied with a smile, her demeanor still warm. Xingji couldn't help but feel sympathy for Sang-wan. Truth be told, anyone in her position would undoubtedly feel aggrieved. It was truly a burden for her. Xingji parted her lips, wishing to offer comfort to Sang-wan, but refrained, knowing their relationship was not yet close enough for such intimacy. The two women walked in silence. Sang-wan couldn't help but think how well-informed Gu Fangzi was. As soon as she entered the study, Gu Fangzi was already aware of her presence. It was clear that as soon as she left, Gu Fangzi would surely question matters there. Sang-wan found herself puzzled. How could Shi Fengju endure Gu Fangzi's watchful scrutiny? She shook her head slightly, pondering the peculiarities of his tastes. Unbeknownst to her, Shi Fengju was increasingly finding Gu Fangzi intolerable. He sensed a distinct shift. The cousin he once knew was no longer the same person. She had once been understanding, lively, and composed, possessing a boldness and confidence uncommon among young women, which had captivated him deeply. As the head of a prominent family, his wife needed to manage the household and serve as his capable partner in business. Many sensitive matters were not easily disclosed to even his closest aides, yet his wife was different. They were one. He cherished and valued her greatly. However, he sensed a gradual change in her demeanor. For instance, she no longer looked at him with trust, questioning him repeatedly. Really? You're not deceiving me? She did not dwell on her grievances, frequently reminding him of the sacrifices she made or speak enviously of other women, such as Sang-wan. In the past, even when he frequented brothels with business associates, she would merely smile lightly, perhaps playfully chiding him. He had adored her confidence in herself and in him. Yet now, he perceived her self-assurance waning, becoming increasingly fragile. She truly had no need for such feelings. Meanwhile, in Ning Yuan, Sang-wan and Xingji returned. While Shi Fengju had barely finished his meal and was occupied with consoling the pitiful Gu Fangzi, after much effort, he finally coaxed her into a smile, but by then, the food had long grown cold, and he had lost his appetite. I'm sorry, dear cousin, it's all my fault. Shall I send for some pastries? Gu Fangzi expressed her immense regret, secretly pleased that her cousin still cared for her, prioritizing her needs. It was evident that to win a man's heart, one must constantly remind him of one's significance. Seeing Shi Fengju nod, Gu Fangzi instructed Lan Xiang to fetch some pastries from Yuden Courtyard. The meal that Sang-wan sent? I hope he doesn't eat it. It's better that he doesn't see it, so it won't vex me. Tomorrow evening, I shall ensure the kitchen prepares a few of your favorite dishes as an apology to you, dear cousin. Gu Fangzi added with a bright smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement. How about we dine at Yuhilu tomorrow noon? It's been ages since we've eaten out together. Tomorrow noon, it's my treat. How does that sound? Gu Fangzi's cheerful demeanor lit up her features, and Shi Fengju couldn't help but smile back. Despite her little temper, it was clear she cared for him. As Shi Fengju was about to respond, the delicate and lovely visage of Sang Wan suddenly flashed before his eyes. Perhaps it would be best to refrain. Concerned that Gu Fangzi would persistently insist on the day after tomorrow or the day following that, he smiled and explained, I fear I will be quite occupied in the coming days. After the Dragon Boat Festival, I shall lead the fleet to the capital. Thus, Shi Fengju suppressed his inner discontent, anticipating her inquiries and doubts. Fortunately, Gu Fangzi chose not to pursue the matter further, nodding with a smile and saying, Indeed. I nearly forgot about that. Fortunately, there is little happening in the residence these days. How about I accompany you to the docks tomorrow to assist with the accounts and inventory? Isn't the Dragon Boat Festival approaching? Preparations for the festivities in the residence must be made, and it suffices for me to manage the docks alongside the steward. Shi Fengju quickly added with a smile. Upon hearing this, Gu Fangzi's expression lost its fa-ade of cheerfulness, her silence lingering for a moment before she softly replied, Very well. Since my cousin has made up his mind, what can I do but comply? Everything shall be at your discretion, cousin. I shall obediently follow. Her ambiguous words caused Shi Fengju further distress, and he instinctively furrowed his brow, forcing a smile and saying, I knew you were a sensible one. Gu Fangzi merely acknowledged this with a non-committal hum, fully aware of the furrowed brow she had seen. Shi Fengju's temper began to rise. After a day of tension and busyness, who wouldn't he yearn for a moment of comforting tranquility upon returning home? Who could muster the energy to play the humble servant? Had this individual not been Gu Fangzi, he might have expressed his frustrations openly by now. Very well, you should return now. Spend some time with mother for me, Shi Fengju said, forcing a smile as he spoke, not even waiting for Lian Xiang, who was fetching some pastries. Noticing his dismissive attitude and lack of inquiry, heard no sound of the door being pushed open, nor did he see Lian Xiang arrive. He realized that his cousin must have been petulant and sent the servants back. With a wry smile and hunger gnawing at his insides, he looked at the cold dishes on the table and thought life was truly unbearable. Well, if he didn't eat, he wouldn't die from hunger. For the first time in his pampered life, Shi Fengju experienced the pangs of hunger. He silently recited the saying, Hunger tempers the body, labor strengthens the bones, then picked up a book from the shelf, intending to pass the time until later, when he would call Xingji to prepare a late-night snack. Although he usually refrained from late-night meals, today was an exception. After all, he was the master, wasn't he? To his dismay, the first thing that caught his eye was a striking line, knife fish brewed with honeyed wine, clear sauce served on the plate, followed by descriptions of exquisite soups made from ham, bamboo shoots, and chicken, which were utterly delightful. Upon glancing at the cover, he saw the prominent title Sui Yuan Shi Dan emblazoned across it. Instantly, the suppressed hunger surged within him. He instinctively swallowed a mouthful of saliva, irritated, and tossed the book aside. Resigned, he leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. After sitting in silence for about 15 minutes, Shi Fengju felt it was time to leave. So he instructed Chang Huan to tidy up the study before heading out to Ningyuan. Behind the dark blossoms of pomegranate, two slender young girls emerged silently, both gazing at Shi Fengju as he walked toward Ningyuan. One of them burned with jealousy, while the other appeared anxious and fearful. You still urge me to go deliver food to him. Look at him. He couldn't wait even for a quarter of an hour. Gu Fangzi coldly glared at Lian Xiang and scoffed. Lian Xiang's lips moved, but she dared not respond, lowering her head even further. She too felt she had been meddlesome. Let us go. Why are you still standing here, letting the wind blow? Gu Fangzi angrily twisted a nearby flower, crushing it into a pulp. Sang Wan. That woman. I refuse to believe I can't handle her. When Shi Fengju returned to Ningyuan, Sang Wan was still awake. Seeing Shi Fengju return shortly after leaving, Sang Wan felt reassured and cheerfully called out, Darling, as she hurried to serve him tea and water. Please, sit. Let the maid do it. Shi Fengju smiled, feeling slightly guilty at her attentiveness. Sang Wan did not insist further and smiled back, watching as Xingji methodically prepared tea and water. Shi Fengju, feeling somewhat hesitant, cast a furtive glance at Sang Wan. Noticing her bright eyes and vivacious spirit, he realized she had no intention of retiring for the night. His hunger, however, proved too great to resist. Clearing his throat, he casually instructed Xingji, Have the kitchen prepare a bowl of noodles for my late-night snack. Go on. Sang Wan and Xingji exchanged surprised glances, both thinking, How long has it been since the young master had dinner, and he already wants a late-night snack? Why are you still dawdling? Hurry up, sang Wan. Noticing a change in Shifengju's expression that hinted at embarrassment, shot a glare at Xingji and turned to Shifengju with a casual smile. It's my oversight. Had I known you would return late, I would have instructed the kitchen to prepare your meal later. Food left for too long does indeed lose its flavor. I feel sorry for you, young master. But the kitchen has already extinguished the fire. The cooks must return home. Or, Sangwon seized the opportunity to suggest, tomorrow, when I return to my mother's, I might as well open the small kitchen in Ningyuan. It would be convenient for you in the future. You could have a fire going at any time without having to rely on the big kitchen. Such trivial matters were of little concern to Shifengju. He found the suggestion agreeable and nodded with a smile. Then it's settled. Just mention it to your mother tomorrow. All right, I'll mention it tomorrow. Sangwon replied eagerly, her heart secretly delighted. This was an unexpected joy. Gu Fengzi's schemes were hard to guard against. Who knew whether she would tamper with the food in the kitchen? It was far better to have the small kitchen under her watchful eye. Otherwise, if something went wrong, she would have no recourse for complaint. If she were to tell Shifengju and his mother about Gu Fengzi's misdeeds, they certainly would not believe her, let alone take her side. Sitting in silence was not ideal. Shifengju noticed a book resting beside Sangwon and asked with a smile, "What book are you reading?" Sangwon closed the book and waved its indigo cover at him. Its records of the 10 continents and 3 islands. Just something to pass the time. Shifengju expressed mild surprise. I didn't expect you to enjoy this. In the past, Emperor Wu of Han was infatuated with tales of immortals and alchemists, yearning for them but unable to attain such knowledge. He summoned Dongfang Shua for inquiries, which led to the recording of this book. One could argue that Dongfang Shua was also constrained by imperial authority, fabricating tales that people believed to be true, merely deceptions. Sangwon was equally surprised that Shifengju was aware of this book. Her eyes sparkled as she tilted her head and smiled. Though fabricated, it is quite intriguing. The island of Shenzhou lies between the East Sea and Chouyin, 170,000 miles from Penglai, covering an area of 500 miles. The western shore is 230,000 miles away. It is inhabited by thousands of immortals, where the weather is always pleasant and the grass grows abundantly. The land knows neither cold nor heat, nurturing all things. It is rich in mountains and countless immortal herbs. The waters of the island taste sweet as honey. Just listen. How fascinating. If such a place truly existed in this world, how wonderful it would be to visit. Shifengju chuckled indeed. It is quite fascinating. Spring water flows like wine, golden herbs and jade grasses. The herb of immortality grows in the Qiongtian, sometimes referred to as the spirit-nourishing herb. Its leaves resemble reed sprouts, growing in clusters, and one plant could sustain a person. It's all a bit too fantastical, don't you think? Only someone lost in their reading would believe such things. Sangwon, hearing this, playfully glared at him with a mix of annoyance and amusement, pouting slightly in mock irritation. And who is it that's truly lost in their reading? I merely glanced at it and spoke my mind. Some people claim not to believe it. Yet every word resonates with them, as if they can't help but embrace it. Under the soft glow of the lamp, the young girl appeared both teasing and bashful, her eyes sparkling with clarity. In such light, her beauty radiated an exceptional charm, and Shifengju found himself momentarily entranced, as if something within him stirred. Once she had spoken, Sangwon felt a pang of regret and embarrassment. It seemed too familiar a way to converse with him. The room fell into an awkward silence, the air thick with tension. Cough. Shifengju clenched his fist and coughed lightly, awkwardly smiling. Actually, my memory is quite good. By the way, I also have records of the Great Tang's western regions, brief records of the island barbarians, miscellaneous records of Yuyang, and dreams of the eastern capital, which are equally fascinating. If you wish to read them, I can have someone fetch them for you tomorrow. Sangwon's embarrassment lessened as she looked up and smiled. I've already read those. Do you have anything else? Shifengju was even more surprised. How about records of long things or miscellaneous records of the western capital? Noticing that Sangwon remained silent, he clapped his hands and laughed. Yusang family truly is. Sangwon's eyes dimmed, as if recalling something that brought her mood down. She forced a smile and said, when I was home, my elder brother and sister-in-law doted on me, especially my brother, who never allowed me to work like other girls. My father left behind many books. Sangwon's tone carried a hint of self-mockery. What was the use of reading so many books? It was akin to her past life, merely leading her into the underworld. Shifengju felt a bit uneasy. He had witnessed how protective Sanghong was of his sister. He had carefully nurtured her in the confines of the family. all to prepare her for a future marriage into the Shifeng family. Naturally, the future matriarch of the Shifeng family could not be a simple village girl who worked in the fields, exposed for all to see. Otherwise, that would be delightful. The assorted anecdotes found in works such as Tianxia Jiuwen, Wulin Zhoushi, and Chang Wuzi are simply captivating, never failing to enchant upon repeated readings. As Sangwon's melancholy demeanor swiftly transformed, her eyes sparkled with laughter. How easy it is. There are plenty in the study. Simply ask someone to fetch whatever you desire, she exclaimed. Indeed, there are numerous poetry collections and notes as well. When you have a moment tomorrow, feel free to select a few for yourself, Shifeng added. Their enthusiasm evidently waned compared to the delight found in various anecdotes. Shifeng, who typically enjoyed leisurely reading geographical magazines and other peculiar texts, engaged in lively banter with Sangwon. Unbeknownst to him, a quiet amusement arose within Shifeng. His aversion to poetry stemmed from a rather humorous reason, one intricately tied to Sangwon. Previously, Wang Shi had feared that her daughter-in-law would possess an intellect that overshadowed her son's. Shifeng harbored only thoughts of Gu Fangzi, instinctively disliking Sangwon. The more Wang Shi insisted, the less inclined he felt to comply, though he never voiced it. Those books collected dust in some corner, forgotten and neglected. To his surprise, his wife shared a similar disinterest in such literature, revealing that his mother had miscalculated entirely. As he reflected on past events, Shifeng found himself unable to articulate the complex emotions swirling within him. What if there had been no cousin? If preconceived notions had not clouded their interactions, would things have unfolded differently? He abruptly shook off this unwelcome thought, chastising himself. How could he entertain such notions? His cousin had sacrificed so much for him, enduring countless grievances willingly. How could he ever forget that? Amidst their lively conversation, Shifeng's expression suddenly shifted. Sangwon, puzzled, paused, her demeanor faltering. He forced a smile, on the verge of conjuring an excuse to deflect her attention when, just then, Xingji entered with a bowl of noodles, the enticing aroma wafting towards him, causing his eyes to gleam involuntarily. Master, you should eat first. It's getting late. I'll go wash up and rest, Sangwon said with a smile as she rose. Please, do go ahead. Shifeng felt his hunger reignite, reclaiming his focus. Sangwon pressed her lips together in a smile, calling for Luya before departing. Chapter 29. The remarkable wet nurse after adequately satisfying his hunger. Shifeng felt a sense of comfort wash over him. Upon returning to his room after washing up, he noticed that the delicate canopy of the bed, adorned in crimson and gold, had already gently fallen, and Sangwon was peacefully asleep. With no one around, Shifeng, emboldened, gazed without restraint at the lightly swaying canopy, his imagination wandering to the figure within. A warmth spread through him, and he found himself yearning to lift the veil and glimpse her true form. Yet, he ultimately refrained, chuckling softly to himself and shaking his head as he quietly retrieved bedding from the wardrobe. Unbeknownst to him, while he stood outside the curtain, he was not the only one lost in thought. The person within had also been quietly observing him for quite some time. Sangwon subtly tilted her head inward, a hint of a smile curving her lips. In just a couple of days, Mama Li had fully recovered and returned to Ning Garden. Sangwon welcomed her with open arms, smiling as she instructed Hongye to ensure that Mama Li's room was meticulously arranged anew. The bedding and curtains were fresh and vibrant. The furniture was neatly organized, and a few elegant decorations were added. A pot of lush hanging orchids was placed by the window, exuding a fresh green vitality that complemented the blue and white porcelain pot, making the room particularly invigorating. Mama Li was delighted by the sight, exclaiming to Sangwon, "Oh, madam, you have truly overwhelmed this old servant. How could I ever deserve such kindness?" Sangwon, of course, responded with an even more humble and gracious smile. The bond between the two grew ever closer. Little did they know, Gu Fangzi had sent someone to inquire about their relationship, and unease crept into her heart. She felt a surge of resentment towards Mama Li. During Mama Li's recuperation at home, Gu Fangzi had casually mentioned her discontent regarding the older woman. Her words hinted that Mama Li, having nursed Shifeng, had grown accustomed to acting as if she were the matriarch, insisting that everyone in Ning Garden heed her and seek her approval for every matter, almost as if she were a sovereign in her own right. She would frequently complain to Shifeng about any slight inconvenience, making her a rather troublesome presence. Gu Fangzi further remarked that Mama Li should have retired long ago. But the old woman insisted that Shifeng could not take care of himself, claiming that without her, the servants would grow lazy and refuse to work. With Shifeng now married, Gu Fangzi believed it was high time for her to manage such affairs. I suggest you send her away to enjoy her old age in peace. Otherwise, she will meddle in everything, and you will find yourself caught in the middle. Unable to please either side, Sang-won, having had no direct dealings with Mama Li in her previous life, knew little of her character. However, since her rebirth, she had come to a firm conclusion. Any words from Gu Fangzi were to be taken in the opposite spirit, a strategy that had proven effective time and again. Therefore, as Gu Fangzi conveyed her thoughts, Sang-won listened with a composed smile, occasionally nodding, secretly noting that she would act contrary to the suggestions offered. Thus, while Gu Fangzi anticipated Sang-won would approach Wang Shi to request Mama Li's departure, she found herself growing restless. Frustrated, Gu Fangzi sought to plant seeds of doubt in Shi Fengchu's mind. Mama Li is of an age where she should be enjoying her retirement at home. It is perplexing that your wife has brought her back to Ninggarten. You ought to advise her against this, for Mama Li is not one to remain idle. With her age and recent illness, this is hardly good for her health. Shi Fengchu nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in her words. Mama Li treated him as if he were her own son, but her excessive care often made him feel like a child. She would frequently check on him at night, ensuring he was not kicking off his blankets. She managed every aspect of his life, what he ate, how he dressed. When he slept and woke, often concocting strange soups she deemed tonics to nourish him, leaving him in a state of discomfort and unable to protest. If he did, she would cry, and he would be compelled to comfort her, knowing that his mother would scold him for being ungrateful. Yet the most challenging aspect was the discord between Mama Li and his cousin. Whenever they crossed paths, Mama Li would not miss the opportunity to scold her, regardless of how much the latter endured. This left Shi Fengchu caught in a predicament, feeling like a mouse trapped in a windbox, suffering under the tension. Sending Mama Li home to enjoy her twilight years sounded appealing. You were right. Mama Li should indeed return to her home, Shi Fengchu remarked, casting a half-serious, half-jesting smile at Gu Fangzi. However, it is peculiar that you, who have never seen eye to eye with her, would suddenly speak in her favor. Gu Fangzi, known for her clear sense of right and wrong, found it hard to reconcile her actions. Though she dared not confront Mama Li directly, she would often take out her frustrations on Shi Fengchu afterward. He would offer countless reassurances, trying to appease her, but Gu Fangzi was relentless, ensuring that Mama Li was made aware of how Shi Fengchu catered to her whims. On hearing Shi Fengchu's jest, Gu Fangzi felt a surge of anger, her sharp eyes narrowing as she retorted, "Not like my character? Pray tell, how should my character be? Regardless, she is still your wet nurse. Do you think I cannot discern the gravity of this situation?" Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she felt a wave of injustice wash over her. "I meant no offense," Shi Fengchu quickly replied, eager to soothe her. "I was merely jesting. As you said, Mama Li is my wet nurse, and I know you hold her in the same regard as I do. Just consider how you refrain from contradicting her." Upon hearing this, Gu Fangzi's expression softened, and she gazed at him with a mix of affection and reproach. "What choice do I have? I have changed so much for you. There is nothing I wouldn't adjust for your sake." Shi Fengchu's heart warmed at her words, and he gently sighed, patting her back in comfort. Upon returning to Ninggarten, he indeed approached Sang-won regarding Mama Li's situation. Although he did not explicitly state it, his words implied that Mama Li should not have returned, suggesting that her age warranted a peaceful retirement at home. Sang-won felt a flicker of anger rise within her, realizing that in this household, they all acted like deities, and she had no authority to dictate matters. The decision of whether Mama Li returned or not was not hers to make. However, her irritation dissipated swiftly as she recognized that Shi Fengchu's comments were likely influenced by Gu Fangzi's provocations. Even if he preferred Mama Li not to return, he would not place the blame on her. His tone, while disapproving, did not carry an outright condemnation. He merely expressed dissatisfaction, her eyes glistening with tears as she trembled before Shi Fengchu. "Young master, are you sending this old servant away? Is it because I am too old and no longer of use?" "Dear wet nurse," Shi Fengchu exclaimed, taken aback that Mama Li had overheard him. He hurriedly rose, attempting to explain with a smile, "I did not mean it that way. I am merely concerned for your health. Would it not be better for you to enjoy a peaceful life at home?" Am I not the same?" Granny Li picked up her handkerchief to wipe away her tears. "How can I not be wearying to others? Enough, enough. I shall take my leave. A woman buried halfway in the earth. Where is there not a place to go? What else is there to yearn for?" With that, disregarding Shi Fengchu's calls, she turned and departed in a flurry of tears. This stirred a commotion. Sang-won and Shi Fengchu exchanged glances. Shi Fengchu stamped his foot in frustration, exclaiming "Oh dear," and prepared to rush out. If the wet nurse truly left like this, he would feel guilty, and his mother would surely scold him. "Young master," Sangwon quickly rose to stop him, stepping forward to grasp his arm, saying, "Let me go instead. I will try to persuade Granny, and once she calms down, you can follow." Meeting Sangwon's gentle gaze, Shifengju nodded and replied, "All right. You must ensure the wet nurse stays. She cannot leave like this." "Rest assured." Sangwon smiled. The old lady would be no match for her 4 hands, and keeping her would not pose a problem at all. Shifengju anxiously awaited, but to his surprise, only a moment later, he saw Liu rushing back, calling out, "Young master." "What happened to Granny Li?" Shifengju's heart sank. Nothing at all." Liu grinned, saying, "Young master, do not worry. The young mistress has already persuaded Granny Li. She is no longer insisting on leaving. The young mistress sent me to inform you." "What? Really?" Shifengju was taken aback. The wet nurse was not easily swayed, and he knew this all too well. Did the young mistress truly convince her? He quickly calculated in his mind, excluding the time taken to walk. "Indeed, it is true. Young master, you can see for yourself," Liu asserted, secretly feeling dissatisfied. Shifengju ceased to speak further and set off. Upon arriving at Granny Li's quarters, he found that although her eyes were still slightly swollen and her expression not entirely pleasant, her mood had calmed. She was seated, engaged in conversation with Sangwon, who wore a beaming smile, nodding attentively from time to time. Chapter 30. A Simple Matter Nurse. Shifengju entered with a smiling face, cautiously beaming. Sangwon quickly rose to her feet, giving him a subtle nod. Li Momo also huffed and stood up, slightly bowing. "Young master, the nurse must not be neglected." Shifengju hurriedly returned the gesture, smiling. "I cannot bear such treatment. It was my fault before. Please do not be angry, nurse. In Ninggarden, you may stay as long as you wish, and from now on, no one shall mention it again. Please calm down, will you?" Sangwon quickly chimed in. "Indeed, Momo. The young master only speaks this way out of concern for you. If you were to tire yourself, wouldn't he worry? These past days, the young master has been quite concerned about your health. Please do not let anger linger. Otherwise, the young master will be unsettled." Li Momo surveyed the room and sighed softly. What kind of person the young master is, I know all too well. I am not angry over this. I merely fear that others may not take proper care of you. Rest assured, when I grow too old to move, I will leave without you needing to say a word, so I do not become a burden. Nurse, please do not say such things. You are never a burden. Shifengju felt warmth in his heart, suddenly sensing a twinge in his nose. Hearing this, Li Momo felt gratified but pouted slightly, coolly remarking, "The young master's words are sweet, yet I fear he may heed the words of others and grow resentful of an old woman." Shifengju understood she was referring to Gu Fangzi and awkwardly chuckled. "You underestimate me. Who would dare speak ill of you in my presence?" Turning to Sangwon, her smile broadened. "Now that we have the young mistress, I shall heed her wishes. If the young mistress wishes me to stay, then stay I shall. Let no one else say a word." Indeed. Everything is as you wish." Shifengju felt a sense of wonder. He could avoid much trouble. "Momo, look at what you say. Wan Yang is too esteemed." Sangwon felt a bit flustered, smiling shyly. "Who says she is too esteemed? You are the young mistress of this household." Li Momo earnestly said to Shifengju, "Young master, do not think me meddlesome. The young mistress is truly a good person. I have seen countless people and can read them well. The young mistress is indeed remarkable. You must treat her well. Momo, I see the hour is late. You should rest early. The young master must go to the business hall early tomorrow." Sangwon had not anticipated Li Momo would speak so openly before them, and she felt embarrassed, not wishing Shifengju to suspect she had spoken ill of him. Yes. The old woman has become muddled. "You both should return now, go on," Li Momo exclaimed, urging Shifengju and Sangwon out, not forgetting to assert, "Look how much the young mistress cares for you." Yes. Shifengju's expression stiffened slightly, feeling awkward. After all, both he and Sangwon were aware of their true relationship, and it was quite embarrassing to have a third party say such things openly. Yet, deep within, he did not find this sentiment unpleasant. "Rest well, Momo." The pair awkwardly escaped Li Momo's quarters, their eyes meeting and quickly averting. "Let us return." They exchanged no further words on the way back. Separated by a thin veil, they lay silently, each feeling an inexplicable tension. Though they knew the other could not see them, there lingered an unsettling sensation as if they were beneath each other's gaze, making them hesitant to move, even breathing cautiously. "Are you asleep?" In the quiet dimness, Shi Fengju's voice broke the stillness like a pebble dropped into a tranquil lake, sending ripples through the silence. After a long while, perhaps just a moment, as Shi Fengju thought Sang Wan would not respond, she softly replied, "No." Shi Fengju turned to lie on his side, propping himself on his elbow, with one hand loosely balled into a fist to support his cheek. "Isn't it curious why I treat the nurse so well?" he inquired. Sang Wan gently opened her eyes, smiling slightly. "It is a bit curious. Ordinarily, the sons and daughters of affluent families regard their nurses as trusted confidants, treating them with utmost respect and kindness. Yet, Shi Fengju's demeanor, so deferential and cautious, fearing to upset the elder, was indeed rare. Shi Fengju sighed softly, revealing a depth of sorrow, gratitude, and compassion. He spoke quietly. "The nurse is 10 years my mother's senior. She was my mother's companion. Her husband perished while saving my father, and she forever lost her only son while trying to save me." Sang Wan's lips parted slightly, letting out a soft ah. Shi Fengju continued, "My nurse's son was a year my senior, and since I can remember, she has taught him to protect and care for me. We grew up together, played together, and shared a deep bond. Even without her words, he would have done so. I recall when I was 9, my mother took us home for a family visit. Unexpectedly, we encountered a mob, and the nurse, my brother, and I were separated in the chaos. Terrified, I watched as faces swarmed around us. The nurse held my hand and my brother's tightly as we ran, but alas, 2 middle-aged men pursued us. In desperation, she urged my brother to lead them away while she hid me in the thicket." Shi Fengju's smile turned bitter. "Later, after we returned home, we sent people to search for my brother. However, 6 months later, they found only a cold corpse. Those men had caught him, sold him, and when he attempted to escape, they beat him to death. Thus, if not for the nurse and my brother, I, Shi Fengju, might have long departed this world. Our family owes her 2 lives. In my heart, she is my second mother." Sang Wan felt a sudden void within her, adrift in her emotions. "I understand," she said softly. "You can rest assured, I will respect the nurse and look after her. I will ensure she is never wronged." Shi Fengju shared this past not merely to enlighten her, but to elicit her response. He sought her affirmation. Upon hearing her words, a sense of relief washed over him. Indeed, she was an astute person, discerning unspoken intentions. The nurse may be a bit nagging due to her old age, always worrying about everything, Shi Fengju added, a hint of concern in his voice. "So please, indulge her more often. Moreover, her health is not what it used to be. Do not let her fret unnecessarily. Rest assured." Sang Wan responded gently, yet in her heart, she thought, her worries stem from concern for you. If you heed her words and accommodate her, she will naturally cease to fret. Your advice seems to address only the symptoms, not the root cause. The nurse genuinely likes you. Perhaps she will listen to your words." Shi Fengju chuckled, unable to suppress his curiosity about what Sang Wan had said to the nurse that had so quickly calmed her. After all, Shi Fengju could almost envision her sparkling eyes and the mischievous curve of her rosy lips, nodding with a smile. "Yes." Smiled and said, "I merely uttered one phrase. If you were to leave like this, others would inevitably claim that the young master is ungrateful." Just that one sentence? Indeed. Shi Fengju fell silent. And after a moment, he sighed softly, his heart filled with a tumult of emotions. The nurse truly cared for him, regardless of whether her methods were appropriate, or if she tended to be overly talkative. Her heart was undeniably inclined towards him, filled with concern for his well-being. Perhaps he had been a bit too harsh on her. In truth, the old woman was quite amiable, and for reasons unknown. He felt a sense of closeness upon seeing her. Continued, "She simply cares for you too much." The phrase "a child wishes to support their parents, yet finds them gone" encapsulates a profound sorrow and helplessness. A shiver ran through Shi Fengju's heart, and he remained silent for a while, his thoughts drifting far away. "Thank you," he murmured softly, turning over to close his eyes and sleep. "No need for thanks. We are husband and wife," replied in her heart, also closing her eyes. The following day, when went to pay her respects to Wang Shi, Li Mama accompanied her. Having been away for quite some time, it was only natural to visit Wang Shi and engage in conversation. After hearing Shi Fengju's words the previous night, felt an increased sense of caution and respect towards Li Mama, and discreetly reminded Luya. From this point onward, another formidable presence loomed over them. Yet this one was not unwelcome. Upon entering the main courtyard, Wang Shi's eyes lit up at the sight of Li Mama, and she quickly waved her hand, exclaiming, Old sister, are you feeling better? Come, sit down, let us chat. Li Mama, calling out Miss, repeatedly expressed her humility, yet clever maidens swiftly guided her to a seat. After paid her respects, she stood behind Wang Shi to serve, her gaze focused and attentive. Listening to the light-hearted banter between Wang Shi and Li Mama, understood that Shi Fengzhu's words were far from exaggerated. Li Mama indeed held a unique position within the Shi household. As one ages, denial becomes impossible. Li Mama sighed regretfully, casting a glance at, and said to Wang Shi, "What a significant occasion it is for the young master to marry, and I missed it entirely." She lamented, expressing her disappointment. Wang Shi chuckled. "Oh, there is no need for regrets. You are here now, are you not? Take care of yourself, and when Wan Yang gives birth, you must be present and cannot afford to be absent." Chapter 31. The cousin applies eye drops. Certainly. For the sake of young master's son, I must take care of this frail body of mine. When he is born in the future, I wish to contribute my utmost. Li Momo's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and she immediately perked up. "That sounds splendid. I only fear that you may tire yourself." Wang Shi laughed heartily, exchanging glances with her. "Not at all, not at all." Li Momo waved her hand dismissively. Sang Wan felt a rush of embarrassment at their words. Her head bowed, too shy to raise her gaze. Particularly when Wang Shi instinctively cast her eyes towards Sang Wan's abdomen. It only deepened her sense of shame. "Young master's son? I fear both Wang Shi and Li Momo will be sorely disappointed. Wan Yang, this is Fengzhu's wet nurse. Come, quickly come and greet her." Wang Shi smiled, gesturing subtly towards Sang Wan. Li Momo quickly interjected, "This old woman has already seen the eldest lady when she returned to Ning Yuan yesterday." Yet Wang Shi replied with a grin, "Yesterday was yesterday, and today is today. Wan Yang, you must remember that Li Momo is a great benefactor to our Shi family. Fengzhu was raised by her, and you must show her the respect she deserves. Do you understand?" "Yes, mother. I shall remember your words and treat Momo with the utmost respect." Sang Wan quickly replied, stepping forward to give a slight bow to Li Momo, calling out, "Momo." "Oh dear, my lady, that won't do. We mustn't disrupt the rules." Li Momo hurriedly stood aside, smiling at Wang Shi. "The young lady always says such things, and it makes me feel quite undeserving. Just sit down, do not be so modest. Rules are rules, but there are exceptions." Wang Shi laughed, signaling for the young maids to assist Li Momo back into her seat. The two engaged in a playful exchange, punctuated by joyful laughter. Li Momo spoke with Wang Shi in a manner that was remarkably casual and intimate, as if they were close sisters sharing secrets, without a hint of formality or restraint. Sang Wan watched in awe. It was well known that Wang Shi was whimsical and unpredictable, her emotions shifting like the wind, appearing straightforward, yet proving difficult to navigate. It was indeed a feat for Li Momo to receive such treatment in her presence. It surely was not a matter of mere coincidence. Sang Wan's suspicions were not unfounded. There was indeed a secret that even Shi Fengzhu was unaware of. At that time, Li Momo had been hiding with Shi Fengzhu in the bushes when he was bitten by a venomous snake, rendering him unconscious. It was Li Momo who painstakingly sucked the poison from his leg, saving his life by alleviating much of the venom. However, she herself suffered greatly, inhaling the toxic fluid which damaged her lungs and health, resulting in a severe cough that took years to heal. This matter was unknown to Shi Fengzhu, as Li Momo chose not to disclose it, fearing it would frighten the young master. In truth, Wang Shi and the elder master were well aware of the incident. She simply wished to prevent Shi Fengzhu from feeling overly indebted to her, as no mother would relish the thought of her own child being closer to another than to herself. Ensuring that Wang Shi would never regard her with suspicion, nor treat her as an outsider, but rather would occasionally remind Shi Fengzhu to treat her kindly and with respect. In this household, Li Momo was undoubtedly the one who could converse freely with Wang Shi, while Gu Fengzi could only manage to stand beside Jiang Momo in the second position. When Wang Shi was in high spirits, she could not bear to let Li Momo leave, insisting she stay for lunch. Preoccupied with conversation, she momentarily forgot about Sang Wan, who remained by her side, dutifully serving, and as mealtime approached, she felt compelled to stay, personally attending to the table. Thus, as Wang Shi warmly urged Li Momo to sit, Li Momo glanced at Sang Wan and chuckled. How can this be? How dare this old servant accept such treatment? The maids will attend to us. Yes, mother, Sang Wan replied respectfully. Li Momo smiled. The eldest lady is truly both filial and courteous. Young master is fortunate, and miss, you are equally blessed. The elder master possesses remarkable discernment. Indeed, Wang Shi beamed, nodding. This child, Wan Yang, truly has a good nature. Though perhaps she is a bit too formal, one does not need to adhere to such trifling customs in daily life. Li Momo glanced at Sang Wan, and then smiled at Wang Shi. I was just saying how fortunate the young lady is, but it seems I misspoke. It is indeed the eldest lady who is fortunate. Which mother-in-law treats her daughter-in-law with such generosity and compassion? Everyone erupted into laughter, and they all sat down to enjoy a warm meal together. Sang Wan felt a deep admiration. She had been somewhat anxious that Li Momo might praise her excessively before Wang Shi, as Li Momo had often done in front of Shi Fengju, fearing it might backfire and cause Wang Shi to take offense. However, it turned out that Li Momo was quite astute, speaking with subtlety and grace, effortlessly winning hearts without anyone realizing it. After lunch, they lingered for quite some time before Li Momo finally departed with Sang Wan. Wang Shi could not help but remind Sang Wan once more to treat Li Momo with kindness and not to underestimate or neglect her, to which Sang Wan respectfully complied. As Sang Wan and Li Momo left, Gu Fangzi entered the main courtyard, holding a plate of golden loquats, grinning broadly. These were the fresh fruits just presented from the estate. Wang Shi, captivated by their vibrant color and the faint, fragrant aroma wafting through the air, could not resist tasting a couple. The succulent flesh was delicious and sweet, prompting her to exclaim, "Splendid." She then turned to Gu Fangzi. "Have you sent some to Ning Yuan yet? This year's loquats are particularly sweet, not at all sour. I am certain Li Momo would enjoy them as well. So send a good quantity over." Gu Fangzi smiled in agreement. "The estate just delivered them, and I thought to bring you a plate to taste first. I will have someone distribute the rest shortly." She then casually added, "Earlier, I caught sight of Li Momo and my cousin from a distance. I wondered if they were returning from Auntie's." Wang Shi smiled contentedly. Indeed, Li Momo returned to Ning Yuan yesterday and came today especially to pay her respects. I kept her for a longer chat and ultimately invited her to stay for lunch. Gu Fangzi clapped her hands in delight. "Had I known they were here, I would have brought these sooner. The timing is rather unfortunate. It seems I intentionally avoided them." "How ridiculous!" Wang Shi playfully scolded. "You are becoming exceedingly petty, Gu Fangzi. Li Momo is not that kind of person." And indeed, Li Momo was not. Gu Fangzi quickly laughed. "Nonetheless, my cousin is a new bride and is under my care. Dear child, do not worry." Wang Shi, sensing her apprehension, grasped her hand gently, reassuringly saying, "Annie understands." "I knew Andy would be the most caring." Gu Fangzi beamed, comforted by her words. "In truth, I was merely being overly cautious. My cousin has such a wonderful temperament. How could she harbor ill thoughts? You are aware that Li Momo has her peculiarities. I see my cousin and her getting along splendidly. If Li Momo treats her so well, she will certainly extend that kindness to me as well." Wang Shi slightly furrowed her brow at this remark, an inexplicable shadow passing over her heart. Yet she playfully rebuked Gu Fangzi. "Do not speak nonsense. Li Mama is indeed an esteemed elder of the household, and also the wet nurse of your elder cousin. One cannot fathom which lifetime Li Mama has burned such high incense to be treated so by you and my elder cousin. Now, with an additional elder cousin's wife supporting her, how could I dare provoke her? Is Wan Yang getting along well with Li Mama?" Wang Shi inquired, somewhat unconsciously. "Indeed," Gu Fangzi replied with a smile. "Perhaps this is fate. It seems that my elder cousin's wife shares a special bond with Li Mama. They converse and laugh together. And my elder cousin's wife even assists Li Mama in walking." Wang Shi felt a twinge of jealousy, saying one was her daughter-in-law. And she believed she should be the one to be close to her, should she not? The thought of their close relationship left her feeling somewhat uncomfortable. If someone else had uttered such words, she would have wholeheartedly believed them. However, she was aware that Gu Fangzi and Li Mama had always maintained a facade of cordiality while harboring mutual disdain. This niece of hers held a dislike for Li Mama, and Li Mama had never concealed her disdain for Gu Fangzi in her presence. It was precisely because of Li Mama's incessant remarks that had caused her to waver regarding the marriage alliance between the Shi and Sang families. Otherwise, given the current wealth of the Shi family, should they truly wish to annul the engagement, it would not be beyond their means. With this thought lingering in her mind, Wang Shi hesitated to fully trust Gu Fangzi's words. Jesting half-heartedly, Li Mama only returned to Ning Yuan yesterday and spent but half a day with Wan Yang. How could they have grown so close? You must be exaggerating. Yet there is a basis for this. How could I possibly be exaggerating? Gu Fangzi feigned grievance, continuing. Perhaps you are still unaware, Aunt. Last night, for some unknown reason, Li Mama became extremely angry and insisted on leaving Ning Yuan to return home. My elder cousin could not persuade her to stay. And guess what? It is said that my elder cousin's wife managed to soothe Li Mama with just a few words. This is common knowledge throughout Ning Yuan. Is that so? Wang Shi was astonished and quickly asked, "Do you know the details of what transpired?" Gu Fangzi shook her head, indicating she only had a vague idea of the matter, confessing, "I do not know the specifics." Wang Shi replied angrily, "Feng Ju is truly being foolish." Gu Fangzi stiffened, her eyes widening in surprise. Chapter 32. The verbal duel between Granny Li and cousin. How could someone of such age be so reckless? Mrs. Wang continued. It's evident that he has done something inappropriate to provoke Granny Li. It's a shame that Granny Li has cared for him since childhood. When he returns, I shall certainly teach him a lesson. Thankfully, with Wan Yang around, she managed to intervene. Otherwise, how could our Shi family face Granny Li? Please find out what exactly happened. The latter part of her statement was directed at Granny Jiang. Gu Fangzi opened her mouth, but words eluded her. She could hardly fathom that Mrs. Wang's thoughts were so misaligned with her own. Why had events not unfolded as she had anticipated? Little did Gu Fangzi realize that upon hearing of Shi Fengju's quarrel with Granny Li, Mrs. Wang felt both exasperated and secretly pleased. Clearly, this child was indeed her son, closest to her. He would never dare to provoke her in such a manner. The annoyance that had just flared up dissipated into nothingness. Not only did she not blame Sang-Wan, but she also felt fortunate. Had Sang-Wan not spoken up, how would they have managed to face Granny Li? With Sang-Wan defending Granny Li, it was inevitable that Granny Li would grow closer to her. Gu Fangzi had spent considerable effort to subtly undermine both Granny Li and Sang-Wan in Mrs. Wang's eyes, but it seemed her attempts had backfired, leaving her feeling quite disheartened as she observed Mrs. Wang incessantly blaming Shi Fengju. It appeared she was eagerly awaiting his return to reprimand him, and thus Gu Fangzi, unwilling to sit there any longer, exchanged a few forced pleasantries before taking her leave. In the evening, when Shi Fengju returned, he indeed faced a harsh reprimand from Mrs. Wang. Shi Fengju did not contest her, yet he felt a sense of grievance and confusion. The incident had already passed. So why was his mother still so furious and calling him in for a lecture? Afterward, upon learning of the misunderstanding, Granny Li felt remorseful and repeatedly expressed her surprise to Mrs. Wang, thus bringing the matter to a close. Shi Fengju, upon discovering that Gu Fangzi had inadvertently let the secret slip in front of his mother, found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Gu Fangzi herself felt disheartened and went to apologize to Sang-Wan, saying, "It's entirely my fault for speaking too hastily. I never imagined Aunt would take it so seriously." Smiling and thinking to herself, "Why would I be angry at you when I am not the one being scolded? You have misdirected your apology." Granny Li could hardly tolerate Gu Fangzi's feigned humility and remarked coldly with a forced smile, "What the eldest lady says is true. The young lady has indeed been overly courteous. Such excessive courtesy is rather rare. Matters of the Shi family should not concern the young lady. You should not be apologizing for this." Out of the corner of her eye, Gu Fangzi noticed the handmaiden standing nearby and felt a flush of embarrassment, forcing a smile. "Indeed, it was merely my momentary thoughtlessness. That truly should not be the case." Granny Li interjected, "It is not that I am being overbearing. Which unmarried girl does not indulge in idle chatter daily? Young lady, heed this advice from an old servant. Such habits are indeed undesirable. When the time comes for courtship, it will be troublesome. You should amend your ways." Gu Fangzi could not help but feel a surge of anger, thinking, what does she mean by daily and everywhere? Am I truly so idle? Is that how I speak? She retorted coldly, "Ah, so you are aware that you are being overbearing. I had thought you were oblivious. When discussing with my eldest sister-in-law, I doubt you have any place to interject." Granny Li, unfazed, waved her sleeve and confidently replied, "To be overbearing, one must possess the means. It is not boastful to say that even in front of the eldest lady, I have a right to speak. You are simply overthinking it, young lady. Haha. Naturally, I cannot compare with you. Your efforts for our Shi family are evident to all. When you grow old, you will possess even greater grounds for such behavior." Gu Fangzi felt her blood boil, dizziness clouding her mind, and the anger in her chest was sharp enough to slay Granny Li several times over. But what could she say? Granny Li acknowledged her own behavior as overbearing. How could she contest that? If she were to bring her before Mrs. Wang to interject, or summon a few burly women to drag her away for a beating, who in this household would dare to do so? Not even Mrs. Wang would. Granny Li's husband and son had perished while saving the lives of the Sher family's lord and young master. And thus the Sher family's treatment of her appeared harsh to outsiders and ungrateful in the eyes of the servants. Gu Fangzi trembled slightly, her lips quivering as she struggled to find her voice. Sang Wan, sensing the situation was deteriorating, realized she could no longer observe. Otherwise, Gu Fangzi might break down in tears, making it seem as though she and Granny Li were intentionally bullying her, and thus she quickly interjected with a smile, "Granny, you misunderstand my cousin. She is simply frank and speaks without malice. That was not her intention. You must have misheard. You are the eldest lady's companion and the young master's nurse. Who in this household does not know and respect you? My cousin meant no harm." Gu Fangzi, suppressing her anger, forced a smile and said, "I am at fault for my lack of eloquence. I cannot blame Granny for being upset. I sincerely apologize." Gu Fangzi twisted her handkerchief into a ball, silently vowing, "Just wait and see. Once I enter the door, I will show this insufferable old woman her place." Granny Li rolled her eyes and replied, "Young lady, you have misspoken again." "Angry? I am not so easily angered. I do not get upset at the drop of a hat." She then turned to Sang Wan with a friendly smile. "Since the eldest lady has spoken, it would be my fault to hold a grudge." Indeed, the eldest lady is correct. The young lady is simply too straightforward and candid. This statement was laced with sarcasm. It was Gu Fangzi who often threw tantrums in front of Shi Fengjiu, driving Granny Li to the brink of exasperation. Anything she said was already wrong in her eyes. Granny Li relished in Gu Fangzi's discomfort, growing ever more spirited as she praised Sang Wan in front of her, saying, "In my opinion, it is unwise for a young lady to be too forthright. Which mother-in-law would favor a daughter-in-law like a firecracker? A young lady should speak more gently to be endearing. It is more pleasing to the ear. This is not me being overbearing, young lady. You ought to learn from the eldest lady. This scholarly family is indeed a scholarly family." Gu Fangzi, who had just managed to suppress her anger, serving a mother-in-law and attending to a husband, even the eldest lady has no complaints. Granny Li raised her head slightly, a hint of pride evident. She had seen Gu Fangzi order Shi Fengjiu to climb a plum tree to pluck flowers for her, to fetch tea for her just because she claimed to be thirsty, and to kneel down to wipe the dirt off her embroidered shoes, each instance filling her with discontent. Now, witnessing Sang Wan's gentle demeanor and attentive service towards Shi Fengjiu, the comparison only deepened her disdain for Gu Fangzi. Granny Li's words struck a nerve with Gu Fangzi, igniting her anger more fiercely than before. Not only was she enraged, but she also felt a sense of injustice. Not only was she indignant, but she felt a pang of sorrow. Serving a mother-in-law and attending to a husband was her rightful duty. When had it become Sang Wan's responsibility? Sang Wan felt an overwhelming impulse to press her forehead in exasperation. After distancing herself from Wang, it became evident that Li Mama had assumed an unrivaled dominance. Her words were as sharp as daggers, offering no semblance of respect to Gu Fangzi, indifferent to her feelings, and unperturbed by the potential discontent of Shi Fengjiu or Wang. This was her approach. "Isn't that how it should be?" she commented. "As a daughter-in-law, one ought to behave accordingly." Sang Wan hastily smiled. In truth, the squabbles between Li Mama and Gu Fangzi were of no concern to her. However, she felt compelled to intervene when faced with the situation. Gu Fangzi, ever eager to stir up trouble, would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to speak ill of her before Shi Fengjiu. Indeed. Li Mama nodded repeatedly, a smile gracing her lips. "Madam, as the legitimate first daughter-in-law of the Shi household, it is only fitting that you serve your mother-in-law and attend to your husband. It seems I have misspoken." With that, she raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Gu Fangzi that implied, "You are but an outsider. I have long criticized your inadequate care of the eldest son, yet it appears I was mistaken." Gu Fangzi understood Li Mama's insinuation and felt a surge of indignation. Hasn't she tired herself with all this chatter? "Come, let us sit and enjoy some tea." Sang Wan chuckled, denying Gu Fangzi any chance to respond, hastily summoning Hongye to pour tea for Li Mama. Aside from rare favors from the mistress, when she was seated, no servant had the right to occupy a chair. Li Mama, serving in Ning Garden, could not overstep her bounds before Sang Wan. She would not easily take a seat in Sang Wan's presence. Instead, there was a small anteroom prepared for the maids to rest and enjoy tea. Upon hearing this, Li Mama smiled and said, "With your grace, madam, I shall take a moment to sit and sip some tea. I take my leave." With that, She averted her gaze from Gu Fangzi and followed Hongya. Today, she had sufficiently asserted her authority over Gu Fangzi and should now withdraw, lest she appear overly aggressive. Gu Fangzi could not help but chastise herself for meddling unnecessarily. Why had she ventured to voice her grievances? Enduring this humiliation was truly deserved. Feeling a mix of anger and frustration, she lost the desire to linger. Exchanging a few words before rising to depart, Sangwon did not attempt to retain her, but after a moment's thought, smiled and said, "And the third and fifth younger sisters to the garden to admire the flowers and fly kites. I wonder if my cousin might be available?" She chuckled, adding, "The fifth sister has been thinking about it, and even inquired about it yesterday." Sangwon was cautious of Gu Fangzi's potential to complain to Shi Fengjiu. If she truly disliked Gu Fangzi, she would not have extended such an invitation. By proposing this outing, it was evident she sought to foster goodwill and closeness, making it clear that should Gu Fangzi wish to complain, she ought to tread carefully. Chapter 33. Shouting to strip you bare regardless of what was said. It was wise to take it with a grain of salt. Gu Fangzi was not a woman who had lived through the trials of life, unlike Sangwon, who tread carefully and remained perpetually aware of her surroundings. Without a second thought, she nodded and smiled in agreement, hastily rising to take her leave. Upon hearing that Gu Fangzi had departed, Mama Li emerged from the east room, letting out a sigh. "Madam, you truly possess a kind heart. Our cousin is quite formidable. You ought to," she continued, shaking her head in lament. Sangwon was well aware of the implications, but there were certain things Mama Li could express that she could not. "You think too much, Mama. After all, we are relatives. I treat her with courtesy." Mama Li replied, "That is indeed commendable, as some individuals do not recognize the value of courtesy, but only understand the language of unreasonable demands. You, madam, are the legitimate wife of the eldest son. You must ensure that everyone remembers that. To have everyone remember it from the bottom of their hearts is no easy feat." Sangwon felt a warm flutter in her heart at Mama Li's words, gently nodding with a smile. Before long, the day arrived. As the sun rose higher, illuminating the sky, birds chirped melodiously. Sangwon instructed her servants to set up a long table and chairs beneath the large locust tree in the wood-scented garden, adorned with embroidered screens bearing folded flowers. A vibrant red carpet was laid out, and an array of snacks, candied fruits, and melons were prepared, with a small clay stove simmering water for tea. Wishing to include her sisters-in-law, she sent someone to invite Second Aunt, hoping she would join. To her delight, Second Aunt readily agreed and arrived with her maids, Suching and Subi. By the time Second Aunt arrived, Sangwon, Gu Fangzi, Shirlian, and Shirwei were already there. Sangwon and Gu Fangzi sat together, sipping tea and chatting. Shirlian admired the blooming peonies nearby, her pink satin embroidered skirt complementing the flowers, while Shirwei playfully ran about with the maids, flying kites, her laughter ringing like silver bells in the breeze. "I'm here, and what a lively gathering you have." For Sangwon was the hostess and Gu Fangzi was of a lower generation. After exchanging pleasantries, they resumed their seats, and the maids promptly served tea. "I ought to pay my respects to you, eldest sister-in-law, but it seems I've already benefited from you," Second Aunt remarked with a smile after sipping her tea. With an oval face, sparkling eyes, and delicate features, she exuded grace. Her skin was fair, and her smile revealed charming dimples, her gentle demeanor suggesting she was a virtuous and refined woman. "Dear sister-in-law, there is no need to stand on ceremony. We are family," Sangwon replied, smiling. Gu Fangzi observed the two and remarked, "Both sisters-in-law are equally dignified and amiable. I thought you would surely get along splendidly, and it appears my intuition was correct." Sangwon and Second Aunt exchanged smiles, both agreeing, "Cousin, you are quite the flatterer." While Gu Fangzi smiled outwardly, she secretly held disdain for Second Aunt. Gu Fangzi believed that if she were in Second Aunt's position, despite her husband's affections for another, she would find a way to claim him for herself. Yet, Second Aunt lacked such capabilities and thus deserved to endure the indignities of her household. Sangwon and Gu Fangzi found common ground in their shared experiences, both feeling a sense of kinship. "I shall not intrude on your conversation any longer. I am off to fly kites with my fifth cousin. The weather today is indeed perfect for it. You have such a knack for choosing the right days, eldest sister-in-law," Gu Fangzi said, looking down upon Second Aunt while further dismissing Sangwon, choosing to leave them behind. "Such splendid roses are in bloom. Shall we not sit idly? Let us take a stroll," Second Aunt suggested with a smile. "That sounds delightful," Sangwon replied warmly, rising to accompany her as they strolled together. With a glance, second aunt discreetly dismissed the maids who sought to follow. Sangwon's heart skipped a beat, sensing that second aunt might have something private to discuss. But as they engaged in light-hearted banter, she remained alert. However, it turned out that second aunt was merely keen on admiring the flowers. She displayed remarkable expertise, identifying at least 10 varieties of the roses, sharing her insights on proper cultivation and care, much to Sangwon's astonishment. You truly are perceptive and insightful, sister-in-law. I have gained much knowledge from you, Sangwon exclaimed, her admiration evident. Second aunt chuckled softly. Oh, it is nothing. Just a pastime to pass the time. Yet, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed second aunt's eyes, which did not escape Sangwon's notice. A sense of empathy welled within her. They were strikingly similar, both forced into marriages with husbands who were infatuated with others. Nevertheless, Sangwon perceived second aunt as the luckier of the two. Although her husband had eloped with a courtesan, it was understood that such a woman would not hold him for long. He would eventually return home. In contrast, it is evident you have a generous spirit, Sangwon remarked with a smile. Indeed, you flatter me, sister-in-law, second aunt replied, blushing slightly. If you do not mind, I would love to seek you out for conversation in the future. That would be wonderful. I have longed for such companionship, Sangwon replied with a smile, their eyes meeting in mutual understanding. As the two women savored their newfound connection, a sudden commotion erupted nearby, filled with excited chattering and shrill laughter, particularly from Shirwei, whose voice soared above the rest. What is happening? Second aunt asked, perplexed. Let us hurry and find out, Sangwon urged. They rushed over, and the maids parted to make way, their excitement dampened slightly by the presence of their superiors. Eldest sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, come quickly, Shirwei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she pointed at a white parrot perched in Liu Ya's hands. Look how clever Liu Ya is. This parrot is a new treasure from father. Sangwon turned to see the parrot, its feathers as white as snow, its beak and claws a vivid red, and its glossy black eyes shining brightly. It held its small head high, exuding an air of superiority, yet it allowed Liu Ya to caress its feathers without protest. Dear sister-in-law, you may not know, but this parrot was acquired by father a few days ago, second aunt explained. Such pure white parrots are exceedingly rare and cost over 300 taels. I wonder how it ended up here today. A sudden wave of dizziness washed over Sangwon, nearly causing her to lose her balance. A foreboding sense of unease crept into her heart as she glared at Liu Ya and exclaimed, What are you still holding it for? Xingji. Quickly take it to the second master. Yes, madam, Liu Ya replied, eager to hand the parrot over to Xingji. However, the parrot immediately flapped its wings and squawked at Xingji, Go away, don't touch me, don't touch me. This spectacle elicited a chorus of laughter from the onlookers. Liu Ya, flustered, murmured softly to the parrot while gently stroking its feathers until it calmed down. Madam, how does this parrot listen to you? What is your secret? Liu Ya smiled modestly, filled with pride, for she hailed from a family of hunters, skilled in training birds for generations. Just as she was about to speak, Sangwon unexpectedly interjected. Oh, she merely got lucky. What does she truly understand? Now, hurry and return it. Xingji, accompany her. Although Liu Ya was puzzled by the madam's insistence that she remain silent, she knew that Sangwon would never wish her harm. With a smile, she held her tongue and departed with Xingji. No sooner had they walked away than a group of maids came rushing over, calling out, Xiaobai? Xiaobai, where are you? It seemed they had been dispatched by the second master to find the parrot. Xiaobai is here. Xiaobai is here. Shirui called out, raising her hand high. Upon hearing this, the maids hurried over, only to be momentarily stunned to see the parrot perched calmly in Liu Ya's hand. After Sangwon inquired about the situation, she instructed Liu Ya to hand the parrot over to them. However, like Xingji before her, Xiaobai refused to let them touch it. The maids exchanged glances, ultimately smilingly requesting Liu Ya to return the parrot. Suddenly, Sangwon changed her mind and hesitated to speak. As the others looked on in confusion, Gu Fangzi stepped forward with a smile. Elder cousin, let Liu Ya take it back. The second master considers this parrot a treasure. If Liu Ya returns it, she is sure to receive a generous reward. Then she absolutely cannot go. Sangwon openly opposed Gu Fangzi for the first time in front of everyone. She cast a gentle glance at the group of maids from the second house and said with a smile, You sisters have worked hard. It is only right that you take it back. As she spoke, Sangwon stepped forward, reaching out to take the parrot directly from Liu Ya's hands. Be quiet. Make another sound. and I shall pluck all your feathers. Chapter 34. The incident triggered by a parrot. The white parrot was startled and abruptly fell silent, glaring resentfully at Sang-won before drooping its head, paralyzed with fear. Under the gaze of the crowd, turned and hurried away. The onlookers widened their eyes, observing Sang-won and her maid as if they were gazing at a peculiar creature. Sister-in-law, you are truly impressive. How did you manage that? Shi Rue exclaimed, admiration sparkling in her eyes. Sang-won bent down and gently pinched her rosy cheek, smiling as she replied, because I used to keep a white parrot as well. Oh, Shi Rue exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. No wonder Little White listens to you and Luya. Sang-won merely smiled in silence and pointed out, your kite has fallen again. Shi Rue smacked her forehead in realization, pouting in complaint about the maid's negligence before turning to retrieve her kite. The maid responsible for holding the kite reel apologized profusely, having been too engrossed in the commotion to pay attention to the kite. Sang-won seemed lost in thought, occasionally zoning out during her conversation with the second madam. Assuming she was merely fatigued, the second madam eventually smiled and took her leave. Upon the second madam's departure, Shi Lian also bid farewell, prompting the others to disperse as well. Before leaving, Sang-won failed to notice Gu Fengzi's meaningful glance, her lips curling into a peculiar smirk. That evening, she would have been considerate of her sister-in-law's feelings even when merely reading or writing, let alone caring for a delicate parrot. Feeling uneasy about this, Sang-won shot Shi Fengju an annoyed glance and replied coldly, what would I know about that? I merely frightened it. Shi Fengju, intrigued, leaned closer and chuckled. I'd pluck all its feathers. Shi Fengju was taken aback, then collapsed onto the couch in a fit of laughter. The maidservants, startled, rushed in. He wouldn't dare say such a thing. Glancing at Sang-won's serene and gentle visage, recalling her usual warmth and grace, he found himself laughing even harder. After regaining composure, he sighed and said earnestly, how strange. It actually understands. No wonder it is said to be exceptionally intelligent. After finishing, he burst into laughter once more, causing him to clutch his stomach in pain. When he looked up, he noticed Sang-won's demeanor had shifted. Her brows were slightly furrowed, her lips pressed together, and her gaze appeared dimmed, tinged with melancholy. What's wrong? He asked, his heart sinking as he sat up straight, concern etched on his face. Nothing. Sang-won turned away, quickly wiping her eyes with her handkerchief. Wan Yang, is something the matter? Shi Fengju grasped her arm gently. Wan Yang? There's really nothing. Sang-won forced a smile, meeting his gaze. I just suddenly thought of something else, which would be of no use to discuss with you. It's fine, truly. Seeing her reluctance to share, Sang-won felt an instinctive disappointment at his words, I will take care of it rather than I will decide for you. But then recalled how difficult it was for him to say such a thing compared to her past life. She suppressed her disappointment, smiling and nodding in agreement. Shi Fengju pondered for a moment before grinning. Do you like white parrots? If not, I could buy one for you. You. Sang-won was momentarily speechless, glaring at him before both erupted into laughter. 2 days later, the second madam unexpectedly sent someone to invite Sang-won to the garden for a visit. Unable to decline, she brought Hong Yi along. The second madam personally greeted her at the door, warmly taking her hand as they entered. I made some pastries myself, specifically inviting my sister-in-law to taste them. If they're not good, please don't blame me. The second madam said with a smile. How could I? This fried milk cake is truly exceptional. Fried milk cake is made from fresh fermented cow's milk, carefully cut into small pieces, coated in a thin layer of batter, and then deep fried. It is a staple dish among the nomadic peoples of the grasslands, yet quite rare in southern households. To her surprise, Sang-won recognized it. The second madam exclaimed in astonishment, so you have tasted it before. I thought I was the only one who knew of it. How embarrassing. Sang-won shook her head and smiled. I've seen it in books, but never tasted it. Your skills are truly remarkable. The second madam chuckled. Your praise is spot on. Clearly, you are an expert, which means your culinary skills must be excellent as well. Sister-in-law, when will you show me your talents? Sang-won did not decline. She had learned various dishes and pastries at home and had diligently studied numerous related books, so her creations were not lacking. Not at all. The second madam accompanied her to the gate, both bidding farewell with smiles. Why didn't you say anything? Su Qing gently remarked, watching Sang-won and her maid depart. Thinking to herself, such a wise, gentle, and gracious person, why doesn't the eldest master appreciate her? Gu Fengzi is sharp-tongued and sycophantic, unworthy to even serve her. But how will you explain this to the second madam? Su Qing pondered with concern. The second madam scoffed, If I can't explain it, then I won't. She herself knows it's beneath her dignity to demand such things, yet insists on imposing them. Does she think I am foolish? This family is hardly a home, and I have no desire to linger any longer. Upon returning to Ningyuan, upon hearing that Sang-won had come back from the second madam's, Li Momo couldn't help but furrow her brows. Finding a moment of privacy, she quietly advised Sang-won, "Madam, it would be best to avoid her. Can she be blamed for that?" Sang-won thought to herself, realizing that in her eyes, all the faults lay with others, while her own son was perfect in every way. Sang-won felt a sense of disbelief and disagreement, yet she recognized that Li Mama had her best intentions at heart. With a smile, she nodded and said, "I understand. I shall endeavor to minimize my interactions with her." She then added, "By the way, Li Mama, there is a matter on which I wish to seek your counsel, but I fear." Li Mama interjected with a smile, "Oh, my lady, you are far too formal. Please, do not hesitate to share your concerns. It is indeed a privilege for me to alleviate your worries, and should I be unable, we can certainly deliberate on a solution together." "Your words are wise," Sang-won replied, smiling in return, then her demeanor shifted to seriousness. "Today, when I visited the second mistress, I had the distinct impression that she wished to convey something to me, yet ultimately, she refrained from speaking. I did not press her, but this weighs heavily on my mind." Before she could finish, Li Mama clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Aha! I suspected as much." The second mistress, who typically keeps to herself and seldom mingles with others, would not have invited you over without cause. It appears there is indeed a matter at hand. Do not fret, my lady. I shall send someone to inquire. Thank you for your assistance, Mama. Sang-won felt a wave of relief wash over her. Given Li Mama's status and experience within the household, gathering information would be a straightforward task for her. True to her efficient nature, Li Mama returned that very evening with news. "This is quite troubling," she remarked, her expression reflecting displeasure and anger. "It seems the second master has heard that girl Luya possesses the ability to tame the white parrot. She will be treated as a concubine." The second mistress, finding it difficult to broach the subject herself, likely sent the second miss to speak with you today. Upon hearing this, Sang-won felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, chilled to the marrow. The inevitable had finally arrived. She recalled a past life when the second master, intoxicated in the garden, had forcibly taken Luya, who happened to pass by. Following that incident, Luya had wept incessantly, yet it was a fait accompli. She had no choice but to leave Sang-won's side and accompany the second master. However, the second master's interest in Luya was merely a fleeting whim. He did not truly hold her in esteem. Forcing his niece's maid to serve as a concubine was hardly a matter of pride, and the second mistress, unable to maintain her dignity, had cast aspersions on Luya, accusing her of being flirtatious and shamelessly enticing her master, which in turn brought Sang-won into disrepute for failing to discipline her maid properly. Consequently, Sang-won endured a severe reprimand from her mother-in-law, Wang Shi, and was made to kneel in penance for an entire night, followed by 3 months of confinement. Chapter 35. The incident provoked by a parrot. Luyuan found herself in a precarious position. The second madam, upon seeing her, was immediately reminded of her husband's disgraceful affair and harbored an aversion towards her. Meanwhile, concubine Shui and concubine Fong regarded her as a thorn in their side, relentlessly tormenting her. Within a year, Luyuan was so worn down that she became a shadow of her former self, plagued by illness. Eventually, she was dispatched to the countryside, never to be heard from again. Since Li Yuan's entry into the household, Sang-won had kept her under tight control. The second master, after all, had taken notice of Li Yuan. Today, the second madam chose not to voice her thoughts, but who could say what the morrow would bring? Considering this, Sang-won felt her eyes welling with tears as she turned to Granny Li, exclaiming, "Granny, what shall we do?" Granny Li frowned and replied, "Once he has set his sights on something, he will pursue it relentlessly. Just because the second madam remained silent today does not guarantee she won't speak up tomorrow. After all, she is an elder. Moreover, while this matter has not been explicitly stated, many of the maids are already aware. If the second master insists on Liu Yuan's departure, who would dare claim her in the future?" As Sang-won pondered the fate of Liu Yuan, who served as her maid, she realized there were 3 potential paths for her: to become a concubine to Master Shi Fengjiu, to marry the steward of the estate, or to be granted the freedom to choose her own husband. However, now that the second master had expressed his intentions, it was certain that Master Shi Fengjiu could no longer accept her, and neither would any steward or servant dare to marry her. The same held true for outsiders. As a junior, oppose an elder over a mere maid? This would only lead to discord between the two households, which Granny Li wished to avoid. Oh, this girl Li Yuan. I have privately assured Li Yuan that she would one day be given to the eldest master, and he is aware of it. If we were to yield her to the second master now, how could I face the eldest master? He might. There is such a thing. Granny Li exclaimed, taken aback. Li Yuan cannot be sent to the second master. Let us arrange for her to consummate her union with the eldest master tonight. No one has spoken of this openly, so we shall act as if we are unaware. By tomorrow, the second madam will have no grounds to speak on the matter. Sang-won was momentarily speechless, astonished by Granny Li's cleverness. The more Granny Li contemplated the plan, the more she felt it was the right course of action. This shall be our course, she declared. Noticing Sang-won's peculiar expression, Granny Li assumed she was feeling jealous and gently advised her, Madam, since you have already spoken of this to the eldest master, it is merely a matter of time. Do not dwell on it too much. I believe Li Yuan is not a reckless girl. This will only deepen her gratitude towards you. Should any chaos arise in the future, I have ways to handle it. As long as I am here, no one in Ning Garden will dare disrespect you. She said, the eldest master is likely still in the study. I shall take Li Yuan to him with some supper and let her stay to attend to him. Perfectly arranged. Granny Li smiled, praising, Madam, you truly possess both wisdom and bravery. Sang-won inwardly chuckled at the irony of being deemed wise and brave. It will save us much trouble in the future. Take your time with her, and I shall prepare the supper. With that, she turned to leave. Sang-won exhaled softly and summoned Li Yuan. Madam, you called for me? Li Yuan entered, her cheerful demeanor evident in her bright, dark eyes and rosy, oval face, adorned with a gentle smile. Sang-won felt a pang of melancholy. It was clear that Li Yuan did not wish to go to the second master. A sentiment Sang-won was certain of, yet she was unsure whether Shi Fengju would consent to assist. If he refused, no, he must agree. According to their prior agreement, when she eventually left the Shi household, she would take Li Yuan with her. The family could not simply claim her maid. Having left, her previous cheer dissipating as she nervously twisted her fingers. Do not fear, Sang-won reassured her with a smile, then recounted the second master's intentions regarding her. Before Li Yuan could respond, she suddenly knelt, clutching Sang-won's garment and pleading, Madam, please save me. I cannot go, I cannot go. Hush, get up quickly. If you truly do not wish to go, I shall devise another plan. Are you certain you do not want to be with the second master? He has shown interest. And should you go, you would become a concubine. Are you truly opposed to that? I do not wish to. I do not wish to. Li Yuan fervently shook her head. Speaking rapidly, the second master already has 2 concubines and 3 favored maidens. I have heard from the maids that 3 favored maidens are merely for show. There are several others who have served him without title. I would rather remain unmarried for life than go to him. Her insights were astute. But is this truly your heartfelt conviction? Yes. If I am not sincere, I shall suffer the consequences. Very well. Sang-won nodded, as we are friends. I shall certainly assist you. For now, follow my lead. Once this matter has settled, we shall address future concerns. What do you think? Wiping her tears, Li Yuan readily acquiesced. I do not wish to entangle you further. I will implore the eldest master to assist in navigating this immediate crisis. Once this matter has subsided, I shall grant you a sum of silver to marry a reputable man in another town, which is far better than being someone's mistress. I am devoted to your welfare. Surely you will not resent me for having my own interests? In her previous life, Li Yuan had endured great hardship in the second household, yet still remembered Sang-won fondly, sneaking away to visit her, bringing food, assisting her in various tasks, and offering comfort. For this bond, Sang-won felt compelled to care for her, fearing that she might misunderstand and resent her for unwillingly letting her serve as a concubine for Shi Fengju. Sang-won found herself at a loss. When the moment arrived, she realized how difficult it was to articulate her thoughts. If Luya were indeed infatuated with Shi Fengju, she would be inviting animosity upon herself. Yet, she felt compelled to proceed. For she understood that even if she were willing to allow Shi Fengju to take Luya as his own, he would likely reject the notion, perhaps believing she was undermining his relationship with Gu Fengzi. If it were merely a performance, then she could compel him into compliance. It was better to clarify her intentions beforehand rather than let Shi Fengju be the one to dismiss Luya, thus saving herself from being caught in the middle. Madam, Luya wept. I have never dared to harbor any thoughts of the eldest young master. There is something I have longed to express, and today I shall speak it plainly. I would rather be a poor man's wife than a rich man's concubine. I have never wished for such a fate. Not even for a moment. Even if I were to serve you for a lifetime, it would be preferable to being someone else's lesser. Blinking back tears as she nodded. Luya, as long as I have a bowl of rice, you shall have half. Rest assured. Luya wept anew, nodding fervently. Enough of the tears now. Sangwon lifted her handkerchief to dry her eyes and smiled. Let us not raise suspicions in front of Granny Lee. Let us pretend to be a bit cheerful, shall we? Perhaps with a touch of shyness. Madam. Luya's tears turned to laughter, her head lowered in bashfulness. Indeed appearing more coy. The two exchanged smiles, a bond forged in understanding. Soon, Granny Lee summoned someone to prepare the evening meal. Ham and dried scallops, a feast for the senses. Sangwon closed the box again, signaling Luya to carry it. Sangwon had taken it upon herself to send food over whenever he lingered in the study late into the night. Shifengju acknowledged her presence with a nod, setting the food aside without much thought. However, Sangwon had no intention of leaving, and finally, Shifengju lifted his gaze, looking at her with curiosity. Upon hearing Sangwon's words, Shifengju scoffed at the absurdity, not directed at her, but rather at his uncle. He was well aware of his uncle's indulgent nature and penchant for keeping exotic pets. He brushed it off as a personal quirk. After all, the Shir family was affluent enough to accommodate such whims. Compared to other families, where elders meddled in business without understanding, his uncle was rather tolerable. Chapter 36. The thoughts of the second master in matters of business. He never intervened. Each year, he accepted the silver allotted to the second household without a word of complaint. Of course, the Shir family's vast estate yielded substantial profits, and the amount of silver he received annually was quite considerable. He desired to take a concubine, for there were countless women in the world. What was there to lack? Yet, he set his sights on his wife's maid, who had come with her dowry. You are indeed reckless, Shifengju remarked to Sangwon. If it were not reckless, such an absurd idea would not have occurred to him. Sangwon had already contemplated the matter thoroughly before arriving. Having made up her mind, she raised her head. As for our affair, Luya, Sangwon shook her head. Rest assured, she is unaware. Do not worry, it is merely a performance, and she will harbor no thoughts on the matter. Once we leave the Shir family far behind, this will no longer be a topic of discussion. Young master. He felt as if his wife possessed an aspect he had not previously recognized, revealing a side that was not as gentle and demure as she presented. Nevertheless, at that moment, Shifengju had no inclination to ponder this further. Sangwon called for Luya to come in and instructed, stay here and serve. With that, Shifengju found himself at a loss for words. He could only mockingly reflect, this girl is quite straightforward. Luya replied, promptly taking a seat beside him. The night passed in silence. The next day, when Luya emerged from Shifengju's study, the news spread like wildfire, and everyone who needed to know was informed. Gu Fengzi's face turned ashen, and the icy glare she directed at Sangwon reminded her of the woman's presence. Even a single inquiry was of no interest. A virtuous wife and a handsome son. How could a mother not be pleased? The second mistress was secretly delighted upon learning Luya had been taken in by Shifengju, while her husband pulled people into the room left and right. She could hardly feel joy. However, as a woman married to a man, she dared not voice her dissatisfaction. Not only did she refrain from speaking out, but she also had to step forward to manage affairs for her husband, revealing just how stifled she felt. Upon hearing that Luya had been taken in, the second mistress secretly rejoiced but feigned regret towards her husband, saying, had I known, I would have spoken to my sister-in-law yesterday, who knew Jingyi would prove so ineffectual. Such a trivial matter, and we cannot rely on her. The second master did not hold any particular affection for Luya. In fact, he hardly knew her appearance, height, or figure. What truly piqued his interest was the fact that this girl could make Xiaobai obediently follow her commands. That was what he valued most. Xiaobai had truly become clever, understanding how to use its beak to unlock the cage door, fluttering away. He thought it would never return, and it pained him. Little did he know, Xiaobai had an affinity with that girl. It flew right into her hands. If this girl were originally from the household, it would have been easy to assign her to work in the Dongha Hall, and whether or not to take her as a concubine would be of little consequence. Yet she was the maid of his sister-in-law. The household was not lacking in servants, and if he wanted her, he needed a reasonable excuse. His desire to take her as a concubine would serve as the perfect pretext, for it would be difficult for his sister-in-law to refuse. However, he had not anticipated that Fengju would take the girl in last night. Although the second master felt a twinge of regret, he dismissed it with a sigh, muttering a few complaints about the second mistress's unreliability before letting the matter drop. The second mistress listened obediently, gracious and humble, but inwardly rolled her eyes. Who is truly unreliable here? Stretching her hand into her nephew's room. Does she not fear the rumors? Unbeknownst to them, concubine Shui was feeling unwell again. Having faced many years of rivalry with concubine Fong, she had recently found herself at a disadvantage and yearned for a new concubine of equal standing to counter Fong's influence. Thus, upon hearing of this matter, the second mistress was no fool. She had certainly considered this point. Yet, she held no objections. Indeed, she even welcomed it, finding concubine Shui's words particularly grating. She glared at her and admonished, "Be silent. Do not sow discord. Liu Ya is the young madam's maid. This matter has not even been mentioned by the second madam to the young madam. So who has been gossiping?" After finishing, the second mistress fixed a suspicious gaze on concubine Shui. No, I absolutely did not." Concubine Shui hastily shook her hands in denial. The second mistress scrutinized her. "If it was not you, then why do you speak so? Clearly, if you are not the source, you must be knowledgeable. Speak. Who leaked the information?" I do not know. Concubine Shui swore fervently, realizing she had brought trouble upon herself. Had she known this would happen, she would have kept her mouth shut. The second mistress sneered inwardly, thinking, "How dare you, a mere maid, attempt to sow discord before me? You have gone too far." After giving her a stern reprimand, she dismissed her. Concubine Shui left the second mistress's presence like a defeated rooster and encountered concubine Fong in the corridor. Seeing the half-smile, half-mockery on Fong's face, concubine Shui felt dizzy with anger. She stamped her foot, turned her back, and repeated the same tale to the second master. Initially, the second master had given it little thought, but upon hearing concubine Shui's words, he could not help but feel slightly uncomfortable. Coupled with concubine Shui's embellishments, he could no longer restrain himself and began to vent to the second mistress. Upon hearing this, the second mistress immediately suspected concubine Shui had been too talkative. Though she felt great anger, she dared not offend her husband and thus offered a smile. To speak bluntly, master, are you not merely curious about how that girl tamed Xiaobai? This is easily resolved. I shall ask my sister-in-law to bring the girl here for a chat, and I will relay the information back to you. How does that sound? The second master's eyes brightened. Indeed, it was inconvenient for him to consult his nephew's concubine directly. Have Rower attend to her. The second master cast a glance at her. Yes, my lord. The second mistress agreed reluctantly. In her heart, the second mistress was acutely aware of her husband's profound obsession with his fish and birds, and thus, she dared not neglect the matter. Within a couple of days, reflecting on how her husband could cause such a ruckus with the unwavering support of a devoted wife, understanding that Luya possessed a rich heritage in this regard, she confided in her, urging her to impart her knowledge diligently to avoid endless complications in the future. Luya, both curious and slightly proud, had never anticipated that she would be in a position to teach another. With a series of nods, she readily agreed. The front courtyard of the main residence in Dongha Hall was particularly spacious, flanked by corridors on either side, with a wide stone path leading inward. Along the sides of the path, at equal intervals, stood 4 large jars, each towering over a person. These jars housed the exquisite goldfish, cultivated by the second master over decades. Each jar a unique spectacle, resplendent in a riot of colors and shapes, leaving onlookers in awe. Sangwon, unfamiliar with their names, learned from Mama Li about the master's temperament. He insisted on placing the goldfish not in the backyard, but in the front courtyard, ensuring that all visiting relatives and guests, lest the master express his displeasure. After guests departed, he would often disdainfully utter, "Rude, vulgar." Lining the corridors on either side were trees adorned with various bird cages of all sizes. Inside these cages, the master's birds flitted about, chirping melodiously. The collection included thrushes, mynas, orioles, and parrots, their vibrant plumage and sweet songs promising a delightful symphony at dawn when the first rays of sunlight filtered through the branches. Sangwon and Luya followed the maid along the central path, their eyes observing the surroundings with discretion, avoiding even a glance at the exquisite fish and precious birds, let alone voicing any inquiries or expressions of admiration. It must be noted that Sangwon had no desire to feign interest and become the second master's confidant. She hoped that, from this moment on, she would never have to return to this place. Chapter 37. Why the Discontent? Madame Sher did not make things difficult for her. After the customary pleasantries, they quickly delved into the main topic. Sang-won, unreserved. Noting that her previous employer had also kept a white parrot, from which she had learned a thing or two while serving. Little did they know that this knowledge would come in handy today. Luya had only joined the Sang family at the tender age of 10, having previously served another household. Being an outsider, Sang-won's casual mix of truth and falsehood was likely to go unnoticed by Madame Sher. Sang-won's intention was clear. Luya was proficient only in this particular skill. She was not to be regarded as a jack of all trades. This was merely a reflection of her limited memory, and should anything go awry, they had not to place blame on her. Under normal circumstances, this would have concluded the matter, allowing Sang-won to breathe easy, and Luya to avoid the tragic fate of her past life. The two, mistress and maid, had narrowly escaped a crisis. However, Roer proved to be remarkably clever and talented. After Luya's guidance, she successfully tamed the proud and obstinate little white parrot. Old Master Sher was immensely pleased and showered Roer with even more affection. This development, while seemingly inconsequential to Luya, did not unfold without consequence. Originally a close attendant to concubine Fong, had successfully ingratiated herself with old Master Sher alongside her mistress. Naturally, her spirits were elevated as her mistress gained favor. Jealousy prompted her to seek trouble with Roer, who, basking in her newfound glory, was not inclined to yield. After a series of grievances were aired, it was Chiu-ju who ended up on the losing end. Consumed by jealousy and frustration, Chiu-ju dared not provoke old Master Sher directly, but resorted to venting her anger on Luya, seizing the opportunity to berate her and slap her twice. Luya, mindful of the lady's guidance and already harboring an inexplicable fear of old Master Sher, refrained from retaliating against his maid, instead retreating to Ning Garden in tears. Her body trembling slightly with fury. Roer was a maid of old Master Sher, while Luya was a handmaiden brought along by her lady. And though not openly recognized, she was effectively a maid to the eldest young master, standing on equal footing with Roer in the eyes of many. Sang-won understood well that her status as the eldest madam had earned her a reputation for being overly gentle. Thus, she had allowed Luya to be used as a pawn, clearly testing her resolve and humiliating her. Chiu-ju, lacking in wisdom, was merely a pawn in the game orchestrated by her cunning mistress, concubine Fong. Despite being one of 3 women in the household, she was the only one without a son and not the most striking in appearance, yet she enjoyed the most favor. Even as her daughter was the apple of old Master Sher's eye, it was evident that she was a woman of considerable depth. Sang-won's heart seethed with indignation. What had she done to deserve such treatment? Concubine Fong's display of power was utterly unreasonable. Yet, upon reflection, she understood the underlying motive. Concubine Fong was making an example of Luya, warning the other maids not to harbor ambitions of usurping their masters. Otherwise, they might find themselves in a position similar to Luya's, suffering both humiliation and the consequences of their aspirations. Resolute, Sang-won took Luya by the hand. She gently wiped Luya's tears with a handkerchief and softly encouraged her, saying, "Do not cry any longer." Next time, the two had rehearsed their silent understanding countless times. Luya, with reddened eyes, murmured her grievances, explaining, "Madam, I always strive to adhere to the rules of the household." She recounted the events in detail, ultimately breaking down in tears. Sang-won sighed softly upon hearing Luya's account and gently declared, "It seems you have indeed suffered an injustice. However, Chiu-ju is ultimately a maid of the second master, and the eldest young master has always shown respect for his elders. For the sake of old Master Sher, let this matter rest. Do not take it to heart. Simply avoid her in the future to prevent any larger troubles that might embarrass the eldest young master." "Yes, I shall not cause trouble for the eldest young master and you, madam. I will keep my distance from her," Luya replied, her voice tinged with sorrow. Old Madam Lee, overhearing the conversation, was incensed. For Luya, a mere maid, to endure such grievances was one thing. But for the eldest young master to be put in a difficult position was entirely unacceptable. Who was Chiu-ju, after all? A mere servant who dared to extend her influence into the main household, publicly humiliating a member of the eldest young master's household. Did she not regard him at all? Having heard Luya's account, old Madam Lee was even more furious. Why should they have to bow low and avoid her? The eldest young master respected his elders. But that did not mean he should tolerate the humiliation inflicted by a maid from the second master's household. "Madam," old Madam Lee scoffed, Even if Lu Ye were truly at fault, it is not for a maid from the second house to dictate our conduct. With the eldest young master and you present, it would set a dangerous precedent. Sang-won, while secretly pleased, felt compelled to play the role of mediator, expressing her concerns and urging old Madame Li to let it go, to minimize the situation and maintain harmony. However, old Madame Li was resolute, asserting that such behavior could not be tolerated and that it was better to address it now rather than allowing it to fester. As the new mistress, I will take Lu Ye to pay respects to Madame Sher and apologize to that Shouju. Without waiting for Sang-won's refusal, she commanded Lu Ye, "No need to wash your face or comb your hair, and the ointment can wait. Let's go." Lu Ye eagerly complied, and without a moment's hesitation, she followed old Madame Li, accompanied by 2 other maids. Sang-won, unable to dissuade them, sighed in resignation and allowed them to proceed. The others, somewhat bewildered, were taken aback, but Xingji realized the depth of the matter and quietly admired Sang-won's cunning strategy. It was indeed most fitting for old Madame Li to intervene. Not only did her age and status command respect, but her well-known protective nature ensured that no one would dare offend her. Those who crossed her would find themselves at odds with the eldest young master as well, and such a situation was intolerable. With her involvement, it was only natural that Madame Sher and Shouju would find themselves at a disadvantage, unable to retaliate against the eldest young master's favored maid. In a household where one must choose their master wisely, Sang-won was truly a gem, displaying both intelligence and compassion for her subordinates. It was indeed a most awkward moment for Madame Sher. The maid from the second household had extended her hand towards the eldest son of the main family, and whether the matter was magnified or minimized, it was undeniable that Grandma Li had stormed in with great fury. There was no way to resolve the issue discreetly. Upon witnessing Lu Ye's swollen cheeks and tear-stained eyes, Madame Sher felt a mix of shame and anger, stating that concubine Fong was infuriated upon learning of the incident and had already reprimanded Qiujuan. If Grandma Li and Lu Ye felt unsatisfied, her words flowing like the relentless waters of the Yellow River. This left Lu Ye utterly bewildered. Having never witnessed such blatant displays of authority, Lu Ye found herself at a loss, inexplicably feeling a twinge of guilt as though she had transformed into a villain, bullying a frail woman. Her expression grew uncomfortable, and she nearly retreated behind Grandma Li, instinctively glancing at her for guidance. Grandma Li, accustomed to such tactics of retreat masquerading as progress, felt a surge of resentment but refrained from being excessively harsh. Such matters were not befitting of someone of her age and stature. With a reluctant reprimand directed at Qiujuan, she departed alongside Lu Ye, escorted by the polite attendants and maids of Madame Sher. On their way back to Ningyuan, Grandma Li felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Although Qiujuan had been punished, it was not by her hand, leaving her with the sensation of striking empty air. Grandma Li's countenance darkened, and Lu Ye, regaining her composure, also felt a sense of discontent. Due to their shared animosity towards the situation, Lu Ye felt a growing closeness to Grandma Li. She took a few steps forward to seek clarity. "Grandma, even though I witnessed Qiujuan's punishment, why does my heart still feel uneasy and constricted?" Hearing this, "What infuriates me is that we are well aware of their deceit, yet must acquiesce to their performance. It is truly perplexing to find solace in such a situation." Chapter 38. Li Mama has a daughter acting? Lu Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. Li Mama mirrored her surprise, her expression silently conveying disbelief. "You truly did not perceive it." Lu Ye's astonished gaze clearly communicated to Li Mama, "Indeed, I did not notice, nor did I anticipate." Li Mama rolled her eyes heavenward in exasperation, speechless. Lu Ye, feeling embarrassed, lowered her eyes, ashamed. "Oh dear." Li Mama exhaled a heavy sigh, her voice filled with earnestness as she gently patted Lu Ye's shoulder. "You are the companion maid of the eldest lady. You will be her right hand in the future. You still have so much to learn." The hand that slapped you must be met with a few harsh blows upon her own face. A flicker of understanding crossed Lu Ye's eyes, as if enlightenment had suddenly dawned upon her. Lu Ye had learned her lesson. She implored Li Mama for guidance in the future. "Please, Mama, teach me." With a serious expression, Lu Ye took a step back and offered a deep bow to Li Mama in reverence. "Enough, enough. No need for such formalities. I am not fond of that." Li Mama, with the wisdom of age, remarked, "There is not much to teach. It depends on one's own comprehension. When you reach my age, having safely navigated through life's perils, you will understand everything." Lu Ye shivered at the thought, casting a furtive glance at Li Mama's wrinkled face, resembling a chrysanthemum with 1,000 petals. A shiver ran down her spine, and she silently vowed to herself that she would never wait until Li Mama's age to grasp such knowledge. "Mama, please do instruct me," Luya persisted. Li Mama furrowed her brow and glared at her. Luya understood that Li Mama was as warm as spring to her own people. Even when there were occasional chills, they were harmless. She smiled, unafraid of Li Mama's expression. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in her mind, and she blurted out, "Mama, if you do not mind." The term mother struck her heart like a hammer, cracking open the pain she had long concealed. Li Mama's mind buzzed, her eyes moistening, nearly spilling over with tears. I misspoke. Luya realized her blunder the moment the words left her lips. Her face turned crimson with embarrassment, and she hastily waved her hands, laughing nervously. "Mama, please do not be angry. Just consider it. Very well." Li Mama suddenly laughed, her eyes glimmering with moisture as she looked at Luya with a smile. Luya, with her lively and cheerful disposition, was sincere and courteous, embodying loyalty and integrity. Unlike Xingji, who was overly rational to the point of coldness, or Hong Yi, who often acted foolishly, among the 3 personal maids in the residence, Luya, though the last to arrive, was the most favored by Li Mama. Thus, Luya's impulsive declaration left Li Mama feeling enlightened, leading her to readily agree. The 2 younger maids exchanged envious glances, smiling as they stepped forward to congratulate. Li Mama repeatedly exclaimed good, and Luya shyly smiled in return. Although Li Mama mentioned the need for the madam and the eldest son's approval, it was clear that they would not oppose it. The 2 younger maids admired Luya, recognizing her extraordinary boldness. They understood the weight of Li Mama's authority among the servants, who would dare approach her so fearlessly and propose to be her daughter. Should Li Mama consider it an attempt to climb the social ladder, the repercussions could be dire. Afterward, when Wang Shi and Shi Fengjiu learned of Li Mama's request, they were both delighted. Wang Shi, brimming with joy, summoned Luya to serve as a witness, ordering her to kneel before Li Mama, offer tea, while arranging a lavish feast in the kitchen to celebrate that evening. "My dear sister, you have a daughter now. My heart feels much more at ease." Wang Shi sighed, expressing her sentiments to Li Mama. Indeed, indeed. This old servant now has a daughter." Li Mama's face glowed with joy, her frustration and resentment boiling beneath the surface. She believed this to be Sangwon's scheme to form an alliance with Li Mama against her. What she did not know was that Li Mama had privately cautioned Luya to remain discreet and not to harbor unwarranted ambitions, advising her against competing with the eldest lady. Luya was momentarily taken aback, realizing her current status as a concubine, which sent a chill down her spine. That evening, at Wang Shi's banquet, Li Mama and Luya humbly apologized, sitting together at the lower table for dinner. Wang Shi, who loved merriment, even arranged for wine to be served. Gu Fengzi, seething with anger, took her frustrations out on Shi Fengjiu, persistently urging him to drink. Shi Fengjiu, having had his fill of wine earlier, ended up intoxicated, while others remained sober. "My dear sister, Fengjiu is also happy for you." Wang Shi laughed. The kindness shown to this old servant by the madam and the eldest son is truly overwhelming. Li Mama sighed, blinking back her emotions. "Nursing mother, as long as you are happy." Shi Fengjiu chuckled, his gaze somewhat unfocused, his speech slightly slurred. "Look at you, so drunk, yet your mind still seems clear." Wang Shi playfully chided him, instructing Sangwon to assist him back to rest. Sangwon stepped forward to help Shi Fengjiu. Gu Fengzi stood nearby, her face pale with fury, coldly watching as Shi Fengjiu leaned on Sangwon, leaving with unsteady steps, her teeth nearly grinding in frustration. Upon returning to Ningyuan, they hastily helped Shi Fengjiu clean up, with Sangwon and Xing Ji assisting him into the room. Seeing Shi Fengjiu collapse onto the bed, Sangwon sighed quietly, realizing she would have to sleep on the floor that night. However, when she finished tidying up and entered the bedroom, she found Shi Fengjiu already sitting up, his feet dangling over the edge of the bed, leaning against the headboard, and smiling at her as she walked in. "Why are you up when you're drunk? You startled me." Sangwon laughed, patting her chest. Upon suddenly encountering his fixed gaze, she was indeed taken aback. Shi Fengjiu grinned. "I'm not drunk. I'm quite sober." Unexpectedly, the wet nurse shares such a profound connection with Luya. It has been ages since I last witnessed her smiling so joyfully. After speaking, resulting in an unintended collision that sent Sangwon tumbling onto the bed, his weight pressing heavily upon her. Startled, she nearly cried out. An unfamiliar sensation coursed through her. rendering her limbs weak and immobile. Upon raising her gaze, she met a pair of deep, onyx-like eyes, intensely fixated upon her, revealing a mixture of confusion and something she could not quite comprehend. Through the thin fabric of her clothing, his breath began to envelop her, tinged with his unique scent, creating a contrast of warmth and coolness that sent a shiver down her spine. Suddenly, Sangwon felt dizzy, her cheeks flushed, her heartbeat racing to the point of suffocation. As she stared blankly at Shi Fengju, he, too, was captivated by the fragrant warmth of her presence, reluctant to let go, his gaze unwavering. Under the gentle glow of the lamp, the woman before him had flushed cheeks, a sultry pout, and delicate lips that seemed to express a blend of shyness and grievance. Her eyes glistening like crystal, evoking an overwhelming sense of tenderness. Her slender neck and exquisite collarbone, with skin as luminous as snow, stirred something within Shi Fengju, her expression shifting to one of indignation as she glared at him. Perhaps her piercing gaze was too intense, and the sudden shift in dynamics jolted Shi Fengju into awareness. Realizing he had been inappropriately pressing his nominal wife beneath him, his thoughts straying toward the desire to kiss her. Chapter 39. Intoxication. Yes, I'm sorry. How could he be so disrespectful to Sangwon? Madam, are you awake? I've brought the drunkenness remedy for the young master. A crisp knock echoed from the door. Shi Fengju's attempt to regain his composure was futile. In his shock, he lost control and fell back on his Sangwon, inadvertently kissing her soft, cool lips. The gentle and unexpected contact ignited a warmth in both their hearts, leaving them momentarily stunned. Shi Fengju felt the tender softness and, driven by an instinctive impulse, leaned in closer. You, move aside. Sangwon, flustered and embarrassed, blushed deeply, almost as if blood might drip from her face. With a sudden burst of strength, she pushed Shi Fengju away. Taken by surprise, he tumbled aside, hitting the back of his head against the bedpost with a dull thud. Unable to suppress a groan of ouch. Madam? Outside, Xingji raised her voice, curious about the commotion. What happened? And nothing. Sangwon sat up, casting Shi Fengju a reproachful glance, tinged with both grievance and melancholy. Flustered, she hurriedly arranged her clothes and hair, taking a moment to compose herself before saying, Wait a moment, I'll be right out. Having opened the door halfway, she took the tray from Xingji's hands with a smile, saying, Leave it to me. You may go rest. Xingji hesitated for a moment, but then nodded with a polite smile, saying, Then I shall take my leave. Sangwon nodded and quickly closed the door again. If it weren't for her fear of Li Mama accusing her of neglecting Shi Fengju by not providing him with the remedy, she would have preferred not to open the door at all. Placing the remedy on the table, she turned her back to Shi Fengju and said, Young master, please come and drink this. After being pushed away and hitting his head, Shi Fengju finally regained enough clarity to reflect on the absurdity of the earlier situation. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, although Sangwon had given him a cold shoulder, he felt it inappropriate to be angry. Clearing his throat, he awkwardly remarked, You should rest now. Turning away from him as she returned to bed. When Shi Fengju glanced back, he found the crimson curtains drawn, shrouding her from view. Despite their pretense of a marriage, have taken advantage of her so foolishly? Yet, recalling her charmingly indignant expression and the tender softness of their encounter, intending to become fully sober before retrieving bedding from the wardrobe, so as not to disturb her. However, before he knew it, he had fallen asleep with his head resting on the table. Meanwhile, Sangwon had not slept well either, her mind a tumultuous mix of emotions. She felt a combination of humiliation and a sweetness she could not quite articulate, laced with a hint of bitterness. What did he truly think of her? Were his actions a mere accident, or something more intentional? Regardless, he deserved a reprimand. After all, he had never intended to share a life with her, had he? Despite her grievances, she felt a twinge of guilt for having pushed him so forcefully. Seeing him later rise to drink the remedy reassured her. He seemed fine. If he had sustained an injury, the wrath of Li Mama and the matrons would surely be upon her. Thankfully, he had shown grace and chosen not to hold a grudge. If he were to take offense, it would ultimately be her who suffered. Reflecting on their unspoken agreement, he was her husband, was he not? Caught in her thoughts, Sangwon felt increasingly perplexed about how to face Shi Fengju. Her mind whirled with conflicting emotions. She prepared the bedding for him, gently shaking him awake. Young master, is it morning? Shouldn't you get up? Is it dawn? Shi Fengju groggily lifted his head. Sangwon chuckled softly and replied, Not yet. You should lie down for a little while longer. As she spoke, she supported his arm, helping him rise. He instinctively followed her lead, wobbling as he attempted to make his way back to bed. For a brief moment, Sangwon contemplated relinquishing the bed to him, but then reconsidered. Why should she sacrifice her comfort? Wasn't he deeply in love with his cousin? For the sake of their blissful future, perhaps he should endure some discomfort. Why should she compromise her own comfort? No, this way, Sangwon thought, pulling Shi Fengju toward the bedding on the floor. He complied without protest, obediently lying down with a soft "oh." Sangwon covered him with a blanket and noticed that his breathing had settled into a steady rhythm, his eyes closed in slumber. She found herself gazing at his features, his elegant brows, sharp eyes, and high nose, all harmonizing into a striking visage. Even in sleep, he exuded a unique charm that was undeniably captivating. Sangwon sighed silently. This man had been her husband in a past life and was now her husband again in this life. Yet, in their previous existence, he had never regarded her as a true wife, and now, their relationship was still far from genuine. Perhaps the remedy had worked wonders. For the next morning, Shi Fengju awakened without needing Sangwon's prompting. Hearing the commotion, she quickly rose to help him fold and tidy the bedding. An awkward atmosphere enveloped them. Shi Fengju wished to pretend as if he had forgotten the events of the previous night, but the memories were too vivid for him to dismiss. Are you still feeling dizzy, young master? As he racked his brain for a way to break the ice, Sangwon unexpectedly asked, smiling as if nothing had happened. They both then proceeded to leave together, maintaining a semblance of normalcy. As they appeared to be the perfect couple, Sangwon dutifully played the role of a supportive wife. While the lingering tension between them hung palpably in the air, noticed even by the surrounding maids, who were more cautious in their service than usual. After breakfast, Sangwon smiled and gestured for Luya to accept, then instructed Luya to kneel and express her gratitude to Gu Fengzi. Following her directive, Luya approached and bowed, thanking the esteemed young lady. Gu Fengzi quickly leaned forward to support her, laughing. Oh, there's no need for such formality. If you continue, I shall feel rather embarrassed. You are now the adopted daughter of old Madame Li and also the favored companion of my cousin. There is no need for such courtesies. Congratulations. From now on, with old Madame Li taking charge, you shall be fortunate indeed. How could that be a cause for embarrassment? Luya felt an inexplicable sense of guilt upon hearing the term favored companion, instinctively averting her gaze. Observing this, Gu Fengzi believed she had struck a chord and silently chuckled, her eyes subtly drifting over to Sangwon as she continued to Luya. Oh, what is there to feel shy about? I speak nothing but the truth. My elder cousin has always held old Madame Li in high regard. Having won the favor of such a venerable lady, my elder cousin and his wife will naturally treat you with greater kindness. Is that not a blessing? Turning to Sangwon, she inquired, elder cousin's wife, do you not agree? Luya remained blissfully unaware, her heart fluttering with embarrassment. While Sangwon comprehended Gu Fengzi's underlying intent, merely sowing discord between her and Luya, Sangwon sighed inwardly, recognizing her own narrow-mindedness. How could she harbor jealousy over such a matter? Even if, hypothetically, she were to be outdone, could Luya ascend to the position of a legitimate wife? Quite so. Sangwon feigned ignorance, nodding with a smile. Gu Fengzi thought to herself, continue your pretense. Soon enough, you shall realize whether old Madame Li favors Luya or you. After all, that the mistress had felt jealous the night before, leading to a quarrel with the master. Luya, entirely unaware of any suspicion cast upon her, cheerfully turned to Sangwon, saying, Mistress, I wish to prepare a banquet to invite you and the ladies of the courtyard for a meal. May I have half a day's leave to make arrangements? Upon hearing this, the others could not help but cast sympathetic glances at Luya, thinking, the mistress is presently uncomfortable about this very matter, yet you approach her so cheerfully. One wonders what old Madame Li sees in you. Unbeknownst to them, it was precisely this quality that had caught old Madame Li's attention, the ability to be considerate when needed while remaining blissfully oblivious at other times, as though one were made of wood. Chapter 40. The more one tries to conceal, the more one reveals. Sangwon cast a glance at the ever-smiling and composed Mama Li standing nearby, and with a subtle smile, she spoke. You have read the prescribed books and written your characters this morning. Now you may take a day off, Mama. One table is hardly sufficient. Let us set up 2 large tables in the west wing. Do not only invite our courtyard, but also those acquaintances from the manor. I suspect Mama has quite a few old friends as well. As for the dishes, you may decide for yourselves. Let the kitchen procure the finest ingredients, adhering to the standard of 5 taels per table, and procure a couple of bottles of good wine, which I shall cover from my account. The moment Sang Wan's words fell, both Mama Li and Lu Ye were elated. Lu Ye, who shared a familiar rapport with Sang Wan, felt immensely grateful, her face beaming with joy, yet she made no attempt to refuse, accepting the offer with thanks. Mama Li, on the other hand, insisted on declining several times, joyfully exclaiming, "It is too much, and I cannot accept such kindness." Sang Wan, however, persisted with her invitation until Mama Li finally accepted graciously. Xing Ji, Hong Yi, and others quickly joined in to express their gratitude and congratulated Mama Li and Lu Ye. Typically, a banquet at an ordinary tavern would cost 2 taels. Mama Li soon took her leave, planning to instruct Xing Ji and the others, and to invite her old friends over for dinner. After all, she still bore a wilted expression akin to a frostbitten eggplant, prompting a stern look from Mama Li. "You, child, should not dawdle. The young lady is doing this for your benefit. Do not be ungrateful." Initially, Mama Li had been somewhat dismissive and even disapproving of Sang Wan teaching Lu Ye. It was better for them to remain somewhat simple-minded, lest they become arrogant from knowing a few characters and develop inappropriate thoughts. However, her perspective had shifted. In the eyes of society, those who could read and write were regarded as remarkable individuals, and Mama Li naturally shared this view. It would be best if her daughter could read and write as well. Moreover, through her words, she conveyed to Sang Wan that she was aware of the kindness shown to her and her daughter, assuring Sang Wan of her goodwill. When Gu Fangzi first instigated the situation, Mama Li had remained noncommittal, her expression betraying nothing, yet she had taken note of Sang Wan's demeanor. Had Sang Wan exhibited even a hint of resentment or indignation, Mama Li would have felt perturbed. After all, as a loyal servant, she would always side with the eldest master over his goddaughter, never encouraging Lu Ye to oppose the young lady and disrupt the harmony of the eldest master's courtyard. She dismissed Gu Fangzi's provocations entirely and proactively contributed her own funds to host a banquet for them. This deepened Mama Li's appreciation for her. That evening, when Shi Fengju returned home, he found the house unusually quiet, with only 2 little maidservants outside. Sang Wan was cozily nestled on the inner couch, engrossed in her reading. It seems 2 tables might be a bit scant. As Sang Wan helped him out of his outer garment and instructed the maidservants to fetch hot water, she chided him. "With 10 taels, we could easily set up 3 or 4 tables with splendid fare. Rest assured, Mama will handle it." Despite her status, Mama Li was still a servant, and 2 tables were just right. Any more would be somewhat presumptuous. What transpired behind the scenes mattered little, but appearances must be maintained. Shi Fengju promptly understood and smiled knowingly. "You think of everything. Are you hungry? The dishes have just arrived and are being kept warm in water. Shall we serve them now?" Sang Wan cast a glance at him and replied, "Let us hold off for a moment." Suddenly, a peculiar flush crept over Shi Fengju's face. He raised a hand to his lips and coughed lightly, then awkwardly retrieved a small, flat white jade box from his pocket and presented it to her, saying, "I happened to pass by Minghua Hall today and bought this for you. I hope you like it." Sang Wan's heart skipped a beat. She initially hesitated to accept it, but seeing the nervousness on his face softened her resolve. After all, it was a gift meant for her. With a smile, she accepted the box, her fingers gently caressing its pristine surface, and with a teasing glint in her eyes, she remarked, "A casual purchase, was it?" Shi Fengju rubbed his hands together, chuckling awkwardly. "It was intentional, truly. The shopkeeper said it's the latest powder. What do you think?" The quality of Minghua Hall's goods was indeed excellent. Smooth and silky. She took a small amount, roughly the size of a mung bean, and rubbed it in her palm. A wave of warmth surged to Sang Wan's cheeks, prompting her to cough lightly and set her hand down. "Ah!" Shi Fengju exclaimed as if awakening from a dream, stroking his chin and smiling awkwardly. "Well, I'm glad you like it. Let us eat, shall we?" His gaze inadvertently wandered to her delicate, slender fingers, their porcelain-like skin reminding him of her equally exquisite neck and collarbone he had glimpsed the previous night, leaving him momentarily entranced. Sang Wan felt a touch of embarrassment from his gaze, yet being in a position of decorum, she maintained her composure, smiling as she tucked the jade box away and instructed the maidservants to bring out the food. Suddenly, she inquired, "What prompted you to think of giving me a gift?" Shi Fengju blurted out, "I was rude last night. I owe you an apology." It was better that he had not mentioned it. Sang Wan's face flushed crimson, and she turned away. "I shall go set the table." Seeing her retreat hastily to the dining area, Shi Fengju paused, shaking his head with a chuckle as he collected his thoughts and sauntered toward the dining area, feeling inexplicably uplifted. As the Dragon Boat Festival approached, Wang Shi unexpectedly summoned Sang Wan. Sang Wan's heart tightened, and she quickly tidied her appearance, bringing Mama Li and Lu Yu along. She could only hope that this time, everything would be different. The preparations for the festival and the customary gifts for relatives were to be handled by Gu Fangzi. And Sang Wan did not inquire further, nor did Wang Shi elaborate. Wang Shi merely handed her a list of gifts to be sent to her maternal family for her review. According to the customs of Qingzhou, when a woman first celebrates a festival after marriage, her family is expected to visit, and the husband's family must prepare a return gift. Sang Wan noticed the list included 2 jars of Xionghuang wine, 2 jars of calamus wine, 4 boxes of rice dumplings, 2 large carp, a pair of live chickens, and a gold collar for each child. According to Qingzhou customs, these items were sufficient, and Sang Wan presumed her family would prepare similarly. However, the list concluded with an additional note of 200 taels of silver. Sang Wan's expression shifted slightly as she stared at the list in silence. Wang Shi, initially oblivious, chuckled at her demeanor. Oh, by the way, your brother and sister-in-law have it tough too. Their family's circumstances aren't great. So I had 200 taels added on. If you feel it's insufficient, you may add more as well. Wang Shi spoke so nonchalantly, seemingly unconcerned, that Sang Wan struggled to suppress her reaction. At this moment, she could ascertain that this was certainly not Wang Shi's own idea. It must have been influenced by something Gu Fangzi had said. In Wang's perspective, this was a gesture of goodwill, yet, according to customary practices, it was evidently an affront. The more lavish the return gifts, the greater the esteem shown to the bride's family. However, this occasion was markedly different. She was acutely aware of her brother and sister-in-law's temperaments. Her brother would inevitably feel remorseful, burdened by guilt, while her sister-in-law would undoubtedly be infuriated. Perceiving it as a slight from the Shi family, deliberately intended to belittle the Sang family. Just as Sang Wan was about to speak, Gu Fangzi interjected with a smile. Elder cousin, there's no need to feel awkward. We are all family, after all. This is merely an expression of aunt's goodwill. Your elder brother and sister-in-law have had their share of difficulties. When they arrive, make sure to spend some quality time with them and engage in conversation. Oh, carefully choosing her words. Mother, I sincerely appreciate your kindness on behalf of my brother and sister-in-law. However, as you mentioned, we are indeed family. And there is truly no need for such formalities. My brother and sister-in-law might feel uncomfortable about this. Perhaps it would be better if— What do you mean by that? What is there to feel uncomfortable about? You wouldn't think aunt's gesture is mere charity, would you, thus insulting uncle and aunt? If you perceive it that way, then aunt's efforts would be in vain. Seeing Wang's expression shift to one of concern, Sang Wan hastily stood, hands clasped. Having grasped the situation, chuckled from the side. This old servant has a word to say, though I wonder if it is appropriate. Wang would not dismiss old Mama Li's words and replied with a smile. Please, dear sister, do speak freely. Old Mama Li then remarked with a grin. Miss, forgive this old servant's impertinence, but it appears you have erred this time. Oh, how have I erred? Wang inquired, puzzled. How could it not be your mistake? Old Mama Li replied with a laugh. In familial relations, there should be reciprocity, adhering to customs and traditions. While your intentions are noble, outsiders may perceive it as the Shi family flaunting their wealth and looking down upon their relatives. Wang was taken aback, quickly comprehending the implication, and burst into laughter. Indeed, I fully comprehend your intentions. How could I ever resent you? Sang Wan let out a silent sigh of relief. Gu Fangzi shot a discreet glare at Li Momo and smiled, saying, This is entirely my fault. It was a hasty notion of mine. Upon reflection, please do not hold aunt responsible. Sang Wan clenched her fists tightly, taking a couple of deep breaths to maintain her serene smile as she engaged in casual conversation. Wang Shi, noticing Sang Wan's lack of suspicion, finally relaxed with a smile. Indeed, after the Dragon Boat Festival, Fengju will embark on a journey to the capital to transport goods, so you should take care to prepare his belongings properly. Out in the world is far different from home. One must be thoroughly prepared. Wang Shi continued. She rose, smiling sweetly and graciously, assuring Wang Shi, Do not worry, mother. I shall personally ensure that everything is in order for eldest master. He will not have any concerns. Indeed, miss, you need not worry. The eldest mistress is incredibly attentive and considerate. She takes excellent care of eldest master's every need. With her assistance, everything will be just fine. Li Momo chimed in, secretly pleased. Gu Fangzi, witnessing their harmonious exchange, felt her face grow green with envy, biting her lip and thinking, just wait and see, while coldly observing Wang Shi, who nodded enthusiastically. In Sangjia's silly village, Sang Hong and Fang Shi busily prepared various gifts to take to their relatives. Fang Shi had even specially acquired several bolts of new fabric from the silk shop in town to tailor a set of garments for the family. Although the fabric sent by Sang Wan was exquisite, wearing clothes made from gifts while visiting would not reflect well on their family if someone from the Shi household were to notice. She also purchased a few simple yet elegant silver hairpins, reflecting the Fang family's understated elegance. Sang Xiaoqin and Sang Xianwan were thrilled to hear they would be visiting their aunt in Qingzhou. Although they were unaware of what to expect, Qingzhou seemed like an exciting big city, and the siblings eagerly counted down the days. On the 4th of May, after observing Sang Hong's household for some time, Li Shi suddenly appeared at their door, her eyes darting around as she cheerfully asked, "Daughter-in-law, is everything ready for our esteemed relatives' Dragon Boat Festival gifts?" It was rather late for her to inquire, and Fang Shi knew her intentions well. With a slight smile, she was about to respond when Li Shi quickly interjected, "Oh, dear second aunt is just overly concerned. I am sure you have everything prepared with your remarkable capability. Alas, we're getting old and lack the ability to assist you." Fang Shi would not grant her that satisfaction, responding with a smile, "Oh, dear second aunt, gifts are but trifles. Our cousin is a discerning person who will not nitpick. If uncle and aunt truly wish to express their sentiments, it matters not the quantity. I assure you, cousin will be delighted. It is the thought that counts." Li Shi's heart skipped a beat, secretly cursing Fang Shi's boldness in openly asking for gifts. She quickly laughed. At this point, what could we possibly prepare? Next time. Let us do it sooner. Fang Shi clapped her hands in laughter. No need for elaborate preparations. Anything readily available will do. I noticed the 2 fine roosters at your house. Each must weigh at least 5 or 6 pounds. Oh, but those roosters, one crows, and the other is kept for breeding. That wouldn't be appropriate. Li Shi stammered, quickly asking, "What have you prepared? Show me if it's suitable. You young folks don't understand. It would be embarrassing if something went wrong." Li Shi insisted, attempting to make her way into the main room. Fang Shi swiftly stepped in front of her, raising an eyebrow with a half-smile. "No need for your concern. Everything is already in order. Though I am young, I understand the etiquette of gift-giving. I would never be like that ungrateful turtle who only knows to take from others but refuses to give when it is their turn." Li Shi's face fell, her forced smile faltering as she hesitated, then asked, "What time are we leaving tomorrow?" "I think we should leave early. Qingzhou is not far, right? We still need to hire a carriage in town, correct?" Fang Shi sensed that Li Shi intended for her family to join them, which irritated her greatly. She replied coldly, "We will leave at dawn. A carriage will come to fetch us." Upon hearing this, Li Shi simply acknowledged with an "oh" and returned home. "You just sit at home waiting for things to come to you, while I'm left to endure their taunts." Sang Eryi rolled his eyes, well aware of his wife's nature. It was not that she was embarrassed. She simply wished to lodge a complaint against him. "Enough. Less idle chatter." To which Sang Eryi grumbled, "Didn't you even take a look at what they prepared? Why should I care about their preparations?" Li Shi retorted crossly, and understood that Sang Hong would indeed care about their inclusion, so she bit her tongue, considering that they could go to Qingzhou without spending a dime. With the added benefit of being fed along the way, and remembering that they were now relatives of the wealthy Shi family, she felt a bubbling joy within her, her lips curling into a smile, her grievances with Fang Shi dissipating significantly. "Ah," Li Shi gently nudged Sang Eryi. "How about letting me wear that gold hairpin and bracelet for a day? I'll look splendid, and you'll gain face as well, right? They belong to our family, and as the head of the household, I decide who they belong to. Besides, it's not that I refuse to give them to you. They are simply gone." With a shrug, Sang Eryi added, "They were sold, all converted into silver notes." Li Shi's lips trembled with rage, her eyes wide with disbelief. Upon Sang Hong's return, Fang Shi directly recounted Li Shi's inquiries. Knowing that Sang Hong was not fond of her speaking ill of his uncle and aunt, so she refrained from elaborating. She simply stated, "What shall we do tomorrow? It is not out of spite that I oppose their attendance, but you know their temperament all too well. If they cause a scene at the Shi household, how will Wan Yang face them in the future? I genuinely think of you and Wan Yang. Otherwise, as a mere woman, I would not concern myself with your affairs. How fortunate it is that you can say such a thing." Fang felt a warmth in her heart, her tone softening as she pondered. "What do you propose we do about this matter?" Sang Hong furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating before he stood to say, I shall speak with my second uncle. Perhaps to say that our hired carriage is insufficiently large. Fong chuckled softly, catching his arm and playfully admonishing. Do you truly believe he won't scold you for knowing so many people were to attend, yet not hiring a larger carriage? Sang Hong scratched his head in distress. Indeed. Given his uncle's temperament, such a retort was inevitable. Then what shall we do? He exclaimed. We cannot simply depart in secrecy. Otherwise, my uncle and aunt would surely spread unflattering rumors in the village. You indeed. Fong found his predicament both amusing and exasperating, and as she contemplated, she could not help but cover her mouth, bursting into laughter. Sang Hong joined her, inquiring, It seems you have a plan. Do share your thoughts. Fong tilted her head. With a playful smile, I do have an idea, albeit a rather mischievous one. Whether you choose to heed it is entirely up to you. I shall assist Su Ma with the vegetables and cooking, but I must remind you to consider Wan Yang's feelings. The following morning, as anticipated by Fong, the second elder of the Sang family and his wife, along with Sang Yin, were all dressed and ready for departure. Of course, there was no place for Sang Ro. She could only bite her lip, standing at the threshold with a mix of resentment and envy. Her treatment was even less favorable than Su Ma's, who remained at home to tend to the house, while Fong generously gifted her 15 copper coins. Uncle and aunt, please board the carriage. Sang Hong smiled. Fong cast a reluctant glance at their newly donned garments, crafted from the fabric brought back by Sang Wan, and said nothing, her lips curling in disdain. Li felt a sense of triumph, her heart swelling with delight, and decided to feign innocence with a forced smile, saying, Oh, Hong, perhaps we should reconsider. It seems your wife is not in the best of spirits. Could it be that we are unwelcome? Chapter 42. Unable to go, so you are aware, murmured Fong. Just loud enough for Li to hear. That's not true. We are all family. Dear aunt, please do not say such things. Sang Hong quickly interjected, casting a warning glance at Fong. I see that dear aunt does not look well. Are you unwell? If you truly cannot go, then it is best not to. I am certain that our aunt will not hold it against you. Fong pretended not to notice Sang Hong's glance and feigned concern as she spoke. Enough chatter. Let us get into the carriage, barked the elder Sang, his eyes narrowing in reproach, though it was unclear whether he was admonishing his own wife or his niece. Li's remark was merely a ploy to provoke Fong. She had no intention of actually staying behind. In truth, she found Fong's opposition quite trivial. But that is of no consequence. I'll simply catch a nap in the carriage. Dalong's wife, come help me. Fong shot a cold glance at Sang Yen, who stood idly admiring her new attire, refusing to move. Xian, Sang Hong quietly urged. Only then did Fong reluctantly step forward to assist Li. Sang Yen and the elder Sang followed suit. Get up, you sit here. The elder Sang pointed to the seat beside him. Li shot him a glance of disdain, muttering as she begrudgingly shifted to relinquish the prime spot. What are such small children going for? They shouldn't come. They won't fit. The elder Sang frowned. You are being foolish. These children are not aware. What if they misbehave and bring shame upon the Sang family? Is Suma not at home? Quickly, take them back. Sang Xiaowan and Sang Xiaowan. Gathering the children into her embrace. Our dear aunt mentioned wanting to see Xiaowan and Xiaowan. I absolutely must take them with me. When we arrive at our aunt's house, they must listen to their parents and understand the rules. Do you hear? Sang Xiaoquan and Sang Xiaowan nodded eagerly. We will listen to mother. We will listen to father. With Xian and I carrying the siblings, we won't take up much space. You need not worry, dear uncle and aunt. Time is of the essence. He leaned back, closing his eyes in a state of calm. Fong suppressed her anger, and Sang Hong nodded reassuringly to the coachman to set off. The coachman acknowledged and cracked the whip, calling out, as the horses trotted and the carriage rattled away. Sang Ro emerged from the house, her envious gaze following the carriage until it vanished from sight. Only then did she spit on the ground and slam the door shut with a loud bang, the aroma of food wafting invitingly from the stalls. Sang Hong's suggestion was met with enthusiasm from the elder Sang and Li. The elder Sang dismounted the carriage, standing tall and surveying the surroundings, pointing to the most respectable establishment in sight, declaring, I suggest we dine there. He then led Fong and their children in following the elder Sang's family. The elder Sang and Li did not hesitate to indulge in an array of dishes. Hearty bowls of beef noodles, pork-filled dumplings, glutinous rice xiaomai, crispy fried pastries. This breakfast might as well be the cost of the carriage. Li, mouthful and chuckling, replied, What is this? Hardly enough to fill the gaps for our dear aunt's household. Dalong's wife, do not fret. We won't arrive at your sister S until afternoon. Make sure to add extra scallions and yuan tua to my bowl, Li called out, as the soup and toppings were complimentary. After satisfying their hunger, the group resumed their journey in the carriage. After traveling for over half an hour, the elder Sang suddenly frowned, instinctively clutching his stomach. His complexion shifting from pale to green. Unable to hold it any longer, he exclaimed, "Stop! Stop the carriage! I must get off." "Goodness, why do you look so ill?" Li gasped in shock. "Have you eaten something that disagreed with you?" Sang Yin added, worry evident in her tone. "Ridiculous." The elder Sang shot back at his daughter. "As if I have never eaten well before. I devoured that food as if it were my last meal." Despite his bravado, he harbored doubts. The elder Sang leapt from the carriage and dashed into the nearby woods, returning unsteadily after a while. He climbed back onto the carriage, waving his hand dismissively. "Let us proceed." Not even 15 minutes later, the elder Sang's expression grew odd again, and he shouted for the carriage to stop once more, sprinting into the bushes. His once immaculate silk attire was now disheveled and stained with mud, the edges frayed and tattered, presenting a most pitiful sight. "Uncle, are you all right?" Sang Hong asked with concern. "I cannot go on. I cannot." The elder Sang shook his head, surveying his disheveled state. "I will not go. I will not." The shame of entering someone else's home in such a state was unbearable for him, a man of stature and dignity. "What shall we do then?" The elder Sang and Li were not overly concerned about their own family's feelings, but if the son-in-law and his family were to take offense, it would be far more serious. They depended on the Sher family to support their daughter's prospects. "You all go ahead. You go." The elder Sang glared at Li. "Get down. I see a few houses over there. Let us rest for a moment, and when you return, remember to fetch us. What are you waiting for? Hurry." She had also faced her share of reprimands, growing up both fearful and dependent, unable to envision a life away from her mother's side. Moreover, Fang's family had never been in harmony with her mother, and she had never shared a sisterly bond with Sang Wan. "You wretched girl, are you trying to drive me to my grave?" Li exclaimed, her frustration boiling over. "Why aren't you going?" With pent-up anger, she stormed over, jabbing her finger repeatedly on Sang Yan's forehead, scolding her vehemently. Sang Yan, embarrassed in front of everyone, covered her face and burst into tears, inconsolable and refusing to leave. "I think it's better for a Yan to stay with you. Taking care of 2 children, we truly fear we won't manage," Sang Hong said, feeling somewhat troubled. This was precisely what Sang Yan dreaded. As a timid and weak country girl, she lacked a strong support beside her. Conversely, the eldest sister-in-law harbored no fondness for her, and joining them would only invite ridicule. "Father, I want to stay and take care of you." Sang Yin rushed over, clinging tightly to Sang Laoye's arm, her eyes pleading. All right, let her stay?" Sang Laoye, feeling faint and suffering from persistent abdominal pain. Just wanted to find a comfortable place to lie down and summon a doctor, scarcely able to think of anything else. Li, left with no options, shot a glare at Sang Yin and muttered a few curses before turning to Sang Hong with a sigh. "What are we to do? We left in such haste. Not a single coin on us. We need to eat lunch, and the master needs to see a doctor. What are we to do?" Sighing, "Though it's a bit insufficient, we shall make do. I won't delay you any longer. You must hurry. Remember to send our regards to the lady and the young master." She glanced at the carriage, sighing in disappointment. Yet, she consoled herself, believing that this familial connection would not slip away, and if they missed this time, they would surely meet again. I refuse to believe that the Sher family can truly shut their doors to relatives. With this thought, Li's spirits lifted somewhat. However, meanwhile, within the carriage, Fang could no longer stifle her laughter. "Uncle, do you think everything will be all right?" Sang Hong asked, a hint of concern in his voice. "Rest assured, everything will be fine," Fang replied with a smile. "Her touch is gentle. Sang Laoye will be just fine." Sang Hong sighed in resignation. Had it not been for the desire to leave a good first impression on the Sher family, he would not have consented to such a course of action. Chapter 43. Elegance in every attire in the serene confines of Ning Garden. After breakfast, Sang Wan commenced her transformation, adorning herself for the significant occasion of her elder brother and sister-in-law's first visit to acknowledge their kinship. Given the recent visit from Lady Zhuang, it was evident how much her mother-in-law, Madame Wang, valued propriety and appearance. Thus, Sang Wan decided to break from her usual simplicity, opting for an outfit that exuded opulence and grandeur. She donned a coral red cloud brocade gown adorned with intricate grape patterns, edged with golden and silver threads, complemented by a crimson silk skirt featuring pleats that shimmered like woven gold. Her ensemble was completed with soft, deep red satin shoes. Her hair was elegantly styled in a bun, accentuated with delicate hairpins, including a golden floral ornament and a ruby-adorned gold hairpiece that danced with her movements. Sangwon's figure was slender and graceful, her waist delicate, her eyes twinkling like stars. Every gesture she made radiated an air of dignity and elegance, captivating all who beheld her. "How beautiful our mistress is!" exclaimed Xingji, taken aback by Sangwon's splendid appearance. Indeed, no matter her attire, whether casual or formal, she always stands out. Li Mama chimed in, smiling. Sangwon, slightly bashful, smiled demurely at her reflection, astonished by the regal visage that stared back at her. After completing her preparations, she accompanied Li Mama and others to visit Madame Wang. "This is truly the eldest daughter-in-law of our Shi family. Come, sit down," she exclaimed, turning to the others with a smile. "Tell me, which daughter-in-law in Qingzhou is as outstanding as mine? Even the wives of officials cannot compare." The guests eagerly chimed in, praising Sangwon, their compliments flowing effortlessly. Madame Wang felt a surge of pride as she thought of Lady Zhuang, contemplating how she would present her daughter-in-law next time. Eager to silence any previous criticisms regarding their family's choice of bride, Sangwon, feeling slightly embarrassed by the unabashed praise, sat down gracefully, saying, "I am not skilled in adornment, but I wanted to show Mother that I have made an effort. If there is anything amiss, please guide me." "Very well. From now on, dress like this when receiving guests." Madame Wang's affection for her daughter-in-law grew with each glance. "If I were to teach you, I would do it just this way." Sangwon felt relieved and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Mother." "Why all this formality within the family?" Madame Wang chuckled, then inquired. "Are your elder brother and sister-in-law arriving soon?" Sangwon, hopeful yet uncertain, shook her head with a smile. "I believe they will take a little longer." "Then we shall wait. You stay here, and when they arrive, you'll greet them at the second gate. No need for you to go out. Let Fengju do the welcoming," Madame Wang instructed. She then asked Gu Fengzi if everything was arranged. Gu Fengzi nodded with a smile, and Madame Wang, satisfied, sent them off. As Sangwon settled back in Ning Garden, she awaited their arrival, the sun nearing its zenith. Momentarily captivated by her exquisite beauty, Sangwon, with a gentle smile, approached him. "I was about to send someone for you, and here you are." His heart raced. In a moment of distraction, Shi Fengju accidentally spilled tea on his robe, causing both to exclaim in concern. "Are you all right?" Sangwon asked, startled. The branches of apricots and the crimson leaves had never witnessed the young master in such a state of distraction. One by one, they could not help but stifle their laughter. Upon noticing this, Granny Li could not refrain from reproaching them with a smile. "What are you little minxes still dawdling for? Hurry and assist the young master with his attire." The maids quickly suppressed their mirth and attended to Shi Fengju as he entered to change. "It is fortunate that you did not burn yourself." Shi Fengju chuckled as he stood and went inside. It was then that Sangwon observed the mischievous glimmers in the maid's eyes and the almost smirking expressions upon their lips, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. "What are you all still standing there for? Get out and attend to your duties. Go and inquire whether the elder uncle and aunt have arrived." Granny Li chided once more, prompting the maids to scatter like startled birds. Only Granny Li and Sangwon remained in the room. With a warm smile, Granny Li leaned closer and whispered to Sangwon, "Madam, you ought to adorn yourself more often. Just look at the young master. His gaze is utterly captivated. Clearly, he is fond of you." "Granny," Sangwon exclaimed, mortified, her face reddening further. "Why must you speak so? Is it not natural for a couple to be this way?" Granny Li replied, noting Sangwon's youthful complexion. She earnestly advised, "Heed my words, do not hold back. If the young master enjoys it, then do indulge in your beauty to win his favor. If you fail to do so, those shameless suitors outside will surely become emboldened." Sangwon, overwhelmed with embarrassment, turned her face away, bowing her head low. Granny Li chuckled. "I only wish for what is best for you, madam. Despite your character, do not be so formal with me." Granny Li waved her hand with a smile. "I merely wish to see the young master's child born into this world soon. If they truly were a married couple, that would indeed be splendid. However, they were not." Shi Fengju had regained his composure, yet upon seeing his enchanting wife, admiration and wonder shone unmistakably in his eyes. Chapter 44. Humiliation at the door. She was truly a remarkable woman, not merely for her appearance. "You look incredibly beautiful dressed like this," Shi Fengju remarked with a smile. Sangwon lifted her gaze slightly, catching a glimpse of his radiant expression, and felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment. Instinctively, she thought, "I am neither a vase nor a painting." Yet, at that moment, He seemed to regard her as such. Is that so? Sangwon replied with an air of indifference. Please, don't be upset. I meant no offense. I genuinely meant it, Shi Fengjiu hurriedly added. Am I more beautiful than your cousin? Shi Fengjiu was taken aback, perplexed by her insinuation. Realizing she had spoken out of turn, Sangwon felt as though she were expressing jealousy and quickly interjected. My elder brother and sister-in-law must be arriving soon. I apologize for troubling you today. In a year and a half, family could become strangers. A strange emotion stirred within him. As he raised his gaze, he noticed that her ornate hairpiece was slightly askew, and he instinctively leaned closer to adjust it. What are you doing? Sangwon stiffened. She should have instinctively recoiled, yet for some reason, she remained still, only nodding her head slightly in response. Your hairpiece is a bit crooked, Shi Fengjiu said gently, reaching out to straighten it for her. They were so close that they could feel each other's breath, their heartbeats echoing in the silence. A faint fragrance wafted into Shi Fengjiu's senses, momentarily mesmerizing him. His eyes lowered, he noticed her lovely lips slightly parted, glistening with a subtle allure, and recalling the astonishing sensation of their unexpected kiss, he instinctively swallowed hard. What was that about? Sangwon, unaware of her own feelings, noticed her gaze dimming. She instinctively reached up to touch her delicate cheek, feeling a warmth emanating from it. After some delay, just past midday, Sang Hong and the Fong family arrived in Qingzhou City by carriage. Peering through the curtain, they observed the bustling streets filled with shops and a throng of people, the air alive with the sounds of various vendors calling out their wares. Qingzhou was indeed a grand city, bustling with activity. Fong Shi couldn't help but exclaim, allowing her children to lift the curtain and gaze outside in curiosity. Indeed, a vital thoroughfare, a hub for merchants, teeming with goods. How could it not be lively? Sang Hong echoed her sentiments. Sangyi, where are we headed? The coachman, having found a relatively quiet corner, halted the carriage and turned to inquire. Oh, to the Shi family, Sang Hong replied promptly. The Shi family? Which Shi family? How was he to discern which one they meant? Observing Sang Hong and his wife, who appeared to be well informed, he found their lack of clarity frustrating. Their ordinary attire belied their intent to visit the affluent Shi family. Sang Hong, therefore, clarified, the wealthiest Shi family in Qingzhou, located near Qingxi Avenue. You mean the wealthiest Shi family in Qingzhou? The coachman's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, Sang Hong replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Oh, I see. The coachman nodded, assuming they were merely relatives of a servant from the Shi family, and resumed driving without further inquiry. The carriage gradually distanced itself from the bustling marketplace, turning onto a serene avenue. At the end of the road, they entered a wide alley paved with large blue stones and bricks, stopping before a grand entrance guarded by stone lions. Sang Hong and Fong Shi, accompanied by their children, disembarked, carrying gifts in hand. Before them lay a spacious courtyard, the imposing stone lions standing sentinel, flanked by ancient locust trees. The two-story eaves were ornately painted in red and green, exuding an air of opulence. The Shi family was the wealthiest in Qingzhou. One could see the grandeur. This was no exaggeration. Look at this entrance. It's even larger and more splendid than our home. Fong Shi could not help but whisper. Even she, known for her boldness, felt a twinge of inadequacy in the presence of such wealth and grandeur, her confidence wavering. Isn't that the truth? Sang Hong sighed. He couldn't help but ponder the implications of such a lavish entrance. How must Sang Won be faring here? While outsiders envied the Sang family for their connections, who considered the struggles of his sister, Sang Hong straightened his attire, exchanging a glance with Fong Shi, instructing their children to hold hands and follow closely as they approached with their gifts. Excuse me, young sir, Sang Hong said politely, clasping his hands in greeting. However, before he could finish his sentence, the servant interrupted. Are you here to visit relatives? Yes, I understand. Please follow me. The servant waved his hand, cutting her off with an impatient tone. Very well, let us continue this inside. Sang Hong quickly signaled his wife to cease her protests. Fong Shi shot the servant an irritated glance before following him inside. The servant led them through a maze of corridors, finally arriving at a secluded hall. All right. Please wait here. I will notify them. Our family has strict rules, so please do not wander about. If you disturb someone you shouldn't, it will cause trouble. Today is the Duanwu festival, and many relatives and friends are visiting. With that, the servant hurried away, leaving no trace behind. Fong Shi called after him. Hey, do you even know who we are to notify? Where will you go to notify? She exclaimed in frustration. Forget it. Let us just wait, Sang Hong said helplessly. What is the meaning of this? What is the Shi family's intention? What does this imply? Fong Shi exclaimed indignantly. Do they look down upon our Sang family and refuse to welcome our daughter? Seeing their son and daughter curiously playing around the tables and chairs, she scolded them sternly, insisting they sit still. Finji was not that kind of person. Don't jump to conclusions. What would Wan Yang do if someone overheard you? Sang Hong quickly advised in a hushed tone. Feng Shi, even more incensed, retorted, what is wrong with our daughter? Knowing we were coming today, why didn't she arrange for someone reliable to greet us? Does she also disdain our family? You're at it again. How could Wan Yang behave like that? Besides, there are elders in the Shi family. It's not Wan Yang's place to host. Sang Hong chided gently. You're only making things difficult for her. Humph. Feng Shi scoffed. Now they're the ones making things difficult for us. Come on, don't pretend you haven't noticed. Look at that servant's expression and demeanor. Sang Hong sighed inwardly and smiled softly. All right, don't be upset. Every family has its own challenges. Which wealthy household doesn't have its share of difficult servants? We are here to see Wan Yang. Why should you engage in a quarrel with them? Let us wait a little longer. If Wan Yang has been kept waiting, she will naturally inquire about us. Feng Shi scoffed. Very well, I shall wait. I am eager to see just how long they intend to leave us here. Feng Shi expressed her frustration, her temper simmering just beneath the surface. Had she not been familiar with Sang Wan's character and possessed a somewhat favorable impression of Shi Fengju from their previous encounter, she would have certainly erupted by now. Little did they know, the family of four waited for nearly an hour, with only a few individuals occasionally passing by, casting curious glances and whispering amongst themselves. Sang Honghua had no choice but to soothe them with gentle words and soft reassurances. On the other hand, Sang Wan, estimating that enough time had passed, stood at the second gate with Mama Li and Luya, waiting. After a while, without any sign of their arrival, she sent someone to inquire, but to no avail. Xingji instructed someone to lay out a silk cushion in the nearby Qianghua Hall and invited Sang Wan to sit and wait comfortably. Do you think my elder brother and sister-in-law might have encountered some trouble on the way? Sang Wan asked, her concern evident. Shi Fengju ordered Chang Huan to ride out of the city to search for them and reassured her, do not worry. The route from Yanglu town is a main road, bustling with travelers. Even if something unfortunate did occur, we would surely hear of it. Resolving to remain, he joined her in waiting within the Qianghua Hall. It is quite irresponsible to leave you here for so long. A woman clad in a coarse, crimson garment approached, carrying a tray and speaking with a sympathetic tone. And they could not help but inhale the fragrant air, their faces alight with longing. With a joyful cry, they rushed towards the woman, exclaiming, how delightful! How delightful! Chapter 45. Why bother to please others? Haha. Here, take this. Eat up. You too, brother, share a bit with your sister-in-law. You can't go hungry. The old woman said with a smile. Stop. Come back. Fong was enraged, her hands and feet cold, trembling all over. A gust of wind pulled the siblings. Sang Xiaoqian and her brother watched helplessly as their food was snatched away, their lips quivering as they began to cry. Don't cry. Fong glared at them angrily, forcefully pulling Sang Hong's hand away, chasing after the old woman and coldly demanding, where does your madam reside? How do we get there? Who are you? What do you want with our madam? She's a noble lady, not someone you can just approach. The old woman sneered at Fong. Take me there. Fong grabbed her collar, her icy gaze filled with fury. Take me there. Now. Wait. Why are you so fierce? Fine. Just let go of me. The old woman, startled. Ma'am, my wife is being rude. Please do not take offense. Kindly lead the way. The old woman chuckled, looking at Sang Hong with a grin. You're quite courteous. Fong was furious and attempted to pursue, but Sang Hong held her back tightly. This is intolerable. The Shi family is too much. That ungrateful wretch, Sang Wan. Must we allow ourselves to be humiliated like this? Don't talk to me about misunderstandings. If it weren't for the master's orders, would the servants dare to act like this? If they want me to stay, I will leave. Fong was furious, pulling each child by the hand, glancing around. Without a guide, it was not easy to find the way out. Fong, resentful of the Shi family's treatment, refused to ask anyone for directions. Walking along with a cold demeanor, thinking to herself, she would not believe she couldn't find her way out. Oh, isn't that uncle and aunt? Chang Huan suddenly exclaimed, rushing over. Sang Hong and Fong continued walking, oblivious to Chang Huan's calls. It was not intentional, they simply did not register that he was addressing them. Uncle, aunt. Chang Huan reached them, panting and smiling. What are you doing here? Fong stared at him coldly, sneering. Indeed, we shouldn't be here. Chang Huan's smile faltered, sensing something was amiss. However, having spent considerable time with Shi Fengju, He was astute enough to realize something unpleasant had occurred, but it was not his place to inquire. Instead, he feigned ignorance, maintaining a silly grin. Indeed, the young master and madam waited for quite a while for you. The madam was quite anxious, fearing something had happened on the way. The young master even sent someone to inquire outside the city, since no one reported any issues. I hurried back to inform the young master and madam. Fortunately, I encountered you, uncle and aunt. Please, let us go. The young master and madam must be worried sick. While speaking, he ordered someone to rush back and inform Shi Fengju and Sang Wan, also eagerly taking the burden from Sang Hong's hands. Let me carry that. I'll go at once. Right away. Chang Huan nodded vigorously and dashed off. As the afternoon wore on, with no sign of her brother and sister-in-law, Sang Wan could not help but recall the events of this day in her past life. Anxiety and frustration welled within her, nearly bringing her to tears. Shi Fengju hurried to console her. Young master, young madam, uncle and aunt have arrived, and Chang Huan is leading them in. Finally, someone rushed in with news. Really? Shi Fengju could not help but smile. Don't be anxious. Since they have come, that's good. I'll go greet them. You take your time. Yes. Thank you, young master. His brow furrowing as he sought to understand what had transpired. There was no disrespect shown to uncle and aunt, was there? How could I dare? Chang Huan quickly replied. Shi Fengju nodded and said, All right, lead the way. Upon seeing Shi Fengju, Sang Hong and Fong finally felt at ease. After Chang Huan's words, Fong's mood had settled considerably. Do come in. Wan Yang is waiting at the second gate. Shi Fengju gestured invitingly. There is no need for such formality, my brother. Sang Hong replied with a courteous bow. Upon entering the second gate, Sang Wan's face lit up with joy as she approached them, curtsying and exclaiming, Elder brother, sister-in-law. And she smiled as she urged Sang Xiaoquan and his sister to greet their aunt. The siblings complied obediently, and Sang Xiaowan, raising her little face in admiration, remarked. The maidservants brought water to wash up. Sang Wan turned to Shi Fengju and said, Shall we go visit mother now? I believe elder brother and sister-in-law must be hungry after such a long journey. It would be best to eat first. Mother is likely taking her afternoon nap, and we can see her later. Sang Wan then instructed Granny Li to personally check on her mother and inform Granny Jiang. Granny Li agreed and went off. Meanwhile, sending Luya to take them to the side room to eat, where they settled down. Sang Hong and Fong were quite famished and did not delay their meal. However, Fong was concerned about the two siblings and whispered to Sang Wan that she would keep an eye on the children. Sang Wan smiled and accompanied her. Only Shi Fengju and Sang Hong remained at the table. After signaling to dismiss the maidservants, Shi Fengju exchanged a few pleasantries before inquiring with a smile. Did you and sister-in-law have a smooth journey? Quite well, Sang Hong replied, slightly taken aback, but nodding with a smile. Shi Fengju hesitated before continuing, dismissing the notion with an easy smile. Brother-in-law, you are overthinking. Truly, nothing happened. Everything is just fine. What could possibly be amiss? Chapter 46. The secrets of the Fong family. At that moment, Shi Fengju had already formed an understanding in his heart. I know my brother-in-law is a dependable person, so I shall refrain from further discourse. Wan Yang has a gentle disposition. She often keeps her thoughts to herself. You must take care of her in the future. Indeed, indeed. Shi Fengju instinctively averted his gaze and smiled in a manner reminiscent of concealment. Meanwhile, Sang Xiaoqing and Sang Xiaowan were genuinely hungry. In the unfamiliar environment, they maintained decorum during meals without any ruckus, which reassured Fong Shi upon her arrival. Sang Wan assisted her sister-in-law in taking a seat beside her, and the two engaged in light conversation over tea. Elder sister-in-law, has something happened? She shook her head and smiled, saying, Nothing has occurred. What could possibly happen? We were merely delayed on the road. Is that truly the case? Sang Wan's keen eyes detected the unease in Fong Shi's expression. With a sigh, she added, Elder sister-in-law, do you regard me as an outsider? Fong Shi's complexion paled slightly as she thought to herself that had they left at that moment, Wan Yang's reputation would have suffered greatly. Wan Yang. Listening attentively, Leah interjected, Elder madam, there is no need to elaborate. It must surely be that the cousin is scheming behind the scenes. Who else could instigate such disgraceful acts in the household? Sang Wan attempted to intervene, but Fong Shi's expression had already turned frosty. She asked, Cousin? Which cousin? Why would she oppose you? Is it true that she runs the household? Sang Wan could only smile and explain, This cousin is the daughter of my mother-in-law's younger sister. Perhaps she perceives me as a threat since my arrival, which accounts for her unfriendliness. However, that does not justify her actions. She then reproached Luya. You girl. She still expressed indignation. Even so, that is utterly unacceptable. Regardless of her being your mother-in-law's niece, she is still family. Now that you have entered this household. Sang-won felt overwhelmed and forced to smile, saying softly, my mother-in-law is very kind and treats me well, truly. Oh dear sister-in-law, I am already married. If you are wronged, can you endure it day after day? Other matters may be tolerable, but your mother-in-law, after all, she is your mother-in-law. If she intends to make things difficult for you, how will you cope? My mother-in-law is genuinely kind. You will see when you meet her. Sang-won asserted earnestly, jesting. Had it not been for your elder brother's persuasion and the fact that, despite the Sure family's shortcomings, your husband possesses some redeeming qualities, I would have made a scene, and she would become the laughingstock of the household. It was not easy for elder brother and sister-in-law. Elder sister-in-law, I apologize. It is my inadequacy that has caused you to bear grievances. Sang-won rose and deeply bowed to Fong Shi. Oh, please do not. Fong Shi hastily got to her feet to support her. Noticing the glimmer of tears in Sang-won's eyes, Fong Shi felt a pang of sorrow and gently patted her hand, speaking softly. How can this be your fault? Alas, life in a large family is not easy for you. Enough of this. Sang-won smiled brightly, secretly vowing that one day she would seek justice for her elder brother and sister-in-law. Hee. Fong Shi scrutinized her with admiration, exclaiming, no wonder people say that a Buddha should be adorned in gold. Is this household one she can claim? Sang-won suppressed a sigh, realizing that her sister-in-law remained as stubborn as ever. It was nearly impossible to divert her attention. Rest assured, elder sister-in-law, I will address it. Sang-won's face flushed slightly as she spoke in a hushed tone. My mother-in-law mentioned that for the time being. Then clapped her hands in delight. Well said. That is indeed wise. The lady of the house thinks ahead. Honestly, Wan Yang, you must put in the effort. Everything else is mere formality. Having a son is what truly matters. Indeed. Sang-won's face reddened like a boiled shrimp. Meanwhile, Fong Shi glanced at the darkening sky outside and signaled to Sang-hong. Sang-hong smiled and said, well, I wonder when it would be convenient to pay our respects to the matriarch? Shi Fengju replied cheerfully, there is no rush. Elder brother and sister-in-law should rest a while. It has been quite a journey for you. However, it would be best to pay our respects to the matriarch first. It is getting late, and we must return home. Fong Shi insisted. Shi Fengju exchanged glances with Sang-won and continued to smile. Why the hurry? Elder brother, sister-in-law, why not stay the night? It is not too late to leave tomorrow. If you return now, it will likely be dark by the time you arrive home. Yes, sister-in-law. Please stay and keep me company a bit longer. Sang-won also pleaded. Fong Shi harbored a poor impression of the Shi family and was initially unwilling to stay. Shi Fengju invited Sang-hong to converse in the study, while Sang-won stayed behind with Fong to engage in intimate discussions. She instructed Luya and others to take Sang Xiaoqian and Sang Xiaowan to play in the courtyard, and busily directed staff to prepare the guest rooms. Li Mama had already thoroughly communicated with Jiang Mama, informing Wang that Sang's maternal uncle and aunt had been delayed on their journey. Wang, however, did not express any resentment, instructing Chang Huan to assist in securing a carriage and personally seeing them out of the city. Such is the family, though affluent. They did not let their status cloud their judgment. Fong remarked cheerfully in the carriage. Sang-hong responded with a smile. What do you think? Wasn't yesterday merely a misunderstanding? Fortunately, I held you back. Otherwise, how would Wan Yang manage? Fong, feeling slightly embarrassed, retorted defiantly. How can you blame me for being upset? Those contemptible sycophants. They are even worse than us, truly unaware of their own arrogance. Sang-hong sighed. Even fingers vary in length. With such a vast estate and nearly 100 mouths to feed, who can guarantee that everyone is virtuous? In the future, do not act impulsively when faced with matters. By the way, Fong suddenly recalled, Luya mentioned that the incident yesterday was likely instigated by that cousin named Gu Fangzi. Consider this. If Gu Fangzi truly intends to trouble Wan Yang, informing her would be prudent, allowing her to be forewarned. Otherwise, she would remain oblivious to their schemes. Chapter 47. The fury of Uncle and Aunt Sang-hong found himself momentarily speechless. Before he sighed, you do have a point. However, although she refrained from inquiring too deeply with the maids of the Shi household, she was already wary. Yet, since Sang-won remained tight-lipped, she felt it inappropriate to press her, for a sister-in-law is not a mother. Moreover, the Shi family had not yet committed any egregious acts, and he rubbed his forehead in distress. Meanwhile, Sang-er Laoi and Li Shi were anxiously awaiting the return of Sang-hong and Fong. convinced they had abandoned them to return to Sai village. Left with no choice, they sought refuge at a nearby farmhouse for the night. At daybreak, the pair, accompanied by Sang Yen, could hardly contain their eagerness to return home and unleash their frustrations upon Sang Hong and Fong, while also inspecting what treasures the couple had brought back, suspecting they might have hoarded some for themselves. After much negotiation, they hired an ox cart and set off, the ride jostling them along the way. Li Shi lamented the expense of the cart fare, cursing Sang Hong and Fong once again. Thus, when Sang Hong and Fong's carriage turned into a neighboring household to fetch them, they were informed that the two had already departed. The couple exchanged bitter smiles. We were left waiting. Exactly. If you planned to stay the night, why didn't you send a carriage for us? Li Shi glared. Fong asked with a smile. At this inquiry, Sang Leoi and Li Shi felt their stomachs rumble in protest, swallowing hard in anticipation. How dare you ask? Sang Leoi flung his sleeves and climbed back into the carriage, while Li Shi pulled Sang Yen up beside her. The couple, still simmering with indignation, ordered a lavish spread at the finest tavern in town, which eased their spirits somewhat. After satisfying their hunger, their ire dissipated considerably. Li Shi then instructed the attendant to pack up the leftover chicken, duck, and fish, finally allowing a smile to grace her face. Rejuvenated. Isn't this how the gifts should be? The Shi family's money does not belong to Wan Yang. How can she have any say in it? Fong replied coolly. Sang Leoi grunted noncommittally. Though the couple remained skeptical, they had no grounds to search Sang Hong and Fong, so they dropped the matter. Heaven forbid I discover the truth. Then they shall be in for it. Well, since you went to the Shi family, and we did not, Li Shi declared, as she began to gather the items, tucking them into her purse, clutching silks and tea canisters under her arm, and holding 2 chickens and 2 fish in hand, gesturing to Sang Leoi. Hurry up and grab that wine. After all, Delang doesn't he drink, right? Sang Hong and Fong exchanged glances. Fong wore a look of disbelief, while Sang Hong quickly nudged her, nodding with a forced smile. Uncle, Aunt, please take them. Take them all. Now that sounds reasonable, Li Shi declared, satisfied, as she and Sang Leoi made multiple trips to carry their bounty back. On the second trip, Li Shi glanced at the 4 boxes of zongzi and mused aloud. I wonder how the zongzi from the Shi family taste. I'll just take a few to try. Awkwardly laughing as she returned. Sang Ro was secretly pleased to learn that her parents and sister had not gone to Qingzhou. Hurry up and boil water for tea instead of just gawking. Sang Leoi recalled the stomach pains he had endured the day before. Why are you still dawdling? Go. Sang Ro bit her lip and turned to leave. Look at her. She acts offended when scolded. As she matures, her attitude grows bolder. Li Shi remarked sarcastically. Humph. She is still my daughter. I will not allow her to rebel. Sang Leoi declared sternly. Anger coursed through Sang Ro. Slamming the lid down with a resounding thud, Shi Fengju found Gu Fangzi and calmly inquired, was it you who instigated yesterday's events? What events? Gu Fangzi's previously radiant smile instantly faltered. Why had the esteemed uncle and aunt from the Sang family been ushered to the servants' waiting chamber? Why had no one announced their arrival? With a cold sneer, Gu Fangzi retorted, is my elder cousin here to seek retribution? If it weren't for my elder cousin's wife, you wouldn't even think to visit me, would you? Did you do it? Absolutely not. Gu Fangzi exclaimed, her anger flaring. Who claimed it was me? What worth is gossip behind one's back? Fanga. Shi Fengju's expression darkened as he regarded her face, which had taken on a rather fierce countenance. Some matters cannot be dismissed simply due to a lack of evidence. Furthermore, Wan Yang has not divulged anything to me. Gu Fangzi bit her lip in silence. She was acutely aware that in this household, if Shi Fengju wished to uncover the truth, it would be impossible to conceal it from him. So, she had revealed nothing at all. Gu Fangzi let out a derisive laugh. So, my elder cousin is taking it upon himself to defend her. Shi Fengju found himself hesitant to meet her gaze. After a moment of blankness, he replied, you have yet to explain why you chose this course of action. Is it truly only for the sake of the Shi family's reputation? If that is the case, you need not worry, for no one dares to gossip about us. To show everyone in the Shi household that her family is utterly unworthy of the Shi family. Saying one is unworthy of you, my elder cousin. And he forced himself to quell such thoughts. In a low voice, he said, ultimately, you still do not trust me, do you? Chapter 48. You are my daughter. Gujin Gu Fangzi remained silent. A chill swept over Shi Fengju's heart, an indescribable disappointment enveloping him. You still do not trust me, he exclaimed. She gazed at Shi Fengju and asked, do you like her? Conscience, tell me, have you begun to harbor feelings for her? Do you think I am being unreasonable? That I am sinister and despicable? Speak. Shi Fengju fell silent, his gaze growing tranquil. Fenger, I hope such incidents do not occur again. I do not wish for the one I care for to be that kind of person. After uttering these words, he turned to leave. Older cousin, I acted this way because I was anxious about you. I feared you would abandon me, and I am truly terrified. I cannot bear to be without you. Older cousin. Shi Fengju stiffened, letting out a long sigh. Promise me, no more of this in the future? Yes, yes. I promise, I promise. It will never happen again. When did you become so capable? Throughout our childhood, you have never taken to sewing, let alone making clothes or even belts or socks for me. The only thing you embroidered was a sachet many years ago. Gu Fangzi shot him a playful glare and half-jokingly replied, Is it only permissible for your grandmother to be capable while I am not allowed the same? Shi Fengju's expression darkened slightly, forcing a smile. Gu Fangzi continued, You must steer clear of those unscrupulous individuals and dubious friends outside. Do not be led astray. You must not visit brothels, nor should you befriend any women outside. Humph. If I discover anything upon your return, I will not spare you. How could I be that kind of person? Shi Fengju replied patiently with a smile. Shoes, socks, belts, towels, and a variety of toiletries such as towels, fragrant pouches, tea leaves, nail clippers, and various other items. All sorted into 2 large boxes and 2 smaller ones. She smiled at Shi Fengju and explained, There is a list on top of the boxes for easy locating. Tomorrow, the nurse will have someone take them to Changhuan, and she will be informed. If anything is forgotten, we can have Changhuan purchase it later. Sangwon's face paled slightly as she forced a smile. Look at what you say. Thank you for accompanying my elder brother yesterday, Sangwon said, adjusting a few loose strands of hair, as she brought over a rectangular wooden box. This is a medicine box containing gauze. Various medicinal powders and pills like Chichon powder, pestilence-repelling powder, Zhuge powder, Suha fragrant pills, Shixiang resurrection pills, Huixiang pills, Loquat heart-clearing ointment, and Baihu oil among other commonly used medicines. This box is also specially made to be waterproof and sunproof. Keep it well for emergencies. Of course, I hope you won't need it. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. Shi Fengju smiled as he accepted it. Sangwon shook her head gently. There is no need for such formalities between us. Shi Fengju nodded in agreement, pondering for a moment before saying, I may not return until the 15th of August. During my absence of over 3 months, take care of yourself. Consult Nurse Lee about everything. She knows best. And please look after Mother well, if she faces any grievances. I thought you were unaware. It seems you are quite cognizant. Who knows what your cousin will do while you are away? Very well. On the morning of May 8th, Wang Shi led Shi Fengju, Sangwon, and Gu Fangzi to offer incense to their ancestors, bowing and presenting a whole chicken, a whole fish, and various dishes as offerings, praying for Shi Fengju's safe journey. They proceeded to the Buddhist hall to light incense, scattering rice while murmuring prayers, causing a pang of pain in his heart. However, since Gu Fangzi had already boarded the carriage, he could not ask her to leave. The servants and maids also stared in surprise, some unable to hide their excitement as they secretly observed the expression of the eldest lady. Nurse Lee, on the other hand. But Wang Shi simply turned to Sangwon, her eyes revealing an inquiring look. Sangwon felt a rush of embarrassment, barely holding back tears. All right, Mother, Wanner, you both return. I will have someone send my cousin back later. Wanner, take care, and look after Mother for me. Shi Fengju cleared his throat and forced a smile. Seeing that he still cared for her dignity and spoke a few words to her in front of everyone, Sangwon felt a slight alleviation of her embarrassment, and she gently gazed at him, nodding and smiling. Rest assured, my husband. I will. Mother and I will await your swift return. Indeed. Safe travels, and come back soon. Wang Shi added with a smile. Shi Fengju nodded and instructed the carriage to depart. Upon returning to the residence, Gu Fangzi's expression was not pleasant. Gu Fangzi found herself entangled in a web of unprecedented contradictions and turmoil. Soon, an event transpired that solidified her resolve to alter her course. I am Gu Fangzi's father, her biological father. I refuse tea. Bring me wine, bring me wine. How embarrassing. Why are you shouting like this? Do you wish to humiliate me further? If you find me embarrassing, remember, you too are my father, a member of the Gu family. Gu Jin grinned widely, revealing his yellowed teeth. This was precisely the remark Gu Fangzi despised the most. It pierced her heart, yet she bore it, mustering her patience to inquire, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Oh, Gu Jin surveyed her from head to toe, chuckling. You are still a Gu after all. I have yet to see the betrothal gifts from the Shijiao family. Father. Gu Fangzi stamped her foot, retorting coldly. If you continue with this nonsense, do not blame me for ignoring you. Ah, come now? Gu Jin chuckled. Do you not know why I am here? With a stern expression, Gu Fangzi produced a few pieces of silver from her garments and handed them to Gu Jin, stating, This is all I have. Take it. Gu Jin weighed the coins in his hand and scoffed. My dear Fang, you are rather ungrateful, are you not? You dwell in the Shijiao household. Gu Fangzi replied with a cold smile. Father, what belongs to the Shijiao family remains with them. I feel quite guilty already, residing here without charge. How could I possibly ask them for money to honor you? This is all I have saved through frugality. Take it or leave it. Unperturbed by her retorts. Wait until the Shijiao family brings the betrothal gifts and carries you back in a grand bridal sedan chair. With that, Gu Jin grasped Gu Fangzi's arm. For I rely on you for my old age. Gu Jin retorted with a cold laugh. As my daughter. To think they believe they can take my beautiful daughter without offering a proper betrothal gift. How absurd. With that, he spat contemptuously onto the ground, exclaiming, Scoundrels. Gu Fangzi trembled with anger, rendered speechless. I will not go with you, she declared fiercely. If you wish to leave, then go alone. I see now. It's that old hag from the Shi family who is preventing you from leaving, isn't it? I will confront her. Gu Jin shouted. What does it mean for the Shi family to withhold my daughter? If I do not receive a satisfactory explanation today, I shall not depart. Father! Father! Gu Fangzi cried in desperation, tugging at his arm. Gu Jin feared Shi Fengju, who, despite his courteous demeanor and never having raised his voice at him, could silently make him feel utterly defeated. For years, as long as Shi Fengju was at home, Gu Jin dared not cause a stir at the Shi residence. Even when he did visit, it was under the cover of darkness to discreetly request a few coins from Gu Fangzi. Now that Shi Fengju was away, I demand an explanation today. As the father and daughter argued, servants, sensing the gravity of the situation, hurried to report to Wang. Upon hearing that Gu Jin had arrived, Wang's sister had suffered greatly at his hands in the past, with bruises and even broken bones to show for it. Bring him in. Wang sighed. She knew that whenever her son was away, Gu Jin would inevitably cause trouble, but she had not anticipated his arrival so soon, likely due to a pressing need for money. Aunt. Upon seeing Wang, Gu Fangzi burst into tears, throwing herself into Wang's embrace. It is all my fault, causing you trouble. I am to blame. Gu Jin brazenly sat down, wiping his face with his sleeve. Observing this, he sneered. Is this how the Shi family treats its guests? Is it not enough that you have harmed my sister? You cannot bear to see my niece living in peace for a few days. Gu Jin gulped down his tea, wiping his mouth and grinning at Wang. Sister, who is your sister? Wang snapped. Unfazed, Gu Jin continued. Your sister's misfortune is not my doing. She was fated to face a bleak destiny. Now, I have only this one daughter. Why wouldn't I wish her well? I have come to discuss a significant matter with you today. Enough. Wang raised her hand in irritation, suppressing her anger. If you recognize Fangzi as your daughter. Her tone icy. Speak plainly. What do you intend to do? What do you wish to do? Gu Jin retorted, his neck craning as he scoffed. To keep my daughter under dubious circumstances at the Shi residence, is that not shameful for the Gu family? You. Wang seethed, struggling to contain her rage. Shameful? Does the Gu family even have any dignity left? Gu Fangzi felt her face burn with shame, wishing she could disappear into the ground at having such a father. Am I wrong? Gu Jin exclaimed, agitated. When Fangzi lived with you, I remained silent, thinking she would eventually become a member of the Shi family. Yet, now that the eldest son has married a girl from the Sang family, what purpose does it serve to keep my daughter here? Is it not humiliating? The Shi family has not uttered a word, leaving us in confusion. Today, we must clarify this matter. Father. Gu Fangzi's tears fell once more, and she quickly wiped them away, gently tugging at Wang's sleeve with a pleading expression. Despite her countless grievances against her father, Gu Fangzi recognized the truth in his words. Indeed, the Shi family owed her a concrete promise, not mere assurances from Shi Fengju that he would not let her down. Trust? It was another to endure such unfounded accusations. But upon seeing Gu Fangzi's pitiful state and recalling her intelligence and kindness over the years, Wang's heart softened. She would be a legitimate concubine, Wang replied, though they had long since reached an understanding regarding Gu Fangzi. However, such a proposition had never been openly acknowledged until now, leaving Wang feeling somewhat embarrassed and guilty toward Gu Fangzi. She quickly added, once a son is born, I shall elevate her to the status of a principal wife. Adorned in a red gown, the Shi family shall never treat Fangzi poorly. That sounds splendid, Gu Jin exclaimed, clapping her hands. We are relatives, and I trust you. If that is the case, let us proceed with this arrangement. My daughter is not getting any younger. She cannot wait indefinitely. What an outrageous notion. No less one who had grown up in the family. Not only would this leave the new bride in a most embarrassing position, but the in-laws would also find it unacceptable, and the Shi family would surely be criticized by outsiders for their lack of propriety. Wang's lips twitched. She had never heard of needing to present gifts for taking a concubine. The Shi family was reputable. Matters must be conducted according to proper etiquette. Let us postpone this discussion until Fengji returns. As a mere woman, I cannot take charge of such affairs. After much deliberation, Wang resolved to delay the issue entirely, saying, as she could not help but think how one said, trust me, while the other promised, I will advocate for you. Truly, they were a mother and son in perfect harmony. Chapter 50. Madame Zhuang's invitation. Are you not going to see your father off? Gu Jin replied with a beaming smile as he accepted the silver notes handed to him by Grandma Jiang, glancing at Gu Fangzi with a grin. Go on. See him out of the estate. Wang Shi wearily waved her hand. Gu Fangzi softly acquiesced, casting a resentful glance at Gu Jin as she led him outside. At the corner gate of the Shi residence, Gu Jin shamelessly approached his daughter, begging for the few pieces of silver she had previously offered, claiming he had not yet had lunch and lacked funds to hire a carriage home. Seizing an opportunity when Gu Fangzi was distracted, he stealthily removed the gold hairpin from her head and forcibly took a jade bracelet from her wrist. Gu Fangzi trembled all over, but could only endure the humiliation as he swaggered away, humming a tune. Thankfully, she had the foresight to exchange all her valuable jewelry beforehand, but it was the first time he had made such demands. It was unclear whether he had come to his senses or was spurred by someone else's advice. As the saying goes, a married daughter is like spilled water. There is no sense in expecting the in-laws to raise her for free. No matter how much he caused a fuss, there were limits. Seeing Wang Shi's troubled expression, Grandma Jiang smiled and said, but Wang Shi hesitated. The new bride has only been in the family for less than 2 months. Wan Yang is a good child, truly. I have some affection for her and do not wish for her to be wronged. Moreover, the Sang family is a scholarly household. Had he not been dissatisfied with the marriage proposal to the Sang family and dragged his feet on the wedding, Sang-won would have entered the family earlier, and today's troubles could have been avoided. In Grandma Jiang's view, the key to this matter lay with the eldest lady. She smiled and continued, and no one would dare say a word against her, not even the Sang family. Do you think Wan Yang would agree to that? Wang Shi replied with a laugh, rolling her eyes at Grandma Jiang. Unless she is a fool. Ha ha. Grandma Jiang chuckled. Isn't it customary for a daughter-in-law to heed her mother-in-law's wishes? How many possess the generous nature that you do, my lady? The eldest lady is fortunate to have you as her mother-in-law. She need not rise early to pay her respects, nor must she spend her days serving rules and regulations, slaving away in the kitchen. She can simply enjoy a life of ease, dressed in fine garments, with servants at her beck and call, free to do as she pleases. Even if she chooses to spend the afternoon napping, no one would utter a word of complaint. This is not what one would consider a grievance. If you feel the eldest lady has been wronged, why not treat her with a little more kindness? If the eldest lady only thinks of herself and not of you or the eldest son, not considering the family, that would not be true virtue, but a false front. I believe we shall proceed with this plan. However, this matter must wait until Fengji returns for final decisions. I will first give Wan Yang a heads up. The eldest lady is indeed prudent. Grandma Jiang quickly added. Just then, a young maid arrived to report, Madame Zhuang's messenger has come bearing an invitation. Upon hearing Madame Zhuang, that foolish girl, making me jump at shadows. Thankfully, I thought Madame Zhuang had come to mock me for Gu Jin's harassment. Quickly, she dismissed the thought, tossing the invitation aside. It seems so, Grandma Jiang nodded, nonchalantly adding, though I suspect she is merely a distant cousin. I hear Madame Zhuang refers to her as her niece. I doubt she could compare to our eldest lady. I agree, Wang Shi exclaimed, her spirits lifted. It would grant Wang Shi greater confidence in pressing for Gu Fangzi's marriage. If she excelled, then she would provide praise and kindness, treating her all the better. Having made up her mind, Wang Shi instructed Grandma Jiang, do not mention our earlier discussion to the eldest lady until after the banquet. Grandma Jiang chuckled inwardly, maintaining her smile as if I would dare to speak on my master's affairs. Who besides you possesses the right to voice such opinions? Wang Shi nodded. True to the temperament of the second madam, After dealing with the situation, she would undoubtedly vent her anger on the second lady, directing the maids as they painted floral patterns on the Kong, while munching on sunflower seeds and gossiping. Upon hearing that Wang Shi wished to see her, it is a messenger from the Zhuang family, bringing an invitation for the madam to attend a banquet. The madam has asked me to invite you. I understand, at least wishing to evade the wrath of the second lady Shi before her departure. Thus, she ingratiatingly remarked, since she had expressed such sentiments. Sangwon felt it inappropriate to dismiss her outright. Instead, she smiled and invited her to make herself comfortable. Noticing that Hong Yi and others were already engaging the maid who had come to relay messages, laughing softly while enjoying tea and snacks, she called for Luya to come inside and change her attire. Before long, Sangwon emerged in a charming outfit of pale yellow satin adorned with the four gentlemen pattern, featuring a narrow-sleeved coat and a peach-pink floral gown. Her hair was slightly styled, embellished with a delicate hairpin of emeralds and pearls, and on her fair wrist rested a lustrous jade bracelet of exquisite quality. She summoned Li Mama and two little maids, along with the maid who had guided her earlier, to accompany her. Today, Wang Shi was particularly warm-hearted. She could not decline the invitation to the banquet at the Zhuang family 3 days hence, and with a gentle smile, she nodded in agreement. Our finest seamstress will come to our home. We have 2 or 3 days, which is ample time to craft the latest fashionable attire. Additionally, the female manager of the embroidery shop will assist in selecting matching jewelry. I shall ensure it is delivered to you. Relieved, Sangwon replied eagerly, that would be splendid. For although she prided herself on her extensive knowledge, the world was filled with exceptional talents. The fact that the lady had garnered a reputation for her abilities indicated she was no ordinary individual. Not to mention, the spirited rivalry between the Zhuang lady and her own mother-in-law suggested that if the woman lacked genuine skill, the Zhuang lady would never flaunt her or host such an extravagant banquet. Chapter 51. Satire and Retaliation. However, Sangwon was well aware of the fickle and easily appeased temperament of Madame Wang. Though she felt a pang of difficulty in her heart, she dared not show any hesitation on her face. Upon hearing her words, she nodded and replied, rest assured, Mother, Wan Yang will not bring shame upon you. Madame Wang smiled and said, that is good to hear. Your family is one of scholarly reputation, and I believe you shall not be outdone by anyone. Wan Yang, this is not only my dignity but also yours. Many prominent ladies from Qizhou will be present, and once they witness your true talents, who would dare to underestimate you? She simply told Gu Fangzi to remain in the residence. Gu Fangzi, naturally, interpreted this as a warning signal of losing favor in front of her aunt. Although she graciously accepted it, she could not help but feel resentful. She lamented having an unreliable father who not only failed to support her, but often brought trouble instead. And she harbored some grievance against Madame Wang for her apparent favoritism. As she pondered this, Gu Fangzi suddenly felt that having a father was worse than being an orphan like Sangwon. At least Sangwon had a dependable brother, while she had nothing. In that moment, she could not help but feel even more sorrowful, shedding many silent tears. The night before the banquet, Granny Jiang personally delivered new garments and matching jewelry to Ning Garden for Sangwon. The garments included a cream-colored collar top, a pale gold and peach-hued jacket embroidered with small hibiscus flowers, and a pleated skirt adorned with multicolored floral patterns. Every detail was meticulously crafted, from the delicate gold and silver thread edging to the exquisite accessories. The set of jewelry included intricately designed hairpins, earrings, and pendants made primarily of fine jade. The master tailor and the head steward of the embroidery workshop had truly lived up to their reputation, as this ensemble highlighted Sangwon's beauty and demeanor, elegant yet unpretentious. With a half-joking, half-serious tone, Granny Jiang remarked, the madam says, dear lady, you must wear them. Eventually, the Shi family will belong to you. With such clarity and brilliance, you won't find another pair like them in all of Jiangnan, let alone Qizhou. These pendants are the madam's prized treasures. The madam truly knows how to speak. Although she hesitates to accept the madam's treasures, she articulates it so reasonably that even if the madam were to take them back, she would not lose face nor be seen as stingy. Granny Jiang quickly smiled and said, dear lady, please do not say that. If her mother-in-law had brought out her most treasured possessions, it was clear that she must win at this banquet. Otherwise, Sangwon thanked her mother. It is getting late, Granny. Please return now. We shall speak more after the banquet. Sangwon smiled. If she were to falter at the banquet, she would certainly feel unworthy of these ornaments. And 2 young maids to visit Madame Wang. Madame Wang was already waiting, and, upon seeing Sang Wan, her eyes lit up. After a careful appraisal, she nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, "My Wan Yang is indeed lovely. Just look at her. Isn't it hard to find another in all of Qingzhou?" Everyone laughed, affirming, "Not only is she beautiful, but her attire and adornment are also unparalleled in Qingzhou." Madame Wang, delighted. The two of them, resplendent, left the residence accompanied by a throng of maids and servants, making their way to the Zhuang family's estate in the south of the city. Accompanied by laughter and chatter, creating a lively atmosphere. "Oh, the Shi family ladies have arrived." Madame Zhuang greeted them warmly, her eyes brightening upon seeing Sang Wan. She said with a smile, "Do you see how exquisite the Shi family's new bride is? At first glance, she is no less than any sheltered young lady." The onlookers, eager for entertainment and unable to hide their jealousy towards the Shi family, seized this opportunity to flatter, exclaiming, "Indeed, she is remarkable." Madame Wang's expression darkened slightly, a lump forming in her throat as she struggled to retort against Madame Zhuang, but found herself at a loss for words, only able to stare in silence. Sang Wan smiled softly, discreetly withdrawing her hand and performing a modest curtsy to the crowd. Supporting Madame Wang, she shyly said to Madame Zhuang, "Madam, thanks to the generous affection of the elder, and with my mother-in-law's support, I am fortunate to enter the Shi family, which truly is my blessing." Her frustrations dissipating as she gently patted Sang Wan's hand and proudly said, "Once you enter the Shi family, you are one of us." It is no wonder the Zhuang family ladies are so astonished. With that, she chuckled heartily. Everyone, upon reflection, agreed, regardless of Sang Wan's past. Now, they will have ample opportunities to interact, so why offend her unnecessarily? It would be far wiser to take this opportunity to cultivate a good relationship, which could yield a favor in return. Thus, many approached her, laughing and glossing over the matter, offering extravagant compliments. Madame Zhuang, feeling rather uninterested, simply smiled and beckoned everyone to enter the hall and take their seats. The gathering of noble ladies inevitably commenced with a meal, followed by enjoying flowers, listening to operas, and indulging in merriment. As the banquet unfolded, the ladies and young misses settled down, with Madame Wang as the representative of the wealthiest family in Qingzhou, the wife of the owner of Xia's Money Exchange, and her daughter-in-law, the wife and daughter of the prominent landlord from the Li family, and Madame Zhuang's sister-in-law. She wore a loosely embroidered dress in a soft green hue, exuding an air of grace and modesty, imbued with the essence of literary refinement. Indeed, she seemed to be well-read. Tang Yuzhen's expression was composed and elegant, radiating a sense of cultivated grace and tranquility, suggesting that such self-assuredness could only stem from genuine talent and knowledge. Sang Wan felt a twinge of anxiety, hoping that Madame Zhuang would not revert to her troublesome ways, a possibility she seemed to acknowledge herself, creating a vibrant tapestry of colors. The intoxicating fragrance wafted gently with the breeze, while bees buzzed and butterflies flitted about, adding to the lively atmosphere. The Zhuang family was renowned for their exquisite flowers, each more dazzling than the last, captivating the onlookers and filling their hearts with joy. As the tour concluded, Madame Zhuang cheerfully invited everyone to take their seats once more. The maids had already set up chairs and tables beneath the towering purple locust trees, offering a delightful array of tea, fruits, and pastries. Nearby, various flowers were beautifully arranged in blue and white porcelain pots. As they settled down to relax, enjoying the scenery and sipping tea, the atmosphere was one of utmost pleasure. Naturally, it would also be delightful for the young ladies to engage in a friendly competition of poetry, painting, music, and literature. From the very beginning, with so many beautiful flowers in the garden, it would be dull for each young lady to write about all of them. Instead, let us select about 10 varieties and have each of you compose 1 or 2 poems. Of course, Wan Yang, being a scholaress daughter, I genuinely wish for everyone to gain some insight and to see how the daughters of scholarly families differ from us common folk. Wang Shi remained composed, glancing at Sang Wan Yang, who felt a wave of relief wash over her. Simply composing poetry was not a challenge for her. Moreover, the ladies present, while not illiterate, had limited knowledge. As long as she produced something, the quality did not need to be overly scrutinized. Furthermore, since Madame Zhuang had brought it up, refusing would certainly displease Wang Shi. Sang Wan Yang subtly nodded at Wang Shi, signaling her to remain at ease. Wang Shi straightened her back and smiled. Since the young lady of the Zhuang family has spoken, let us proceed with it. If Wan Yang does poorly, please do not mock her. She added with a teasing smile. It would be quite unreasonable for Wang Yang to bear the entirety of his task alone. Let us invite Miss Tang to join as well, shall we? Tang Yuzhen gracefully rose, offering a slight bow to the crowd, her demeanor modest yet poised. In that case, I shall gladly comply, she replied, agreeing readily. Excellent. Miss Tang is indeed a person of great spirit. Madame Zhuang clapped her hands in delight. The guests, intrigued by the unfolding excitement and curious to see who would prevail. Wang Shi felt a tightening in her chest. The fact that Madame Zhuang was willing to offer such a rare perfume as a prize indicated her serious intent. She could only hope that Wang Yang would rise to the occasion. The young ladies approached the table to select their flower tokens, pondering thoughtfully as they began to compose their verses, occasionally exchanging light-hearted banter. Only Sang Wang Yang and Tang Yuzhen refrained from drawing lots, leaving the other ladies puzzled. Then, they heard Madame Zhuang laughingly say, "It is said that among flowers, there are the 12 masters, 12 friends, and 12 maids. The tokens you ladies drew represent the 12 masters. Wang Yang and Miss Tang, you shall compose poems based on these 12 masters." Very well, madam. Tang Yuzhen and Sang Wang Yang exchanged glances, nodding with smiles. The other ladies began to murmur, as many had never heard of the 12 masters and found the concept fresh and intriguing, eagerly inquiring more. Some cast sly glances at Sang Wang Yang, wondering if she was unaware of the 12 masters, which would certainly be a source of amusement. Tang Yuzhen, being a guest at the Zhuang family, when in full bloom, they exude a profound elegance and fragrance that commands respect, inspiring admiration rather than frivolity, hence earning the title of 12 masters. This would not pose a significant challenge. To gain an advantage, she would need to focus on the element of speed and her exquisite penmanship. Dipped it in rich ink and began to write with fluid strokes. Tang Yuzhen, witnessing this, smiled gently and elegantly grasped her own brush, commencing her writing as well. Both women wrote with remarkable speed, evidently sharing a common intent. Meanwhile, several young ladies had completed their poems and returned to their seats, chatting excitedly as they watched the competition unfold. Almost simultaneously, Sang Wang Yang and Tang Yuzhen laid down their brushes, prompting Madame Zhuang to exclaim with delight, "Both of you are indeed quick-witted. I wonder who has outdone the other." She then instructed a maid to collect the poems for all to see. Madame Zhuang turned to Sang Wang Yang, smiling, "I have often heard your mother praise your exceptional talent, unable to discern any distinctions in quality amidst the exuberance. Some, with temperaments inclined towards moderation, lauded both sides, cheerfully declaring them commendable. Others, while those who favored Miss Sang Wan's disposition, sought to curry favor with the Shi family by extolling her virtues. In that moment, the distinction between them was indiscernible, earning the admiration of those matrons who had previously covertly selected Shi Fengjiu as a potential son-in-law. Madame Li, well-versed in poetry and renowned for her impartiality, prompting the assembly to turn their attention towards her with eager anticipation. Both the Shi and Zhuang families were prominent households, closely affiliated with Governor Li, thus rendering Madame Li's judgment particularly significant. Faced with the challenge, she chuckled, "How shall one articulate this? I find both compositions equally commendable." Coincidentally, both ladies had crafted outstanding chrysanthemum verses, while Shi Shaofuran's poem on the lotus and Miss Tang's on the plum blossom appeared somewhat less impressive by comparison. However, Shi Shaofuran's delicate and refined calligraphy, reminiscent of a graceful flower, suggested considerable practice. Upon hearing her words, the assembly compared the two scripts and, indeed, discerned the differences. Sang Wan's writing flowed with an elegant precision, each character harmoniously sized, creating a visually pleasing effect. In contrast, Tang Yuzhen's script lacked such meticulousness, with strokes varying in weight. The young ladies could not help but exclaim, "Madame Li possesses a discerning eye. Indeed, Shi Shaofuran's calligraphy is exceptional." Sang Wan, though modestly downplaying her talent. Just as she was about to speak, Lady Li interjected with a playful remark, "However, let us discuss the matter at hand. I seem to have digressed. In my opinion, it would be prudent to present each of the two individuals with their finest and least impressive poems for the esteemed gentlemen of the estate to critique, as if they were quarreling over a mere bottle of perfume." Though Miss Tang felt humiliated as a guest, she suppressed her indignation, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lady Zhuang, however, scoffed, "Ah, that simply cannot do. How can we alter what has been agreed upon? The perfume is of little consequence." Now irked, retorted curtly. Witnessing the rising tension between the two women, The others hurried to diffuse the situation with light-hearted banter. Lady Jiang, Zhuang's sister-in-law. Considering he is not preparing for the imperial examinations. With such a vast estate, surely what is needed is a capable mistress, yes? Oh, I almost forgot. No wonder the esteemed mistress can indulge in poetry. Someone else is shouldering the burdens. Lady Jiang's words brought an immediate hush, as they were a blatant provocation, mocking both Lady Zhuang's naivety and Wang's duplicity. Unbeknownst to Wang, her heart sank at this insinuation, and she instinctively glanced at Sang Wan, gauging her reaction. Sang Wan felt a blend of shame and anger. It was impossible not to resent her mother-in-law, and she could not alter the established reality nor show her discontent openly. Feeling the weight of Wang's gaze upon her, Sang Wan was engulfed in embarrassment. Your lack of understanding does not imply that your mother-in-law is equally oblivious. Wang, infuriated, declared, I am equally perplexed. Sang Wan is our Shi family's legitimate eldest daughter-in-law. I believe Lady Jiang means well, expressing concern that a daughter-in-law should be virtuous enough to support her husband. She is merely looking out for our Shi family. With unwavering confidence, she added, rest assured, I will not give you cause for worry. The position of the Shi family as the wealthiest will endure. Oh, aside from poetry, does the young mistress possess the skill to manage an abacus? I wonder if we might witness such talent. Lady Jiang, noticing Lady Zhuang's displeasure, felt a surge of irritation, wishing nothing more than to see Sang Wan falter. Indeed, if one cannot even use an abacus, how can she claim to be a daughter-in-law of the Shi family? Wouldn't you agree, Sister Wang? Lady Zhuang scoffed. Wang remained silent, her gaze fixed on Sang Wan. Then please, do bring forth the abacus. I shall demonstrate. Sang Wan replied with unwavering courage, a faint smile gracing her lips. Lady Zhuang, skeptical of Sang Wan's abilities. What can one compute? Coincidentally, here are last month's expenses, which the lady has already tallied. Perhaps, Miss Shi would like to give it a try? Overstepping. How presumptuous. 3,672 taels and 8 coins. Is that correct? With a resounding click, Sang Wan's fingers halted, poised and decisive, like pearls cascading to the ground. The maid glanced at the ledger, speechless, while Lady Zhuang, recalling every detail, knew without doubt that the figure was accurate. Indeed, the young mistress of the Shi family is remarkable. Lady Zhuang sighed, casting a glance at Tang Yushan, feeling a pang of disappointment. The matriarchs were expected to be competent in accounts, and even those who could not manipulate an abacus had witnessed their trusted servants do so. Yet, none had ever performed with such artistry as Sang Wan. Wang, unable to contain her delight, realized for the first time the extent of Sang Wan's talents, assuring her that the Shi family would be in capable hands. The discerning eye of the elder had indeed chosen wisely, far beyond her own comprehension. As the atmosphere shifted, the expressions of Lady Zhuang and Lady Jiang soured, prompting the others to inject levity back into the gathering, ensuring the host remained comfortable. Not far from the blossoming hibiscus. Inquire about his impressions of Miss Tang, whether he found her appealing, satisfactory, or to his liking, before he could respond. For his mother was incessantly intent on pairing him with Miss Tang. As later events unfolded, he was taken aback, his brow involuntarily furrowing slightly, feeling that both his mother and his aunt had overstepped their bounds. He could hardly bear to look at Madame Shi, silently wishing for her to possess a resilient disposition, praying that she would not dissolve into tears in public, for it would be a tremendous embarrassment for the Zhuang family, utterly unbecoming. Of course, he was all too aware of the misdeeds of Shi Fengjiu concerning his cousin. Furthermore, that scoundrel had more than once lamented to him about this marriage, harboring an intense aversion and animosity towards Miss Sang. Zhuang Weixian empathized with him, for while their predicaments were not entirely identical, they shared a certain kinship in suffering. He understood how difficult it was to find a woman one truly loves and knew that Miss Sang would undoubtedly face a grim future after entering the Shi household. Miss Sang's life within the Shi family would surely be fraught with challenges. To endure such humiliation in front of so many was no small feat to his astonishment, displaying an extraordinary acumen that was truly admirable. He had never witnessed such remarkable skill in her maneuvering of the abacus. Chapter 54. A perfect return. That scoundrel. A foolish grin spreading across his face. Anger welled up within her. You have no business here. Luya raised her chin disdainfully, exclaiming, You shameless rascal. How dare you sneak a look? If the ladies find out, you'll be in for it. You may look decent, but your thoughts are so sordid. Leave at once, or I shall call for help. A shameless rascal? Decent looking? Sordid thoughts? Zhuang Weixian couldn't help but burst into laughter. If his mother heard this, she would surely be furious. It won't be pretty when they turn you into a pig's head. You may appear cultured, but don't be ignorant of your surroundings. Zhuang Weixian chuckled, suddenly feeling mischievous. He composed himself, took a few steps back, and performed a respectful bow, adopting a serious demeanor. To be honest, I am but a lost soul who has inadvertently stumbled into this place. If I have been rude, I beg your pardon, young lady. Might you kindly point me in the direction to leave? His sudden change in demeanor left Luya momentarily flustered. She hurriedly took a few steps back, stammering, Well, a young master from the Zhuang family has invited me to meet at Linfeng Pavilion. Luya paused, narrowing her eyes at him. You genuinely intend to go to Linfeng Pavilion? Indeed. Zhuang Weixian nodded earnestly, suppressing a chuckle. It's a pity that this Zhuang estate is just too vast. Don't think you're so impressive just because you've read a couple of books. Do you believe everyone else is a fool? I can tell you are certainly not a good person. As she spoke, she glanced around, relieved to see no one nearby, and fixed her gaze intently behind Zhuang Weixian. If anyone caught her loitering in the Zhuang garden with such an unseemly man, not only would she be embarrassed, but the madam and the eldest lady would also be humiliated. What was she thinking, meddling in others' affairs? As Zhuang Weixian turned back, he could only see the distant figure of Luya fleeing, shaking his head in amusement. To be outsmarted by a mere maid was truly laughable. Zhuang Weixian realized that he had completed the task his mother had assigned him, albeit barely. He brushed off his sleeves and turned to leave. Meanwhile, at the ladies' gathering, Sangwon astounded everyone with her exceptional skills on the abacus. As they praised her, the 4 poems sent for evaluation by the scholars were returned. Zhuang's matroness eyes brightened, hoping Tang Yuzhen might win this time. To her surprise, This perfume suits you perfectly. Come, let us see if you like it. Though Sangwon had never encountered Western perfume before, resolved not to attempt anything unfamiliar, especially not in front of Zhuang's matron. She smiled and said, Such a delicate item could hardly be anything less than exquisite. You jest. Madam, Wan Yang truly appreciates this gift. Thank you for your kindness. Without waiting for more conversation, she tucked the perfume bottle into her sleeve and returned to her place beside Wang. Zhuang's matron smiled faintly, offering a few courteous words before letting the matter rest. Wang finally felt relieved, having held her breath in anticipation. She recalled how Shi Fengju had once gifted her a similar bottle, leading to a comical incident where, despite seeing the perfume inside and the small hole outside, it could not be poured out. In the end, it was Xiaoli who accidentally pressed the right spot, spraying Xiao Chun, causing her to scream in fright, leaving everyone in fits of laughter. The entirety of the Sang family's possessions could scarcely purchase such a precious item. Someone from Yuhua Pavilion announced that the play was ready, prompting Zhuang's matron to gather her spirits and invite everyone over. Unintentionally, clearly acknowledging her newfound position as the eldest lady of the Shi family. She possessed both intellect and talent, even if Gu Fangzi were capable. In the carriage returning home, Wang finally let out a hearty laugh, unable to contain herself at the thought of Zhuang's matron's embarrassment. Oh, there's no need to pay your respects. If you wish for anything to eat, just ask the kitchen to prepare it. If you want to acquire anything, have the steward buy it. Our family, if nothing else, is never short of funds. Sangwon understood that her mother-in-law always spoke in this manner and quickly smiled in gratitude, promising to comply. As night fell, just before retiring to bed, donning a robe of autumn fragrance before greeting her. Since returning from the estate, Wang had been effusively praising Sangwon, and Aunt Jiang, being astute, anticipated that today the esteemed matriarch would surely take pride in the lady of the house. Upon seeing Sangwon at the door, she quickly exclaimed, Dear madam, please do come inside, lest the night breeze catch you and cause a chill. How could an old servant like me ever deserve such courtesy from you? Such pleasantries were merely for comfort's sake, not to be taken too seriously. This is a special gift from the matriarch for your health. She instructed me to deliver this superior blood swallow, renowned for its nourishment. Truly, she insists you keep this gift without feeling the need to express your gratitude. She regards you as her own daughter. Your sentiments are enough for her. Sangwon could only smile in response and invited Aunt Jiang to sit and enjoy tea. Initially thinking that night's late hour would prompt Aunt Jiang to take her leave, she was surprised when, after expressing her thanks, she settled comfortably into her seat. Sipping tea while continuing to shower Sangwon with praise and recounting how the matriarch cherishes her deeply. Sangwon could only respond with polite smiles, enduring the endless compliments. After finally bidding farewell to the beaming Aunt Jiang, Sang-won returned to her chamber to rest, with Luya laying out a mat beside the bed for companionship. Madam. Chapter 55. A thunderbolt from a clear sky, you feel it too, right? Sang-won lifted the cushion supporting her neck and let out a gentle sigh. Indeed, it was so evident that no one could possibly overlook it. Luya's eyes brightened as she clapped her hands and exclaimed, I know. She frequently shared her insights with Granny Lee, who praised her warmly, wearing an expression of great satisfaction. Why would she need to curry favor with me? Luya was momentarily taken aback and blurted out, Indeed, if she were to flatter you, how about I inquire about it for you? Absolutely not. Sang-won quickly replied, The matters concerning the matriarch are not something we can easily inquire about. I could hint at it to my godmother. Rest assured, there is nothing happening in this household that she couldn't uncover. Moreover, I guarantee no one will notice. Luya spoke with great pride, as if sharing in the glory. That is still unacceptable. Sang-won reiterated, Granny Jiang is the biological mother of the eldest son. Do you really think Granny Lee would engage in such matters? Besides, I do not wish to cause her any trouble. Rest assured, if there is indeed something, Granny Jiang will speak of it herself. We need not inquire. Luya's eyes widened with skepticism and disbelief, but Sang-won merely smiled faintly, bidding her, Let us sleep now, and offered no further words. In the following days, Wang Shi displayed unparalleled affection and care towards Sang-won, sending a continuous stream of fine gifts to Ning Garden, clothing, jewelry, cosmetics, antiques, trinkets, an array of fresh fruits and pastries, and various exquisite dishes. It was always Granny Jiang who came to relay them. Sang-won welcomed her with polite smiles, waiting for Granny Jiang to speak, but to her surprise, after several days, Granny Jiang's smile grew strained and forced, yet she remained silent. Sang-won felt puzzled and began to reflect, her mind suddenly sparking with realization. It had been quite some time since she last paid her respects to her mother. Her mother appeared to be in even better spirits than before. This day, Sang-won dressed neatly and approached the main courtyard, gracefully greeting Wang Shi with a smile. Indeed, Wang Shi replied with a beaming smile, when a mother is content, eating well and sleeping soundly, her complexion naturally improves. It is just a pity. Wang Shi feigned a sigh, revealing a troubling matter weighing on her heart that, if resolved, would free her from any lingering worries. Sang-won initially contemplated how to draw her mother-in-law into conversation, but to her surprise, she stood and addressed Wang Shi. Mother, if there is something troubling you, why not share it with your daughter-in-law? Even if I lack the ability to alleviate your worries, speaking of it may lighten your heart. Wang Shi, oblivious to Granny Jiang's expression, eagerly responded, My dear Wan, believe it or not, this matter indeed concerns you. To resolve it, I'll need your assistance. Me? Sang-won was bewildered. Wang Shi gestured for her to sit down, kindly asking, Tell me honestly. Sang-won's face flushed with shame and discomfort, her skin growing hot as she struggled to contain her emotions, whispering, I understand, as long as my husband is content. I will not have any objections. That is good to hear. As Wang Shi spoke, Sang-won's body began to tremble uncontrollably, engulfed by a chilling dread, as if she had plunged into an ice cavern. She sensed that Wang Shi's forthcoming words were those she most dreaded, echoing the nightmares of her past life. Yet, Wang Shi's voice steadied as she continued, I think, since Feng Zi is destined to enter the household, it would be better for her to do so sooner rather than later. At least you can familiarize yourselves quickly, ensuring a harmonious relationship in the future. Moreover, Feng Zi's authority will be more legitimate when it comes to managing affairs. What do you think, my dear? What can I say? What can I possibly say? Sang-won remained silent, biting her lip as she fought to suppress the tears that threatened to spill. A whirlwind of humiliation, embarrassment, anger, resentment, and helplessness surged within her, constricting her heart to the point of suffocation. She had been in this household for barely 2 months. No one can usurp your rightful position as the matriarch. When Feng Zi bears a son and is honored as a concubine, she shall still address you as sister. After a moment of contemplation, Wang withheld a statement she deemed inappropriate for the moment and continued, I will also guide Feng Zi to respect you. With your wisdom and poise, and her cleverness, I am certain you two will harmonize splendidly. It is indeed a blessing for Feng Zhu to have both of you by his side. Indeed. Sang-won stifled her inner turmoil, exhaling softly, and replied, as mother deems fit. Wang hesitated slightly, then suggested, It would be better for you to take the initiative in this matter. This will showcase your grace and magnanimity. I propose that when Fengji returns, you should broach the subject. He will undoubtedly view you in a new light and come to respect you even more. What do you think? Sangwon felt an icy chill envelop her. Her countenance turned pale, nearly suffocating her. Graceful? Magnanimous. It was evidently a bitter fruit, forcing her to swallow it while demanding she wear a smile of approval, all under the guise of concern for her well-being. Suddenly, Sangwon was taken aback and looked up to see Gu Fengzi, clad in a dress of begonia red, approaching with an air of shyness, turning to greet, Auntie. Her lips curving into a faint smile. Chapter 56. Cousin becomes sister. Good, good, Wang exclaimed with a chuckle, pulling Gu Fengzi's hand and patting it. She commanded Sangwon to sit down and gestured to Gu Fengzi. Quickly, come forward and pay respects to Wan Yang. Yes, Gu Fengzi stepped forward, gracefully bending her knees in a courteous gesture towards Sangwon. Cousin sister. Wang then playfully scolded, what cousin sister? You should call her sister now. Lifting her gaze slyly towards Sangwon, sister. The younger sister pays her respects. Their eyes met, and Sangwon clearly saw the mockery and provocation in her gaze. This little trinket is nothing to fuss over. How could I disdain something belonging to my sister? I shall treasure it dearly. Gu Fengzi giggled. Wang, if I hear of any grievances from her, I shall not stand for it. Aunt, you are biased. Gu Fengzi teased. How could I dare to let my sister suffer any grievances? I have some self-awareness. The last part of her sentence dimmed her eyes and lowered her voice. I mean sister. Sangwon smiled lightly and nodded. Upon exiting Wang's presence, Sangwon instinctively looked up. The sky was vast and azure, as though treading upon a bed of cotton. Suddenly looking up, she spotted a young woman at the Wanfang Pavilion by the water, idly twisting a willow branch and staring blankly at the koi in the pond. It was the second Madame Sure. Only then did Sangwon realize she had inadvertently wandered into the garden. After a moment's contemplation, she quickened her pace towards the Wanfang Pavilion. Sister-in-law, what a coincidence. Upon hearing the commotion, second Madame Sure looked up, quickly rising to greet her. What are you doing here alone? Bitter smile, a hint of loneliness and dejection in her voice. Sangwon was taken aback by her candidness. Second Madame Sure chuckled lightly. Sister-in-law, you won't blame me for being rude, will you? Here, only in front of you can I express my true feelings so freely. What's wrong? Sangwon inquired. What's right? Wishing to return home for a while. Sangwon's breath caught for a moment, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over her. We are fortunate to have entered the Sure family. But who would believe that our lives are steeped in bitterness? Huh, we are indeed quite pitiful. And yet, her own eyes glistening. Second Madame Sure leaned against her shoulder, a bit embarrassed, and smiled. I have lost my composure. You won't hold it against me, will you? The second young master will return. After all, his parents are still here. He cannot possibly stay away forever. Youthful exuberance lasts but a year or two. Just think, how can one rely on such a woman? He will surely find his way back. Second Madame Sure's expression visibly softened, and with a deep breath, she smiled gratefully. Thank you, sister-in-law. I understand what you mean, although I do not come from a scholarly family like you. The daughters of the Zhou family have also been raised with proper decorum. Once you enter the Sure family, whether good or bad, one must endure. Why should I make things difficult for myself? But a bitter smile crossed her face. My mother-in-law. Second Madame Sure dared not openly speak ill of her mother-in-law. And with a sigh, everything remained unspoken. She places all her ire upon me, blaming me for everything. She berates me at the slightest provocation, and I can hardly bear it any longer. Sister-in-law, to be honest, I truly envy you, even with a Gu Fengzi around. Elder brother and elder sister-in-law treat you quite well. At the very least, no one torments you for no reason. Sangwon's face paled, and she forced a smile. Unable to refuse the pleading look in second Madame Sure's eyes, nodded. Before long, the second lady arrived in a huff, accompanied by 2 or 3 maids and matrons, angrily exclaiming, I must see what you are doing to dare to delay my words. Why can't you be summoned? What kind of family rule is this? For a daughter-in-law to have a bigger attitude than her mother-in-law. Second Madame Sure instinctively retreated a couple of steps, hiding behind Sangwon, and said defensively, I was just speaking with sister-in-law. Do you need something from me? Seeing that she was evading her, and even daring to talk back, the second lady was furious, shouting, How dare you? Come here at once. Am I a tiger ready to eat you? Yet, second Madame Sure refused to budge, tightly gripping Sangwon's arm, nervously exclaiming, Mother, I'll return shortly, I promise. I am not afraid of you. You are not a tiger. You. The second lady felt a rush of blood to her head. Sensing something amiss and not having time to think deeply, she suddenly heard a shriek, followed by a loud splash. The sudden commotion caused by the fall of the second grandmother into the pool echoed through the air. Help! Help! She cried, desperately flailing her arms in the water. In a frenzy, called after her niece. Come back. But Shirlien paid her no heed. Sangwon let out a quiet sigh of relief. Her body slackening against the pavilion post, a cold sweat trickling down her back. Soon, the second grandmother was rescued and carried away, and chaos erupted once more in the second household. Madame Wang also went to check on the situation, summoning the second master into the side hall. Their conversation. Thank goodness you are safe, otherwise, Luya, in the garden, expressed her relief. It has nothing to do with you, do not blame yourself. Sangwon replied with a gentle smile. After all, it was she who had requested Luya to leave her be for a while. Thank you, madam. Luya said gratefully, noticing her mistress's still pale complexion, and added with concern, you must have been frightened. Would you like to lie down for a bit? Acknowledging that she had merely been an unwitting participant in the unfolding drama. Chapter 57. Mrs. Shur returns to her parental home. What truly filled her with dread was Mrs. Shur. Had it not been for the sudden arrival of Shirlien and her maid, Mrs. Shur would undoubtedly have pinned the blame on her. After all, Mrs. Shur bore her no grudge, nor did they have any vested interests. She had no excuse to offer, save for a mere slip of hand, a moment of carelessness. Yet such an explanation lacked tangible evidence, leaving the audience to their wild imaginations. From this moment onward, she vowed never to venture into the garden unaccompanied. Not long after, Mrs. Shur's mother and sister-in-law indeed paid a visit. Upon seeing her daughter in a state of despair, lying on the bed, Mrs. Zhou's heart broke at the sight. She wept bitterly while casting veiled accusations. The sister-in-law was equally formidable, offering consolation while simultaneously laying blame. Together, the two women cast Mrs. Shur and her husband in a most unfavorable light, leaving them red-faced with shame. Consequently, Wang Shur had no choice but to intervene, soothing Mrs. Zhou with kind words and, drawing upon her status as the elder sister-in-law, reproaching Mr. and Mrs. Shur for their shortcomings. Only then did Mrs. Zhou reluctantly cease her tears. Inevitably, Mrs. Zhou insisted on taking her daughter home to recuperate, which sent Mrs. Shur into a panic. She vehemently opposed the idea. The scandal of her son eloping with a courtesan was already a source of disgrace, and the thought of her daughter returning home for recuperation would surely invite further gossip. Mrs. Zhou, having the moral high ground, Gu Fangzi repeatedly apologized to Wang Shur, claiming that she should not have disclosed anything during her father's visit. She also mentioned that she should have been more cautious and not inadvertently called her cousin sister in public. Wang Shur had never expected anything from Gu Jin's loose tongue. Her purpose in revealing the information was merely to provide him with hope to keep him calm. Yet it had backfired spectacularly. With no words left to say, Wang Shur sighed. Well then, since this matter has already spread, there is no need to hide it any longer. Let us prepare accordingly. Once Fengju returns, we shall settle the matter to avoid unnecessary complications. Designed to pressure her into making an early decision, Gu Fangzi was unable to contain her delight, masking it with a facade of gratitude. Obediently declaring that she would defer to her aunt's judgment, Wang Shur smiled and nodded, summoning Sangwon for a discussion. Sangwon's heart secretly mocked. Gu Fangzi would certainly not want her to be the one to offer this favor to Shi Fengju, nor would she allow her the opportunity to appear magnanimous and virtuous. She had long anticipated the possibility of this information leaking prematurely. So be it, whether sooner or later, it would come to pass. However, she believed it would not pose a significant challenge and promised to handle it with finesse. Gu Fangzi's countenance darkened at this remark. She was the beloved of her cousin. Wang Shur relished such affirmations, her face lighting up with joy as she nodded repeatedly. Thus, the tone of this matter was set, a mere ordinary concubine entering the household. Gu Fangzi seethed internally, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration, yet found herself powerless to intervene. After all, such matters could not be dictated by her own demands. Gu Fangzi couldn't help but think how much easier it would be if her cousin were present, as she could discuss anything with him privately. It would not be proper for her to oversee her own marriage arrangements. That would reflect poorly on us. If you trust me, I am more than willing to share your burdens, mother. Excellent. Excellent. Gu Fangzi, unable to interject, watched as Wang Shur nodded approvingly, urging Sangwon, my dear. Gu Fangzi interjected in a flurry, Sister has never managed affairs before. Can she truly handle it? If anything goes awry, it would be a disgrace to our Shi family. Furthermore, to burden my sister with my matters weighs heavily on my conscience. Wang Shi paused, contemplating, then turned to Sang Wan. She has a point. Fret not. The eldest lady may not grasp the intricacies, but if I may be so bold, I shall take charge. Though I missed the eldest masteress' wedding, your kindness is much appreciated. I thank you. Li Shi waved her hand dismissively. There is no need for thanks, Mississippi. I am simply here to serve the eldest master. Wang Shi cheerfully said, in that case, it is settled. This matter shall be entrusted to Wan Yang, and we shall surely have Auntie's support. Sang Wan quickly smiled. Rest assured, Mother, Mama is seasoned and experienced. I shall humbly seek her guidance and collaborate with her on all matters. I will fully support the eldest lady. Li Mama added. Upon hearing this, Gu Fangzi felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Unwilling to relent, the words that followed sent her into a deeper state of bewilderment. Old Li, the matron, continued, Miss, there is one more matter I must mention. The hierarchy within the household must remain intact. Once the cousin enters, she will hold the status of a concubine, with the main wife present. Wan Yang, henceforth, the affairs of the household shall be entrusted to you. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do consult with old Li and the head housekeeper. Oh, and do not forget Fangzi. She is quite familiar with the matters at hand, so you should collaborate with her. Fangzi, you must not keep anything to yourself. Her face a mask of feigned joy, sweetly adding, how could Fangzi dare to do otherwise? From now on, we shall truly be one family. Nodding with a smile, your assurance brings me peace of mind. Such a shameless woman. How could the eldest master possibly be interested in someone like her? The sedan chair must be carried out from the Gu residence. Gu Fangzi was instantly rendered speechless, trapped in her own thoughts. You are quite right, Wang said, rubbing her forehead with a chuckle. Thanks for the reminder. Otherwise, I would have completely overlooked it. It is better to have one master for each task. So, Wan Yang, rest assured, Mother, in the next couple of days, I shall make the arrangements to send my sister back. Sang Wan replied with a smile. Old Li added, before the cousin departs, please ensure the keys are handed over, and all affairs are properly settled to avoid any future complications. That is only natural. Gu Fangzi managed to force out a few words through gritted teeth, her smile betraying a hint of malice. Chapter 58. Once she enters, she shall be tamed, madam. Just wait and see. Once she steps through that door, she will be nothing but a concubine. Madam, you may adopt the demeanor of the principal wife, wielding control as you wish, and I doubt she will dare utter a single word of defiance. In the Ning garden, Li Mama declared with unbridled enthusiasm, exhibiting a sense of assuredness as if the dust had settled. When she was merely a cousin, no one could assert control over her except the first lady. To bring back more silver, to take her personal maid with her, and to avoid any conflicts with her father. Gu Fangzi nodded attentively, feeling reluctant to part ways. Aunt, do not be tempted by the coolness of ice. Refrain from indulging too much. Avoid going out during the midday heat, and do not stay cooped up indoors all day. A stroll in the morning or evening would be beneficial for your health. Wang Shi, feeling equally reluctant, took her hand and smiled. All right, Aunt understands. Indeed, you are the one I am closest to. Go home well. Rest assured, Aunt will not let you suffer. She added with a laugh, next time we meet. I have been looking forward to that day. With that, she hurriedly took her leave amidst Wang Shi's joyful laughter. Upon returning to the peony courtyard, she found 2 or 3 managing matrons waiting for her. They hurried forward to greet her and offer smiles, each with matters to report or items to collect. Gu Fangzi mustered her spirits and attended to them one by one. The matrons, eager to curry favor with the future aunt, showered her with compliments as if they were flowing freely. If it were any other time, Gu Fangzi would have beamed with joy, her entire being radiating satisfaction. However, Sang Wan accepted this assurance and set the matter aside for the moment. Just then, a servant announced at the second gate, the maternal relatives of the first lady have arrived. Gu Fangzi, still harboring resentment towards Sang Wan, snapped, what is it now? Have they brought any news? The servant chuckled. They say they are just passing by to see the first lady. Such flattering words. The servant dared not speak further, chuckling awkwardly as she tried to appease. Why are you still here? Do you expect our young lady to invite you in for tea? Lan Xiang scolded the servant, who stood motionless. Internally mocking, the servant replied respectfully, I have yet to seek the young lady's wishes. Gu Fangzi again glared, impatiently insisting, Do you not have ears? Did you not hear what Lanxiang said? Hurry along. I am busy and have no time for your trivialities. The servant inwardly cursed her luck. 5 taels for the second uncle, and I shall not trouble the first lady. Go on, go on. Gu Fangzi waved her hand dismissively. The servant, having received her order, turned to leave. Unbeknownst to her, the servant encountered Hongya on her way and casually shared the news, which Hongya hurriedly relayed to Sangwon. Go and see what is happening. I shall follow shortly. Lu Yu agreed, then added with a smile, Madam, you have misheard. It is not the eldest uncle, but the second uncle. What? Sangwon's expression shifted dramatically, nearly causing her to leap up, her gaze locking on Hongya as she demanded, You did not mishear? Send a servant to chase after him. Go quickly. Luya had never witnessed Sangwon in such a fluster and felt her own panic rise, exclaiming, All right, as she dashed outside. Let us hurry. Sangwon disregarded the bewildered expressions of Hongya, Xingji, and others, rushing out. It was the second brother. The second brother has come. Passing through Qingzhou to bid her farewell. Unbeknownst to him, he was met with ridicule from Gu Fangzi and the Shi family, and in a fit of anger, he departed. The following day, news of a tragedy reached her. The boat he had taken encountered an accident on the canal, resulting in his drowning. This time, glanced at him and stuffed 2 pieces of silver into his hand, saying, Uncle, take this and hurry along. The first lady is busy and cannot see you. Sang Yufei stood in shock. Did my sister truly say that? He asked, his tone flat. He did not believe a word. The servant's demeanor did not inspire trust. Besides, he knew his sister's character all too well. What kind of talk is that, uncle? Gu Fangzi had instructed that anyone visiting, especially from the Sang family, should be reported to her first. Lu Mama had merely gone to inform, expecting a reward, only to be met with reprimand. At this moment, and turned on his heel to leave. Madame Lu stood momentarily stunned, letting out a dismissive humph, as she weighed the silver in her hand, satisfied and tucking it into her waistband, thinking, No need to beg. I don't want your charity. Money is still money. When Lu Yu rushed over, panting, Sang Yufei had already departed. Oh dear, Miss Lu, what has happened? Madame Lu inquired, noticing Lu Yu's frantic look as she surveyed the surroundings. Gasping for breath, Lu Yu clutched her and asked, Where is the second uncle? Where has he gone? Madame Lu inwardly cursed her own folly, wishing she could slap herself. What business did she have to speak with Hongya? She quickly deflected, Second uncle? What second uncle? I know nothing. I mean the second uncle from the eldest lady's household. Where is he? Has he left? Madame Lu was not afraid of Lu Yu. Madame Lu felt a surge of anger, thinking to herself, why was everyone taking their frustrations out on her today? Taking advantage of Sangwon's lack of authority in household matters, she replied with a frosty demeanor, He just left a little while ago. Sangwon shot her a fierce glare and instructed Lu Yu, You go personally. I don't care what means you use. Bring the second uncle back immediately. Hurry. Yes. Found herself in a state of panic upon encountering the unexpected presence of Lady Sang. She feigned composure and forced a smile, inquiring. Xingji adopted a stern expression and reprimanded Madame Lu. How dare you? Does the matron owe you an explanation for her actions? At a loss for words. Sending a shiver through Madame Lu. What instructions does the matron have? Ignoring Madame Lu, Lady Sang proceeded toward the nearby Baoxia Hall. Xingji barked at Madame Lu. Madame Wu's expression shifted slightly as she cast a glance at Madame Lu. A mere word from Madame Wu could lead to serious repercussions for Madame Lu, and hurriedly knelt to plead for mercy, insisting, It was not my doing. It was the cousin who ordered 5 taels of silver to be given to the second uncle. Have the audacity to lie without a shred of preparation. If my maternal family has visitors, it is only natural they seek me out. How could it possibly pertain to the cousin? She is not a fool to give such illogical orders. Even if she did, it would be to instruct you to report to me in Ningyuan. I did not lie. It is the absolute truth. Madame Lu retorted, her voice trembling. Still so obstinate. Lady Sang's fury ignited further as she pointed at her. I can see you're losing your wits. Shall I summon the cousin to confront you directly? She would never admit to such matters. Not to mention, she had no evidence to support her claims. Offending Gu Fangzi would ensure her downfall, and her entire family would suffer the consequences. I am foolish. I am truly foolish. I must have been bewitched to speak such nonsense. Please, madam, show mercy. I shall not dare again. Madame Lu wailed, slapping her face repeatedly as she pleaded desperately. Lady Sang furrowed her brow and exchanged a knowing glance with Xingji. The latter, her expression hardening, chastised, silence. What kind of behavior is this before the matron? Do we have no decorum in this household? Madame Lu instinctively shrank back, bowing low to the ground, silenced and begging with her eyes for Lady Sang's forgiveness. Despite her usually placid demeanor, Lady Sang was not one to let such insolence slide. If she were to forgive Madame Lu so easily, her future would be far from secure. Maintaining her stern expression, she directed her icy gaze toward Madame Wu. Madame Wu quickly stepped forward, acknowledging, "It was my failure to supervise, allowing my subordinates to offend the matron." Having a good rapport with Li Mama, Madame Wu was well aware that Lady Sang was soon to take charge of the household. Noticing Lady Sang's silence, she understood that she was poised to make an example of Madame Lu, and thus seized the opportunity to offer her own judgment. Madame Lu has acted foolishly. Even if she wished to advocate for Madame Lu, doing so would indirectly validate Madame Lu's claims, which would be a blow to her own reputation. Yet, her silence would be interpreted as tacit acknowledgement of Madame Lu as a scapegoat, leading others to be less inclined to assist her in the future. Conversely, Lady Sang not only established her authority, deterring others from underestimating her, but also demonstrated the grace of a primary wife toward a concubine, compelling the cousin to owe her a debt of gratitude. Finally, upon seeing that Luya had successfully reunited with the second brother, Lady Sang breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Second brother, how is it that you come to see me yet depart without a word?" Sang Yufei felt a twinge of embarrassment, not wishing to dwell on matters that might trouble his sister, and merely chuckled awkwardly. "I had no pressing matters and feared you were busy, so I thought it best to leave it be. Even so, you are still my brother." Lady Sang chided playfully. "Given your upcoming examination, it's only right that I see you off properly." With an authoritative tone, she insisted, "Second brother, you must stay with me for several days." Sang Yufei had intended to refuse, but upon seeing his sister's puffed cheeks in mock anger, he couldn't bear to disappoint her. Moreover, Shirlian appeared lost in thought but quickly shook her head with a smile. "Mother is chatting with Granny Jiang. She is quite well. Sister-in-law, please go ahead. I wouldn't want to take up your time. I'll come find you later." Lady Sang nodded, smiling as she watched Shirlian depart before leading Sang Yufei inside. Wang Shi, noticing Sang Yufei's handsome demeanor and refined manners, felt a sense of fondness bloom in her heart. She greeted him warmly, and, "I wish my Sanlang could be as accomplished." Sang Wan smiled faintly, while Sang Yufei found himself in a state of bemusement. "With your kind words, Aunt, should I achieve success in my examinations, I shall certainly pay you another visit." Sang Yufei replied with a respectful bow and a smile. "Indeed, indeed." Mrs. Wang nodded, her expression warm. "As relatives, we ought to maintain close ties, even if things do not go as planned. Your second uncle is still quite young. Next time he visits, do give us a heads up. Your second uncle certainly knows how to flatter. If such a day arrives, I shall surely be unable to sleep from joy." She continued, her smile turning wistful. "He is only 16 this year, still a bit young. Perhaps we should let him try again next year, and I hope your second uncle will offer him guidance then." Sang Yufei readily agreed with a smile. Sang Wan stifled a laugh, thinking it amusing that her elder brother was so adept at flattery, bringing her mother-in-law such delight. "Mother," Sang Wan seized the opportunity to suggest, "since the journey back is tiresome, I believe it would be best for my brother to stay with us a few more days." Before she could finish, Mrs. Wang eagerly nodded, "Absolutely, absolutely. Since there is still ample time, let your second uncle stay a few more days. Please make yourself at home. Whatever you need, just let your sister know." Chapter 60. The importance of adhering to rules. As Sang Yufei invited Sang Wan to Ning Garden, she smiled faintly, yet before she could exchange pleasantries, she noticed her second brother's expression darkening as he questioned her. "Wan Yang, are you concealing something from us?" Sang Wan was taken aback, realizing that us referred to him, her elder brother, and sister-in-law. Why would her second brother say such a thing? "I am perfectly well," Sang Wan replied with a smile. "Second brother?" she inquired, forcing a smile. At that moment, the Sang family was still unaware that Gu Fengzi was about to arrive. Wang Shi, who typically shunned responsibility, her elder brother's wife, had inadvertently let slip some information to her sister-in-law, who was known for her loose tongue. It was likely that she had told her second brother everything. Sang Wan replied calmly, "Currently, it is my mother-in-law's niece who assists her in managing affairs in our household. It is inevitable that some ignorant individuals may not regard me properly. I have already dealt with that servant harshly." She then recounted the outcome of the confrontation to Sang Yufei. "I am usually of good temperament, but that foolish person took my kindness for weakness, leading to today's incident." I believe that such occurrences will not happen again. After a moment of contemplation, Sang Yufei seemed to accept her explanation, smiling. So that is how it is. I can rest easy now. Sang Wan replied, I am an adult now. What is there to worry about? If I still need both brothers and my sister-in-law to be concerned about everything, I truly, as she thought of how much her brothers and sister-in-law cared for her. Is it not natural for your siblings to care for and cherish you? If you were to marry poorly, how would we explain ourselves to our parents in the afterlife? For her joy was not solely her own, but also intertwined with that of her beloved, blood-related family. Thank you, second brother. Becoming estranged from their elder brother. Second brother, Sang Wan exclaimed, feeling even more embarrassed, and they both burst into laughter. Sang Yufei subtly sensed that something was amiss with the niece, but as a man, he refrained from gossiping about an unmarried young lady. Instead, he offered Sang Wan some veiled advice. She responded with laughter, yet her heart was troubled. Time was passing, and she wondered how she would eventually broach the subject. Sang Yufei stayed at the Shi residence for 3 days, and on the 3rd day, a large ship was set to sail for Hangzhou. Sang Wan instructed the steward to book a first-class cabin, allowing her to let Sang Yufei depart with peace of mind, ignoring his objections, regardless of his displeasure, and of course, offered generous rewards. Sang Yufei could not comprehend her overzealous concern, attributing it to her anxiety regarding his exams. Despite feeling the pressure, he was warmed by her care, transforming that pressure into motivation, declaring, Wan Yang, do not worry. I will surely achieve great success. Sang Wan quickly replied. Only the idea of the 2 servants accompanying him eased her mind somewhat, as Granny Li was already eagerly anticipating the opportunity to assert her authority over Gu Fangzi, so Sang Wan entrusted the entire matter to her. Granny Li, having received Sang Wan's approval and having cleared it with Wang Shi, confidently took charge. The exquisite porcelain and jade ornaments originally in Peony Courtyard were removed and replaced with ordinary items. All the Wang Wali furniture was substituted with common fir wood furniture. The only exception was the treasured inlaid bed, which was preserved for Shi Fengju's use. All curtains and decorative fabrics in vibrant red were changed to pale pink or light blue, and the material quality was also downgraded. Granny Li asserted that this was the appropriate treatment for a concubine, adding that had she not been a niece, she would not even have the privilege of residing in such a spacious courtyard. Implicitly, she conveyed that the treatment was already exceedingly generous. Regarding the invitation of guests for a banquet, Granny Li claimed that the Shi family had already celebrated the marriage of the eldest son earlier that year. If anyone were to speak ill of favoritism towards a concubine over a wife, who knows what the matron would say? She added gravely. Our people of propriety and cannot allow ourselves to be ridiculed. The young lady speaks wisely. Thus, I shall give instructions for preparations accordingly. Li Mama's face broke into a joyful smile. Ah, dear elder sister, you have worked hard. Not at all. It is the young lady who overwhelms me. The two exchanged knowing smiles. Shi Fengju had originally sent a message indicating he would return in late July, but unexpectedly, due to unforeseen circumstances, he would not arrive until early August. The auspicious date was set for early August. Upon hearing this, Wang could not help but feel anxious, considering the time. There was no longer a need to heed her niece's suggestion of surprising her son. She promptly instructed someone to urgently inform Shi Fengju of this matter, insisting he return before August 6th, no matter what. As for the Sang family, they could no longer delay. Wang had no choice but to send Sang Wan back to inform Sang Hong and Fong. Sang Wan, feeling helpless, complied. Upon receiving the news, began to scoff derisively. I knew it, just as I suspected. Following Fong's suggestion, the Sang family felt compelled to confront the matter directly. Sang Hong lamented deeply. Chapter 61. I shall serve as a maid in your household. Madame Fong cast a scornful glance at him. You are being foolish. What kind of woman would rush to have a man break off an engagement? Especially from a family like the Shi's, with a man of such virtue as Shi Fengju. If even the Shi family were to withdraw, who else would dare to marry her? One must harbor suspicions. To be wary of a cousin destined to become a concubine is a reason that would not even be entertained by others. Every young master has his share of wives and concubines, after all. Madame Fong glared at her husband and then expressed her dissatisfaction with Sang Wan. Even so, you need not be so virtuous. Could you not wait a year or two before allowing her to enter the household? Why the rush? Aren't you just embarrassing yourself? Regarding my mother-in-law, Madame Fong exchanged a knowing glance with Sang Hong, both understanding Sang Wan's underlying meaning. How outrageous. Madame Fong gritted her teeth, Your mother-in-law seems amiable. Moreover, Gu Fengzi is not young anymore. So, that is no excuse for her impatience. Madame Fong scoffed. No matter how you spin it, I cannot swallow this indignity. Sister-in-law. She could not help but burst into tears. Seeing her distress, Madame Fong felt a pang of sympathy and sorrow. Her heart softened. You can assert your position as the rightful mistress. Sang Hong interjected. I think Feng Jiu is quite decent, and your mother-in-law does not seem insincere. After all, Gu Fengzi is her own niece. Wan Yang, you ought to consider the elders' feelings. Creating too much tension would not bode well for you. What nonsense, Madame Fong retorted. They have pushed us to this point, and you still speak in their favor, asking Wan Yang to endure. I say we should not be polite to her at all. Sang Hong frowned. What do you understand? Wan Yang must live her life. While you may feel vindicated now, how will you live in the future? That said, I have little hope for the eldest brother, but I do hope your second brother can succeed in the upcoming exams and become a Jin Shi. When that day comes, not even Gu Fengzi or the entire Shi family would dare to mistreat you. Madame Fong fell silent for a moment, then nodded. That last sentiment holds some merit. If my second brother becomes an official, who would dare to look down upon the Sang family? Sang Wan felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and warmth, saying, Elder brother, if I do not go, they might think the Sang family has no one left. Sang Hong chose to remain silent. On the 6th day of the 8th month. What brings her here? Sang Wan quickly raised her handkerchief to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes and stood up. Sister Ro. Sang Wan greeted politely with a smile. Sang Ro, taken aback, rushed forward to grasp Sang Wan's wrist, smiling. Sister, it has been so long. Ah, Ro. Is there something you need? Madame Fong inquired, rubbing her hands on her clothing. Hee. I noticed the carriage of Sister Wan had arrived and thought it had been ages since we last met, so I came to chat. Sang Ro's smile appeared somewhat forced. Both Sang Wan and Madame Fong exchanged glances of amusement. The carriage had intentionally stopped in a concealed location, as Sang Wan wished to avoid her uncle's family. After discussing matters with her brother and sister-in-law, she had planned to leave, yet Sang Ro had spotted her. Madame Fong chuckled. My, Ro, your instincts are sharper than ever. She would likely have to sit and make small talk later. Oh dear. Cousin, sister-in-law, you are busy. Sang Ro's eyes brightened, her face aglow. It left Sang Wan feeling uneasy. Now, witnessing Sang Ro's rigid smile and her attempts to please, though clumsy, only heightened that discomfort. With a sigh, she lamented, You have indeed endured hardships, but now you have such a good place to belong. Your life is one of enjoyment. Unlike me, I fear I may suffer my entire life without respite. I ask for nothing more than to endure less punishment and have a stable life. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she raised a hand to wipe them away. That cannot be. You are the biological daughter of my uncle. He will surely care for you. For the sake of the Sang family's honor, he cannot neglect you. Sang Wan, with parched lips, managed to squeeze out a faint smile and offered her encouragement. However, Sang Ro stiffened at once, experiencing a sudden sense of enlightenment. Indeed, how had she never considered this before? She believed that once their father realized this, he would certainly take a moment to ponder. Though he was avaricious, still so young, how could she speak such words? Youth? This remark struck a nerve with Sang Ro, causing her tone to turn acerbic. Why don't you speak to my father about letting me work as a maid in the Shi household? After all, we are sisters, and I could assist you. She was her cousin, and their fathers were full-blooded brothers. The notion of becoming a maid in the Shi household was simply absurd. This cannot be. You are my elder sister. How could you even consider working as a maid in the Shi family? Sang Wan quickly responded with a smile. Under Sang Ro's almost predatory gaze, she felt an inexplicable pressure. If not a maid, perhaps a housekeeper would suffice. Sang Ro's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. My mother-in-law is managing the household, and besides, the housekeepers in the Shi family are all born and raised within the family, having worked their way up over the years. And do not mention that we are sisters. Please, dear sister, do me this kindness, will you? Sang Wan felt a surge of anger and suppressed a cold laugh. What would become of my reputation if this spread? Wouldn't it suggest that I, Sang Wan, am heartless and demeaning towards my own sister? I cannot bear such disgrace. Cousin, how about this? The Shi family possesses numerous enterprises. Could you kindly introduce me to any position that requires female workers? I assure you, I will work diligently and never mention our relationship. I just wish to earn my own living, truly. I promise I won't bring you shame. Enough already. As long as her father and mother were around, any aspirations she held would remain unfulfilled. Her father only recognized money, and perhaps she could convince him to agree. But she knew she could never deceive her mother. "Where have you been, you wretched girl? Hurry back and tend to the fire and prepare the meals. There are countless chores awaiting your attention, yet you dawdle. Do you expect me to serve you?" Li's sharp and coarse voice echoed through the courtyard, accompanied by the sound of her angry footsteps. Was this truly how an elder should speak? Sang-won felt her anger rise as she glanced at Sang-ro. Some people simply evoke pity for their misfortunes while eliciting frustration for their lack of ambition. Before Fong could intervene, Li rushed in, seizing Sang-ro by the ear. "Have you ascended to a higher branch and forgotten your elders?" Sang-ro, sensing the precariousness of her situation, forced a smile and replied. She smiled broadly. "I knew Arwan is the most respectful and dutiful to her elders. If it weren't for some encouragement, she would have visited long ago." She turned and jabbed a finger at Sang-ro's forehead, scolding, "What are you still doing standing there? Are you waiting for the new year? Hurry back and fetch your father and sister for dinner. You need not linger here. Go eat something and get to work. The vegetable patch at Donglong still needs tending. Do you think rice falls from the sky?" Sang-ro seethed with resentment but dared not retort against Li. Instead, she cast a fleeting, desperate glance towards Sang-won. Sang-won pretended not to notice, lowering her gaze to her tea. This was her brother and sister-in-law's home. It was not her place to intervene. Moreover, she did not wish to entangle herself in the affairs of the second household. Seeing that Sang-won had not acknowledged her plea, Sang-ro felt a pang of disappointment and hastily turned to flee before Li could unleash another round of fury. "I say, Won, why have you returned? Did you bring us gifts?" Li chuckled as she took a seat. She attempted to call Fong for tea, only to realize Fong had already disappeared into the kitchen. Not daring to ask Sang-won to serve tea, nor openly command Luya, she cleared her throat and signaled for Luya, who remained unresponsive to her cues. Li's words no longer stirred any emotion in Sang-won. Engaging in their quarrels was simply pointless. She managed a faint smile and replied. Felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. The rice and chicken in her mouth suddenly tasted like ash. Sang-won successfully completed the task assigned by Wong and returned to report. Upon hearing that Sang-won's sister-in-law intended to visit for a celebratory drink, Wong was overjoyed, repeatedly expressing gratitude, saying that her in-laws were exceedingly courteous and instructing Sang-won to host them well. Sang-won readily agreed. However, just 2 days later, Lan-seong, Wong and Sang-won were both taken aback, their emotions starkly contrasting. Gu-jin is dead? How could this happen? Wong stammered in disbelief. Lan-seong wiped her tears and explained, the other day, old Master Gu got drunk and fell, hitting his head against a rock, and he died. Oh, what other family members does the Gu family have? Your cousin is young and has never experienced such a loss. She must be in despair. Yes, you are right. The Gu family has no one capable of handling this. Jiang Mama, please arrange for 2 experienced maids to accompany Fong Zi and offer her some comfort. She then instructed Lan-seong, enough with the tears. You should also go downstairs and wait for the steward to return home with you. Li Mama added a few more words of encouragement before shifting the conversation, sighing. What shall we do now? Is the matter of the cousin's marriage still on the table? Indeed, how could I have forgotten that? Wang Shi's brow furrowed in concern, feeling the weight of the situation. It is hardly fitting for a daughter to marry so soon after her father's passing. Such is not the natural order of things. What can we possibly arrange now? Wang Shi sighed, feeling defeated. Cease all preparations. We must not invite ridicule, nor is it appropriate. Understood, I shall attend to it right away. Li Mama also sighed, adding, this cousin truly has had a hard life. Wang Shi, moved by the thought, recalled how Gu Fongzi had lost her mother in childhood and now faced her father's death just before her marriage. Indeed, she had endured much misfortune. Wang Shi nodded. You speak the truth. Fongzi has suffered greatly. Li Mama remarked, let us hope that once she enters the family. Chapter 63. To endure 3 years of mourning, yes, miss. Lady Li replied and promptly withdrew. And he need not rush back, but rather complete his current tasks at leisure. Moreover, she added, do not inform him of the Gu family affairs. It would be of no assistance to him regardless. Sang-won and Lady Li both readily agreed. Their thoughts aligned. What a commotion this has stirred. Little did they know. Just as the letter was dispatched, they received news from Feng Ju. He had not penned a letter but had sent word through Qian He, who reported that the eldest master had hurried to visit his cousin and would return in a few days. Upon hearing this, Wang's expression darkened. And after a moment of silence, she unhappily inquired how the eldest master had learned of the Gu family's situation. Jianhe, sensing the lady's displeasure, straightened up and forced a smile, explaining, well, the cousin had someone waiting for the eldest master at the Qingzhou dock. After reading her letter, there's still time for this. He surely didn't intend to stay away. Look, he even sent Qianhe back to report his safety. Wang, upon hearing this, felt her anger subside slightly, and she sighed, looking at Sang Wan. Wan Yang, you are indeed a blessing. It's fortunate to have you here, otherwise, never having done anything for you. I feel quite ashamed to hear you say such things. Wang chuckled. I simply adore your gentle demeanor. It brings such comfort. Very well. Wang beamed with satisfaction, quickly advising, do not tire yourself out. Let the servants handle it. Sang Wan agreed and departed with a smile. Meanwhile, Feng Zhu's returning fleet had stopped in Jinling for some matters, only to receive Wang's instructions to return home before the 6th of August to finalize the marriage with Gu Fengzi. Feng Zhu couldn't help but exclaim, nonsense. He had promised her and agreed to a pact for a year, yet now his mother insisted on bringing his cousin into the family. How could he face Sang Wan? The thought of Sang Wan's feelings plagued him, leaving him restless and anxious, longing for wings to carry him home. However, midway through his journey, they encountered a government vessel, forcing them to wait 2 additional days before they could proceed. The delays only heightened his agitation. As the vessel docked at Qingzhou, Feng Zhu's tumultuous heart finally settled. Feng Zhu never anticipated that Gu Fengzi had sent someone to wait for him at the dock, nor could he have foreseen the contents of her letter. In her correspondence, he could not disregard her plight, thus instructing his men to return home with news of his safety while he and a few servants rushed to Gu Fengzi's residence. The members of her family dared not extend their hands toward her. They were too intimidated by the Shi family. If not for the steward's presence, she might have been sold off without hesitation. A chill coursed through her. After deep reflection, her resolve to cling to the Shi family as her lifeline solidified. Upon Feng Zhu's arrival at the Gu residence, everything proceeded smoothly with the aid of the Shi family steward, and he felt a sense of relief wash over him. The following day, Gu Jin's funeral took place, and the relatives dispersed. In the modest abode, only Gu Fengzi clad in mourning white remained, and arranged for a reliable maid to stay with my cousin. The monthly allowance will be doubled compared to what she received in the manor. The additional funds will come from my account. Feng Zhu surveyed the empty Gu household with a silent sigh. Gu Fengzi stiffened, glancing at Steward Liu and softly saying, you may leave for now. As everyone exited, Gu Fengzi called out, eldest cousin, and tears streamed down her face. Feng Er, do not cry, do not despair. Feng Zhu felt a tightness in his chest, his scalp tingling instinctively. How can I not be sad? Gu Fengzi choked, I have nothing left now. You do not even want me. What joy is there in living? What do you mean by that? Feng Zhu was taken aback, hastily replying, Feng Er, I have never said such a thing, but your actions speak otherwise. Gu Fengzi wept. Why else would you instruct Steward Liu in such a manner? Only a subtle sense of melancholy. Gu Fengzi seemed to have heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. With a sorrowful heh-heh, she asked painfully, cousin, 3 years. 3 years. Do you know how old I will be then? How could I possibly wait for 3 years? Feng Fengzhu felt a sense of disbelief, as if something within him had shattered. The cousin before him appeared so unfamiliar, so alien, that it seemed he had never truly known her. Your uncle is your biological father. How can you not mourn for him? He is not. Gu Fengzi cried out passionately, I have no such father. And now he seeks to ruin my life. I despise him. I loathe him. Feng, please calm down. Shi Fengzhu hurriedly grasped her shoulders. What will others think if they hear you? I do not care. Not in the slightest. Gu Fengzi fell into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably, clinging to him as she cried. I only care about you. I only care about you. Cousin, you cannot abandon me. You must not. I never said I would abandon you, Shi Fengzhu murmured. Gu Fengzi lifted her head from his embrace, wiped her tears, and with eyes sparkling, stated, it is not unheard of for someone to enter their home during the mourning period. Shi Fengzhu was momentarily rendered speechless. She assumed he was merely deceiving himself and felt a surge of annoyance. With a melancholic glance, she softly replied, cousin, I also know your feelings for me are genuine. That alone brings me great contentment. Chapter 64. A promise I have not forgotten. Yet you have never believed. She still did not trust him. After so many years of affection, she remained skeptical of his character. At that moment, Shi Fengzhu felt an emptiness within, an indescribable disappointment. Yet he persisted, saying, Feng, I am being sincere. Let us find a way together. I believe it is possible. 3 years from now, I will take you as my wife. Gu Fangzi was unwilling to take Shi Fengju's words to heart, dismissing them as mere attempts to delay and placate her. 3 years. She scoffed inwardly. Who could predict what the future would hold? By then, the flowers would have wilted. She feared that in 3 years, he might not even remember who she was. Nothing was more tangible than what one could hold firmly in their hands. Close by their side. Cousin, I truly have no desire to covet your rightful place as a wife. Just being with you, even as a concubine. His heart filled with confusion. She expressed satisfaction, declaring that even as a concubine, she would be content. However, he was not satisfied. He loved her and wished for her to stand alongside him as an equal, to grow old together as partners, sharing a life. If you are willing to wait 3 years until the mourning period is over, I truly can marry you. Gu Fangzi was momentarily stunned. Her gaze fixed on Shi Fengju, as if she had seen a ghost. As Shi Fengju finished speaking, he inwardly regretted his words. How could he have revealed such a thing? If this were to spread, who knew what rumors might arise? What about Sangwon? It's up to you. If Gu Fangzi truly understood Shi Fengju, she would see from his expression that his words were absolutely sincere. Yet, her mind was consumed with thoughts of her own future, leaving no room for anything else. Seeing him evade the topic, Gu Fangzi immediately concluded that he was guilty of deceiving himself. She felt a surge of frustration. To delay this matter, he would even utter such unreliable words. Men's hearts were indeed fickle. Gu Fangzi regretted her previous restraint. She should have taken decisive action before Sangwon entered the household. Cousin, I am serious. He simply felt a profound disappointment. Yes, it is my heartfelt truth. I can swear. Gu Fangzi nodded vigorously. Very well. Shi Fengju cast her a fleeting glance and sighed. His gaze calm. The exhilarating heartbeat he had felt before had vanished entirely. The following day, Shi Fengju returned to the Shi residence. Shaking his head as he stepped inside, Wang Shi was displeased with her son's behavior of not entering his own home, but rushing to Gu Fangzi's side first. Upon seeing him return with a still irate expression, she turned away and refused to speak. The subject was laid to rest. At least you're back. Go check on Wan Yang and get some rest. You've been traveling continuously and working hard for several days. You must be exhausted. Wang Shi said. Mother, there is something I wish to ask you, Shi Fengju began. We can discuss it after Fangzi completes her mourning period. Wang Shi could hardly bear to hear anyone mention this topic, even if it was her own son. It felt exceedingly awkward to her. No, Shi Fengju insisted. Let it remain as planned. We will welcome my cousin on the 6th of August. What? Shi Fengju smirked, half serious and half joking. It has been too long. She cannot wait. Wang Shi fell silent, then said, Since you have said so. It seems Fangzi shares the same sentiment. Very well. She may enter the residence within the 100 days of mourning. This is a vital rule that cannot be overlooked. After all, her father has just passed away. I understand, Shi Fengju nodded. As for Wan Yang, you can speak with her yourself. Wang Shi felt somewhat disheartened, pondering how this matter had turned out so complicated, causing her great unease. All right. Shi Fengju felt a tightness in his chest and could only nod, leaving the other arrangements to his mother. Just then, Mama Li hurried over upon hearing that Shi Fengju had returned. Wang Shi, seeing her arrival, smiled and said, This matter originally fell to Mama Li. You can consult her directly. Shi Fengju smiled and exchanged pleasantries with Mama Li before explaining the situation. Mama Li was initially taken aback. Yet she is so eager to remarry. With her tough disposition, she should be careful. What if it affects the young master? Mama Li silently regretted not conveying these sentiments to Wang Shi. Now that Wang Shi had already agreed and the young master held such an attitude, she had no choice but to swallow her words. Fortunately, the consummation would occur 3 years later, since it would be a mourning marriage and a concubine. It seemed there was no need for elaborate arrangements. There was no need for a grand banquet. On the appointed day, she wished for the night to cloak her intentions, secretly carrying Miss Gu Fangzi into the residence and confining her within the peony courtyard, never to step outside again. Indeed, it must be done. Lady Li nodded. I shall have someone arrange a chamber in the peony courtyard at once. Once the young lady arrives, we shall refer to her as young lady upon Fangzi's arrival. Your words are most fitting. It should be so. Lady Li's smile deepened. The two of them, exchanging thoughtful dialogue, left little room for Shi Fengju, who stood by, unsure of how to interject. After all, she had seemingly relinquished her claims, had she not? With their plans settled, Sangwon was entirely unaware of these developments. Her demeanor remained serene and composed. The young master has returned. Upon hearing the maid's report, Sang-won promptly went out to greet him, smiling as she ushered Shi Fengju into the house, instructing the maids to fetch water and brew tea. Shi Fengju felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over him, and he could not help but look up at her. Clad in a pale yellow embroidered dress with narrow sleeves and a flowing long skirt, her figure was slender and graceful, her movements exuding elegance. Her sparkling eyes and gentle smile conveyed an indescribable tranquility that made one forget the mundane world. "Oh, you must have had a hard time at home." Shi Fengju smiled softly and nodded. Sang-won cast him a sidelong glance, a teasing smile playing on her lips as she replied, "Oh." It was he who had misjudged the situation. After washing his hands and face, and changing his attire, the maid poured tea, prompting Shi Fengju to signal for everyone to leave. The handkerchief in Sang-won's grasp tightened inexplicably. She understood the connection of his impending words. The disturbances in the household over the past days had centered around this very matter. Won-yang, he finally found the courage to address her after several failed attempts. But the subsequent words eluded him. Sang-won gently lifted her gaze to him, her delicate complexion glowing with a subtle healthiness, reminiscent of an elegant orchid. He was not in a hurry, yet she was even less so. Regarding Feng Zi, Shi Fengju sighed, the unspoken tension palpable. Sang-won nodded, then shook her head, offering a faint smile. "I understand this matter is dictated by my mother, and it does not concern you. I hold no grievances against you. I merely wish to know your thoughts on this." His heart sank slightly. He recognized her reminder of the promise he had made to her, the vow that bound them. Guilt washed over him. Seeing his conflicted expression, Sang-won couldn't help but chuckle softly. "You need not feel guilty about this, truly. This was never your affair." Faced with her gentle smile and serene demeanor, he felt an unwillingness to act. Yet, the necessary words must be spoken. Sooner or later, Shi Fengju steeled himself. The ringing in her ears deafening, her mind blank. The figure before her became a blur. What did you say?" Sang-won struggled to ask, Is this to be 100 days of mourning upon entering? Is this your will or your mother's?" She fought to maintain the last vestiges of her composure. For her, she had long understood that despite their agreement, the parties involved were never truly equal. The concept of fairness hinged entirely upon his character. If he chose to honor the agreement, it would hold validity. If he chose to break it, it would shatter. What power did she possess? Shi Fengju, you have truly disappointed me. I have been far too naive. Won-yang, I am sorry. He felt a pang of anguish upon seeing her suddenly pale face and her struggle to maintain composure, especially after she had just smiled so gently, placing such unwavering faith in him, only for him to destroy that trust. Shi Fengju was suddenly struck by a bitter, inexplicable absurdity. He yearned for Gu Fengzi's trust, yet he knew she had never believed in him. Meanwhile, the person before him, who had always trusted him without doubt, he had cruelly let down. "I will stand up for you, Won-yang. In this household, I will not allow you to suffer." Sang-won felt a deep bitterness, mingled with humiliation. She would not do that, not even her. Sang-won chose to ignore his response, instead rising with a smile. "Congratulations, eldest master. It is merely her entering the household. Everything remains as it was," he felt compelled to explain. Yet, Sang-won had lost interest in his words. She gracefully stood. "I have instructed the servants to place the luggage you brought in the study. Lady Li personally oversaw the unloading. We are unsure of the contents and dare not disturb them. You may sort them out later. By the way, if you have any particular cravings for dinner, do tell me now so I can instruct the kitchen to prepare accordingly. If not, I shall have them follow your usual preferences. You must be weary. Perhaps it is best to rest. It seems there are still matters outside. Singji has glanced over here several times." Shi Fengju stood frozen, pondering. Is the ability to change one's demeanor an innate quality of women? Both Fengzi and Won-yang had transformed into strangers to him. Oh, then. His innate business acumen advised him that it would be prudent to avoid provoking her further. "Very well, I understand," Sang-won responded coolly. Shi Fengju managed a strained smile, retreating awkwardly. During dinner, he knew he should return to Ningyuan early to accompany Sang-won. Yet, he lacked the courage to face her. "Whatever you fancy, the eldest master has kept it in mind. The eldest master has just returned. Dear madam, you ought to show more concern for him. Why not send these grapes to the study? Engage him in conversation. These were freshly delivered from the estate today, still crisp and delightful." Nurse. Sang-won would never defy Nurse Li's wishes. Even when it came to coaxing or tempting Wang Shi, she would not disregard Nurse Li's instructions. However, today she suddenly felt a waning interest, as though what she once deemed significant had lost its importance. Nurse Lee was momentarily taken aback, sighing softly, and discreetly gestured to dismiss the others. Instead of anger, she felt a tinge of compassion. In her eyes, the madam was nothing short of admirable, with no discernible flaws. Truly perfect. Yet, such perfection lacked the warmth of humanity. Without that warmth, can one still be considered human? That is akin to a cold. Just consider that her haste to enter now will only diminish her standing further than before, and you'll realize it is indeed not a misfortune. That little vixen's intentions are clear as day to me. Ultimately, she is merely terrified that the eldest master will abandon her after 3 years of mourning. Hence her eagerness to gain entry. Just wait and see. There are so many taboos for a woman in mourning. Once she arrives, witness how I shall handle her. Her thoughts were not aligned with this, yet she struggled to articulate her feelings to Nurse Lee. Nevertheless, after hearing Nurse Lee's remarks, her previously gloomy disposition inexplicably lightened. Those unaware might think we are taking advantage of our position to bully a lonely girl. This sentiment was precisely what Lee Grandma cherished to hear. Her heart lightened, and she couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, saying, "This is why the legitimate wife is the legitimate wife, and a concubine is merely a concubine. It is indeed predestined. With your breadth of character, how could a mere concubine compare? Look, I haven't even done much, and yet you have already brought this up." Sang-won was taken aback. Momentarily at a loss, she merely wished to lead a stable life without being looked down upon. I, Sang-won, conduct myself with integrity and dignity. I am not one to seek vengeance. Madam, seeing Sang-won silent, Lee Grandma sighed again. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Do not let your heart be troubled. The eldest master's heart is surely with you. You must not cool his affections at this time. To put it grandly, he has been raised by me, and I know his temperament better than he does. Sang-won was pleased to hear this, smiling gratefully. Excellent. Grandma, then you may go. As soon as Lee Grandma left, Sang-won washed up and went to bed. Her mood was genuinely dreadful, and she wished to avoid an encounter with Shi Fengju. By the time Shi Fengju finally returned from the study to Ning Garden, Sang-won had already settled down. Hearing from the maidservants, Shi Fengju secretly breathed a sigh of relief and proceeded to wash up before entering his room. As usual, he gently retrieved the long-neglected bedding from the cabinet and carefully spread it on the floor. He glanced at the tightly drawn bed curtains, then lay down softly. From the moment he entered, Sang-won sensed him, instinctively controlling her breath as she lay still. Once everything fell silent, she gently opened her eyes. In the dim light, she could see nothing clearly, much like her current state of mind. The following morning, when Sang-won awoke, Shi Fengju had already left. She said nothing, following her routine of grooming and having breakfast. Madam, I have already instructed the servants at the peony courtyard. Would you like to go and see if everything is in order? Is there anything to be changed? Lee Grandma inquired after breakfast. Lee Grandma always executed her tasks impeccably. Sang-won couldn't help but remark. Not plain, this is considered quite good, Lee Grandma asserted firmly. In true mourning, there are no decorations at all. You see, I didn't even have the plain porcelain vases taken away. The curtains have not been changed to white either. This simple green is quite fitting. It reflects the current identity and mood of the young lady. Lee Grandma's reasoning left Sang-won in awe, making her feel increasingly that she had squandered her previous life. There are countless rules in this world. A legitimate wife wishing to manage a concubine has ample reasons to do so. Why had she been so inept as to allow Gu Fangzi to be treated so miserably? Are the bedding and cushions sufficiently thick? Mourning is one thing, but we must not let the young lady suffer from the cold. Sang-won inquired lightly. Management is management. We cannot leave room for gossip. Knowing she had worried for nothing, how could Lee Grandma allow anyone to find fault? As for the clothing, let's not prepare anything just yet. When the young lady arrives, Lee Grandma was taken aback, thinking that she should prepare plain coarse garments for Gu Fangzi. However, given Sang-won's instructions, she could not refute and could only agree. Sang-won complied, almost impatient to leave the cold and desolate room, heading towards the west wing. She casually glanced inside, observing the bare walls. Lee Grandma scoffed disdainfully, chuckling, "The madam loves lively gatherings. Prepare as you see fit. The affairs of the Gu family have nothing to do with us. Rest assured, madam." "Then I understand." Sang-won smiled. Her public inquiry was merely a precaution against Gu Fangzi using it to her advantage in the future. Upon returning to Ning Garden, Liu assisted Sang-won in changing her clothes and couldn't help but exclaim, "The young lady is so clever. I truly do not understand why she would choose to be a concubine. The madam adores her. How wonderful it would be if she were engaged as the primary wife." suddenly remembered that Gu Fangzi was a concubine under Sang Wan and couldn't help but stick out her tongue. Sang Wan merely smiled slightly. You were correct. I too. Wonder what she is thinking. Lu Yu shook her head and laughed. If it were me, even if I fell into a pit of wealth and luxury, life would not be bearable with someone above constantly suppressing me. The mere word rules could render her utterly powerless. Sang Wan felt a mixture of amusement and annoyance as she scolded. My lady, you need not worry. My lips are sealed. Within the Sure household, the stewards and managers were seasoned in their duties. Sang Wan felt a sense of relief as Li Momo nodded approvingly, and Chang Huan responded affirmatively. However, when Shi Fengju returned, he was utterly intoxicated and unconscious. Sang Wan found herself speechless, unable to suppress her irritation as she thought, does the eldest young master find joy in opposing me? Li Momo, filled with concern, quickly ordered someone to fetch water to wash his face and personally prepared a hangover remedy. The entire room bustled for a considerable time before they finally managed to settle him. Observing Shi Fengju's flushed face and heavy eyelids, she ordered Lu Ya and Hong Yi, please tidy up the east room and lay out the bedding. I shall sleep there tonight. You two remain outside to keep watch. And Lu Ya and the others turned to her expectantly. Madam, the young master is calling for you. Li Momo, noticing her dazed state, could not help but remind her. Shi Fengju suddenly grasped her hand tightly, mumbling incoherently, Wan Yang, I'm sorry, don't be angry, don't, go. You may go, I will be fine here. Li Momo was more than happy to hear this, cheerfully leading everyone out and gently closing the door. Sang Wan sighed silently, pulling her hand away with force. However, Shi Fengju's grip was like iron, and despite her efforts, she could not escape. Frustrated, she began to pry his fingers off one by one. Perhaps feeling the discomfort, Shi Fengju finally let go, and Sang Wan rubbed her reddened wrist, relieved. Unexpectedly, he seized her wrist again, suddenly opening his eyes and gazing at her, saying, Wan Yang, please do not be angry. I am sorry. I'm not angry, Sang Wan replied, suppressing her irritation. Please let go of me. Really? His drunken eyes brightened, a hint of a smile gracing his handsome face. Wan Yang is not angry anymore. If you do not release me, it will be too late. Ah, what are you doing? Sang Wan exclaimed in exasperation, her voice lowered to avoid drawing attention. Yet, he pulled her forcefully, causing her to topple onto the bed, dizzy and overwhelmed as he pressed down upon her. Shi Fengju, get off, get off. He lay heavily on her, his head nestled in her neck, his breath warm and cool against her skin. Sang Wan's heart raced, her face flushed. Shi Fengju, Shi Fengju. In the next moment, where would he be? Sang Wan closed her eyes, relinquishing these thoughts, and drifted into a slumber. As dawn broke, the bedroom brightened. The grand bed had never belonged to him, and he was genuinely bewildered. His gaze shifted slowly, landing on a pale, tear-streaked face with eyes that hinted at resentment. Sang Wan, weary, closed her eyes, her small face showing signs of tears and paleness. She weakly pulled the quilt over herself and murmured, Please leave. I wish to lie down a bit longer. Wan Yang. Shi Fengju's lips moved, nodding solemnly. Then I shall step out. You rest. As he turned to leave, he couldn't help but glance back at Sang Wan, who lay facing inward, his emotions swirling within him. Regret was undeniable, accompanied by an inexplicable sweetness and deep concern. What had he done? He had a contract with her. How could he so shamelessly take advantage of her? Now, it was disastrous, in her eyes. What difference was there between him and a scoundrel? The thought of how she would perceive him, the realization of how he appeared in her eyes. The maids were indifferent to his late rise. However, they were puzzled to find the young master, who had been drunk, awake, while the young mistress remained asleep. Shi Fengju felt a twinge of guilt, clearing his throat awkwardly. The young mistress is exhausted. Do not disturb her. Let her rest a bit longer. The maids nodded in understanding, responding softly, and proceeded to assist Shi Fengju with his morning routine. Yet Li Momo remained unconvinced, insisting on bringing him a hangover remedy, compelling him to drink it before she would relent. His thoughts complex as he waved his hand. Bring it up first. For the young mistress. He was struck by the realization that he had no idea what she liked to eat or her preferences, remembering how she meticulously arranged his meals. Serve it to her when she wakes. Everyone was taken aback. When did the young master start caring about such trivial matters? The sudden silence made Shi Fengju feel extremely awkward, and he cleared his throat uncomfortably. The others snapped out of their daze. Li Momo quickly scolded. What are you all standing around for? Did you not hear the young master? Hurry and go. Yes. They hurriedly dispersed. Shi Fengju ate his breakfast absent-mindedly. No, I enjoyed it. But young master, you have barely eaten, Li Momo said, worried. It must be because of last night's excess. Red Leaf, bring another bowl of hangover remedy. At the mention of it, Shi Fengju felt dizzy. The taste of the remedy was truly dreadful. Being forced to drink bowl after bowl. The young mistress must be exhausted from taking care of you. It is good for you to keep her company. Shi Fengju agreed with a smile and turned back toward the bedroom. Sangwon remained lying on her side, and upon hearing movement, she slightly raised an eyebrow and softly called out, Luya? It's me. Shi Fengju approached and sat at the edge of the bed. Sangwon's body stiffened. I will take responsibility for what happened last night. What? Sangwon sat up abruptly, her beautiful starry eyes glistening with a mist of confusion. What did you say? He declared fervently. After uttering those words, a sense of relief washed over him, as if he had shed a heavy boulder that had long burdened his heart. No. Sangwon's gaze turned frosty as she lowered her eyes and replied coolly, I do not understand what the eldest son is implying. What responsibility? How does this concern me? Wanyang, I realize I was intoxicated last night, and should not have. You were indeed drunk last night. Sangwon interrupted him, her voice steady. You were so inebriated that you lost all sense of yourself, and subsequently fell asleep, and that is all there is to it. Shouldn't she be pleased? Hearing him say such things should relieve her of future worries and concerns about the Sang family being maligned. Yet, she remained unwilling. She did not wish to endure such entanglement and suffering once more in this second life. What use were his sweet words? She believed him, but Gu Fengzi had the means to compel him to act against his will. As long as Gu Fengzi remained, tranquility would forever elude her in this household. She did not want to battle her for a lifetime. It was too exhausting. Why must she? You were still angry with me, aren't you? Shi Fengju exclaimed. Located in the commercial heart of Qingzhou, he found himself sharing drinks with a tall, handsome gentleman clad in a deep blue robe adorned with subtle patterns. This gentleman, with piercing eyes and well-defined brows, was none other than Zhuang Weixian. It was indeed a peculiar situation. Their mothers were at odds, embroiled in a relentless feud. Yet the two men shared a profound camaraderie. On this occasion, had it not been for Madame Zhuang insisting that her son remain behind to court a potential match. It was tragic that such a refined lady was destined to be wed to a man whose heart was already claimed. Isn't it your childhood's sweetheart who's about to enter the household? Sweetheart. Fenger. Shi Fengju paused, a smirk forming on his lips. I nearly forgot. Yes. Shi Fengju merely shook his head with a smile, idly toying with the jade cup in his hands, admiring the intricate floral carvings. Zhuang Weixian sensed a shift in the atmosphere and inquired, What troubles you? Has something occurred? Shi Fengju slowly set down the jade cup, regarding Zhuang Weixian with earnestness. It would be foolish to critique a brother's woman. Moreover, he recognized that Shi Fengju was clearly inebriated, and should he speak out of turn, do you not already have a wife? Your cousin is to become a concubine? Shi Fengju smiled faintly, shaking his head, not quite. Why the reluctance? Fengzi is quite a commendable young woman, Zhuang Weixian remarked with a sigh, surrendering. She simply is not my type. Is that answer satisfactory? Yet inwardly he mused how she was aware of his engagement, yet still pursued him without reservation. Such a woman displayed a lack of moral integrity worthy of disdain. Contemplating, what if you discovered that the person you have cherished for many years is not at all the type you truly desire? Simple. Then we part ways. As merchants, we are not bound by such archaic conventions. Zhuang Weixian responded casually, only then realizing the implications of his words as he scrutinized Shi Fengju. Pray tell, why do you still welcome her into your home? She is your cousin. After all, can you bear to see her suffer? Shi Fengju shook his head. He understood the delicacy of the matter and jested. Well then, since she insists, why do you remain troubled? Simply welcome her and provide for her. Your family can surely accommodate another. Foolishness. Shi Fengju retorted with a playful glare, though a smile lingered on his face. Indeed, he could provide for her. Yet, not even Zhuang Weixian. As the fiery liquor coursed down his throat, Shi Fengju made a silent vow. He would not easily let her go. That night, desiring not to disturb Sangwon, he instructed Chang Huan to escort him directly to the study. Chang Huan, recognizing the gravity of the situation, complied without question, hastily informing Ning Yuan of Shi Fengju's condition. By the time they arrived, Sangwon had already retired for the evening. Madame Li promptly led the way to the study, her heart heavy with concern, and prepared a restorative concoction for him. instructing Luya to remain with a maid to attend to Shi Fengju. Under normal circumstances, the affair would have concluded there. However, the following day, upon learning of the events, Wang Shi grew increasingly discontent. Her son was typically composed, rarely returning home in such a state of drunkenness, let alone for 2 consecutive nights. Wang Shi naturally thought of Sang Wan, concluding that she must have quarreled with him, causing his distress and subsequent indulgence in drink. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, and the more she worried for her son, the more her ire turned towards Sang Wan. What does it matter if he takes a concubine? Sang Wan discerned the tension in Wang Shi's face and the stiffness in her tone. Confused, she replied with a forced smile. He said he was dining with friends. My son has married a wife who is no better than having none at all, devoid of anyone to share in the warmth of understanding. Had it not been for Lady Li yesterday, just imagine how much he would have suffered through the night. What if he caught a chill and fell ill? How would you bear that in your heart? The more Wang expressed her grievances, the more her heart ached, her countenance darkening further. Mother, the daughter-in-law acknowledges her mistakes. She finally comprehended that she truly had no right to sulk or indulge in petulance. Could it be that his leniency towards her had fostered such confusion in her temperament? When did my son become such a drinker? Wan Yang, I know you harbor resentment. Though you might not voice it, your heart surely bears such thoughts. Yet you cannot continue this uproar endlessly. Fengju has endured several arduous months away from home. Upon returning, instead of properly attending to him, you choose to sulk and irritate him. Is this how a daughter-in-law should conduct herself? Do you not feel any compassion for your husband? Sang Wan, both embarrassed and angry. I truly did not. Wang's ire intensified. I know my son best. If he were not troubled. Wang was momentarily rendered speechless. Though vexed by Sang Wan's retort, she had calmed slightly, absorbing a few of her words. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Sang Wan pressed on. Mother, I truly bear no objections regarding my cousin's entry into the family, as the eldest daughter-in-law of the Shi family. If I were to be angered by this, I would have expressed my indignation long ago. Why would I wait until now? Wang fell silent. Whenever my husband goes out for social gatherings, I shall ensure to inquire thoroughly. If he fails to return by late evening, I will send someone to check on him. And if you investigate too much, it would only embarrass him. If he returns late again, just wait for him. And if he comes back drunk, you must advise him. You are indeed thoughtful, mother. I have taken your words to heart and assure you that there will be no next time. Sang Wan quickly offered her praise while expressing her determination. Wang sighed and waved her hand. Enough. You may rise. No need to kneel. It is good that you understand. What harm is there in them returning home late once in a while? If they work so hard outside, they deserve to relax at home. And it is our duty to care for them. Do you not feel compassion for your own husband? Sang Wan thought to herself that it was not her concern if he felt compassion, yet she obediently expressed her agreement, rising gently and reiterating her resolve, which finally eased Wang's expression. Jiang Momo observed quietly, secretly amazed at Sang Wan's ability to calm the matriarch's temper with just a few words. As a seasoned confidant, just as this conversation concluded, Shi Fengju received news from Li Momo and hurried over. Upon noticing the lack of the tense atmosphere he had anticipated, he quietly exhaled and approached Sang Wan with a smile, greeting his mother. Wang's earlier ire flared up again. What is going on with you? You are not someone who enjoys drinking. This has never happened before. What happened? Wang inquired, now wanting to understand the situation. Nothing much. Shi Fengju replied casually with a smile. It was just that I met an old friend, and in a moment of joy, I ended up drinking a bit too much. That is a lie. Wang retorted. Did we not just gather a few days ago? Why did you gather again yesterday? Shi Fengju had no choice but to explain. Was feeling a bit down and insisted I keep him company for drinks. Before I knew it, I was quite tipsy. He laid the blame entirely on Zhuang Weixian. Hearing that he had been with the Zhuang family made Wang even less pleased, and she scoffed. There is not a decent person among them, and yet you are so fond of associating with their young master. I suspect he has no good intentions. Fearing his mother would continue her tirade, he rubbed his forehead, feigning discomfort. Seeing this, Wang immediately grew concerned. Is your head still hurting? Unable to restrain herself, she scolded Zhuang Weixian again before urging Shi Fengju to rest. He complied and stood up, casting a glance at Sang Wan. Wan Yang, you should return as well. Noticing her serene beauty, which inexplicably left him feeling a sense of loss. Wait, Wang suddenly called out, turning to Shi Fengju. Even if you returned late yesterday. Her palms tightening. Shi Fengju chuckled awkwardly. To be honest, I simply intended to rest in the study for a while before heading back to Ningyuan. but I ended up falling asleep. Really? Wang's suspicious gaze darted between them. Were you two not quarreling? How could that be? Shi Fengju laughed, wanting to reassure Wang. He placed his hand lightly on Sang Wan's shoulder, pulling her slightly closer. Wan Yang has such a gentle disposition. How could she ever quarrel with me? Besides, your son is not that sort of person. We are perfectly fine, are we not, Wan Yang? Sang Wan reluctantly lifted her gaze to meet his, nodding with a smile. Mother. Truly, we are well. That is good. Wang finally felt reassured, though her impatience surfaced. There have been too many matters lately, leaving me quite disturbed. Sang Wan noticed Shi Fengju's arm still resting on her shoulder. She paused and glanced at him, her expression laced with playful reproach, causing a warmth to spread within him. Fearing he might irritate her further, he awkwardly chuckled and withdrew his hand. I apologize for dragging you into this. Mother means well but often speaks without thinking. It seemed that his tolerance had indeed grown, emboldening him. After the earlier incident, she realized that her unthinking actions could lead to reprimands from her mother-in-law. Thus, and Gu Fangzi would pose no threat to her. On that day, early in the morning, Gu Fangzi left her family's small courtyard, first taking a carriage and, in the afternoon, switching to a small palanquin outside Qingzhou City. Seeing the simple, undecorated palanquin awaiting her, Gu Fangzi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The two maids sent to fetch her were dressed in plain blue and green garments, devoid of any festive adornments. Even their hair was unadorned by a single red flower, further deepening her displeasure. Aunt Wu, who arranged this palanquin? Gu Fangzi asked with a frown. Aunt Wu replied, it was arranged by Li Momo, as approved by the eldest madam. Oh, Gu Fangzi replied coldly. What does the madam and the eldest young master intend? Did they say anything? The madam had always been sensitive to matters of death, as Gu Fangzi surely knew. This matter was entrusted entirely to the eldest madam and Li Momo, and the madam did not inquire further. Aunt Wu responded flatly. I knew my aunt was unaware of this. Surely, that wretched Sang Wan is trying to humiliate me. How dare she? Gu Fangzi was instantly struck by an idea and resolutely refused to enter the sedan chair. She instructed Aunt Wu. If I were to enter the Shi household in such a shabby sedan chair, would I not disgrace the Shi family's reputation? Not only would I tarnish their image. She understood the formidable nature of Granny Li and was aware that she did not favor Miss Cousin. Although a better sedan chair could have been arranged, Granny Li's decision was within acceptable bounds, leaving no room for complaint. It was evident that Miss Cousin was deliberately shifting the matter onto the eldest lady. Aunt Wu inwardly lamented. How did I end up in such murky waters? The eldest lady was currently in high favor, not only managing to keep the first lady thoroughly appeased, but also enjoying great respect from the eldest young master. This is silence. Before Aunt Wu could finish, Gu Fangzi was already incensed, her brows knitting in fury, her complexion paling. Aunt Wu's words were like pouring oil on a fire, striking at her very core. What sort of scene would it be when she marries into the Shi family? How jubilant and lively it would be. Gu Fangzi had fantasized countless times about this moment, even without a grand red wedding chair. Little could she have imagined that she would be carried in by merely a handful of people in such a modest sedan chair. After Gu Fangzi's outburst, her face turned pale, and she trembled, unable to utter a word. Are you still dawdling? Why aren't you moving? Gu Fangzi reiterated. Yes. This old servant will go at once. Aunt Wu, not daring to offend her mistress, clenched her teeth and swallowed her indignation. Internally, she cursed. What audacity! She hasn't even crossed the threshold of the Shi residence and already acts so arrogantly, not worthy of carrying the eldest lady's shoes. Rushing in like a piece of unwanted cargo. Let Lanxiang remain to attend to the young lady. This old servant and the two elder sisters shall report back. So she decided it was better to let them handle it alone. She softened her tone and glared at Aunt Wu. There will be generous rewards. But if you dare to play tricks on me, just remember, I will find out. Aunt Wu was taken aback and quickly bowed her head. This old servant would never dare, never dare. Initially, Aunt Wu had contemplated reporting to the madam, but Gu Fangzi's warning made her reconsider. After all, generously treating everyone to tea and snacks along the way. People were happy to indulge in the treats, enjoying the leisure time without a thought of reporting her actions. They chatted merrily in the tea house for nearly an hour before slowly making their way back to the residence. Upon returning, yet you left the young lady behind and returned with an empty sedan chair. What is the meaning of this? Aunt Wu felt wronged and lightly slapped her own mouth. Is there something wrong with the sedan chair? No. Aunt Wu quickly shook her head, even with Gu Fangzi's backing. She did not dare criticize Li Momo for her incompetence. I just thought it was too plain, so oh. So you took it upon yourself to return with an empty sedan chair? Li Momo interjected, entering nonchalantly. After greeting Wang Shi, she turned to Aunt Wu and said, or perhaps you truly are becoming forgetful. Aunt Wu's face paled, and she stammered. This old servant was momentarily misguided. I beg the madam's forgiveness. Let us bring the sedan chair in for the madam to see, to ascertain whether I have failed in my duty and brought shame upon the Shi family. Oh dear sister, what are you saying? I trust your judgment implicitly. How could there be a mistake? Not to mention, you would never disregard our family's reputation. We should bring the sedan chair in. Li Momo insisted. I must clarify this matter before the young lady, lest it appear that I am deliberately causing trouble. Aunt Wu breathed a sigh of relief and instructed that the plain blue sedan chair be brought in. Regardless of what transpired next, she had said her piece. And the chair was now before the madam's eyes. As the plain blue sedan chair was brought in, Li Momo remarked, Miss, please observe. This chair was specially crafted by skilled artisans, using only the finest materials. The cushions are plush, and the curtains are made of top-quality blue silk. What more could one desire? This is appropriate since the young lady is still in mourning. Would it not be inappropriate to adorn it with bright colors? The old master of the Gu family is watching from above. If we were to decorate it in such a manner, it would be a disgrace. You are indeed correct. This is the proper way to proceed. Sister Wu, you have indeed acted thoughtlessly. Yes, it was my folly. I should not have acted rashly. You are indeed a little too hasty today. In all my years, I have never witnessed an empty sedan chair going out and returning empty to fetch someone. Since the chair has already returned, it cannot go out again. That would be inauspicious. We must find another. Aunt Wu felt a flicker of delight within. Though she outwardly feigned distress, sisterly, you are right. But where can we find a new sedan chair on such short notice? The young lady is still waiting outside the city. You expect me to conjure one up for you? Li Momo retorted sarcastically. Wang Shi pondered for a moment, frowning. I see no reason for you to handle affairs in the future. Aunt Wu, frightened, dared not utter a word and hurriedly exited with her tail between her legs. Gu Fangzi, waiting in the makeshift shop's backyard, anxiously anticipated their return, and as the sun began its descent, she finally caught sight of the tardy Aunt Wu and her entourage. What took you so long? The young lady is still waiting. Hurry up. Lan Xiang had already peered out the door countless times, and upon recognizing the sedan chair they brought back, her eyes widened in disbelief. You mean to say you took all this time just to return with this sedan? It's even worse than the last one. The previous chair, at least, had been new. This one was evidently a hasty assemblage. The poles, the body, and the somewhat worn curtains all appeared exceedingly shabby. How could this possibly be a bridal sedan? Once I see the young lady, I shall have my say. Aunt Wu's demeanor towards Gu Fangzi's maid was far less amiable. With a huff, she remarked. She huffed in annoyance, shot Aunt Wu a fierce glare, and thought to herself, you will have your comeuppance when you face the young lady. Turning away, Aunt Wu recounted the entire sequence of events in detail to Gu Fangzi, adding, if you do not believe me, feel free to inquire within the estate. The maids attending the madam were present at the time. If you are dissatisfied, I can certainly return to discuss it with the madam. Chapter 71. A desolate entrance. Upon entering, Gu Fangzi found herself at a loss for words as she was sharply admonished by Aunt Wu. With a haughty lift of her chin and a cold smile, she retorted, no need for that. Let us proceed into the residence. Had this been done earlier, we would not be in such a predicament. Why must one seek discomfort for oneself? Aunt Wu, concealing her amusement. Gu Fangzi felt a sense of disorientation. Was she truly about to marry? She glanced down at her plain white attire, the indigo shoes, and the simple silver hairpin. And an overwhelming sense of grievance washed over her, almost bringing her to tears. Was this truly her wedding? Was she really the bride today? There was no wedding procession. Had anyone told her that her wedding would unfold in such a manner, she would never have believed it. Suddenly, the sedan chair jolted violently. In a moment of realization, Gu Fangzi noticed the absence of the 2 rows of intricately adorned lanterns that once hung in the corridor. And the vibrant flower pots that had adorned the courtyard were nowhere to be seen. Instead, yellow and white chrysanthemums dominated the scene, rendering the courtyard uncomfortable to behold. Do you have any further instructions, miss? Aunt Wu asked, rubbing her hands together. No, you may leave. Gu Fangzi dismissed them with a wave of her hand. Her mind racing with anxiety over the state of the house. Had it been altered in her absence? She had no time to engage in conversation with Aunt Wu. As the servants departed, Aunt Wu and the others felt a sense of disappointment. Was this not a joyous occasion? They had worked tirelessly all day without a single coin to show for it. Under normal circumstances, Gu Fangzi might have pondered this. But now her focus lay solely on the interior of her home. Upon entering, she was appalled to find the room as stark and cold as a snow cave. And the collection of exquisite porcelain and jade ornaments was nowhere to be found. The bed remained, but the canopy had been replaced with a dull green fabric. So they did leave someone behind for me. I thought they might take the opportunity to dismiss everyone from my courtyard. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, "What of my eldest cousin? Why has he not come to see me?" Lanxiang's expression shifted subtly, and after a pause, she murmured, I do not know." The truth, which she dared not voice, was that the eldest master had indeed come by earlier, but had left upon hearing her outburst. "Fetch him." Gu Fangzi's anger flared anew as she stamped her foot. "Make haste. He must come to see me today. He cannot be absent." "Miss, please eat first." Lanxiang stammered, terrified to approach the subject. After such a long day, you must be weary. But upon meeting Gu Fangzi's icy glare, Lanxiang quickly ceased her words. Her heart slightly lifted as she watched Lanxiang depart. She exhaled deeply, a smirk curling her lips as she mused. "Do they think they can belittle me? They should consider their own worth. I cannot deal with you, but perhaps my eldest cousin will take care of matters." Seated at her vanity, her hands fidgeting anxiously, an oppressive tension filled the air as Gu Fangzi's complexion drained of color, her eyes bulging with disbelief. Lanxiang instinctively recoiled, shrinking back in fear. Go again. The series of misfortunes had stripped Gu Fangzi of her reason. She pointed furiously at the door and barked, her eyes darting to Gu Fangzi in silent disbelief. "Miss, even I can see that the situation is dire. Why cling to past methods?" Only Lanxiang returned, leaving Gu Fangzi in utter disbelief. How could this be possible? He was never like this before. This tactic had always been unfailingly effective. Under Gu Fangzi's wide-eyed and disbelieving gaze, Lanxiang mustered her courage and whispered, "The young master said, if the young lady lacks an appetite, she should rest. Surely, the young lady is exhausted today. She can eat whenever she feels like it." Did he truly say that? You actually met him? You are not deceiving me, are you? Gu Fangzi glared at Lanxiang. A chill ran through Lanxiang's heart as she bitterly smiled. "Miss, how could you doubt me? I would never mislead you. The young master indeed said so." Gu Fangzi's heart plummeted to the depths, sending a shiver through her being. He has changed his heart. He truly has. This was her greatest fear over these past few days, and unexpectedly, her nightmare had come to fruition. Clenching her teeth, Gu Fangzi felt a flicker of relief. Thankfully, every piece of furniture and bedding was exquisite, far superior to the dilapidated courtyard of the Gu family. For this alone, she did not regret entering today. She had initially thought the young master was in the study, only to discover he was at Ningyuan. However, at this moment, did she believe it was over? No, this was merely the beginning. After dinner, Gu Fangzi took a rest, and that night passed without further incident, much to the disappointment of the eagerly awaiting Mama Li. Although she had accepted the reality, it did not signify her agreement. On the day Gu Fangzi's palanquin entered, despite Sang Wan's calm demeanor and her methodical handling of various affairs, she felt an inexplicable emptiness within her heart. Certainly accompany Gu Fangzi for dinner and then retire to the study. However, as dinner approached, Shi Fengju sent word for Sang Wan to wait for him to dine, leaving her astonished with wide eyes, thinking she must have misheard. Yet, Xingji, Lu Yuan, and Hong Ye were elated, and Li Mama, with her eyes crinkled in delight, exclaimed, "Madam, let them ponder who among them dares to entertain thoughts of climbing to such heights. Forgive this old servant for her chatter, but tonight, you must take the initiative." "I understand, Mama." Sang Wan laughed lightly, though inwardly she mused, who could surpass me in his heart, if I truly held such significance? Prompting everyone to reconsider before belittling the madam. He rationalized this action as a means to maintain harmony within the household, to prevent internal strife. Only then recalling whom she referred to, his brow instinctively furrowed. "I visited her before dinner. She must be tired today, so I shall not go again." "Oh," Sang Wan replied coolly. "I see. You truly are considerate." Shi Fengju could not help but feel a tinge of frustration. He had not intended to express himself in such a manner, yet somehow his words had taken on that tone. Observing the subtle shift in Sang Wan's demeanor, he instinctively felt the urge to explain, yet he was at a loss for where to begin. "Why do you call her sister?" he inquired. "What?" Shi Fengju found himself momentarily speechless. and the weight of Sang Wan's meaningful gaze filled him with guilt. He grasped her implication. Her mother's command was one she could not disregard, yet deep down, she harbored a flicker of hope that he would honor their unspoken agreement, believing his return might alter everything. Indeed, during his hurried journey home, he had thought of preventing this very occurrence. A merchant's integrity comes first, and he had long been accustomed to keeping promises. However, Shi Fengju's lips parted as if to utter an apology, but having already said it several times to Sang Wan, he knew it would fall on deaf ears. Instead, Shi Fengju's eyes brightened. It was the most popular travel journal in the capital, flying off the shelves upon release, and he had managed to procure a copy through connections. It must be quite valuable. How generous of you. Sang Wan smiled, glancing up. Shi Fengju felt a slight pang of disappointment at her distant demeanor, but quickly recovered. I will have someone bring them over tomorrow for you to organize and distribute among the various residences. All right, Sang Wan nodded, noticing her continued aloofness. Shi Fengju felt his enthusiasm waning. After exchanging a few more words, he finally conceded, you should rest early. I shall return to the study tonight. I must consider my mother's reputation as well. Sang Wan was momentarily taken aback. Was he trying to explain himself? Had she heard him correctly? Wasn't Gu Fangzi the one he cherished most? As she came to her senses, Shi Fengju's figure had already vanished from sight. Sang Wan lowered her head, contemplating his earlier words, a slight smile curling her lips as a peculiar emotion began to flow within her. She could not articulate the sensation. Before walking slowly towards the study with his hands clasped behind his back. Cousin, Gu Fangzi. He had come to see her true colors. Initially, watching her unleash a torrent of violent insults, he felt only two words echoing in his mind. Absurd. He had never imagined she could possess such a countenance. In her absence, she had transformed into a shrew, akin to a common street ruffian. Shi Fengju shivered involuntarily. How could this be the woman he had adored for so many years? How had he ever fallen for someone like her? Reflecting on their past interactions, and the clarity he sought remained shrouded in mist. He chose not to inform Lanxiang, but instead silently turned away. In that moment of turning, the cacophony of insults receded, and another figure emerged in his mind's eye. Memories flooded back, her radiant smile, her bashful demeanor, her teasing glances, her elegant poise, and her sorrowful, pained expressions. Each memory was vividly her, one young. It dawned upon him that, unbeknownst to him, she had seeped into every corner of his heart. Just the thought of her softened his entire being. He found himself drawn to her, realizing that every gesture, every smile, every glance held an irresistible allure. In the brief interlude of their dinner and casual conversation, strive earnestly for what you desire and pursue it with unwavering determination. This embodies the spirit of the Shi family and has been the guiding truth of Shi Fengju since he embarked on his mercantile endeavors. Naturally, this principle extends beyond trade and is applicable in various facets of life. He has never been one to force himself into situations. He would have never welcomed Gu Fangzi into his home, but sought another instead. Alas, he was a day late. Fortunately, there remains a buffer of 3 years. His mind consumed by thoughts of Sang Wan. One moment he smiled, the next he frowned, and at times he sighed lightly, experiencing a tumult of emotions he had never felt before. Sang Wan, however, was the most tormented, plagued by the uncertainty of whether she should be troubled at all. As for Gu Fangzi, she remained calm and exceedingly clear-headed, mentally strategizing her next moves. Brimming with ambition and resolve about how to act the following day and how to plan for the long term. She, too, believed that one must strive for what they want, but while Shi Fengju added as long as one is sincere, she appended by any means necessary. Early the next morning, gazing into the mirror at the reflection of a young woman adorned as an unmarried maiden, Gu Fangzi felt a wave of regret wash over her, tinged with deep resentment. Gu Fangzi couldn't help but mutter her discontent. Chapter 73. Unobtrusively reporting complaints. Miss, do you think this will suffice? Her hair was adorned with simple silver flowers. Although the craftsmanship was commendable, the silver still appeared rather plain and cold. Let it be as it is. She found herself unable to wear any of her once beloved pieces, all of which had been seized by that vile woman, Sang Wan. Gu Fangzi felt a pang of sorrow. A bowl of red rice porridge, a plate of flaky pastries, a dish of vegetarian steamed dumplings, and a few side dishes. Is this all? Gu Fangzi's face fell instantly. Lanxiang understood her discontent and whispered, Miss, you are currently in mourning, so all the food is vegetarian. Mourning. The very thought of it stirred immense frustration within Gu Fangzi, who swallowed her anger and settled down to consume the entirely vegetarian breakfast. Let us pay our respects to Aunt. After rinsing her mouth post-breakfast, Gu Fangzi declared. Lanxiang hesitated. As they walked down the once familiar path, the sights remained unchanged. Yet Gu Fangzi felt a growing discomfort in her heart. Wasn't her entry into the family a joyful occasion? Even if she could not adorn herself in festive colors, surely there should be some symbolic celebration? The lanterns hanging in the corridor and the potted flowers at the foot of the steps bore no signs of thoughtful decoration. Did she truly seem so insignificant? Sangwon. Gu Fangzi's teeth clenched in silent fury, directing her animosity squarely at Sangwon while conveniently overlooking Li Mama's presence. At that moment, Wang Shi, still in her nightclothes and casually draped in a deep purple robe embroidered with large peonies, was just beginning her day, smiling as she took the ivory wide-toothed comb from Jiang Mama's hands. It has been a while since I combed your hair. Let me do it. Wang Shi stiffened slightly at the reminder of her morning period, but could not bring herself to refuse the girl's kind offer, chuckling as she allowed Gu Fangzi to proceed. Gu Fangzi first used the wide-toothed comb to gently and meticulously detangle Wang Shi's hair, then switched to a delicate sandalwood comb, setting the wooden comb aside. Her nimble fingers danced through Wang Shi's glossy black hair, quickly styling it into a beautiful peony bun. It is as smooth and shiny as satin, Gu Fangzi complimented. Wang Shi admired her reflection, pleased with Gu Fangzi's skill. Taking her hand, she smiled. Oh, Aunt is starting to get gray hair. It is not as you say, but your skills have improved significantly. You style it quickly and beautifully, exactly to my liking. As Gu Fangzi assisted Wang Shi to rise, she eagerly remarked, if you like it, I shall comb your hair every day from now on, if that pleases you. Oh, my dear, Wang Shi chuckled, lightly patting her hand. You must observe mourning. You cannot tire yourself out with such daily visits. You have suffered so much, my dear child. She leaned against her, whispering softly, with Aunt's love, I do not feel burdened at all. Truly, as long as Aunt is here, Fang'er feels safe and happy. Wang Shi encouraged, smiling. Fangzi, you too, take a seat. Gu Fangzi remained still, instinctively glancing at Sangwon under inquiring eyes. Sangwon, catching the glance, felt a surge of anger, wondering what Gu Fangzi intended with such behavior in front of their matriarch. Feigning ignorance, Sangwon lowered her head slightly, sipping her tea while admiring the blue and white teacup in her hands. Fangzi, what troubles you? Wang Shi, noticing the tension, followed Gu Fangzi's gaze to Sangwon, and upon seeing Sangwon's apparent indifference, she relaxed, playfully scolding, hurry, sit down. Yes, Aunt. Gu Fangzi smiled and finally took her seat. Sangwon smirked inwardly, reflecting on how disastrous it would have been if she had met Gu Fangzi's gaze earlier. Such a slip could have easily led to accusations of bullying her in front of their matriarch, which would undoubtedly provoke her mother's ire. After exchanging a few idle remarks, smiling at Gu Fangzi, Mother has not seen you in several days. I am sure she has a great deal to discuss with you. Of course, Aunt. As long as you wish, Fang'er can accompany you every day. Gu Fangzi responded, turning her back to Wang Shi, casting a cold glance at Sangwon. Gu Fangzi, taken aback, shot a venomous glare at Sangwon. There is no need for formality, dear sister. Sangwon replied with a gracious smile, then bent slightly at the waist towards Wang. Mother, I shall take my leave now. Very well, go ahead. Wang nodded. Fangzi, Wang said with a smile. As Gu Fangzi had anticipated, you need not attend to me. Return to the peony garden. Ultimately, he is your biological father. The deceased deserve utmost reverence. Let bygones be bygones and refrain from further discussion on the matter. Gu Fangzi harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Sangwon, yet she obediently nodded to Wang. Yes. I shall return at once. Aunt, your kindness is always appreciated. I shall heed your words. I knew Fangzi would be the most sensible. Wang replied with a satisfied smile. Gu Fangzi then smiled as she took her leave, adding, by the way, Aunt, I wish to visit my cousin. Her face betraying no hint of dissatisfaction. Instead, she wore a look of understanding, saying, surely, my elder cousin has been too busy to spare a moment. After all, our family's extensive business relies heavily upon his astute management. Furthermore, I was quite fatigued after a long day of travel yesterday, so his absence must be out of consideration for my well-being. Unacceptable, Wang thought to herself. Even during the mourning period, Wang felt increasingly guilty and smiled. You should return to the peony garden for now. Your cousin is busy and has no time. Once he is free, send someone to check on what Feng Ju is doing. If he is free, call him over. Once Gu Fangzi had departed, Wang immediately issued her orders. Gu Fangzi, feeling triumphant, exited the main courtyard and strolled back towards the peony garden. On her way, she encountered a dozen or so rough servants carrying several large wooden boxes. These are gifts from the eldest master, brought back from his voyage. They are being taken to Ning Garden to present to the madam. A sudden pang of discomfort struck Gu Fangzi, her eyes flickering as she replied coolly, "Let us go to Ning Garden and pay our respects to the eldest madam." Her cousin had indeed changed his heart. In the past, upon his return, he would always present her with the finest gifts first. But this time, I shall still address her as sister. Addressing her as sister does indeed grant her an advantage. By the time Gu Fangzi arrived, the servants had already delivered the wooden boxes and received their rewards, bowing in gratitude as they departed with smiles. "Your sister has come to pay her respects. Sister has arrived? Please, take a seat." Sangwon smiled gently and ordered tea to be served. Gu Fangzi replied, causing Luya and Hongyu to furrow their brows. Old Mama Li chuckled, "I always say, the young miss is the most efficient in her actions. Sometimes 3 years from now will not be too late. I believe it would be better for the young miss to remain in the peony garden and observe mourning, to spare the Gu family patriarch any discomfort in the afterlife for not having his niece honor him properly." Gu Fangzi's expression immediately darkened as she smiled at Sangwon. "Are you not afraid of others saying you cling to power and do not regard yourself as an outsider?" "Huh. Thankfully, Mama Li has no daughters. Otherwise, the inheritance of this Ning Garden would forever be out of your sister's reach." "Oh, forgive my memory. How could Mama Li not have a daughter? Even if not by blood, there are still those by foster ties." She laughed heartily. Mama Li's anger flared. "What do you mean by that?" Gu Fangzi coldly replied, "It appears I speak the truth. Ning Garden is indeed your domain. Mama Li can do as she pleases. Who would dare utter a word against her? Even before the madam, how could one say you are a mere servant?" Gu Fangzi paid no mind to Mama Li's pale face and trembling lips, continuing her pitying tone, her expression a mix of hurt, embarrassment, and anguish. She had not anticipated that someone would think of her in such a way, speak of her in such a manner. Had she truly erred? All she wished was for the eldest master to thrive and for his family to prosper, nothing more. Her children, her husband, her heartfelt contributions had been perceived as arrogance and disregard for hierarchy by others. "Sister, what are you saying?" Sangwon rose, firmly grasping Mama Li's hand. Her face serious as she arched an eyebrow and spoke coldly. "Having Mama Li's guidance is my fortune. Without her, Ning Garden would surely descend into chaos. Mama Li is the master of Ning Garden, not a mere servant. If you have any objections, feel free to discuss them with the madam and the eldest master." Smirking mockingly as she met Sangwon's gaze without fear, "You treat her like a saint. One that will become obsolete when it rusts. I fear you will be the first to wish her gone." As soon as Gu Fangzi's words left her lips, the room fell into stunned silence. Everyone was taken aback, some unable to suppress their thoughts. Could it truly be so? Upon reflection, I hold Mama Li in esteem for one reason alone. She is my husband's wet nurse. In Ning Garden, Mama Li will always have her place. "Madam." Mama Li was overwhelmed with emotion, feeling deeply ashamed for the thoughts Gu Fangzi had inadvertently stirred within her. She felt compelled to kneel before Sangwon, declaring, "For the madam, I would gladly give my all." "Mama, please rise." Sangwon hurriedly supported Mama Li, gently saying, "Mama, do not take idle chatter to heart. Think more of the eldest master and of Wang Nyang." Yes, the madam is right." Li Mama's spirit lifted, and she nodded repeatedly, her complexion improving significantly. Indeed, as long as the eldest young master she had painstakingly raised held no objections, what could others say? Were they not merely irrelevant? "What a clever tactic. I truly underestimated you. You have quite the knack for winning hearts." "Humph. As the saying goes, loyal words are often unpalatable. Some are unwilling to listen." At this juncture, there was no need for the eldest cousin to hide the truth from his sister. It would be far better to lay everything bare for the benefit of all. You need not endure this suffering any longer. Gu Fangzi quickly shifted her tone. Enough. She stood there in a daze, her mind buzzing. Gu Fangzi was right. This was a truth known to all in the household. A reality that no one dared to voice in her presence. Suddenly having this facade ripped away in public left her feeling utterly vulnerable. Even as she witnessed Shi Fengju chase Gu Fangzi away, the discomfort in her heart remained unresolved. Chapter 75. The strategy of retreat proves ineffective as Shi Fengju gazed at the pale, trembling yet resolutely composed Sang-won. A pang of pain struck his heart upon recalling Gu Fangzi's recent words. An overwhelming urge to embrace her and offer comfort surged within him. However, he longed to assure her that those words belonged to the past, that the present was different. He had found someone truly worthy of his affection and care. And that person was her. He was acutely aware that she would not believe him, for even he struggled to accept it. Young master, nodding to signal her to relax. Nanny, please step outside for a moment. I wish to speak with Wan Yang. Very well, I shall take my leave. Li Momo nodded, casting one last worried glance at Sang-won. The maidservants lowered their heads and quietly exited. At a loss for words, Shi Fengju was surprised when Sang-won's gentle voice broke the silence. In truth, everyone is aware of this matter. Speaking of it changes little. You are the lady of this household. It is your prerogative to discipline others. If anyone dares to disrespect you, you may act according to the rules. I am here for you. That reassures me. Sang-won responded with a soft smile and a slight nod. Shi Fengju felt a surge of joy. Wan Yang, are you no longer angry? Sang-won looked at him, bemused yet amused. What have I to be angry about? You are simply overthinking. In her heart, she mused that she did not want his mother to reprimand her again. Then all is well, he exclaimed, his spirits lifted. Rest assured, the incident earlier shall be as if it never occurred. Leave it to me to handle. Very well. Sang-won smiled, yet her indifference left him feeling dejected. I shall take my leave now. You, he began, hesitating as he regarded her. Go ahead and attend to your matters. Attempting to keep him in the peony garden, she could not allow such a situation to unfold, not after Gu Fangzi's earlier remarks. All right, I shall return shortly. Shi Fengju's heart soared with happiness, a smile gracing his lips. Nanny, you know how to handle the matter from earlier, correct? He paused at the corridor outside. He recalled the questions he had faced from his mother, and although he had downplayed the situation, merely stating that he had visited the peony garden the previous day and left quietly after finding his cousin resting, it was evident that the servants had seen him. His mother would surely trust him, as he spoke only the truth. Yet, he felt a lingering discomfort. Thus, as soon as he left his mother's presence, he made his way to the peony garden, eager to discern what further schemes his cousin might have in store. To his dismay, he discovered she had gone to the Ning garden. Upon arriving at the Ning garden, he found her openly disparaging Sang-won. In that instant, the last vestiges of admiration he held for her shattered completely. Shi Fengju could hardly believe how brazenly Gu Fangzi had acted behind their mother's back. When Shi Fengju entered the peony garden, he found Gu Fangzi weeping inside, while Lan Xiang tried softly to console her. Young master, you have arrived. Previously, her tears and tantrums would have rendered Shi Fengju helpless, leaving him to apologize repeatedly until she ceased her crying. Yet now, observing her from a distance, Gu Fangzi's shoulders stiffened at his words. The first thought that crossed her mind was, Sang-won must have informed him. Miss, Lan Xiang exclaimed, pulling at Gu Fangzi's sleeve in desperation. Though Gu Fangzi did not notice Shi Fengju's expression, Lan Xiang could see it clearly. Shi Fengju, unable to contain his frustration, thought it absurd that she continued to play such games at this juncture. He realized that they existed in entirely different worlds, communication proving exceedingly difficult. I shall take my leave. Let us converse when you have made up your mind. Without hesitation, he turned and strode away. Gu Fangzi was left in a daze, incredulous as she watched his retreating figure, her lips moving as her anger grew. Fine, go ahead. Never set foot in the peony garden again. Shi Fengju feigned ignorance, shaking his head in self-mockery. The room fell silent, Gu Fangzi's sobs abruptly ceasing. Mississippi. Lan Xiang gently called, wanting to offer comfort but hesitating. A wave of unease flashed through Gu Fangzi, though she was reluctant to reveal it. Lan Xiang hurriedly bowed her head and departed. Gu Fangzi, seemingly unperturbed, washed her face and cleaned her hands before sitting down to sip tea. Her eyes occasionally flickered toward the door. After a long while, the sound of the gate at Muden Garden did not herald anyone's arrival. You have only just arrived and are still in mourning. Why must it be like this? When the young master comes, you send him away, and when he doesn't tea, you insist on inviting him back. It's truly embarrassing for me. Why are you still standing there? Hurry. Gu Fangzi's brows furrowed in irritation. Yes, miss. Lan Xiang dared not disobey and reluctantly stepped out, pondering how to soften her words, perhaps apologizing on behalf of her mistress to sway the young master. She sensed that if she failed to bring back Shi Fengju, the consequences for Gu Fangzi would be dire. Fortunately, Shi Fengju had gone to the family business. Lan Xiang breathed a silent sigh of relief and returned to report to Gu Fengzi with a lighter step. Then keep an eye on the study this afternoon. Lan Xiang had no choice but to comply. Finally, Gu Fengzi rose to tend to her father Gu Jin's memorial tablet, lighting 3 sticks of incense. Chapter 76. Perseverance. As Shi Fengju returned to his study, before he could even set down the account books in his hands, Lan Xiang appeared. "Young master, our young lady has been thinking of you all afternoon," she exclaimed. "She is in a bad mood, but it's not her intention to upset you. She is truly pitiable. She was more privileged than many daughters of affluent families. How pitiable could she be? Is that so?" Shi Fengju replied coolly. "Then you should keep her company. Just tell her to be more cautious with her words and actions in the future. I am busy today. I will visit her when I have time. Now, you may leave." Lan Xiang dared not say more and replied, "Yes," before departing. Upon hearing Lan Xiang's report, Gu Fengzi felt even more disheartened. "Busy? Since when has my cousin become so occupied?" She fumed. "Go, keep an eye on him, and see if he goes to Ningyuan." Lan Xiang looked at Gu Fengzi with a pleading expression, but upon receiving a stern glare, she dropped her head and complied. Just as Gu Fengzi suspected, Shi Fengju indeed went to Ningyuan. "I knew it. I knew it." Gu Fengzi's lips trembled with anger as she paced the room. Lan Xiang silently observed from the side. "My cousin often sits in the study at night. If he returns, let me know immediately." "Yes, young lady." Lan Xiang's heart eased. She had feared a punishment, but was pleasantly surprised by this order. It was merely a matter of discreetly observing him. She hoped not to be called before the young master, or he might vent his frustration upon her. Not long after Lan Xiang left the study, Shi Fengju returned to Ningyuan. He found Sangwon seated by the moon-shaped window, embroidering something. Her delicate neck was gracefully elongated, her skin as white as snow, and in the soft light. Sangwon gently lifted it, massaging the back of her neck. Her eyes sparkled like gems, and upon noticing Shi Fengju standing there, she was momentarily taken aback before smiling and approaching him. "Young master, you're back." "Indeed," Shi Fengju replied as he walked over, smiling. "What are you embroidering?" Hearing her say welcome back filled his heart with joy. "I am making a headpiece for mother," Sangwon said, beaming. "My skills are not quite up to par, and it has taken me several days to make little progress." Shi Fengju absent-mindedly stroked the fabric, which was a rich purple, embroidered with symmetrical chrysanthemum patterns. "You have put in great effort. Mother will surely appreciate it," he replied with a smile, though a faint pang of sadness tugged at him. She handed him several sheets of paper, smiling. While others might not mind how she distributed the items, she knew that Gu Fengzi would undoubtedly have something to say about it, so it was better to leave it to him. Shi Fengju felt a mix of displeasure and helplessness. Having entrusted the items to her implied he would accept her decisions, regardless of how she chose to arrange them. Shi Fengju perked up as he took the papers, noticing the neat calligraphy that meticulously categorized the items he had brought back, with names and quantities clearly listed. Shi Fengju's deep gaze seemed to penetrate her heart. "Of course, they are for you. You are the matriarch of the Shi family. It is inevitable that there will be social obligations and gifts exchanged. These items are exquisite and delicate. You can keep some for yourself or give them away." As he spoke, he pulled out a sheet of paper, pointing and smiling. "These pieces of lynx and red fox fur, along with these cloud-patterned silks, this box of gemstones, cosmetics, a complete set of writing supplies, and several pieces of jade and porcelain are for you. You may choose a few items for others as you see fit." Suddenly receiving such kindness from him, Sangwon felt taken aback and found it hard to process. After a moment, she smiled and said, "Then I will have someone store them away. I will distribute them tomorrow." After pondering, she added with a gentle smile, "As for the others, I am unsure what the Gu family young lady would like. It would be better if you were to select something for her yourself." Sangwon secretly lamented this missed opportunity. As for anything to do with Gu Fengzi, she was resolute in avoiding involvement. Could not help but smile back. After the two finished their meal, they lingered for a moment. Shi Fengju then rose and made his way to the study. "I have some matters to attend to. I shall return shortly. The evening light is dim. Do not trouble yourself with needlework, and take a break from your reading. Spend some time conversing with Mama and Singji. If you grow weary, do not feel compelled to wait for me." Sangwon felt a warmth in her heart and stood to see him off, responding with a gentle smile. "If I become tired, I will rest then. Shall I summon the kitchen to prepare a midnight snack for you?" "Do as you see fit," Shi Fengju replied with a smile as he exited. How wonderful it is to have such a wife, so tender-hearted. He couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. sharing the same concern as his master. The cousin had become even more clingy than before, dispatching her maid to deliver messages several times in just one day. Despite being in mourning, "Master, Mrs. Maid Lanxiang has come to relay a message. Shall I let her in?" Chang Huan inquired smoothly. "Tell her I am busy. The young master seems quite busy and is unavailable at the moment. Miss, perhaps we should postpone until tomorrow." Busy? Indeed. Just when Lanxiang thought Gu Fangzi would relent, she commanded her to fetch her cloak. "I shall go and see for myself." Chapter 77. Such profound understanding, miss. Lanxiang exclaimed in surprise, quickly advising, "The young master is quite busy and appears to be in a rather foul mood. I think it would be best if you refrain from going. Since when did it become your place to dictate my actions?" Gu Fangzi huffed, unperturbed as she donned her lake green cloak adorned with subtle patterns, commanding Lanxiang to fetch a lantern. "Let us go." Feeling a bitter taste in her mouth, Lanxiang had no choice but to comply. Upon reaching the study, Gu Fangzi signaled for Chang Huan to remain silent, dismissing the need for an announcement. She avoided the light and quietly approached Shifeng Ju from behind, lifting her delicate hand to rest softly on his shoulder, offering a silent, sweet smile. "So I came." Gu Fangzi's heart soared with unparalleled delight as she bashfully replied. She knew her cousin would never ignore her. She was his most cherished woman. "However, why are you here? Who else could it be if not me?" Gu Fangzi was momentarily taken aback, and a pang of jealousy surged within her. Feeling parched and dry, she licked her lips and replied, "There are no outsiders here. Haven't I always called her that? What's the harm?" In the past, Shifeng Ju recalled the grievances Sang Wan had suffered, many of which he had either knowingly or unknowingly tolerated. "She is my legitimate wife, while you are but a concubine. There has always been a distinction between wives and concubines. Fangzi, I hope you remember this." "Why?" Gu Fangzi's eyes reddened. "You were never like this before. But you once told me that as long as you could remain in the Shi family, you would willingly be a concubine, didn't you?" She stepped forward, tightly clutching his arm. "I know you only wish for my well-being, fearing that I might inadvertently reveal something in front of her, giving her a chance to exploit my mistake, right? Cousin, I understand, and I will be careful." She actually thought this way. Shifeng Ju found no desire to argue further, merely nodding. "You must remember your place and understand what is appropriate and what is not." "I understand." Gu Fangzi leaned gently against him. "Cousin, if it weren't for my sister being too much, I wouldn't have spoken so carelessly." "Oh, how is she too much?" Shifeng Ju inquired coldly, becoming increasingly furious upon learning about the day's occurrences, wishing to send Gu Fangzi away from the Shi residence immediately. "That aside, Li Momo, after all, was your wet nurse and is of considerable age. I have never held her accountable in the past, and I certainly want to do so now." Gu Fangzi continued, "However, when I asked her about my clothes, jewelry, and various possessions from Peony Courtyard, she evasively refused to answer and mocked me for being concerned about things that aren't mine. Regardless of their value, those items were gifts from Aunt and you. How could she take them without even asking me?" "Did she truly say that to you?" Shifeng Ju inquired coolly, his hands clenching at his sides. "If you don't believe me, I can ask Lanxiang. She was present." Shifeng Ju replied with a silent smirk. "I'll not involve myself in household matters. Let us see how my mother addresses this." To this day, Shifeng Ju did not trust a word of Gu Fangzi's claims, nor did he believe Sang Wan capable of such actions. She wishes to stir trouble? Very well. Let her do so. Then I shall go tomorrow to request Aunt's intervention. Gu Fangzi felt a hidden thrill. Those belongings were priceless treasures she had labored to acquire. "I will remind you once more. If you truly wish to live harmoniously within the Shi residence, remember your place." "Rest assured, cousin, I will remember. I won't trouble you again." Gu Fangzi forced a smile, sensing something was amiss, yet unwilling to dwell on it. The following day, Gu Fangzi indeed exaggerated her grievances before Wan Shi, feigning innocence as she recounted. "Cousin said that matters within the inner quarters must be addressed by you. He instructed me to seek your intervention. Aunt, you cannot disregard my plight. Such a thing has occurred." Wang Shi's brows furrowed immediately, commanding, "Summon the madam and Li Momo at once." Gu Fangzi sat before Wang, her eyes slightly lowered, and the corners of her lips unconsciously curved upwards. Upon the arrival of Sang Wan and Nurse Li, the sight of Gu Fangzi made them aware that no good tidings awaited them. Exchanging glances, they approached to pay their respects to Wang. After Wang inquired, Nurse Li slapped her forehead and chuckled apologetically. "Ah, so it is this matter. Is that truly the case?" Gu Fangzi gently replied, "Currently, My sister manages all affairs within the manor, including the arrangements in the peony garden. If not for her, she had not even considered asking the maids and elderly women of the peony garden. Observing her expression, Nurse Lee discerned her thoughts and smirked inwardly, confidently asserting, "Not a single thread or stitch from the peony garden is missing. Everything is intact and safely stored for you in the warehouse. Should you doubt this, you may have the stewardess accompany you to verify it personally." This statement starkly ridiculed her pettiness, causing Gu Fengzi's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Suppressing her anger, she quickly smiled. "Ah, I see. It seems I was mistaken. I nearly wronged you, nurse. Yet, if everything has been catalogued, why was the ledger not delivered to me?" Chapter 78. Complaints. Madame Lee chuckled. "Cousin, could it be that you have forgotten the rules of the house? That book must be submitted to the outer court for records." Her face alternating between crimson and pale, she could not help but feel a surge of anger, thinking to herself, "I have spent considerable time at home. How could I have anticipated that your efficiency would be so lamentably low? Even now, the book has yet to be returned. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about, cousin?" Madame Lee prodded, noticing her silence. "None." Gu Fengzi managed to force a smile, exclaiming, "It was all a misunderstanding." Sang Wan humbly interjected, then mentioned the gifts brought back by Shi Fengjiu, suggesting Gu Fengzi distribute them. "As for the rouge, powder, satin, and exquisite fabrics, they are of no use to me now. I have selected a few fine materials and some jewelry, which I have placed in the storeroom. In a few days, I have yet to lay eyes on any of the items. How can I be sure you are not passing off worthless trinkets?" However, it was not the time to express her desire to inspect them personally, so she begrudgingly agreed. After sitting for a while longer, Sang Wan rose to take her leave. Does she possess no sense of shame? Is it truly necessary for such trivial matters to be brought before the young lady? To claim that her belongings elevate her status? What nonsense! They are all from the Shi family. How could she even ask such a question? Sang Wan found humor in the situation, acknowledging that, now, she too belonged to the Shi family. If the Shi family's possessions were deemed hers, so be it. "Never mind, madam. Please keep an eye on the peony garden in the future and refrain from bringing every little matter to the matriarch. She is most intolerant of trifles." As they conversed, a young girl in a pale lotus-colored butterfly dress, her hair styled in double loops, approached with a maid in tow. Greeting Sang Wan with a slight bow, "Sister-in-law." "Third sister." Sang Wan smiled in return. "What a coincidence. Are you strolling through the garden?" "Indeed. I wonder if the osmanthus at the water pavilion has blossomed. I was just about to check." Shi Lian smiled and invited. "Why not accompany me, sister-in-law?" Madame Lee remarked. "Noting the fine weather, my lady should join third miss. This osmanthus is quite rare, and it is unlikely that you could find many in the entire Qingzhou. The large one by our water pavilion is even more exceptional. In past years, the young lady adored picking branches for vases. I wonder if it has bloomed yet? If it has, we should bring a few branches for her." With Madame Lee's encouragement, Sang Wan felt she could not decline. She agreed with a smile, instructing Madame Lee to return to Ning Garden, while she took Luya and two little maids along with Shi Lian, engaging in playful banter as they walked. "By the way, thank you for the gifts you sent over today. They were very thoughtful, and I truly liked them." Shi Lian smiled. Sang Wan replied with a smile. Shi Lian mischievously blinked. "Isn't that essentially the same?" Sang Wan was momentarily taken aback, smiling silently. Shi Lian sighed. "I am typically quite reserved and seldom speak, much like a gourd that refuses to open its mouth." Sang Wan was astonished that Shi Lian had articulated her innermost thoughts. It was unexpected for her to reveal such insights. "To be honest, I have been quite puzzled by that too," Sang Wan admitted with a smile. Feeling encouraged by Shi Lian's openness, Shi Lian glanced at her and remarked, "Perhaps this is fate between us. After all, you are an approachable and amiable person. I trust you, sister-in-law, and would gladly share my thoughts with you. You won't find me bothersome, will you?" "How could that be? I would welcome your company," Sang Wan replied with a smile. Shi Lian, though seemingly quiet, was indeed a thoughtful individual, worthy of trust and companionship, unlike Gu Fengzi, who displayed duplicity and concealed intentions. "That is splendid. I shall visit Ning Garden often from now on, and you must not find me tiresome." Shi Lian's eyes sparkled with joy. "I will look forward to it," Sang Wan replied, and the two exchanged smiles. "Ah, sister, third sister, what are you discussing so cheerfully? Share it with me, please." Shi Lian chimed in with a smile. "Though I am unaware of the particulars, if it is a misunderstanding, I trust that sister-in-law will not take it to heart. Your words are rather profound. Yet, It is merely a matter of treating others with sincerity. Such wisdom should not escape one as clever as you. Ah, I see. Sangwon chose to ignore her and turned to Shirlian with a smile. After walking for a while, I do feel a bit fatigued and thirsty. I must return. Would you like to join me for a visit? Shirlian was about to agree with a smile when unexpectedly Gu Fangzi interjected, "Third cousin, I happen to have a few words I wish to share with you. Please wait a moment." However, Shirlian smiled and replied, "I am truly sorry. But perhaps sister should return first. Any matters can wait until tomorrow when I am free to visit you. Right now, I feel quite thirsty, so I shall accompany sister-in-law." With that, she stepped forward to link arms with Sangwon, smiling, "Sister-in-law, let us be on our way." "Very well. Sister, we shall take our leave." Sangwon smiled, and together they departed, leaving Shirlian to stride away with grace. "Do you not enjoy reporting grievances? Why not try once more?" Sangwon mused silently. Stepping forward, "Miss, do not stoop to their level. Come, let us return." Surprisingly, Gu Fangzi did not erupt in anger. Instead, she calmly raised her hand to halt Lan Xiang, turning to ask, "Lan Xiang, tell me honestly, have I been somewhat hasty in my actions these past few days?" "Mississippi, I can see that he has changed significantly these past 2 days. You must humble yourself and adopt a softer demeanor, or else, enough." Gu Fangzi snapped, her face paling. Men do as well. During her absence, her cousin had certainly been swayed by that vixen, Sangwon. Gu Fangzi felt a pang of regret for her oversight. She knew of Lan Xiang's loyalty, and were it not for her reminder, she might still be oblivious to her errors. "I shall reward you handsomely upon my return." Gu Fangzi softened her tone towards Lan Xiang, expressing her gratitude. "Your well-being brings me comfort, as it is my duty to remain loyal to you." Lan Xiang quickly replied with a smile, revealing her true feelings. She thought to herself, "As long as the young lady no longer sends me to fetch the eldest young master, I would willingly do anything for her." "Indeed, you are right." Gu Fangzi smiled. "Rest assured, I shall never treat you poorly in the future. Now, let us return to the peony courtyard." If they found her bothersome, she would show understanding and consideration. How difficult could that be? Once he sees her merits, he will surely change his mind. For 2 or 3 consecutive days, Gu Fangzi diligently stayed in the peony courtyard to honor her father after paying her respects to Madame Wang each morning, which was what he desired, and thus he let the matter go. One day, Gu Fangzi claimed to have dreamt of her father the previous night. Unexpected guests arrived at the Shi residence. To call them guests was perhaps a misnomer, for it was none other than the eldest daughter of the Shi family, Shi Fengju's biological sister, Shi Yume, accompanied by her husband, Rin Jixian. On that noon, the couple, along with Rin Jixian's concubine, who was also Shi Yume's former maid, Cui Zhu, knocked on the door of the Shi residence. This lady of the Shi family, favored by her mother, possessed an air of superiority and was more haughty than her mother. Firmly believing in her own correctness, she would not tolerate any dissenting opinions. It was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to deal with such a person, especially considering that she was greatly pampered by her mother. "Your eyes might fall out." "Yes, yes. Please, this way." The doorman nodded eagerly, personally leading them to the second gate. The matron at the gate promptly nodded and smiled, lest they risk their lives. Upon hearing the report from the young maid, Madame Wang was taken aback, frowning as she asked, "Is this true? Are you not speaking nonsense?" Shi Yume and Rin Jixian were already approaching, with the concubine Cui Zhu silently trailing behind. Rin Jixian noticed the doorman's excessive deference towards Shi Yume. A group of maids surrounded a graceful young woman walking elegantly toward the distance. The woman wore an orange-red flower-patterned satin coat with a yellow, multicolored chrysanthemum-pleated skirt. Her lustrous hair styled in a traditional manner, adorned with exquisite jewels. The pearls dangling from her hair sparkled delicately with each movement. The young woman exuded an extraordinary elegance and grace, her mere silhouette eliciting admiration, leaving one yearning for a glance at her true beauty. A true beauty. Rin Jixian was captivated, lost in thought, convinced that such an exquisite woman must possess profound knowledge and grace. A line from a poem came to mind, lamenting that she was already adorned as a wife, leaving him to wonder which fortunate man had the privilege of such a learned companion. "Dear husband, we should be leaving. Do not keep my mother waiting." Shi Yume urgently signaled, unaware that Rin Jixian remained entranced by the sight before him, oblivious to her presence. Shi Yume glared at the now distant figure, deliberately raising her voice near Rin Jixian's ear. Startled, Rin Jixian jumped back, frowning. "What are you doing? Rude. How can there be such a rude woman in this world?" Comparing the two, Rin Jixian felt even more appreciation for the woman he had just seen, her gaze suddenly turning sharp as she emphatically emphasized the words growing old. The old woman's expression changed in an instant, despite being married. The eldest lady had never considered herself an outsider in the Shi household. If she wished to express her displeasure, dismissing a servant was merely a matter of words. It seems to be our family's eldest lady. The old woman hastily amended, mulling over her words before adding, but from a distance. This old servant truly could not see clearly. Our family's eldest lady? Shi Yumei raised an eyebrow, referring to that daughter-in-law from the impoverished Sang family. When Shi Fengju married, she had been unable to return due to family matters, thus she had never met Sang Wan. At this moment, not only did the responding old woman change her expression, but the 2 or 3 others guiding her also altered their demeanor, chuckling awkwardly and not daring to speak. The more Shi Yumei thought about it, the angrier she became, unable to refrain from cursing for a while before she lifted her foot towards her mother's main courtyard. As fate would have it, they encountered Xiuquan, who had been dispatched by Jiang Mama. Her eyes brightened in surprise and delight as she hurried forward to kneel before Shi Yumei, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is the young lady returned. Who does not know that the madam cares the most for you, young lady?" Chapter 80. The schemes of the great aunt. How could she be my mother? Shi Yumei felt a blend of joy and emotion swelling within her heart as she inquired about Xiuquan's health and recent mood, asking what she had been up to. Xiuquan promptly answered each question. After a while, when Xiuquan failed to respond, Wang Shi discerned that her eldest daughter had arrived. The momentary confusion and curiosity faded. Saying, "Great aunt, she is your own daughter, and the son-in-law is also a younger generation. There is no need for such formalities." Wang Shi considered this and nodded in agreement. Completely disregarding her husband's displeased expression, Rin Jixian furrowed his brow, feeling as though he could crush a fly, muttering what a disgrace. Under his breath, Wang Shi smiled with her eyes crinkling, thinking, this child, how old is she now, yet still so unruly. Mother, mother. Shi Yumei exclaimed as she flung aside the embroidered door curtain made of dark red satin and rushed into Wang Shi's embrace, clinging tightly and affectionately rubbing her cheek against her mother's. "Oh mother, I missed you so much. Look at you." Wang Shi laughed, gently patting her back while playfully chiding. "At your age, how can you still be so unrestrained? Quickly sit down properly." Shi Yumei giggled, helping her mother to a seat. "Mother, only when it comes to bowing does she remember me. Such hypocrisy. This entire family is indeed duplicitous. Furthermore, as a man of integrity," he mused, "and sit down to talk. Quickly invite your husband to sit as well." Shi Yumei was too exasperated to speak. Rin Jixian pretended to be oblivious, but Cui Zhu, unable to feign ignorance, knelt behind her and bowed, rising to stand properly behind her. "Greetings, esteemed mother-in-law." Rin Jixian finally stepped forward, brushing his sleeves and bowing to Wang Shi. "No need for excessive formalities. Please, sit down." Wang Shi replied with a smile, raising her hand slightly. "Yes, thank you, esteemed mother-in-law." Rin Jixian responded with a serious expression, performing a formal salute, then adjusted his attire, straightened his posture, and walked to his seat with measured steps, carefully placing his robe before sitting down, believing he had exemplified true decorum. "Let me show you what true propriety looks like." Appearing so serious and formal that they were momentarily at a loss for words, the maids bit their lips, suppressing laughter, while even Jiang Momo secretly scoffed. How can there be such a disparity among learned families? The once lively atmosphere turned awkward under Rin Jixian's demeanor. "I brought a few garments. They are still at the second gate," Shi Yumei replied. "Do not forget to have someone fetch them." Wang Shi then instructed Jiang Momo again, adding, "Check if anything is lacking and ensure accommodations are arranged for the great aunt and the son-in-law." Jiang Momo acknowledged and went to convey the orders. "You must be weary from your journey. Would you like to rest first? I can call you when dinner is ready," Wang Shi suddenly exclaimed, slapping her forehead. "How could I forget Wan Yang? Quickly, send someone to invite Wan Yang and the third girl, telling them that her elder sister has returned. Is she that little girl from the Sang family? It seems you quite like her, mother." "What little girl?" "She is your sister-in-law," Wang Shi retorted. To her surprise, upon returning home, she had encountered such an incident, intensifying her disdain for Sang Wan. She scoffed, "I will not speak with her. If I need anything, it must be through you, mother." "You." Wang Shi sighed, shaking her head in exasperation. "Let it be here, but outside this courtyard, do not speak recklessly." "She is in charge of the household now? What about cousin Fangzi?" "Gu Fangzi has always fawned over her, Of course, she stands with her. Wang Shi reflected on her regret regarding Gu Fangzi. However, Fangzi had insisted on being a concubine, content to remain by her aunt's side and her cousins. Thus Wang Shi felt no obligation to intervene. Mother, Shi Yume exclaimed, her frustration boiling over. Even if it is inappropriate for cousin Fangzi to be in charge, who would dare to deceive you? How can the Sang family, now in such decline, be entrusted with that responsibility? As Shi Yume listened, her anger only grew. Mother, you shall protect her. After all, a daughter married off is akin to water spilled. I am indeed your biological daughter, the legitimate young lady of the Shi family. Yet here I am, having returned to my own home, compelled to regard the countenance of an outsider. Oh dear, how your words grow increasingly absurd. What do you mean by outsider? That is your sister-in-law. Yes, I misspoke. I am the outsider. She is your kin. Closer than a biological daughter. Shi Yume retorted with indignation. You may spoil her as you wish, but when the day arrives that she has emptied this household, you will see I was right. You, just look at you. Wang was rendered speechless by Shi Yume's biting remarks. Seeing this, Grandma Jiang hastily intervened with a smile, attempting to ease the tension. My dear madam, our esteemed elder lady speaks with a candid heart and a fiery temperament. Yet her intentions are undoubtedly pure. Allow me to make a presumptuous suggestion. Why not converse amiably instead of allowing such discord to mar your relationship? Esteemed elder lady, the madam cherishes you above all. Shi Yume hurriedly chimed in. She knew her husband's temperament all too well. When he erupted, he paid no heed to time or circumstance. Very well, go on. Oh, wait. Wang, having just nodded, called out again. I have already sent for Wan and the third girl. Let us wait until they arrive. But ultimately acquiesced to her wishes. Chapter 81. Deliberate provocation, madam. In the blink of an eye, Cui Zhu returned, whispering, Our master and mistress have yet to have lunch. The mistress said to send the meal over shortly. Wang Shi was taken aback, instinctively glancing at the western clock on the wall, feeling both heartbroken and irate. Furrowing her brow, she exclaimed, What kind of life is this? She waved Cui Zhu away and promptly instructed the maid. Sang Wan entered. Noticing that only her mother-in-law Wang Shi was present, she greeted her with respect and then cheerfully inquired, Mother, she is exhausted from her long journey and has gone to rest. You may attend to your matters. We can greet each other later this evening. By the way, ask the kitchen to prepare more dishes for tonight. You all should join us for dinner. And remind Feng Ju to come back early tonight. Of course, Mother. She ought to wait for her arrival to exchange a few pleasantries before resting. However, Sang Wan felt certain that this was her mother-in-law's intent. Her mother-in-law was known for her lack of subtlety, summoning her while simultaneously sending her daughter away to rest. She believed such actions were entirely within her mother-in-law's character. There was no one around to provide guidance, and Sang Wan paid little mind to the situation. It seems your family does not welcome us much. I'm not going anywhere. You speak without knowledge. Ren Jixian scoffed, though the forcefulness in his tone had almost vanished. Shortly thereafter, the meal was served. This is delicious. I haven't had such authentic drunken chicken in ages. Ren Jixian glanced over the spread. Oil-braised prawns, 8 treasure tofu, drunken chicken, stir-fried eel, and fresh bamboo shoots were nowhere to be found. Suppressing his displeasure, Ren Jixian silently huffed, simmering with irritation. Ah, master, please come and eat. Found himself helpless against the irresistible aroma of the food, with hunger roaring within him like a wildfire. Reluctantly, he set aside his pride and approached the table to eat, maintaining a stern visage. After ensuring the kitchen was well prepared and notifying Shi Fengju, Sang Wan began contemplating her attire for the evening. She felt that since they were family, she should not dress too formally, as it might seem overly distant. Thus, she put considerable thought into her outfit. Upon Li Mama's return, Sang Wan presented her selected garments for approval, a half-new, autumn-hued gown embroidered with golden-red floral patterns, complemented by an orange-red skirt with yellow edging, adorned with gold and emerald jewelry, culminating in a stunning hairpin with a bird's head holding a pearl. This will do. Our esteemed daughter-in-law is no stranger. Li Mama nodded in approval with a smile. Then it is settled. Sang Wan felt relieved and hurried to change, wash her face, and style her hair. Just as she finished, Shi Fengju returned. Upon seeing Sang Wan, his eyes brightened, revealing unmistakable admiration. The maids exchanged knowing smiles at the sight of the young master's reaction, leaving Sang Wan feeling a tad embarrassed. The young master has a keen eye? This white jade hairpin truly compliments the eldest lady. Li Mama praised, and the others echoed her sentiments with laughter. Sang Wan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she playfully scolded, "Mama, you tease me again. Quickly fetch water for the young master to wash his face and assist him in changing. We must hurry." Thus, Li Mama and the others busied themselves to serve them, creating distance for the two of them. Wan Yang, Shi Fengju leaned closer to Sang Wan, speaking softly. "My elder sister is quite straightforward and may speak without thinking. If she says something, please do not take it to heart." Sang Wan paused, meeting Shi Fengju's gaze and noticing his instinctive evasion. Understanding dawned upon her. It was likely that he felt their marriage was mismatched and ascent to a higher status than he deserved. "I understand." Sang Wan replied with a gentle smile, "We are all family. Regardless of what eldest sister says, I shall not dwell on it." "Then that is good. Let us proceed." Shi Fengju smiled, relieved. When they arrived, indeed, Shi Yumei and Ren Jixian had already arrived. "Second brother, you finally made it," Shi Yumei exclaimed with a smile, stepping forward to grasp Shi Fengju's arm, scrutinizing him. "You're still the same, though. You seem much more composed than before." "Eldest sister, brother-in-law," Shi Fengju responded cheerfully, and the two siblings engaged in light-hearted banter. To be honest, this sister truly cared for him and protected him. In their childhood, whenever anyone dared to bully him, she was always the first to rush to his defense, stirring a pang of jealousy within her. "Eldest sister, what are you saying?" "I just returned from the shop." Shi Fengju chuckled, adding, "I could never grow distant from you. You have always been the most caring for us siblings. At least you still have a bit of conscience." Shi Yumei snickered, kneeling to pay her respects. Shi Yumei cast a sidelong glance at her husband before turning to Sang Wan, scrutinizing her from head to toe, and remarked with a smile, "Is this my sister-in-law from the Sang family? Indeed, she is quite the beauty. I must say, our Shi family is fortunate to have such a refined individual." And she tactfully pretended not to hear. Shi Yumei was not the matron of the household, although she had never encountered her in her past life. Sang Wan was aware that Shi Yumei was the most cherished daughter of the matriarch Wang and the favored sister of her husband, Shi Fengju. "My sister-in-law." A sense of camaraderie born from mutual plight. He believed they would share a common language, both hailing from scholarly families, both educated, and both occupying a subordinate position within the affluent Shi household. However, to his dismay, Sang Wan appeared completely oblivious to his presence, not sparing him a single glance. "Let us sit and converse," Shi Fengju said, suppressing a cough with a fist before gesturing with a smile. Shi Yumei and Ren Jixian took their seats, and Shi Fengju joined Sang Wan beside them. Wang cast a smile at Sang Wan, about to inquire about the evening meal preparations, when she heard Shi Yumei exclaim, "Oh, or is it that the rules of learned families differ?" She then turned to her husband, remarking, "When mother was present, I don't recall being so lacking in propriety. It is my fault for having momentarily overlooked it." Sang Wan quickly rose to her feet. "Wan Yang." Shi Fengju shot a cold glance at Ren Jixian, unable to contain his irritation. He had never held this pretentious and pedantic brother-in-law in high regard. If he were truly a man, he would not only squander the family fortune but also sell off his wife's dowry to make ends meet, believing it to be perfectly reasonable. Even more infuriating was the fact that all four of his sister's accompanying maids had been taken into his household, and within a year, except for Cui Zhu, he had sent the others away, ultimately selling them off when life became unbearable. Now, even Cui Zhu had adopted a woman's hairstyle. It was one thing for his wife to be criticized by his sister. Why should he be compelled to speak up? If he were truly a man of decorum and propriety, would he not know to avoid such sensitivities? Was his sister's daughter-in-law someone he could openly discuss? Shi Fengju firmly grasped Sang Wan's hand, pulling her back down into her seat, asserting that they were family and did not need to adhere to such rigid customs. When had his sister developed such an abundance of formalities? With a light chuckle, Shi Fengju spoke casually, subtly squeezing Sang Wan's hand as a gesture of reassurance. "Indeed, Yumei. You have misunderstood Wan Yang." Wang Shi interjected with a smile. "Your sister-in-law is quite versed in etiquette. I find her overly polite. We are family and should not create distance among ourselves." "Haha, just as she has finally relaxed around me, with your comment, who knows how constrained she may become again." "Wan Yang, do not take your sister's words to heart. Sit comfortably. By the way, how is dinner coming along?" Li Mama was watching over it. "It should be ready shortly." Sang Wan quickly smiled in response, expressing her gratitude to her mother-in-law. "Indeed, it was merely a comment. Sister-in-law, I hope you do not mind." "Haha, you are truly fortunate. Both my mother and brother are so protective of you." Yume, noticing her mother and brother supporting Sangwon, felt increasingly displeased, but sensed that her brother's irritation would not allow her to continue. Casting her gaze around, she then cheerfully asked, "Why do I not see Cousin Fongzi?" "Second brother, what is Cousin Fongzi doing? Why has she not come to see me upon hearing my return?" Shi Fengju felt a pang of anxiety and instinctively glanced at Sangwon. This glance only intensified Shi Yume's discontent. Thinking how quickly Sangwon had managed to command her brother's attention since her marriage. If she were to bear a son in the future, it would be an even greater issue. Sangwon maintained a serene expression, her brow unwrinkled, yet inwardly she lamented. How innocent could one be in this world? "The eldest young master's sister is addressing you. Why do you gaze at me? What concern do I have with what your Fongzi is doing?" Unfortunately, she had gone to the temple yesterday to perform rituals for her uncle and would return tomorrow, Shi Fengju said, forcing a somewhat awkward smile. "I see. I knew it. Fongzi is such a good person. She would never fail to visit me." Shi Yume giggled, then proceeded to praise Gu Fongzi, reminiscing about their shared past. Wang Shi, being of an older generation, loved to reminisce. Yet Sangwon found herself unable to interject even a single word. She could only sit silently by, while Shi Fengju found the conversation increasingly uncomfortable, wishing to avoid it altogether. Finally, unable to endure any longer, he seized an opportunity to interrupt. Directing a mild smile toward Renjishian, "By the way, brother-in-law, did you not mention this year you would be heading to Hangzhou for the provincial examination? What brings you here now?" He recalled that during his wedding, his sister had sent word that she would remain at home to support her husband's studies for the examination and would not attend his wedding. Ren Jishian's expression shifted slightly before he regained his composure, clearing his throat awkwardly. "Well, this year is not auspicious for travel. It is better to wait for the next session, indeed." Upon hearing Shi Fengju bring up this matter, Shi Yume could not help but feel anger bubbling within her, yet insisted she could not return to her family to borrow money. However, she understood that his prohibition against borrowing was not absolute. It was merely a directive to conceal the true reason for the loan from her family. This was of little consequence, as her family was well off, and her mother and brother had always been indulgent towards her. A simple excuse would easily yield a few hundred taels. The real issue was that he had drunkenly stumbled into a ditch, injuring his foot, which took over a month to heal. By the time he recovered, it occurs every 3 years. Missing this one simply means we shall try again next time. There is no cause for concern. As long as one possesses true talent and learning, what is there to fear about achieving success? Quite right. While fame is important, life is even more precious. Although she was an unmarried young woman, and traditionally should not dine at the same table as her brother-in-law, the Shi family had never been strict about such customs. They had always been informal when relatives visited. However, she was acutely aware of her brother-in-law's character and feared he might say something to put her in an uncomfortable position. With a forced smile, she said, "Mother, second brother, sister, I have not been feeling well the past couple of days, so, Wang Shi, having little interest in mistreating a daughter not of her own blood, nor treating her like one of her own, casually responded, "Then you may return. Ask the kitchen to prepare something light. If you still feel unwell, go to your sister-in-law and have someone fetch a doctor." "Yes, thank you for your concern, mother." Shi Lian quickly bowed and hastily exited. Once everyone was seated, Sangwon did not take her place, instead busily instructing others to serve the dishes and personally arranging bowls, chopsticks, and spoons for Wang Shi, standing behind her and preparing clean chopsticks and plates to serve her mother-in-law. Since the elder sister-in-law had already expressed herself, she needed to be attentive to the nuances of the situation. Upon witnessing this, Shi Yume was indeed secretly pleased, thinking to herself, "Let us see how I can't manage you." Ren Jishian, however, could not help but frown upon seeing the abundance of dishes laid out before him. The spread lacked his favorite dishes. Even the fish was braised rather than steamed. He felt a surge of indignation, thinking that the Shi family was being overly presumptuous. The dishes were far too greasy. Consuming such rich fare was not good for one's health. They ought to prepare something lighter, more in line with a healthy diet. Unable to restrain himself, he voiced his discontent. His face, already stern, resembled that of someone who had been wronged, and his remarks, though not inherently rude, came across as quite impolite to those present. This dinner had been arranged under Sangwon's direction, and she felt utterly embarrassed, hastily offering a smile. "I truly did not know brother-in-law's preferences. I apologize for the oversight. I shall promptly request the kitchen to prepare a few light dishes. I am uncertain of your brother-in-law's palate." Shi Yume remarked with a smile that seemed to dance on the edge of amusement. If you are unaware, then so be it. What? Do you wish to inquire further to curry favor? Sister-in-law, you are being overly concerned. Simply attend to my younger brother. There is no need for you to fret over anyone else. Sangwon blushed deeply, standing there at a loss for words. Yume, what manner of speech is this? Wang frowned. Shi Fengjiu, too, grew irked, replying with a subtle smile. Elder sister, Wanyang has only the best intentions in her concern for you. Li Mama, please instruct the kitchen to prepare a stir-fried dish of bok choy and one of radish, ensuring they are light and sparing in oil and salt. Brother-in-law, does this sound agreeable to you? I recall that during my last visit to your home, you expressed a particular fondness for these two dishes, remarking that radishes and bok choy are indeed wonderful ingredients. I have always remembered your preference for them. Fengju's memory serves him well. Ren Zhixian felt a moment of embarrassment. When Shi Fengju visited their home, he had deliberately requested these bland dishes, believing that someone raised in the lap of luxury would find them distasteful, thereby seizing the opportunity to impart lessons on frugality and simplicity to earn his respect and admiration. He thought that their family's only comparable trait to the Shi family was this spirit of endurance. Little did he know that Shi Fengju would not grant him the chance to showcase his intended lesson. The meal proceeded smoothly, without incident. Moreover, today he found himself on the receiving end of the conversation. The main courtyard boasted a modest kitchen, always stocked with fresh ingredients, and the cook was notably efficient. Soon, 2 plates of stir-fried vegetables were served. Placed before the elder brother-in-law, it was time to eat. Otherwise, the dishes would surely grow cold. Shi Fengju chuckled and gestured invitingly. Noticing that his elder sister seemed poised to speak, he continued with a smile, Xiuli, do serve a portion of the shredded bamboo shoots with chicken and scallops to our esteemed aunt. Sister, this is your favorite. Ah, it is indeed my younger brother who remembers me. Shi Yume immediately chimed in with a beaming smile, contentedly enjoying her meal. Chapter 83. The eldest sister and brother-in-law's extended stay mother. Please allow Wanyang to take a seat. With Xiuchuan attending to her, it suffices. We usually do not adhere to such formalities with relatives and guests, and my sister and brother-in-law are certainly not strangers, so why impose unnecessary decorum? Shi Feng spoke calmly, picking up a piece of braised lamb. Upon hearing this, Wang Shi instinctively turned her head, only then realizing that Sangwon was standing beside her, dutifully attending to her. Oh dear, she exclaimed, smiling, you are such an obedient child. Your sister was merely speaking casually. Did you truly take her words to heart? Come now, sit down. Thank you, mother. Sangwon glanced at Xiumai, and seeing her remain silent. She smiled and slightly bent her knees in gratitude before handing the chopsticks to Xiuchuan and taking her seat beside Shi Feng. Naturally, Xiumai could not voice any further objections. To do so would only make her appear more distant than her relatives and friends. Moreover, at that moment, the table was laden with her favorite delicacies, which were far more enticing than any petty squabbles with her sister-in-law. In a state of contentment, she found herself unwilling to dwell on trivial matters. Xiumai was lively and chatty with her mother and brother, and throughout the meal, laughter filled the air as they enjoyed their meal heartily. Shi Feng even had someone warm a jug of 3-year-old chrysanthemum wine, the amber liquid served in jade cups, exuding a rich and fragrant aroma. This sight delighted Xiumai even more, and she savored the meal with great satisfaction. Only Ren Zhixian sat apart, ensnared by his own remark about the path to health. He felt stifled by Shi Feng's casual remarks, trying to maintain his dignity while silently eating the radishes and cabbage before him. As the enticing aroma of the lavish dishes wafted through the air, he could only swallow hard, yearning for a taste. However, even the simple stir-fried cabbage and radishes from the Shi family, although they were lightly cooked, were far superior to what he had at home, thanks to the generous amount of oil and the chef's skill. Little did he know, the chef had added broth and a secret mixture of mushrooms and seafood to enhance the flavor. After the meal, everyone gathered in the flower hall, chatting amiably. Wang Shi and Shi Feng had not seen Xiumai in over a year, and the three shared a delightful conversation. Just as the atmosphere reached a peak, Ren Zhixian cleared his throat and insisted that he needed to rest. Wang Shi, realizing they had traveled a long way and must be tired, hurriedly arranged for someone to escort them back. Shi Feng, however, cast a disapproving glance at the solemn-faced Ren Zhixian, feeling a twinge of displeasure. This man seemed intent on dampening the spirits of those around him. What a strange mindset. Mother, we shall come by again tomorrow, Xiumai said with a smile as she stood up. Cough, cough. Ren Zhixian, upon hearing her words, began to cough heavily, casting furtive glances at her. Shifeng was momentarily taken aback, observing silently. Xiumai's expression faltered for an instant before she suddenly brightened, turning to link arms with Wang Shi, saying, "Mother, I wish to sleep with you tonight. I want to keep you company." Well, Wang Shi glanced at Ren Jixin, seeking his approval, but he appeared preoccupied, as if he had not noticed. "Never mind, mother. It is settled. I shall stay and keep you company," Xiumai proclaimed cheerfully. All right. How could I not wish for that?" Wang Shi chuckled, affectionately patting her hand. "Suizhu, let us take our leave," Ren Jixin called out, lifting his head. He audaciously called for a maid in front of his mother-in-law, brother-in-law, and legal wife. Moreover, this maid was a gift from his wife, the only one currently serving her. Shifeng finally voiced his frustrations. Sangwon accepted the hot tea offered by Liu Ya and smiled faintly. "When you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. When you marry a dog, you follow the dog. What can a woman do but endure? I believe my sister's broad-mindedness is commendable. At least she does not create distress for herself, making life a bit easier." Shifeng paused, surprised by her perspective. As he listened, he sensed a deeper meaning behind her words, prompting him to set down his teacup and dismiss the maidservants. He smiled. "Wan Yang, are you expressing discontent with me? Where did that come from?" Sangwon felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing she may have misspoken, and quickly added, "We are not the same as them, are we?" "Of course not. We," Shifeng's smile faltered abruptly. It became evident that his initial understanding diverged from Sangwon's intent. He thought she meant he and Ren Jixin were not alike, while she implied they were merely a fade of a couple. Shifeng's already troubled mood grew darker, and he gazed at Sangwon, rendered speechless. He longed to confess, "Wan Yang, I regret it. I truly regret it. Let us nullify our agreement. And you remain with me as my genuine wife, shall you?" Yet, he sensed she would not acquiesce. "I am not like my brother-in-law. Our situation will be different." Shifeng gazed deeply into Sangwon's eyes, rising to say, "You must be weary from your labors these past days. Rest early. My sister and brother-in-law will be staying for a while longer, and I fear you will have much to attend to. My sister deserves care. Please be patient with her. And I shall express my gratitude later." Sangwon chuckled at his earnestness. "Rest assured, I will. No matter what. I cannot allow the eldest daughter of the Shi family to feel wronged in her own home. However, I am not entirely familiar with your sister's temperament. So if I inadvertently offend her, do help clarify my intentions. I am open to making amends." Sangwon sensed that Xiumai harbored an unwarranted hostility toward her, perhaps even more so than Shifeng, who was the supposed victim. Moreover, Xiumai was known for her forthrightness, making it impossible for Sangwon to defend herself effectively. Hence, it was prudent to take precautions. "If she becomes upset, do not hesitate to inform me. I will not allow you to be wronged." Shifeng felt a surge of joy at her willingness to rely on him, his eyes sparkling. The two settled down, leaving their concerns unspoken. Meanwhile, in the main courtyard, Xiumai lay in bed with her mother, chattering away into the night before finally drifting off to sleep. Her primary intention for staying with her mother was to share this heartfelt conversation. Early the next morning, as Shifengju and Sangwon had just risen, they were startled by the sudden entrance of Xiuquan from outside the Ningyuan. Alarmed, they inquired about the matter at hand. "It concerns not the eldest madam." Xiuquan quickly responded with a smile. "The matriarch has instructed that the eldest young master should refrain from visiting the merchant house for the time being. After you are groomed and dressed, you may proceed there. There is no need for the eldest madam to pay her respects today. She is preoccupied with preparations for the upcoming festival." Upon hearing that it was unrelated to her, Sangwon felt a sense of relief. Shifengju nodded in acknowledgement and said, "Return to inform mother that I shall go at once." He promptly ordered attendants to assist him with his grooming and dressing, for he knew that his mother rarely rose so early, indicating that there must be pressing matters to discuss. Sangwon then called out to Xiuquan, suggesting, "Please convey to the eldest madam that I shall arrange for someone to deliver the eldest young master's breakfast as well. I have already instructed the kitchen to prepare a few dishes favored by the eldest aunt and uncle, which will be sent along shortly." "Yes, eldest madam," Xiuquan replied, turning to depart. Shifengju hurried to his mother's side, taking a seat and immediately asking, "Mother, why are you and my elder sister not resting a bit longer? What urgent matter has called me so early? How can one possibly sleep?" Wang sighed deeply, pressing her loosely clenched fist against her chest to ease her breath. Sure, Yume sat beside her, adorned in a pale blue garment embroidered with chrysanthemum branches, her hair styled in a flat, auspicious bun, her head slightly bowed. her expression not quite favorable. Shi Fengju sensed a deeper concern and surmised that it likely pertained to his sister's family. Mother, has something befallen my sister's household? Please speak plainly. I shall arrange for assistance immediately. She is my own sister, not a stranger. He responded with a smile. Despite his disdain for his brother-in-law, he could not bear to see his beloved sister suffer. The Shi family was certainly capable of supporting them, even if it meant providing for the couple for a lifetime. It was not a daunting prospect. Second brother, Shi Yumei lifted her gaze to meet his, expressing her gratitude. Alas, Wang sighed once more, saying, consider which courtyard is suitable for use. Have Wanyang send someone to clean and arrange it. Your sister and brother-in-law will be residing with us for the foreseeable future. Shi Fengju blinked in astonishment. Even though he had braced himself for the inevitable task of cleaning up after that imprudent brother-in-law, he still found the declaration utterly inconceivable. Chapter 84. The mess of my brother-in-law. This brother-in-law, conceited as he was, considered himself highly talented and self-important, looking down upon their family. Shi Fengju thought it prudent to clarify the matter. Should it solely be his sister's desire, the stubborn brother-in-law would undoubtedly blame him for meddling. But he was also certain that if the brother-in-law were to assist, and the next examination did not go well, he would surely complain that he had devoted effort to instructing his brother-in-law while neglecting his own studies. Conversely, if Shi Fenghua succeeded, the brother-in-law would undoubtedly attribute that success to his own guidance. Shi Yumei's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Shi Fengju's reasoning, and she nodded with a hint of a smile, saying, that is a valid point. However, is the teacher reliable? We cannot afford to delay our Fenghua. Reliable, indeed. He is a retired Hamlin from the capital. Wang spoke quickly. Oh. Shi Yumei elongated her response, but fell silent, clearly unconvinced by her mother's words. She wanted to argue, but felt a lack of confidence. Though she remained silent, Shi Fengju understood her sentiments and mused that even the most unreliable person was still more dependable than his brother-in-law. Noticing the conversation had strayed, Shi Fengju suggested, I propose we consider the banana garden. It is spacious and serene. What does my sister think? The banana garden? That works. Let us go with that. Shi Yumei responded, her smile appearing somewhat forced. The banana garden was situated to the south of the Shi residence, with its main entrance opening into the outer courtyard. The house and courtyard were located within the inner residence, connected by a small door, perfectly positioned on the boundary between the inner and outer domains. The night watchwomen could easily secure the entrance, ensuring a separation between the two areas. The garden comprised 2 courtyards, with the main house and side rooms totaling 5 spacious chambers. The rear courtyard featured a small garden, meticulously designed with rock formations, a pond, and flourishing flora. Though small, it was exquisitely arranged. The front courtyard was adorned with banana plants, plum blossoms, and bamboo, creating an elegant and tranquil atmosphere, ideal for studying. It was indeed the perfect residence for her aunt, who had returned with her husband. However, Shi Yumei couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy, as she had initially wished to remain in her embroidery room from before her marriage. She now realized that she could no longer reside there. The Shi family would soon welcome a new young lady, her brother's daughter, who would be the rightful occupant of that space. How could she, accompanied by her husband, still claim residence in the inner quarters? Overcome with sadness, she inadvertently felt a sense of constraint and timidity as an outsider, and forced a smile, saying, well, I truly appreciate the trouble you two have taken. Once the banana garden is arranged, we shall move in and take care of our own meals. There is no need for such formality between you and your brother, Wang remarked, feeling a pang of sorrow at her daughter's words. She reminisced about how strong-willed her daughter had been at home, always striving to excel. Her possessions had been squandered by her unreliable husband, leaving even her dowry depleted. Witnessing her daughter's rare moment of vulnerability, Wang's heart ached. A stark contrast to the girl who once stood resolute. Let us not rush, she said, her words directed at Shi Fengju. Let your sister and brother-in-law take their time to arrange the banana garden properly. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, we can select an auspicious date for your move. As for meals, Shi Fengju added with a smile. Shi Yumei felt a wave of relief wash over her, quickly expressing her gratitude to her mother and brother. She then playfully chided Shi Fengju. What are you saying? All the family business is managed through your hard work. I have contributed nothing, and I have no claim to it. If you continue to say such things, I shall be utterly ashamed. The 3 of them shared a moment of laughter. I think I shall find time today to visit uncle and aunt to pay my respects. Oh, I instructed someone to prepare gifts yesterday, and they should arrive here shortly. After all, Shi Yumei was a married daughter, and it was unreasonable for her to draw money from her maternal family. The main household would naturally have no objections. But Shi Fengjiu also had to consider the sentiments of the second and third branches of the family. He reflected that he would need to personally visit his uncle and aunt to clarify that all expenses for his sister and her husband would be covered by him, without drawing from the communal funds. Shi Yumei, concerned about this matter, felt immense joy upon hearing Shi Fengjiu's words, and Wang beamed with pride, praising her son for being so thoughtful and capable. Meanwhile, Granny Jiang suppressed her exasperation and thought to herself, "Madam, such matters should rightly be handled by you as the mother. Indeed, the eldest son is a rare gem. Your fortune is truly remarkable, with him managing everything. I can spare myself the trouble of reminding you. By the way, since my sister and brother-in-law are staying, have you arranged for the properties and fields in Ming County? If not, I can send the steward to take care of it." Shi Fengjiu inquired, suspecting that his brother-in-law, who was so engrossed in his studies, would be of little help in this regard. Yes. Let Fengjiu send someone to handle it. He is the most reliable," Wang added with concern. Unexpectedly, Shi Yumei's face suddenly displayed a hint of discomfort as she stammered, No. We took care of everything before coming here. Really, it's all sorted. No need to trouble my second brother. Is that so?" Shi Fengjiu eyed her skeptically and replied, "Then that is good. However, I still think it prudent to send the steward to check on things." His tone was laced with a hint of mockery as he remarked, "After all, my brother-in-law is an educated man, inevitably unfamiliar with such mundane matters. If he were to be deceived, it would be a great loss. It would be best if I sent the steward to investigate. I believe that would be the wisest course." Wang nodded in agreement. "There's no need." Shi Yumei, nearly standing in her urgency, exclaimed, her voice trembling. Taken aback, she quickly resumed her composure with a forced smile, insisting, "Really, it's unnecessary. Mother, my second brother is so busy every day, it would be too burdensome for him to worry over this trivial matter. We have handled it ourselves, and there is no need for such trouble." Wang snorted, sighing, "What do you mean by trouble? The troublesome matters have yet to be mentioned." "Mother." Shi Yumei's expression grew increasingly awkward as she lowered her gaze. "Mother, elder sister, are you concealing something from me? Please, tell me." Shi Fengjiu cast a sidelong glance at them and added, "You are well aware of my temperament." The implication was clear, even if you choose silence. "In such a confined space, I shall uncover the truth." Wang hastily replied, "This is precisely what I intended to discuss with you. It concerns your brother-in-law, who owes 600 taels to Guangwen Studio in Meng County, 380 taels to Hongtai Restaurant, and 240 taels to Rongji Silk Shop, and owes." "Enough, mother," Shi Fengjiu interjected, a headache and irritation washing over him. "Is there a ledger? Hand it to me." "Oh, it's right here." Shi Yumei awkwardly smiled as she retrieved it from her person and handed it to Shi Fengjiu. A wave of annoyance surged from his core to his forehead. Although he had asked, seeing these bills, originally belonging to his brother-in-law, extracted from his sister's possession, incited a furious reaction within him. That scoundrel! Shi Fengjiu's expression remained placid as he unfolded the documents to peruse. To his astonishment, everything was indeed accounted for, from daily necessities to trifles. The list encompassed all aspects of life. According to these records, one could almost establish a household. Items such as a certain snack shop for 5 taels and a miscellaneous goods store for 3 taels, while somewhat amusing, failed to provoke his anger. With narrowed eyes and a stern countenance, he declared, 800 taels to Zuihua Tower? Zuihua Tower. Wang's expression shifted, her demeanor becoming serious. "What is the meaning of this? Why did you not inform me of this matter last night?" Chapter 85. He still cares about Face Eye. "I can't possibly remember all of that." Shi Yumei hurriedly forced a smile and explained, "Mother, you and second brother have misunderstood. My husband merely went there with a few friends to compose poetry and discuss scholarly matters. Nothing else happened, and he certainly did not stay overnight, I swear." "You." Wang was so furious that she felt a pang in her chest. "Fine, I understand." Shi Fengjiu nodded and said, "Mother and elder sister, you need not worry. I will send someone to settle this." The total was nearly 3,000 taels, and it would have to come from his personal account. Shi Fengjiu thought to himself. Thankfully, he had a few private shops outside. Otherwise, he might have to return and sell off belongings to make up for it. What a scoundrel! How did I end up with such a brother-in-law? "Elder sister," Shi Fengjiu suddenly smiled and said, I think it's best if you speak the truth with me. Have you truly arranged matters in Ming County? Sure Yume opened her mouth, realizing that her brother intended to send someone to Ming County regardless, and that she could not hide it from him, so she reluctantly divulged everything. It turned out that there were no assets left in Ming County. Even the house had been sold off by Ren Jixian. The couple, along with Sueju, had come here empty-handed. Of course, there were also suspicions of them fleeing from debts. After all, Ren Jixian, a scholar, was constantly pursued by debt collectors from various shops and taverns. And how disgraceful would that be if it got out? How could this happen? How could this happen? Wang's features twisted in anger, rendering her speechless. She had always known her son-in-law was unreliable, but never to this extent. Initially, she had thought that even if he was somewhat untrustworthy, he was still a scholar. Once he passed the imperial examination and became an official, her daughter could at least have a decent life. Who would have thought? What a sin this is, truly a sin. Wang wiped her tears and lamented, regretting the marriage, questioning how the man who once seemed so promising had fallen to this state. Sure Yume could not help but weep, crying out her filial piety. Yet through her tears she said, "Mother, when he eventually passes the examinations and becomes an official, he will surely repay our family. He will." Sure Yume's words only deepened Wang's sorrow and anger. Even she knew that this was fundamentally impossible. How infuriating that this stubborn girl remained so hopeful. Unless his ancestors' graves were to smoke, it would never happen. Wang, in her fury, uttered words that could drive one to despair. Sure Yume's composure faltered, and she covered her face, crying, "It was you who married me to him, and now you blame me. Do you truly believe he will never amount to anything? If so, why did you marry me to him in the first place? What can I do? Life must go on." Wang and Shi Fengju exchanged glances, speechless. Both sighed internally. How did he turn out this way? Shi Fengju pondered more deeply, considering that perhaps he had always been this sort of person. Previously, under the guidance of his parents, he had not been in charge of anything. Now, his true nature had merely been revealed. Yet, his sister had ultimately married him. Wang and Shi Fengju hurried to comfort Shi Yume, with Wang shedding tears of sympathy. Shi Yume, unable to bear her mother's sorrow, held back her own tears. "Elder sister, mother was just speaking out of anger. Do not take it to heart. Ultimately, she cares for you, doesn't she? If it were someone unrelated, would they bother to say a word? A matter of a few thousand taels is nothing. I shall manage it. Our Shi family will not suffer for you too. You can settle down here in peace." Second brother. Shi Yume expressed her gratitude, and after apologizing to her mother, the storm had finally passed. Shi Fengju continued, "From now on, if your husband needs anything, just send someone to inform me, and I shall procure it. On ordinary days, let him study at home in peace. If he grows weary, he can stroll in the garden for some fresh air. The bustling streets outside can be distracting, which is counterproductive to his studies. Elder sister, for the sake of your husband, you must keep an eye on him." Shi Fengju emphasized his words, as if the entirety of Ren Jixian's future depended on Shi Yume's vigilance, which made her feel the weight of responsibility. She immediately nodded, affirming, "Second brother is right. The outside world is chaotic, with all sorts of people and affairs. It is far better for him to study quietly at home. Rest assured, I will keep watch over him." Indeed, I knew my elder sister was virtuous. Shi Fengju smiled in approval, then added, "Our Qingzhou is not like Meng County. Merchants here usually do not offer credit, as you well know. Should your husband need to purchase anything one day, just let someone know, and I will accompany him. I am well acquainted with nearly all the merchants in Qingzhou, and they might offer him a discount." "Yes, yes." Shi Yume nodded repeatedly, smiling. "Second brother, you are truly wonderful to your elder sister. Do not mention it. We are family." Shi Fengju chuckled, thinking to himself that if this scoundrel were to run up debts, not only would he be unable to tolerate it, but it would also bring shame to the Shi family. After sitting for a while longer, Shi Fengju rose to leave, intending to handle the matter and resolve this mess. Wang urged him to stay for breakfast, but he had no appetite, shaking his head and saying he had an appointment to eat outside. Second brother. Just as he was descending the steps, Shi Yume hurriedly caught up, hesitating for a moment before smiling. "Second brother, could you not tell anyone about my husband's debts? Could you please personally go to Meng County to help settle them?" Shi Fengju was taken aback. He saw Shi Yume bow her head, feeling quite embarrassed as she spoke. After all, he is a scholar. If the servants find out about this, it would be quite embarrassing for him. He still cared about his dignity. Did he? How could he still be concerned about face after doing something like this? Shi Fengju truly wished to have Ren Jixin soundly beaten to vent his frustration. Very well. I shall go to Meng County today. Shi Fengju suppressed his anger, took a deep breath, and managed a calm smile. Thank you so much, Fengju. Shi Yumei sighed in relief. Elder sister, please inform your husband that this should not happen again. Shi Fengju said lightly. Of course. You can rest assured. It will not happen again. Shi Yumei nodded vigorously. By the way, just as he was about to leave, Shi Fengju suddenly asked, have all your belongings been moved here? Including his books, writing implements, and inkstones? Shi Yumei smiled and replied, all those items have been given away. He said it was to leave a memento for his old friends. As for the book list, I have it here. I will trouble you to prepare another set for him. Shi Fengju was speechless. He had given away the precious writing implements? Guo Wenjai had a large store in Qingzhou, specializing in scholarly supplies, including writing utensils, paintings, and rare books utilized by scholars, all at considerable prices. A good set of writing implements, comprising lake brushes from Huzhou, ink from Huizhou, paper from Xianzhou, and inkstones from Duanzhou, could cost over 1,000 taels, with even the cheapest set exceeding 200 taels. It seems so. In any case, nothing remains. Shi Yumei clearly did not understand the value of those writing implements and did not think much of them. Had he known better than to ask, he only grew more furious. This prodigal. When Shi Fengju returned to Ningyuan, he found Sang Wan had just finished breakfast and was about to head out to Lingqing Pavilion to hear reports from the household servants. Seeing her husband, who was supposed to be out handling matters, return unexpectedly with a look of indignation, she was taken aback. What could have been forgotten? Why are you back? Sang Wan hurriedly inquired. Nothing. As Shi Fengju settled down, he gestured for the maid to pour tea, then looked up at Sang Wan and said, tell someone to instruct Chang Huan to prepare the carriage. You pack me 2 sets of clothes. I must step out now and shall return tomorrow. Certainly. Sang Wan nodded, not probing further, and promptly instructed Hong Yi to find Chang Huan while bringing Xingji into the room to assist with the clothing. Hearing Shi Fengju inquire of Luya, is there anything to eat? Just bring me something. He added, did you not dine with your mother? Sang Wan quickly turned, directing Xingji to gather the clothing, then instructed Luya to hastily check the small kitchen. If there was nothing available, she should ask the cook for a bowl of noodles. There's no need for such trouble. If there's nothing, I can eat outside. Shi Fengju replied with a warm smile, thinking to himself that his wife was indeed reliable. Everything is readily available. It won't take long to prepare. Sang Wan chuckled, it's better to eat at home. It saves the hassle of going out. With that, Shi Fengju smiled and chose not to speak further. While Shi Fengju's departure was left unmentioned, Sang Wan continued to manage affairs within the household, slightly modifying the menu for the Mid-Autumn Festival family banquet before presenting it to Madame Wang for approval. Upon seeing it, Madame Wang smiled and agreed, commanding the staff to relay the instructions to the kitchen as usual. In the afternoon, Gu Fangzi returned from the temple after conducting a ritual. She first went to the peony courtyard to freshen up and change into clean clothes. Accompanied by Lan Xiang, Gu Fangzi then visited the main courtyard to pay her respects to Madame Wang. Noticing her haggard appearance, devoid of makeup and dressed in a simple green garment, with her hair carelessly tied up, Gu Fangzi appeared even more pitiful than usual, eliciting a pang of sympathy from Madame Wang. She could not help but comfort her. Gu Fangzi nodded in agreement, striving to suppress her woeful background, as tears brimmed in her eyes, further tugging at Madame Wang's heartstrings. Dear child, do not be sorrowful. From now on, this is your home. Your aunt is your family. Silly girl, please do not cry. Madame Wang sighed, embracing Gu Fangzi. Yes, thank you, aunt. I am truly fortunate to have you as my aunt in this lifetime. Gu Fangzi nodded, wiping her tears. Then, with a faint smile, she remarked, Aunt, yesterday at the temple during the prayer ritual, I dreamed of my father. He told me that all that had transpired was his fault, that he had failed in his duties as a husband and father, causing much suffering for my mother and me. Regrettably, it is too late for remorse now. He can only compensate us in the next life. Madame Wang could not help but sigh solemnly, clasping her hands together. His realization reflects that he still possesses a conscience. Alas, it is a pity that it has come too late. Chapter 86. The regret of a dream. Gu Fangzi sighed again, saying, my father mentioned that over the years, he has been deeply grateful for the care provided by you and my cousin. He feels he cannot repay you adequately and promises to bless you with longevity and the prosperity of the Shi family business. He also insists that I must honor you and serve my cousin well, to repay the kindness you have shown our Gu family. As Gu Fangzi spoke, She began to sob quietly, kneeling before Wang and bowing deeply in respect. "Oh dear, please get up. Hurry." Wang hurriedly instructed someone to assist her, speaking softly. "You are such a considerate child. I have witnessed how devoted you have been to your aunt and Fengju over the years. You have been exemplary and dutiful. Please, do not distress your aunt in this manner." Wang's lips curved into a slight smile, revealing a hint of joy. She thought to herself that Gu Jin, despite his passing, had shown a sense of reason and gratitude. If he truly blesses the Shi family to flourish, it would be a fitting tribute to our family. After expressing her gratitude and rising, Gu Fangzi wiped her tears and continued, "My father also mentioned that he is aware of my filial piety. He believes that as long as I am devoted in my heart, there is no need to adhere strictly to the formalities of mourning. He said that since I have entered the Shi family, I am now one of you, and I need not observe 3 years of mourning for him. He believes that honoring my aunt and serving my cousin well is the greatest form of filial respect." As she spoke, Gu Fangzi took out a piece of pale yellow paper from her sleeve and presented it to Wang with both hands. "This morning, I sought the advice of the master at the temple regarding the dream I had last night, asking him to interpret it and guide me on what to do. Aunt, please take a look. This is the master's interpretation." "Oh, let me see," Wang said eagerly as she unfolded the paper. At that moment, Wang remembered that she could hardly read. However, the paper bore the unmistakable mark of the temple's abbot, with its neat and beautiful handwriting, reminiscent of the scriptures he usually wrote. "Perhaps you could read it to me, my dear." Wang returned the paper to Gu Fangzi. The most significant message was that, as Gu Fangzi stated, the mourning period could be adjusted appropriately. Was uncertain how long would truly satisfy him. She asked the master for guidance, and he calculated that 6 months would suffice. Afterward, saying, "Since the master has advised this, it must be the right course of action. We shall proceed as he suggests. It's been over a year since I last saw you, and you look so unwell and worn. Has someone been troubling you? My second brother would be heartbroken." "Big cousin." Gu Fangzi's eyes brightened as she recognized the woman dressed in a bright red embroidered coat adorned with entwined lotus flowers and a dark red printed skirt. She joyfully exclaimed, "You are back. This is truly wonderful." With her eyes glistening, she gently added, "Fangzi is currently in mourning. Nobody is troubling me. Everyone in this household treats me kindly." The two cousins embraced warmly, filled with joy. Shi Yume remarked, "Of course, the Shi family treats you well. But one cannot say the same for outsiders. Some people can be quite deceptive, appearing virtuous while secretly plotting against you. I have seen such things far too often." "That's hardly the case. Big cousin, you worry too much. There are no such people in the Shi family." Gu Fangzi quickly reassured her with a smile. Wang playfully scolded, "Exactly. You should be more perceptive than your cousin, Fangzi. Are we that sort of family?" Shi Yume pouted, falling silent, then turned back to Gu Fangzi to congratulate her, expressing that they are now a legitimate family. She sighed, lamenting, "It's unfortunate that your uncle had to pass away at such a time. Alas, this too shall pass. But it is indeed a hardship for you." These words struck a chord in Gu Fangzi's heart, reminding her of the frustrations she felt upon entering the family and Shi Fengju's dismissive attitude. She could not help but shed a few tears, thinking her father was unfortunate. And she too had little fortune. "Please, no more. It's all my fault for bringing up such sorrowful matters." Shi Yume hastily comforted her. Gu Fangzi, wiping her tears, nodded and said, "Yes, no more. Thankfully, Aunt has great fortune, and the Shi family is blessed with virtue, allowing me to find shelter here." "Huh. You are still as clever and articulate as ever. It's no wonder everyone adores you." Shi Yume laughed heartily, pinching her cheek playfully. Wang, recalling the mention of little fortune, felt a slight unease at the back of her mind, but her spirits lifted upon seeing the cousin's closeness. "All right, Fangzi. You should head back now. You two can chat privately. Your chatter is quite bothersome to me. I will send someone to call for you when dinner is ready." "Indeed." Gu Fangzi smiled, bidding farewell to Wang as she and Shi Yume departed together. As they stepped out of the main courtyard, Shi Yume eagerly inquired about Sang Wan, wanting to discuss matters related to her. Gu Fangzi felt a wave of amusement in her heart, though her expression turned slightly serious. She instinctively glanced around, smiling as she deftly changed the subject, asking her elder cousin when she had arrived and whether the journey had been tiring. Shi Yume was immensely frustrated, not with Gu Fangzi, but with Sang Wan. Gu Fangzi, with her bright and forthright nature, found herself muzzled under Sang Wan's oppression, highlighting how domineering Sang Wan truly was. Sang's family, once impoverished, had now married into their family. It was as if her ancestors had burned incense for 8 generations. Instead of behaving modestly and living honestly, she had become quite arrogant. Who did she think she was? Fangzi, I am not criticizing you, but in just over a year, where did your former courage go? To be intimidated by such a fallen family. Sure, you may scoffed. What are you saying, big cousin? I don't understand. Gu Fangzi laughed, her eyes shimmering. Seeing Shi Yume's frustration rising again, she quickly grasped her wrist tightly, gazing at her pleadingly. Big cousin. Shi Yume sighed deeply, deciding to address the matter once they returned to Mutant Courtyard. She could see that Gu Fangzi was overly cautious. Now that she was a concubine and Sang-Wan the wife, it was indeed a complicated situation. There was no need to stir trouble just to win a fleeting argument. All right, good. Gu Fangzi visibly relaxed, smiling and nodding. Once back at Mutant Courtyard, Shi Yume wasted no time on pleasantries and directly inquired about the matter. Gu Fangzi, of course, opted for a retreating strategy, repeatedly refusing to divulge any details. Shi Yume, being impulsive and straightforward, quickly provoked Gu Fangzi to the point of nearly jumping up in frustration, her emotions swirling within her. Under her relentless and unceremonious interrogation, Gu Fangzi finally, with a sense of reluctance and hesitation, revealed half of the truth. The remaining half was left for Shi Yume to conjure with her imagination. The realm of imagination is boundless. The more Shi Yume pondered, the more she perceived that Sang-Wan was not a commendable person. What a troublemaker. How could her second brother have married her? I always knew she was not virtuous. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to manipulate both mother and my brother so easily. Shi Yume seethed, declaring, Mother is truly befuddled. She should have called off this match from the beginning and never allowed her to enter our home. You are superior to her in every way, capable of supporting my brother in business. You are the most suitable to be the daughter-in-law of the Shi family. Gu Fangzi relished these words, for she believed them to be true. Her heart warmed, and she grasped Shi Yume's hand tightly, choking back emotion. Cousin, with your words. Everything is worthwhile for Fangzi. It is Fangzi who lacks the fortune. I cannot blame others. Shi Yume scoffed. Nonsense. If you lack fortune, then that Sang girl is even less deserving. Humph. I shall see how long she can bask in her glory. What else can that vixen do besides seduce men? Eldest cousin is so busy outside every day. When he returns home, he deserves to rest and relax. How could I burden him with such trivial matters? Besides, cousin, you are overthinking. It's merely a few small matters. Look, in terms of food, clothing, and shelter, she has not treated me poorly. Chapter 87. Cousin's Alliance. Oh? What can I say? Shi Yume, upon hearing those words, felt an overwhelming frustration, akin to the disappointment of iron that cannot be forged into steel. She began to scrutinize the decor of the room, noting its starkness, devoid of any embellishments. Compared to the past opulence and exquisite details, it was as if the two were worlds apart. Shi Yume chose to overlook Gu Fangzi's period of mourning, haughtily exclaiming, Look at how she has arranged your living space. And yet you defend her. Even the housekeepers in our household maintain a higher standard than this. She then inquired, What happened to the original furnishings? Why did you obediently put everything away? You ought to display some items. It would at least lend an air of propriety. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Fangzi exaggeratedly recounted how all the belongings had been taken by Sang-Wan, expressing deep remorse. I had intended to leave a gilded statue of Guanyin, a gold and jade hairpin, a set of high-quality sandalwood prayer beads, and several other items for my elder cousin, but they were all collected by my sister. Now that my elder cousin has returned, I couldn't even prepare a token of greeting. The Sang girl is utterly intolerable, Shi Yume exclaimed, her anger boiling over as she slammed her hand on the table. I shall confront her this very moment. No, dear elder cousin. Please, you mustn't. Gu Fangzi hurriedly grasped her hand, her eyes brimming with tears. Initially, Shi Yume was intent on confronting Sang-Wan, but upon seeing Gu Fangzi's tearful protests, she paused, sighed, and said, You are right. If I go to her now, she may not dare to confront me, but she will certainly retaliate against you. I must not act impulsively and drag you into this. Precisely, Gu Fangzi thought to herself. Thank you for your understanding, dear elder cousin. After wiping her tears, Gu Fangzi took a step back, deeply bowing to Shi Yume and softly saying, I truly am fine, truly. Rest assured, I have my own plans. Shi Yume mused, a slight smirk gracing her lips. Even if I decide to take action, I would never allow her to associate it with you. Gu Fangzi quickly interjected. Aunt and my elder cousin have enough on their plates. I don't wish to burden them further. My mother is quite muddled. It seems my second brother has also been led astray by her. In their presence, I find it hard to speak. Reflecting on the protection Wang and Shi Fengju afforded Sang-wan, Shi Yumei felt a surge of indignation, declaring, "Once I expose that woman's true face, my mother and second brother will surely understand. Indeed, you are the most thoughtful, dear elder cousin." Gu Fangzi promptly showered her with compliments. The two resumed their tea and conversation. Upon learning that Shi Yumei and Ren Jixian would be residing at the Shi household for an extended period, Gu Fangzi was overjoyed, her smile radiating genuine delight. "How wonderful! Truly wonderful! Now we can converse frequently, just like before." Indeed, Shi Yumei, seeing Gu Fangzi's heartfelt joy and welcome, could not help but feel elated. Recollecting the joyful moments they had shared, warmth flooded her heart. "It's splendid to have company to alleviate my boredom." Gu Fangzi laughed, then sighed. "But I fear you won't be here for long. Once your husband achieves success, you shall enjoy a life of comfort. Do not forget about your cousin. Remember to visit whenever you can." Flattering words are universally appreciated, especially those that resonate deeply. Hearing this made Shi Yumei's heart bloom with happiness. As if her husband's success were imminent, she repeatedly expressed her delight. Seeing that she had successfully lifted Shi Yumei's spirits, Gu Fangzi continued with her flattery, which further fueled Shi Yumei's dissatisfaction with Sang-wan. Before they realized it, it was nearly dinner time when Xiuquan arrived, smiling as she invited the matriarch to dine. "Is it already that time?" Shi Yumei, surprised, glanced outside at the fading light, then turned to Gu Fangzi with a grin. "Come, let us go together. Please. Dear elder cousin, go ahead." Gu Fangzi gently refused, smiling apologetically. "I am currently in mourning and shall refrain from joining. I will manage a light meal in the peony garden." Upon hearing this, Shi Yumei felt a wave of sympathy wash over her. She gently patted Gu Fangzi's hand, softly advising, "Then I shall not press you. Do not dwell on sorrowful matters. Eat well, your health is paramount." "Yes, I understand. You care for me just like my own elder sister." Gu Fangzi nodded gratefully. "We are indeed like sisters." Shi Yumei smiled as she departed with Xiuquan. En route, she called for Ren Jixian, and the couple, along with the concubine Cizhu, proceeded together. As the dishes were laid out, and the three took their seats, Shi Yumei glanced around and furrowed her brow. "Where's Wan Yang? Why do you seek her?" Wang asked, puzzled. Shi Yumei huffed. "Is it proper for a daughter-in-law to be absent? While the matriarch dines, she ought to be present, if not serving, at least showing her face. How presumptuous of her. Come now, let us eat." Wang, dismissing her concerns, waved her hand with a smile. "I instructed her not to come. With Jiang Mama, Xiuquan, and Shili attending to us. Why must she be here?" Shi Yumei retorted, "Mother, you are far too lenient, indulging such behavior. Your indifference is generous, but can we afford to overlook propriety? Is the Sang family not reputed for their scholarly lineage? Their daughters should grasp even the most basic manners. When my mother-in-law was present, I never missed a meal without serving." Ren Jixian nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Yumei is correct. This is a matter of filial duty, which cannot be ignored. She is clever and perceptive. How can she be so oblivious? She is nothing but a decorative cushion." Ren Jixian felt increasingly disheartened, realizing he would find no like-minded companion in this household. As Shi Yumei noted her husband's agreement, she was about to voice her thoughts when his words darkened her expression. She turned to him, coldly sneering, "Clever and perceptive? How many times have you seen her? What makes you so certain of her intelligence? How dare you speak to me like that?" Ren Jixian's face flushed with indignation as he chastised. "Is this how you conduct yourself? Truly." Having just heard a litany of grievances against Sang-wan from Gu Fangzi, Ren Jixian's words felt like fuel to the fire, igniting her anger further. She smirked icily, raising her voice. "Pray tell, how do you know she is clever and perceptive?" Utterly unreasonable. Ren Jixian, never one to mince words, abruptly stood, his face stern. "Look at you, raising your voice and making a scene. Is this how a lady should behave? You resemble a common street harlot." "What? You dare to call me a harlot?" Shi Yumei's face flushed crimson with rage as she lunged at him, grabbing his garments, crying out, "You dare insult me? I toil day and night for you, yet I am overshadowed by her mere silhouette. I cannot endure this life any longer. Release me at once." "Who permits such a lack of decorum? How dare you lay hands on your husband?" Ren Jixian, furious and embarrassed, forcefully tried to free himself from her grasp. "What is happening here?" Wang, oblivious to the meaning behind Shi Yumei's words, trembled with anger as she pointed at the two, her fingers shaking uncontrollably. She glared at the maids attending them. What are you standing there for? Hurry and separate them. Quickly. The maids exchanged bewildered glances, as if waking from a dream, and rushed forward, calling out, Dear matriarch, dear cousin. They struggled to pull Shiryume away. Mama, I, Shiryume, filled with shame and regret, could only weep as tears streamed down her face. Upon seeing the scene, Wang was filled with both anger and heartache. Yet, before she could utter a word, Ren Jixin spoke first. With a swift motion of his sleeve, he coldly declared, Did you witness that, esteemed mother-in-law? What an insufferable and unreasonable woman this is. Is this how the Shi family raises their daughters? Wang felt a lump in her throat, unable to express her emotions, her face paling as she stammered. Are you questioning me? How audacious of your Ren family to confront your mother-in-law so directly. Ren Jixin paused momentarily, then quickly responded, The son-in-law dares not. I had no intention of questioning my mother-in-law. I implore you to discipline such a shameless woman, lest it brings disgrace upon the Shi family. Rest assured, my daughter requires no guidance from you. Wang retorted, both furious and resentful. My daughter was a wonderful person before, and I wish to inquire how it has come to this, how she has transformed so drastically over the years. The more Wang pondered, the more sorrowful she became, and she could not help but fall to her feet, weeping bitterly. Ren Jixin, feeling aggrieved, remarked, Indeed, I too wish to know why the difference is so stark. It is as if she has become a different person. Inwardly, Ren Jixin scoffed, thinking, Humph, do not underestimate me, just because I have fallen from grace. Do not think you can treat me with disdain. I see through your schemes. Just wait, when I rise again, you will regret your arrogance. Jiang Momo, unable to bear the sight any longer, hurriedly tried to console Wang while beseeching Ren Jixin, Dear son-in-law, perhaps you could temper your words. After all, the madam is your elder. How could a servant dare to openly chastise her master? Ren Jixin was furious, his anger surging as he turned on his heel, storming away. Wang gasped, nearly choking on her breath. Alarmed, Shiryume rushed to her mother, calling out Mother, as she hurried to support her and ease her distress. After a moment, Wang finally caught her breath, and the mother and daughter found themselves in tears. It is all my fault. Why can't I change my stubborn temperament? Wang lamented. Shiryume managed a weak smile, saying, Mother, it is all my wrongdoing that has caused you such pain. Look, the dishes have gone cold. Jiang Momo, please have someone heat them up. Wang sighed deeply, gazing at her daughter, hesitating to speak. She had not noticed before, but now upon closer inspection, she could see that her daughter had lost considerable weight. Her once bright eyes had dulled, lacking their previous brilliance, and her lips appeared pale and colorless. Fine lines had begun to form at the corners of her eyes and on her forehead. Observing closely, Wang realized that her daughter seemed even more depleted than herself. Chapter 88. The elder sister's provocation. Wang's heart swelled with pity as she embraced Shiryume, softly sighing, My dear daughter, you have endured so much. When your younger brother returns, he shall decide for you. Yet, beneath her gentle facade, Wang harbored deep resentment, reflecting, How shameless. Our family has supported you, providing for you with food and care, yet you come to me with airs of propriety. What nonsense. If the Shi family has wealth, I refuse to squander it in this manner. It would be better spent feeding dogs. No, please don't. Shiryume panicked and quickly pleaded, Mother, please don't tell my younger brother about today's incident. You mother. Shiryume laughed lightly. Today, I too was at fault. As a grown man, he must feel somewhat uncomfortable living with his wife at her mother's house. He may be a bit sensitive. I shouldn't have lost my temper. We should communicate calmly. It is all my fault, and I have caused you worry. Shiryume's voice faltered. You. Wang felt a pang of sorrow. Seeing her daughter so distressed, she couldn't even express anger. She sighed. I am not reproaching you. Very well, whatever you say, I shall comply. Alas, this truly is. Seeing her mother acquiesce, Shiryume felt a wave of relief, yet a deeper wave of guilt washed over her. After a moment of thought, she said, Mother, I think after the Mid-Autumn Festival, we should quickly tidy up the banana garden and move in. It will save you from the daily trouble. Wang's heart ached at the thought of her daughter leaving. She opened her mouth to urge her to stay, but suddenly recalled her unreliable son-in-law. Perhaps it was better not to see him at all. Nodding, she replied, That sounds good. Once you settle in the banana garden, you can live a good life. Isn't your son-in-law supposed to take the county examination in 3 years? Just listen to your younger brother. He should focus on studying in the garden and not worry about anything else. Yes, thank you, Mother. You and my younger brother treat me the best. Sure, Yume smiled gratefully. As the dishes were served anew, mother and daughter sat down to eat. However, Sure Yume's thoughts drifted to her husband, and she selected several dishes for Cui Zhu to take to Renjishian. Wang said nothing, allowing her to act as she wished. The following day marked the annual Mid-Autumn Festival, and the Sure residents bustled early in preparation for the evening's family banquet. In Ning Garden, maids and matrons hurried about, fetching items, consulting with the eldest lady, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Sangwan, Xingji, and others were busily engaged, while Granny Li led Luya to the large kitchen to oversee the evening's dishes. This was a significant event where not a single mistake could be tolerated, and only with Granny Li supervising could Sangwan feel at ease. Meanwhile, Sure Yume strolled about the mansion, unwittingly arriving at the vicinity of Ning Garden. Observing the continuous flow of people in and out of Ning Garden, she felt a surge of anger as she recalled the desolation of Peony Garden. With a cold laugh, she and Cui Zhu headed towards Ning Garden. Upon hearing from a young maid that the eldest lady had arrived, Sangwan quickly instructed Xingji to manage the visitors while she personally went out to greet Sure Yume. Elder sister, what brings you here? As Sangwan stepped out from the corridor, Sure Yume approached through the courtyard. Sure Yume responded with a light scoff, a smirk playing at her lips. Sister-in-law? You are now the mistress of the household. Surely I must come to curry favor. What a notion! How could that be? Sangwan replied, her tone brightening. I have been remiss. I should have invited you to sit, but the past few days have been so busy. Oh, managing a household is no small feat. Indeed, how could it not be? Sure Yume interrupted coolly. I am merely a married daughter of the Sure family. Whether I am invited or not is of no consequence. Sangwan felt a twinge of discomfort at Sure Yume's words, but quickly recovered. Oh, elder sister, please forgive my oversight. Come, let us sit in the warm pavilion. As they settled, Sure Yume observed Sangwan's unflappable demeanor and couldn't help but inwardly scoff, recognizing her as a woman of considerable depth. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the maids poured tea. Sangwan noticed that Sure Yume did not take the tea and was momentarily taken aback before personally offering the cup with a smile. Elder sister, please enjoy your tea. Only then did Sure Yume accept the tea, lifting the lid to reveal a delicate fragrance wafting up. The elegantly crafted tea bowl held a brilliantly clear, pale yellow-green infusion that was a delight to the eyes. This is exquisite tea. What is it called? I have never tasted such. Sure Yume exclaimed after sipping. It is Meipian tea from Anhui. I find it quite delightful as well. If you like it, I can have someone send you some, Sangwan replied with a smile. Sure Yume, however, chuckled lightly. Perhaps it is best not to send me any. If I become accustomed to it and can no longer enjoy it, that would be unfortunate. After all, you have it here. I can simply drop by when I crave a taste. You wouldn't mind my visits, would you? Sangwan felt a pang of annoyance, wondering what she had done to incur Sure Yume's scorn. Elder sister, how could I ever mind? I would be delighted for you to visit. She forced a smile. If you truly enjoy this tea, I shall mention it to the eldest master. He respects you greatly, and I am sure he would see to your needs whenever you desire. Sure Yume had anticipated Sangwan to offer to procure the tea for her, allowing her to mock her generous spirit. Instead, Sangwan brought up Sure Fengjiu, leaving Sure Yume momentarily speechless. Indeed, you are quite astute. Sure Yume thought, suppressing a smirk. Is that so? If you genuinely do not mind, I shall take you at your word. You must not regret it should I visit often, she said, half teasingly. After all, as a married woman returning to her mother's home, it is crucial to ingratiate oneself with the head of the household. I understand this much. Would you not agree, sister-in-law? You flatter me. Sangwan's expression shifted slightly as she replied earnestly. The true head of this household is mother. I merely assist her with various matters. How can that be? A county official is not as effective as a current steward. Besides, all this will eventually belong to you. Whether sooner or later, it matters not. My mother has a kind disposition and tends to see the good in others, often without suspicion. They say a few flattering words, and she believes them wholeheartedly. Sister-in-law, I think it would be more prudent for you to take charge of this household, lest outsiders take advantage of the Sure family. Sure Yume spoke with a smirk. Sangwan's grip tightened on her handkerchief, her body trembling slightly from indignation, yet she feigned a laugh. Indeed, elder sister, your insights are remarkable. I am but a frog at the bottom of a well, never having considered such profound wisdom. Taken aback by Sangwan's bluntness, Sure Yume felt a mix of annoyance and amusement, clapping her hands in laughter. Indeed, sister-in-law, you are truly clever. I have imparted such wisdom to you. Should you not express your gratitude? What wisdom is this? Sangwon chuckled, shaking her head. Indeed, I should thank you, elder sister. I knew you were generous. Sure Yume replied with a sly smile. Sure Yume eagerly laughed and said, Sister, I am not a greedy person. You may casually gift me a couple of your exquisite ornaments, if you please. What say you? How could one refuse such an invitation? Sangwon felt a twinge of confusion, pondering how the eldest daughter of the Shi family, a cherished jewel in her mother-in-law's palm, could utter such brazen words. The eldest son held her in utmost respect and affection, yet here she was, making a request that bordered on the audacious. Nevertheless, if she desired them, let her have them. After all, these jewels were not hers to begin with. Little did Sangwon realize that Shi Yume was deliberately seeking to advocate for Gu Fangzi. Convinced that Sangwon had schemed to deprive her of her possessions and intended to make her pay dearly. Provided my sister does not mind. Please feel free to select whatever you wish. Sangwon replied with a smile. Indeed, my sister is quite generous. I shall not hold back. Shi Yume clapped her hands in delight. As Sangwon intended to summon someone to bring the jewelry box, Shi Yume declared it unnecessary and accompanied her into the room, where they began to sift through the treasures at the dressing table. Before them lay an array of jewels and gems, with craftsmanship that was exquisite and radiant. Unable to restrain her admiration, Shi Yume marveled silently. Being an astute connoisseur, she immediately recognized the immense value of these ornaments. She mused that this woman possessed remarkable cunning. It was evident that she had employed some form of enchantment to bewitch Fengju, who had lavished her with such splendid gifts. Shi Yume understood her brother's temperament well. If he were not willingly inclined, no one could pry anything from his hands. Yet, once he took a liking to someone, he would wholeheartedly open his heart. As her indignation for Gu Fangzi grew, she could not help but feel a twinge of resentment toward her brother. Picking up a necklace strung with 18 pearls, each the size of a thumb, she marveled at their perfect roundness and the soft, lustrous sheen they exuded, heavy and opulent. She clicked her tongue in admiration before setting it down to pick up a hairpin adorned with green gemstones and white jade. Its design gracefully curved and approximately a finger and a half in length. The base was crafted from red gold, with golden threads entwining into the shape of a begonia blossom, finely inlaid with delicate green gemstones and white jade petals. Each bloom, either fully blossomed or partially opened, featured pearls at their centers, surrounded by intricately crafted green leaves and slender branches. The play of light on the jewels was mesmerizing, and the pin felt exquisitely weighty in her hand. Chapter 89. The Gift of a Hairpin. Ah, how plentiful are the treasures belonging to my dear sister-in-law. It dazzles the eyes. Truly, each item is exquisite. Shi Yume exclaimed with delight, suggesting, why not let my sister-in-law choose a couple of pieces at her leisure? Anything will do. However, Sangwon would not acquiesce. She understood that no matter how she chose, it would never meet Shi Yume's approval. It was better to let her select. After all, since these items did not genuinely belong to her, it brought her no heartache to have them chosen by another. Observing Sangwon's insistence on selecting her own pieces, Shi Yume chuckled, feeling a bit disinterested when she did not see any signs of reluctance on Sangwon's face. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Sangwon's demeanor was genuine, which led Shi Yume to reconsider her approach, deciding to cease her teasing. My sister-in-law is so generous that it makes me, as the older sister, feel rather embarrassed. I have brought no gifts for her and have instead taken from her belongings. What will others think of me? Shi Yume said half in jest, half sincerely. Not at all. Sangwon quickly replied with a smile. You are the eldest daughter of the Shi family, the sister of the eldest son, and thus also my sister. Such words from you seem overly formal. As she spoke, Sangwon instructed Hongye to fetch a purple sandalwood jewelry box inlaid with fragments of jade and mother of pearl, into which she carefully placed the item Shi Yume had selected, directing Sueju to carry it. Shi Yume felt quite pleased with Sangwon's words, and upon seeing the exquisite jewelry box, not only was it made from high-quality materials and aesthetically pleasing, but it was also lined with bright red velvet and thoughtfully compartmentalized. She realized it must be quite valuable. Sangwon had so willingly given it to her, leaving Shi Yume momentarily perplexed by her intentions, yet the grievance she felt began to dissipate. By the way, Sangwon continued with a smile, the eldest son has mentioned that in a few days, he will prepare the banana garden for you and your husband to stay in. Once it is cleaned, I would like you to accompany me to see what additional items we might need. I am not familiar with your preferences, so it would be best for you to choose personally. Upon hearing the words eldest brother-in-law, Sure, Yume felt an inexplicable discomfort, but she smiled and replied, "That sounds wonderful. However, I tend to be a bit particular, and I fear you may find me bothersome." "Not at all. You needn't worry about that." Sangwon reassured her with a laugh. "Very well." Sure, Yume chuckled. "Since my sister-in-law is busy here, I shall not intrude any longer. I shall take my leave. Do take care, sister. Do come again when you have the chance." Sangwon breathed a sigh of relief, personally seeing her out. That night, during the mid-autumn feast, both families dined together in the main courtyard of the Wang family, with only Gu Fengzi absent. In the peony garden, Gu Fengzi sat alone, quietly consuming her vegetarian dish, gazing out at the luminous moon, which hung like a jade plate in the azure sky, casting a silvery glow upon the ground, illuminating the branches and leaves. As she looked up at the moon and down at her own sorrow, tears welled in Gu Fengzi's eyes. The surroundings were silent, save for the gentle rustling of leaves stirred by the occasional breeze. In this profound stillness, she could almost hear the joyous laughter of the Shi family, reveling in their merriment, contrasting sharply with the desolation of her own solitary existence. It was one thing for others to overlook her, but even her cousin had not come to see her, not even to extend a word of greeting. Gu Fengzi could not suppress the swell of resentment within her, unaware that Shi Fengju had only just hurried back from Main County shortly before dinner. Sangwon, it must be that vile woman S doing. Imagining Sangwon adorned in luxurious jewels, beaming happily at Shi Fengju's side, Gu Fengzi's heart burned with hatred. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the main courtyard was notably calm as Jixian and his wife behaved quite decently, resulting in a harmonious meal. Shortly after dinner, the family ventured to the lakeside hibiscus pavilion, where they had invited a troupe to perform outdoors, enjoying the moonlight and laughter while watching the play, creating a lively scene. Sure, Yume had not experienced such a tranquil evening of theater in a long time and momentarily forgot about seeking trouble with Sangwon. Wang Shi engaged in merriment with her sisters-in-law, leaving Sangwon undisturbed. The second mistress of the Shi family had been reluctant to return since her visit home, feeling embarrassed, and thus had not brought any trouble upon Sangwon. After several days of busyness, Sangwon finally found a moment to breathe, and before she knew it, she had nearly dozed off in a secluded corner. Feeling someone gently drape a garment over her shoulders, Sangwon opened her eyes to find it was Louis. She smiled and said, "You are quite considerate. It is not cold tonight. There is no need for such fuss. Why are you not watching the play?" The household staff, including the matrons and maids, all enjoyed the performance. Xingji and Louis had just been sent away by Sangwon. At this moment, the masters sat centrally, surrounded by prominent matrons and nurses, with a large crowd gathered around, all straining to catch a glimpse of the entertainment. Wang Shi, being particularly fond of a bustling atmosphere, had arranged several long tables nearby, laden with snacks and sweets for the maids and servants to enjoy while watching the play, reveling in the lively gathering. Hearing this, Louis leaned in and whispered with a smile, "I could not properly enjoy the play over there, as the eldest son suddenly called for me, saying that the eldest lady seemed weary and might catch a chill sleeping outside at night, asking me to fetch her a garment. The eldest son truly cares for you." Sangwon was taken aback and instinctively glanced toward Shi Fengju, who was also looking her way, smiling gently upon making eye contact. Sangwon felt a warmth rise to her cheeks and scolded Louis playfully, "You chatter too much. You have already brought the garment. Hurry along. If you delay, the performance will be over." "Yes, my lady." Louis chuckled, turning to leave. Sangwon instinctively brushed her fingers over the soft, embroidered silk cloak she wore, feeling the smooth, and never losing her temper or taking out her frustrations on others. Thus, they felt comfortable joking with her. Upon hearing this, they all laughed and chimed in, urging her to return, not to keep the eldest son waiting. Indeed, the eldest son has looked this way several times. Upon reflection, one cannot help but lament the ineptitude of the maidservants. Sangwon chastised them with a hint of embarrassment, playfully scolding, "Each of you, spare me your banter and focus on your tasks. If anything is missing tomorrow, I shall not tolerate it." With that, she turned and departed, flanked by the throng of maidens. Indeed, Shi Fengju awaited her at the path, adorned in a moonlit blue robe adorned with floral patterns, the fabric cinched at his waist with a brocade belt. His tall, statuesque figure stood with hands clasped behind, casually gazing ahead. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the edges of his robe to flutter, presenting him as an ethereal being, akin to a celestial immortal. As Sangwon and her entourage approached, A flicker of embarrassment mingled with an inexplicable sweetness washed over Sang-won as she lowered her gaze and stepped forward timidly. "Shall we return?" he inquired. He could even discern the soft cadence of her breath. Yet, an invisible chasm lay between them, something intangible that rendered it impossible for either to advance further into intimacy. Silence enveloped them as they walked, persisting until they reached Ning Garden. After freshening up and returning to her room, Shi Fengju abruptly halted Sang-won, inquiring. He had selected that hairpin for her, believing it suited her exquisitely, yet it had been so swiftly given away. Although the recipient was her own sister, he could not shake the sense of disquiet. "What prompted you to gift something to your sister so suddenly?" he queried. "Logically, when you first met, you should have exchanged tokens. However, that hairpin was yours. How could you possibly present it to her? If you wish to give her a gift, simply inform me, and I shall procure another." Chapter 90. Sudden chill. Sang-won felt an inner fury rise, her expression darkening. She thought to herself, "Is it that you deem my possessions unclean, unworthy of your esteemed elder sister?" Upon noticing Sang-won's countenance, Shi Fengju reflected on his words and realized his blunder. "That hairpin looks quite lovely on you. Why must you choose that one to gift to my sister? Do you not possess many other adornments?" Sang-won's expression softened slightly, yet her tone hardened as she replied coolly, "What difference does it make? They are all the same in the end." Yet inwardly, she thought, "Your sister chose it herself. Could I really refuse? I fear that if I do, you might trouble me later." Shi Fengju found himself momentarily speechless, his thoughts tangled. As he watched Sang-won turn to lie down, a warmth surged within him, and he blurted out, "It's certainly different. That hairpin was specially bought for you." And quickly asked, "Then, do you like that hairpin?" "I do," Sang-won replied with a gentle nod. "I understand now," Shi Fengju exclaimed with a grin. "If your sister has taken it, then do not feel regret. I shall find another fine piece for you. Now get some rest." "All right," Sang-won thought to herself. When did I ever say I felt regret? Yet his words inexplicably filled her with joy. At least, she held some significance in his heart, did she not? The following morning, Lan Xiang hurriedly rushed to the main courtyard, seeking Shi Yume, her face etched with concern. "Auntie, my young lady has fallen ill." "I dared not speak up, but knowing you are here, I musters the courage to seek your help. What should we do?" Shi Yume, upon hearing this, grew anxious and scolded, "You foolish girl. If your young lady is unwell, why do you not hurry to summon a doctor?" But the young lady said it is nothing serious. She did not wish to trouble the doctor for such a small matter. Lan Xiang stammered hesitantly. Shi Yume's brows furrowed in dismay as they walked towards Muden Garden, her tone filled with ire. "Let us go see for ourselves. How can she be so timid?" Her face flushed, dressed in an ivory silk undergarment, coughing incessantly. Her hair was loosely pinned up, and though her eyes were slightly red and her complexion haggard, Shi Yume gently embraced her, patting her back softly, whispering, "Do not be distressed, dear sister. Are you feeling unwell? I will confront that wicked woman. I do not know how it happened. I unwittingly sat until the late hours, and this morning I awoke with a headache and congestion. Do blame me." Shi Yume sighed, feeling guilty. "I should have thought of you and come to keep you company." Gu Fangzi forced a smile. "What are you saying, dear cousin? You have returned for the Mid-Autumn Festival. You should be with Auntie to show your filial piety. Even if you were here, I would not have wanted to impose." Shi Yume considered this, feeling even more irritated with Sang-won, thinking, let alone whether we came or not. That girl from the Sang family did not even bother to check on you. Is this how she, as the legitimate wife, takes care of those around Fengju? The Sang family surely knows how to raise their daughters. Your sister is busy arranging for the festival. It must be exhausting for her. Gu Fangzi interjected. You should not blame her. Ultimately, it is my fault for indulging in the moonlight. Oh, you. Shi Yume sighed with sympathy, firmly stating. Lan Xiang cast a quick glance at Gu Fangzi and hurriedly agreed before rushing off. Meanwhile, Shi Yume busied herself comforting Gu Fangzi. Gu Fangzi forced a smile in response. But deep down, she felt a wave of disappointment. She had intended to subtly hint to Shi Yume to remind her cousin to visit more often. But before she could voice it, the opportunity slipped away. Lan Xiang rushed to Ning Garden to inform Sang-won, who, while instructing someone to summon a doctor, decided to personally visit Muden Garden. Sister is ill? Is it serious? Sang-won inquired with concern upon entering. Oh, how surprising that you came in person. Gu Fangzi struggled to rise, her face a mix of reverence and astonishment. Do not move, sister. Sang-won, seeing her pretension, inwardly scoffed but played along, stepping forward to press her down, lamenting, It is my oversight. I have caused you to fall ill. You are aware, then? Shi Yumei interjected coldly. As Fengjiu's rightful wife, you should exhibit the dignity and grace befitting your position. Fengzi is a legitimate concubine, and this is how you care for her? Do not forget, she is also my mother's niece. Treating her this way might provoke my mother's ire, and you cannot bear the consequences. I have been negligent. Sangwon lowered her gaze slightly, noticing Lan Xiang nearby, and rebuking, you too. How did you serve her? It was cool last night. How could you allow your young lady to sit outside in the wind? With her frail health, she cannot withstand such chills. Even if you could not persuade her, you should have offered her more clothing. For many years, I regarded you as a considerate and attentive presence, yet I am taken aback by your apparent carelessness. Perhaps, do take care not to repeat such behavior in the future. As she spoke, she called for Lan Xiang, saying, Good girl, it seems I have wronged you. Your loyalty is commendable. You did not utter a word in your defense. I apologize for the distress I have caused you. I dare not. Lan Xiang replied, bowing her head, and gently stepped aside. Seeing that Gu Fengzi had already spoken on her behalf, Shi Yumei could no longer interject, huffing softly in silence. Before long, the doctor arrived, who, after his examination, merely stated that it was a mild cold and not serious. He prescribed 2 doses of medicine to be brewed and taken, advising her to avoid drafts. Assuring that she would recover in a day or 2, Sangwon instructed someone to see the doctor out, and then turned to Lan Xiang, saying, Although the doctor claims it is not serious, the medication must reach your mistress. Thus, we should exercise utmost caution. You should go and fetch the medicine yourself. Do not be lazy. Prepare the medicine for your mistress personally. If anything goes awry, even if your mistress forgives you, I shall not. Instinctively, Lan Xiang glanced at Gu Fengzi, who was half reclined against the headboard, her face displaying signs of illness without even a glance in her direction. If anything arises, do send someone to inform me. Sangwon smiled faintly. Shi Yumei scoffed. What use is it to have someone tell you? He ought to visit her. Sangwon felt an inexplicable displeasure rising within her. Rest assured, the eldest master will know. I meant for you to tell him. Sangwon nodded. Sister, you should return now. I have no further matters. How could I continue to trouble you and waste your time? Seeing Shi Yumei finally hit the nail on the head, Gu Fengzi felt a surge of joy in her heart, her eyes sparkling with newfound vitality. Indeed, sister-in-law, do go on with your tasks. I will keep Fengzi company. Shi Yumei casually remarked. By the way, I wonder how things are over at the banana garden. You must still be concerned about it. Sangwon felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. After all, just yesterday was the Mid-Autumn Festival. And today is hardly half over. How impatient you are, sister. I have already given instructions. It will be cleaned up by tomorrow. The day after. I shall invite you to come and see. Is that so? Sister-in-law, you truly are capable. I must thank you in advance. Shi Yumei was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Sangwon had truly taken action. Sister is being too polite. Sangwon smiled as she stood to take her leave. Is my cousin moving already? Congratulations. Gu Fengzi quickly exclaimed, then sighed with an air of regret. What a pity. In the past, I could have sent a few items as decorations, but now, or if she is willing to part with anything. Gu Fengzi eagerly wished for Shi Yumei to clear out Ning Garden, and promptly replied, That goes without saying. My elder cousin has always been most fond of you. Whatever you desire, just take it. How could my elder cousin refuse? Oh, that wouldn't be proper. He prescribed some medicine, and I asked Lan Xiang to care for her diligently. Upon hearing this, Sang Fengju ceased to speak further, merely responding with an "Oh." It is essential that they are satisfied. I mentioned it to sister today and invited her to visit the day after, so she can decide on arrangements and additional items as she wishes. However, I feel it might not sit well with brother-in-law if I don't consult him too. Your thoughtfulness is commendable. Very well, I shall not go out tomorrow morning. Sangwon secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, as long as you are present, it will be fine. When the couple argues, you will stand up for me, and I can simply take notes on the side. Recalling Shi Yumei's inexplicable hostility and subtle challenges, Sangwon felt overwhelmed. Then it is settled. Sangwon smiled, adding, You must know her well enough. Ah, my sister is truly something. Sang Fengju chuckled, shaking his head. After some thought, he suggested, At this time, I will have someone deliver it too. As for the other dishes and snacks, just prepare a few to accompany the crabs. Sangwon beamed with delight, quickly agreeing. Then it is settled. I will inform you once I finalize the date with sister. Indeed, seeing her eyes gleaming and her brows arched in delight, Sang Wan and Sang Fengju indeed invited Shi Yumei and her husband to the banana garden. Upon seeing Sang Fengju, Shi Yumei instinctively frowned. Casting a glance at Sang Wan before chiding, "Second brother, you really need not accompany me for such a trivial matter. You should attend to your own affairs. There is no need for such formality at home." Sang Fengju reiterated the reasoning Sang Wan had shared with him earlier, and only then did Shi Yumei fall silent. Ren Jixian, upon hearing this, perked up, shooting a glare at his wife and nodding, declaring with composure, "Fengju is indeed thoughtful. Other matters aside, do you women understand how to arrange the study?" Sang Fengju rolled his eyes in irritation, but simply gestured for them to enter the garden, pretending he had not heard. With Sang Fengju present, Shi Yumei did not express much discontent. They quickly agreed on how to arrange the living room, warm chamber, bedroom, bathhouse, and ear room. Shi Yumei smiled slyly at Sang Wan, saying, "I will need to trouble sister-in-law later. I am hoping to borrow a few decorations from her." Thinking that Sang Wan seems to control everything, even making her own brother mindful of her opinions, he proposed constructing a grand bookshelf against one wall, transforming the window into a moon gate, hanging bamboo curtains, placing a long couch or a luohan bed before the window. The colors and sizes of the ink jars, the intricacies of the 4 treasures of the study, wall paintings, and other curiosities. The furniture in this room should ideally be coordinated and custom-made to ensure a visually appealing and elegant appearance. Ren Jixian had not finished speaking. "I fear it will take no less than half a year to complete. What are your plans during this time?" Shi Fengju asked with a faint smile. "It matters not." Ren Jixian replied unabashedly, "I can make do in the main house for now." He added a self-important remark, "Let us take our time. I am doing this for the benefit of your Shi family." His brother-in-law was a true scholar, for whom refinement and elegance mattered greatly, a family of literary distinction. It truly opened my eyes. How could our Shi family possibly compare to the Ren family? From a businessman's perspective, I find this construction to be quite uneconomical. After all, it will not be needed in the future. What a waste of silver. As Shi Fengju observed Ren Jixian's mouth opening to utter some disparaging remark about decorum or vulgarity, he raised his voice to interject, "How about this? Since we will not need it in the future, I do not wish to squander this silver either." When his parents were still alive, it resembled a study, but in the last 2 or 3 years, it had degenerated into little more than a storage room. Shi Yumei, seeing her husband in a bind, smiled to smooth things over. "Second brother, our elder brother is simply acting out of goodwill. This arrangement for the study will still be useful in the future. Why not, sister? That is still a long way off." Shi Fengju chuckled. "It will be at least 7 or 8 years before my son can use a study, and by then, I fear this house will be so dilapidated it will need to be torn down and rebuilt. What use would it be then? I am genuinely concerned for the well-being of your Shi family. If you deem it unnecessary, then so be it. Proceed as you wish with the arrangements." Ren Jixian was filled with indignation, thinking to himself how ungrateful it was for them to fail to recognize a good intention. The effort he was willing to put into the arrangements stemmed from his good mood. It was sheer luck for them to hear his thoughts. But Ren Jixian felt a simmering frustration with no outlet. He thought, agreeable? What is agreeable? How could I possibly find it unsatisfactory? If I do, reliant on others for even ink and paper, he could not muster the courage and merely nodded. Then let it be so. Agreed. Shi Fengju laughed. Please feel free to voice any opinions, and I assure you they will be addressed to your satisfaction without disturbing your studies. Ren Jixian scoffed silently and stepped out of the study. He glanced at the banana plants and bamboo in the courtyard and pointed out, "These banana plants are too dense." "Then I shall trouble you with that." "Not at all, dear brother-in-law." Shi Fengju replied cheerfully, "You prefer the old plum trees, correct? I am unsure if we have any in our estate, but it matters not. We can surely find a few in the entirety of Qingzhou to purchase." His tone suggested a carefree attitude towards spending money. Ren Jixian felt a wave of dizziness and nearly stumbled, overwhelmed by jealousy and injustice. Had to endure poverty and live off others? Sang Wan observed this with astonishment. "If you are not heading out, let us go to the peony garden together. It has been a while since the 3 of us, myself, you, and cousin Fangzi, have had a chance to converse." Sang Wan remained composed, her gaze lowered as though she had not heard. "No, I cannot." Shi Fengju replied with a smile. "I am just about to head out. Elder sister, you may go alone. Fangzi is observing mourning. It would be best not to linger too long." "What does that matter?" Shi Yumei laughed. "The essence of mourning lies in the sentiment. It is rather pitiable for Fangzi to be alone in the peony garden all day. What harm would it do for us to keep her company?" No one cares for her. Is she lacking food or clothing? Does she truly believe that everyone should revolve around her for her life to be bearable? Moreover, 6 months? I thought she was to mourn for 3 years. You don't know yet? Sure, you may exclaimed in surprise. Cold laugh within himself. Only she could turn such a trivial matter into something so ostentatious and self-righteous. She has always been clever. Shi Fengju sighed inwardly, lamenting that her cleverness was often misapplied. Both Shi Yumei and Ren Jixin were eager to move into the banana garden as soon as possible. Shi Yumei visited Ning Garden to select several vases, stoves, and artworks, saying one had never regarded these items as her own. She handed them over without a second thought, not even blinking an eye, and certainly did not take it to heart. When the day came for Shi Yumei's move, Gu Fengzi was unable to attend, but sent Lan Xiang to congratulate her with a few auspicious words. This was not the main purpose, however. The primary goal was that Lan Xiang finally managed to stop Shi Fengju. In recent days, Shi Fengju had not set foot in the peony garden at all. Gu Fengzi knew that such excuses could only deceive Shi Yumei, not her. If he truly cared, how could he not find any time at all? Seeing Shi Yumei easily dismissed by Shi Fengju, Gu Fengzi realized she could not rely on her for help and resorted to her only remaining strategy, sending Lan Xiang to invite him. He found no joy in it. Rather, it left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Hearing this, Shi Yumei promptly urged him with a smile. Indeed. You ought to visit Fengzi. Every time I mention you, you seem to have something waiting for me to say, and I can never prevail. Today you must go. Who could influence my decisions? Who could possibly make choices for me? Thought that if he did not visit this sister, she would undoubtedly chatter in his ear for an eternity. Thus, he turned and left with a stern expression. Lan Xiang, elated, hurriedly bowed and expressed her gratitude to Shi Yumei before trotting after him. Miss, the eldest young master has come to see you. Upon entering the courtyard, Lan Xiang exclaimed triumphantly. Inside, Gu Fengzi was overjoyed and hurriedly adjusted her attire and hairstyle, stepping out to greet him. Cousin, Gu Fengzi gazed at Shi Fengju with affectionate eyes. You finally came to see me. How have you been lately? Shi Fengju struggled to keep his voice steady, suppressing his impatience as he entered the room. In retrospect, Gu Fengzi quickly invited him to sit down, her voice soft and cheerful. These days, it has been fortunate to have the eldest cousin accompany Feng. Reflecting on those times when the three of us were together brings such joy. It would be wonderful for you to stay with us long term. Then the three of us could often be together. Though the elder sister resides here, she is now, after all. Did not refute his words, but rather smiled and conceded, I see I have spoken unwisely. Not only is the eldest cousin different now, but so are we. Lan Xiang presented tea and, understanding the situation, discreetly withdrew. Chapter 93. Shamelessness. Gu Fengzi gazed at the handsome man before her, completely unaware of the tenderness and allure radiating from her. Cousin, she called out, not letting go of the cup. Instead, her slender hand brushed against Shi Fengju's. His sudden movement causing her to spill the hot tea onto her hand. Startled, she dropped the cup, which clattered to the ground. Fengju, Gu Fengzi whimpered. I have matters to attend to and must leave. No, Gu Fengzi would not let him go so easily. If not for the mourning period, she would have sought him out long ago. She suddenly wrapped her arms around him from behind, pressing her cheek against his back, gently rubbing against him as she whimpered. Cousin, please stay a while longer. Don't go. Cousin, you like me, so how can you treat me this way? Did I do something wrong to upset you? Remember your place. I always remember. I have not forgotten. Gu Fengzi cried, tears streaming down her face. I am yours, your woman. How could I possibly forget? If he liked someone, she would certainly come to accept it. Yet, she utterly despised Sangwon. Seeing Shi Fengju silent, Gu Fengzi couldn't decipher the stormy depths of his gaze. In a moment of heated impulse, she dashed into his arms, tightly embracing him, tilting her head to kiss his cheek and neck, whispering, Cousin, I give myself to you. Let's be true husband and wife. Gu Fengzi, Shi Fengju shouted, shoving her away in anger, repulsed as he wiped his face and neck with his sleeve. What madness is this? I am not mad. I am serious. Gu Fengzi wept. You said you wanted to marry me. I cannot possibly love anyone else but you. We will be together, won't we? As she spoke, he turned and strode away. Gu Fengzi's face turned as pale as snow, and she staggered, unable to support herself, collapsing to the ground, leaning against a chair. Who had claimed she was his only true love? Sangwon. Gu Fengzi gritted her teeth, rage igniting in her eyes. It is all you're doing. A gust of wind carrying him back to Ning Garden. Where is the lady? He barked, not seeing Sang-won. His expression was dark and menacing, his tone icy. Shi Fengju snapped, raising an eyebrow. What are you waiting for? Hurry. Yes, yes. Terrified, Hongye jumped up, rushing off to fetch her. Upon hearing Hongye's words, let her complain. She had nothing to hide and had done nothing wrong. Whatever he asked, she would answer truthfully. Shi Fengju sat alone in the warm chamber, his knees drawn to his chest, brooding in silence. The young maidens dared not enter, holding their breath outside, occasionally glancing toward the door. When Sang-won returned, they silently breathed a sigh of relief. Sang-won inquired about him and steadied her breath before lifting the curtain to enter. Before she could speak, Sang-won's heart twisted with concern, secretly admiring the powerful effect Gu Fengzi's complaint had had on him. It is I, Sang-won responded softly, stepping forward with composure. I did not realize it was you. Sang-won raised her eyebrows slightly, shaking her head with a smile. It's nothing. Did you need to see me? Nothing. Have you decided on a date to invite my sister for crabs? I need to prepare. Sang-won was utterly speechless, and Sang-won was resolute in her disbelief. However, since he did not wish to divulge more, she would not press. Not yet, Sang-won replied with a smile. I will ask mother and my sister tonight, and once the date is set, I will let you know. As Shi Fengju observed her unwavering belief in his words, living up to his expectations, inquired gently. Shi Fengju felt a wave of relief wash over him as he shook his head and smiled, saying, It's nothing. Merely an uncomfortable feeling. Would you accompany me for a stroll? Sang-won paused, pondering for a moment before responding with a smile, coincidentally. My elder sister just sent word that she wishes to acquire some potted plants for the courtyard. I am rather unfamiliar with this matter. Perhaps you could accompany me to select a few? Shi Fengju chuckled heartily, jesting. You claim to be unfamiliar? You, a connoisseur? How could that be? Sang-won playfully retorted. Oh, do not speak of me in such lofty terms. I am exceedingly mundane. The true connoisseur resides in the Jiaoyu Inn. Upon uttering this, both of them erupted into laughter. However, as soon as the words left her lips, Sang-won felt a twinge of regret. After all, if not, I shall be on my way. Of course, let us go. It was a rare occasion for her to extend an invitation, and besides, though she couldn't help but murmur to herself, this girl from the Sang family is quite clever, always delegating tasks to her brother. Yet, reflecting upon it, how could I not understand? Gu Fengzi nodded with a smile. Chapter 94. He actually helps her. Sure, you may sighed. Indeed, you are his virtuous helpmate. Can she assist my cousin in business? Once I fulfill my filial duties, I shall partner with my cousin to manage the Shi family's affairs, wielding power and influence far beyond the trivialities of this household. By then, my cousin will naturally realize who is truly best for him. Transforming from a wife to a concubine is hardly a challenge. How could my elder cousin say such a thing? I am not worthy of it. Gu Fengzi replied with a humble smile. Who else would dare to take such credit if you don't? Sure, you may chuckled, then sighed again. What a shame. Just as I return, you encounter such circumstances. Otherwise, we would be having such a delightful time now. Tomorrow, we'll be dining on crabs at Qiufang Pavilion, but alas, you cannot join us. Sure, Yu Mei's words struck a chord with Gu Fengzi, who sighed. Indeed, fate does not always align with human desires. Who could have foreseen this? Did I not mention? This is just the nature of good things being fraught with difficulties. Sure, Yu Mei gently patted her hand, soothingly assuring her. I saw the crabs sent from the estate. They were impressively large, one as big as a bowl, almost half a pound. She lamented that Gu Fengzi could not attend. But how did you know they were sent from the estate? From our family's estate? Indeed, I saw it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears. Sure, Yu Mei declared. Oh, she has played her cards well, using the gifts from the estate to gain favor. Yesterday, she must have delighted my mother greatly, incessantly praising her filial piety. Gu Fengzi's heart sank further, forcing a smile as she replied, one cannot say it like that. After all, it was her order. Moreover, these items from the estate require payment. Otherwise, how would the estate manage its finances? Upon hearing this, Sure, Yu Mei laughed. Ah, you understand. You even defend her. Gu Fengzi offered a hollow laugh, her heart growing colder. She was acutely aware that the Shi family owned 3 large estates and 5 smaller ones in the Qingzhou region. Of the 3 large estates, 2 were fertile fields, and 1 was forested land, each encompassing thousands of acres, none of which produced crabs. As for the 5 smaller estates, none yielded crabs either. At least, not crabs of the size Shi Yu Mei had described. Only Shi Fengju South Private Estate was known for its crab bounty. She remembered accompanying him there years ago. Clearly, this invitation, ostensibly on Sangwon's behalf, was actually Shi Fengju's way of aiding her. He actually helps her. Shi Yumei then recounted how troublesome it had been for Fengju to assist with the arrangements at the banana garden, lamenting that even selecting a few potted plants had required her brother Shi Fengju's involvement. As Gu Fengzi listened, her jealousy flared, piercing her like needles. She quickly devised an explanation, laughing, "My elder cousin should feel pleased. This indicates that my elder cousin is respected by him, insisting on being hands-on with everything to ensure it is done right." "I think so too." Shi Yumei shared a knowing smile. Otherwise, she would have already found ways to criticize Sangwon again. "My elder cousin only brought Sueju with her. I wonder how many servants are assigned at the banana garden? Is everything convenient for you?" Gu Fengzi continued to casually inquire. Shi Yumei nodded with a smile. "Mother provided me with 2 maids, Xiaoshuang and Zio, and 2 rough servants." Shi Yumei dismissed this. "The people she arranges are hardly useful. I am not foolish enough to leave someone with a watchful eye in the courtyard." My elder cousin. While Ren Jixian began to harbor thoughts, when Shi Fengju sent a young servant to attend to him in the study, Ren Jixian's romantic fantasies were dashed. Shi Yumei could not help but grow irritated, saying, "Save your breath. This is my maternal family, not our home. Honestly, since the day we arrived. It is charity." Speaking disdainfully, "You wouldn't understand. Let me give you an analogy. If we were to visit a poor family and they brought out the last piece of dried meat to entertain us, while a wealthy family with abundant resources only offered a single chicken, who do you think is being more generous?" Shi Yumei still found it hard to grasp, replying, "Would we be seeking refuge with your friends now? Who would be willing to take us in? Such a narrow-minded view." Ren Jixian shook his head with a cold snort. "Had they not seen my potential for greatness, would they have taken us in? Wake up. If your brother truly cared for us and treated us well, would we have fallen to such a state of having nothing?" Upon hearing these words, Shi Yumei felt a surge of anger and urgency. "Should I spell it out for you? It is precisely because of your extravagant revelries and reckless spending. You have even depleted my dowry. And now there is but 1 maid remaining. What more can you say?" As she spoke of her sorrow, tears welled up in Shi Yumei's eyes. Ren Jixian's face turned pale with indignation, yet he retorted sharply, "What does a woman understand? How have I squandered my wealth? Those were merely social engagements among friends." Pointed at her and exclaimed, "Do not underestimate people. It is no wonder the sage stated, 'Only women and petty men are difficult to nurture.' The sage speaks truly. And what of your insistence that I should procure a title for you? I lack even a servant, and I must attend to every matter myself. Is there not Shi Ming to assist in the study? Does he dare to overstep his bounds?" Ren Jixian scoffed, "I cannot even manage a servant, and I would feel shame in admitting that. He is honest, yet utterly inept." Understanding him well, concerned for her husband's future, as her own destiny would ultimately be tied to his, Shi Yumei could not afford to remain angry any longer. She quickly declared, "I shall go find my second brother today and have him send you a more capable servant." Chapter 95. A desire for a maid. No. Ren Jixian said lightly, believing that a clever girl might not be suitable for service in the study. Shi Yumei gazed deeply at him and asked, "Who do you think is appropriate? Speak up." She thought, "Ah, so he prefers a maid over a servant," indicating that he still valued her as his legitimate wife above all. With this thought, Shi Yumei's anger subsided significantly, and she spoke amiably. "Just tell me which maid you have in mind. It's just a maid, and my second brother is not so stingy." "That is splendid. I eagerly await your inquiry." Ren Jixian replied, "It is the maid named Xingji who serves your sister-in-law." Shi Yumei narrowed her eyes. "Xingji? Ah, Xingji." She assumed there would be no misstep, and she nodded with a smile. "You have a discerning eye. She is indeed the head maid beside my sister-in-law. I would not hesitate to procure even 10 maids for you, my dear wife." Ren Jixian chuckled, performing a mock bow before frowning slightly. "You understand me well. But will your second brother think my request excessive? Might he take offense at my critique of the maid he sends?" He pondered the potential for discord and concluded, "After all, we live under their roof. We should be accommodating." Though Shi Yumei shared this sentiment, she could not bear to hear it voiced. It felt as if such words diminished her place in the family, as if she were no longer her mother's cherished daughter or her brother's beloved sister. Shi Yumei was a different matter entirely. She was more demanding than a mother-in-law. "Dear sister, you have come. Please, make yourself comfortable." Sangwon greeted her with a smile, ushering her into the warm chamber and instructing the maidservants to serve tea and snacks. To her surprise, Shiryu Mei did not come to chastise her today. There were no snide remarks, and she even bore a semblance of a smile. Sister-in-law, I hope I am not interrupting. Not at all, not at all. What are you talking about? Sangwon replied with a hurried smile. After exchanging pleasantries, Shiryu Mei remarked, I merely wandered about out of boredom and happened to end up here. You need not fuss over me. Go about your business. I'll just sit for a while before leaving. Please, do not be so formal. Oh, just let this maid remain to keep me company, Shiryu Mei said. With no other choice and some matters to attend to, she stood up, instructing Xingji to attend to her aunt properly before excusing herself. Shiryu Mei, holding a teacup. I've simply been observing too intently. Shiryu Mei finally realized, beckoning her with a smile. Come, sit down. Let us have a proper chat. In front of you. You are far too timid. When I tell you to sit, you should just sit. There is no need for such formality. You know me. I am easy to get along with. Thank you, esteemed aunt. Xingji had no choice but to comply, awkwardly sitting while her heart pounded with anxiety. While she recognized Sangwon as a kind mistress who had taught her to read, she could never betray her. At worst, she thought, she held some assurance. Having prepared for the worst, Xingji felt a bit steadier. Now, this is much better. Shiryu Mei smiled, beginning an idle conversation with Xingji, often evading the questions with empty pleasantries. I simply do as I am told, and when not working, I rest or tend to household chores. My needlework is lacking. A casual inquiry and a haphazard reply led their conversation to flow miraculously without interruption. By the way, I heard that your esteemed mistress teaches you to read. Is that true? Shiryu Mei suddenly asked with a smile. Xingji stiffened momentarily, then replied with a forced smile. Indeed, it is true. But alas. Xingji's face flushed at these words, and she instinctively lowered her head in silence, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She thought to herself. Seeing her shy demeanor, Shiryu Mei felt even more delighted and could not help but take her hand, laughing. What woman doesn't think this way? We are all women. There is no need for you to feel shy. You are not young anymore. Have you been promised to someone? Xingji's face turned even redder, and she lowered her head further. She stiffly shook her head and gently withdrew her hand. That's splendid. It seems this is fate. Shiryu Mei clapped her hands and laughed, asking, Would you be willing to accompany me, esteemed lady? Xingji exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise as she raised her head. I do not understand your intention, and I was fond of you from the moment I laid eyes on you, so I shall not beat around the bush. You know, your esteemed master is currently studying diligently for the imperial examinations. However, without a capable person by his side, it inevitably affects his studies. Thus, I have never been one to bear grudges. Your esteemed master has a good temperament and will certainly treat you well. In the entire household, who would not envy you? Who could ever compare to you in the future? Chapter 96. A plea from Xingji. Shiryu Mei's voice rang with a melodious confidence, her laughter echoing as she spoke. However, the color drained from Xingji's face. Marrying such a man would spell the end of any future aspirations. Even in the present, she was merely a guest under someone else's roof. What envy could there be? If her sisters were to learn of this, it would be enough for them to mock her, let alone envy her. Oh dear, look at how bashful you are. This is a joyous occasion. Why should you feel shy? Shiryu Mei exclaimed, rising to take Xingji by the hand. Xingji recoiled, forcing a smile as she replied, Elder mistress. She thought it best to be generous. Very well. Take your time to reflect on what a great fortune this is. I assure you, I have no intention of harming you. I shall return tomorrow to discuss this with our elder mistress and escort you to the banana grove. In the meantime, prepare your belongings and bid farewell to your former companions. As Shiryu Mei spoke, she produced a piece of silver weighing approximately 2 taels and pressed it into Xingji's hands with a broad smile. Use this to host a modest banquet for your sisters. When Sangwon returned from the meeting, she noticed Shiryu Mei had already left and sighed in relief. She casually inquired about the timing of Shiryu Mei's departure. She found only Xingji standing before her. Sangwon couldn't help but smile. What brings you here? The others have worked hard all day. Let them rest. There is no need to call a young maid to wait on me. I am not tired, Xingji replied with a forced smile, pouring a cup of hot tea and presenting it to Sangwon with both hands. Elder mistress, be careful not to strain your eyes. Do you have something on your mind that you wish to discuss? Xingji trembled, her tears spilling uncontrollably as she knelt before the Kong and implored, Elder mistress, please save me. I have no other path to take. What troubles you? Please, rise and speak. Sangwon exclaimed, startled by the intensity of Xingji's reaction. Through her sobs, Xingji managed to compose herself and, after a moment, recounted the conversation she had with Shi Yume earlier that day. She pleaded, "I beseech you, elder mistress, assist me. I wish only to serve you well, and perhaps in a few years, seek your favor to marry. I never aspired to climb the social ladder. Even if it means remaining unmarried for life, serving you faithfully, I would gladly accept. Please, I beg you to save me." Sangwon's heart surged with anger. Shi Yume was her sister-in-law, a favored one at that. "Elder mistress, I implore you." Xingji, sensing Sangwon's hesitation, felt a chill of despair wash over her. "I swear, I would dedicate my life to serving you, never seeking a husband. Please, save me. From this moment on, I am yours. My life belongs to you. You know well how challenging it is to navigate this situation." "I understand," Xingji choked out, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I realize this places a heavy burden on you, but you are my only hope. I beg you to spare a thought for my plight." Xingji's despair deepened as she contemplated the elder mistress's potential scorn and ridicule, and the fact that the elder lady would surely support her daughter. The eldest son was also particularly fond of this elder sister. The more she pondered, the more it seemed that escape from her grim fate was impossible, leaving her feeling defeated. "Is death truly my only option?" she lamented internally. "Even if the elder master were to achieve great success and become a high-ranking official, I would never regret my decision." "Very well," Sangwon nodded. "I can only try to help you. I cannot guarantee success. Should it fail, do not hold it against me." Overjoyed, Xingji immediately knelt and bowed her head in gratitude. Xingji took out her handkerchief to wipe her eyes and went out to summon Mama Li. Upon Mama Li's arrival, Sangwon recounted the situation succinctly, expressing her grievances with a mixture of resentment and lament. "Mama, please adjudicate. How have I treated the eldest lady since her return, and how has she reciprocated? Even the jade hairpin bestowed upon me by the eldest master. I nearly incurred his displeasure for giving away his gift. Yet, she did not bother to inform me. Barging into Ningyuan with the intent of taking my maid away. Is this not a blatant slap in my face?" Sangwon's heart was heavy with thoughts of her desolate fate and arduous existence, tears welling in her eyes. And she could not help but dab at the corners of them, stating, "If it were any other maid, it might be acceptable. It would place me in a most awkward position. Fortunately, this maid possesses wisdom. She did not follow the eldest lady today. Otherwise, Mama, how could I manage the household moving forward?" As Sangwon spoke, her indignation escalated, her expression darkening as she resolutely declared, "No matter what. Even a clay figurine retains some of its earthy nature. The lady's good temper does not imply she is devoid of spirit. If she were entirely without temper, allowing others to mold her as they please, there would be no need for her to manage the household at all." She mused that one cannot force a cow to drink water, and a coerced gourd will not be sweet. The eldest mistress was already vexed, and Xingji was unwilling. Thus, it would be best to avoid further complications. Otherwise, it might lead to future troubles, making matters worse. What does the eldest mistress intend to do about this? Li Momo inquired with a forced smile. Sangwon sighed softly and replied, "It is indeed a dilemma, which is why I sought your counsel. After all, my elder sister is my legitimate sibling, and I do not wish to sever ties over this issue, as it would be embarrassing for everyone involved." The three of them turned pale, and Xingji was so startled that she nearly fainted, fearing that she might drag the eldest mistress into trouble. Sangwon was equally taken aback, realizing her oversight in not having Liuya stand guard outside. She worried about how much he had overheard. It was best for the couple to resolve their own issues. Sangwon regained her composure and smiled. "There has been a minor incident. Eldest master, please have a seat while I explain everything." She invited him to sit and personally poured tea for Shifengju, then settled down to recount the events. She spoke plainly, without the need for circumlocution or justifications, explaining, "Xingji refused to go and pleaded with me to make the decision for her. However, my elder sister did not mention this to me at all, and I cannot bring it up myself. I was just discussing it with Li Momo when you arrived." She paused and added, "My sister wishes for Xingji, who is clever, to serve her husband so that he can focus on his studies. However, I think that although Xingji is not very talkative, she has her own thoughts. Forcing her to go might not be a good thing." Fengju's expression darkened. "It would depend on whether I agree. The thought of having his long-serving maid become a concubine for that scoundrel Renjishian made Fengju feel ill. Is that it? So simple?" Sangwon was astonished, unable to believe her ears. After all her deliberation, after all of Xingji's fears, and after Li Momo's struggles, was it all in vain? He could resolve it with a mere word. "Are you dazed?" Fengju chuckled, waving his hand before her eyes. Then I thank the eldest master on behalf of Singji. You cannot easily give away your maid. I do understand that much. Sangwon was momentarily taken aback, instinctively avoiding his seemingly meaningful gaze, feeling slightly embarrassed as she said. She inwardly sighed. No matter how well he treats me, Gu Fangzi and concubine Gu are still comfortably residing in Peony Garden, with such a living reminder in the household. It was hard to deceive herself. When Singji entered, Sangwon noticed her nervousness and smiled. The eldest master has said that not only do you not wish to go, but even if you did, it would not be allowed. How can a maid from Mingyuan be given away so easily? Now you can rest easy, right? Singji's eyes sparkled with joy, and she quickly knelt before Shi Fengju, exclaiming, I thank the eldest master for his kindness. Thank you, eldest mistress. Shi Fengju said with a smile. Yes, I will obey the eldest master's words. Singji bowed again and then withdrew. Sangwon feigned ignorance of the matter. The following day, Shi Fengju sought out his sister, and it was unclear how she and Shi Yumei discussed the situation. In any case, Shi Yumei did not approach Sangwon or Singji again. The next day, someone sent well-trained maids for selection, allowing Ren Jixian and Shi Yumei to choose themselves, whom Shi Yumei renamed Chui Bao to serve in the study. Shi Fengju then called back Shi Ming. Shi Ming left Jiao Garden with a sense of relief. Sangwon instinctively tensed. If the eldest sister came along, it would likely mean more concerns rather than relaxation. Shi Fengju chuckled, half jokingly and half seriously. Eldest sister should remain at home to care for brother-in-law and chat with mother. Next time, I shall specifically invite you. You are right. Brother-in-law should indeed take some time to unwind. However, as an ordinary person, I fear he would find it tedious to accompany me. What a strange way to speak. Shi Yumei laughed, yet could not deny the truth in his words. She was well aware of her husband's disdain for the family's coppery scent. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, Shi Yumei responded with a laugh. I was merely teasing sister. How could I dare to intrude on your outing? Unless I intended to invite trouble. Ah, my dear younger brother, go if you must, but do not forget the old in the presence of the new. Then turned to Sangwon with a grin. Your elder sister simply cannot resist jesting. Now, off you go. Sangwon nodded with a smile, acknowledging Yumei's words without contest. If that happens, you'll have no place to weep. Chui Bao had only arrived at the residence the day before, and that same evening. Such flattery is unwarranted. Dear sister, you understand it well. Shi Fengju responded with a smile. A wife is a wife, and a concubine is a concubine. They can never be compared. There is no question of old or new. As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Sangwon. Upon hearing this, felt a mix of joy and uncertainty regarding her feelings. She sighed and laughed. Very well. Very well. I cannot argue with you. Off you go now. Do not linger here and become an eyesore. At this, everyone burst into laughter, and Shi Fengju, smiling, took Sangwon by the hand and led her away. The two boarded the carriage, which rattled as it made its way toward the eastern outskirts of the city, through the thin, fragrant silk curtains of the carriage. For reasons unknown, Sangwon felt her spirits lift, and a slight smile graced her lips. It is indeed a pity, aside from visiting her parental home. This was her first venture beyond the gates of the Shi residence. Chapter 98. Why hasn't Miss Gu arrived? We are heading to Lianyan Mountain Villa. She had merely accepted them without inquiring about their origin. Shi Fengju smiled lightly. It's understandable that you don't recall. This villa isn't part of the residence. Sensing her contemplation, continued, in addition to this villa, I own 2 other private estates and 5 shops, yielding an annual income of around 50 to 60,000 taels. In truth, apart from my third uncle's household, which has no private property as they serve in another region, my second uncle and aunt possess real estate and shops outside the city. Occasionally, they ask me to help manage a few matters. As long as we do not undermine the Shi family's foundation, these dealings are of little consequence. He chuckled, adding, even my mother, who is usually averse to trouble, has a 3-courtyard residence in the southern part of the city, along with 2 silk shops in the market center. Those 2 silk shops often teeter on the brink of bankruptcy. If I hadn't secretly arranged for someone to tend to them. If only she could acquire some land and establish a property of her own, it would provide her with a sense of security in the future. Regrettably, while she possessed numerous jewels, antiques, and silks, her treasury was nearly empty. These possessions could only serve as adornments, not currency. She felt a wave of despondency wash over her. Suddenly sensing the atmosphere in the carriage grow tense, she felt a touch uncomfortable, guessing he might feel the same. After a moment of contemplation, Sangwon smiled and said, I wonder if there are still big crabs at your villa? Although we took quite a few last time, I was so preoccupied with attending to my mother Aunt. And it yields over 10,000 gene of crabs each year. The water is pristine, and the crabs are exquisite. I always instruct Uncle Chui and Aunt Chui to set aside a large portion for personal consumption or gifting. Really? Sangwon couldn't help but laugh. I must be quite fortunate then. You can have as many as you desire. Uncle Chui and Aunt Chui knew we were coming, so they likely caught crabs yesterday and are keeping them at the villa for us. Shi Fengju grinned, watching her smile light up her eyes, which sparkled like precious pearls. Revealing her radiant smile, he couldn't help but be captivated. As they conversed, the carriage turned onto a tranquil mountain path, revealing cascading emerald hills, melodious birdsong. The roadside was adorned with pale purple, golden, and snow-white mountain daisies, while clusters of bright red berries hung from branches, captivating her attention. Filling him with unrestrained joy, he resolved to bring her back again. After traversing the valley and weaving through the grove and smooth pebbles beneath, occasionally, large stones peaked above the surface, creating delicate white foam as the water cascaded over them. On both banks, wild daisies flourished amidst dense shrubs. Once we navigate this bend, we will be nearly there. This stream flows from the Lian Lake adjacent to the villa. Shi Fengju pointed out with a smile. What a beautiful stream. It adds so much charm to this mountainous landscape. Sangwon echoed his sentiments with a smile. Indeed. As the carriage rounded the base of the mountain, a breathtaking scene unfolded before them, a sprawling bamboo grove, and beyond it, nestled among the greenery, were buildings adorned with pink walls and black tiles, with eaves that soared gracefully. There lay Lianyan Mountain Villa. We've arrived. We've arrived. Promptly stepped forward and bowed respectfully, cheerfully calling out, Young master. Young mistress. Shi Fengju smiled back. Ling girl, you've grown taller. Sangwon felt a blush rise to her cheeks, smiling shyly. Uncle Chui stepped forward, cupping his hands in greeting. Everything is prepared at the villa. Ushering Sangwon and Shi Fengju into the villa. The villa's architecture was spacious and bright, with a simpler decor compared to the grand residence. Yet it exuded a distinctive charm of its own, harmonizing with nature beautifully. After a moment of washing her face and cleansing her hands, Aunt Chui cheerfully poured tea, exclaiming, This is the pine needle tea that I made myself.